Chapter 1: Women, a curious species. It is said that when God initially created humanity, it was due to Adam and Eve's idleness that they surreptitiously indulged in that wondrous fruit, leading to the continued propagation of humankind. The fundamental condition for procreation is, indeed, the existence of that peculiar and extraordinary being known as woman. As for men, they are but the weary souls, toiling and laboring day in and day out. This species, characterized by psychological upheaval, emotional volatility, and tumultuous affections, finds many declaring a lifelong vow of celibacy. Yet such proclamations are mere self-deception, a form of self-delusion to outsiders. It appears nothing short of sheer absurdity. Ultimately, how many truly remain unmarried for life? In the end, they all resort to blind dates, introductions from friends, and various matrimonial websites. However, the dynamics of male-female interactions present a significant conundrum. If you draw closer to her, she may become displeased. If you maintain distance, she remains equally discontented. You must diligently purchase her breakfast each morning, greet her with a good morning, check on her at noon, and inquire again in the evening. Only then will she perceive that you genuinely care for her, that you hold affections for her. Of course, there exists a type who finds you bothersome. Such women require your presence solely at crucial moments. For instance, when clearing the shopping cart, purchasing snacks at the supermarket, shopping for clothes at the mall, or dining at a restaurant, among other occasions. During all other times, they may completely ignore you, messages left unanswered, phone calls declined, and when asked what they are doing, the response is simply showering. Are you perpetually in the shower, then? So, Chen Fan, after all that you've said, you're still just a single dog. Following Chen Fan's lengthy discourse, his roommate Wang Chong casually delivered this painfully incisive remark. Wang Chong, a high school roommate of Mu Fan, a typical homebody, average in studies, appearance, and physique, just plain ordinary in every aspect. Yet this exceedingly mediocre individual astonishingly possesses a girlfriend. He simply talks a good game, yet internally he is ravenous, but lacks the courage. Ha! Another single dog in their dormitory, Lin Feng, an academic prodigy, outwardly composed, yet inwardly a rather lecherous character. Ha! Wang Chong's mockery stems from having a partner. And what about you, Lin Feng? I haven't even spoken yet, and here you are, a single dog, making a fuss. That would be Zhao Tian, the last of Chen Fan's roommates. Like Wang Chong, he is among the few in the dorm who is in a relationship. However, he is considerably more attractive than Wang Chong. The topic of discussion among the girls in class revolves around him. Yet this phenomenon vanished entirely after Zhao Tian fell head over heels for the class beauty, Meng Meng, who wore that enchanting dress. Damn it, you, a full-bellied man, cannot comprehend the hunger of the starving. With the class beauty in your embrace and basking in the spring breeze, how could you pay heed to our two brothers, who are left to guard the empty and frigid bed? Our hearts are heavy with sorrow. As Lin Feng grew increasingly animated, he flung aside his glasses, collapsed on his bed, and pretended to be disheartened, repeatedly lamenting that Zhao Tian was not a true brother. Ahem, you can be as miserable as you like, but I am not. Lin Feng, Wang Chong, and Zhao Tian. Ha! Right on the mark. Chen Fan speaks well. How dull. Upon hearing Chen Fan's lack of cooperation, Lin Feng felt exasperated and turned over, burying his face in the pillow. The three of them, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but chuckle together. At that moment, Zhao Tian, with a peculiar grin, approached Lin Feng's bed. Ahem. Well, I have some good news to discuss with everyone. Good news? What could it be? Lin Feng, what good news could you possibly have? Don't disturb me, I'm about to sleep and feeling forlorn. Are you not coming to Pighead Mountain together on Saturday? Huh, just to witness your lovey-dovey antics? It's only Thursday today. You all go ahead, while I, as a solitary soul, must help my uncle tend to his shop. All right, but this is on you. Zhao Tian wore an expression that suggested an exciting performance was about to unfold. Meng Meng and Wang Chong's girlfriend, Lu Qin, will each bring along a beautiful companion. So apart from you, it will just be the three of us under the blue sky and white clouds with long, fair legs. Hee hee hee. Hmm. Each bringing a beautiful companion. That means one for each of us. Bang. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Lin Feng sprang up from the upper bunk like a fish leaping from water, causing the bunk bed to creak ominously. I want to go. I want to go. Take me along. You must take me. Damn it, be careful with the bed. But didn't you say you weren't going? Someone still has to help his uncle manage the shop. Since you, the academic prodigy, have pressing matters, it falls upon our dear Chen Fan to accompany us. Chen Fan, this daunting task is now entrusted to you. Do you have confidence? None whatsoever. Zhao Tian. Damn it. Nonsense. What could possibly be more important than a lifelong commitment? I trust my uncle will understand. Hee hee, brotherhood prevails. I shall express my gratitude to Chen Fan. Chen Fan, I have done all that I can. You know how much effort I expended to persuade Meng Meng. When the time comes, you two better be. Clever success hinges on this moment. Rest assured, as the academic prodigy Lin Feng takes action, victory is assured. Chen Fan, hee hee, damn it. And you, Chen Fan, I am not worried about Lin Feng, it's you I'm concerned about. Don't present yourself as a lifeless soul. Be lively in front of the ladies. I've already assured Meng Meng that as long as you don't falter, hee hee, let's see how it goes. Hey you. Before Zhao Tian could finish his thought, Chen Fan turned away, facing the pristine white wall, lost in contemplation. It is often said that the feeling of first love is a blend of sweetness and bitterness, ineffable in its beauty. Yet throughout my existence, I have never had the chance to experience it firsthand. As Lin Feng stated, I am merely skilled in verbal expression should I encounter a young lady. I fear I may not even have the courage to speak. Chen Fan secretly sensed that he might embarrass himself on Saturday. Frustrating. As his thoughts spiraled into a vortex of anxiety, Chen Fan found sleep elusive, tossing and turning in bed, unable to close his eyes. It seemed that the moment he did, the figure in his mind became all the more pronounced, though he had no notion of who it was. After much restless contemplation, he ultimately rose from his bed. I am heading to the internet CAF. Who's joining me? Why not just play in the dorm? After all, League of Legends doesn't demand high computer specifications. Why bother going to an internet CAF? Indeed, if you're in the dorm, Zhao Tian and I can discuss plans for Saturday. This opportunity is rare, and you must seize it, otherwise they'll have a hard time facing Lu Qin. Heavens, is it merely about finding a partner? Must it be so dramatic? I'm simply asking if you're going or not. If not, I shall go alone. All right. Zhao Tian, you, and Wang Chong must strategize for me. I'm off to game with Chen Fan. Bye. Wang Chong. Zhao Tian. Damn it, we're not your guardians. Creating opportunities for you while also planning your dialogues. Wouldn't it be simpler just to knock you out and toss you on a bed? Boss. 10 Kwai for gaming. Upon entering the familiar internet CAF, Chen Fan felt a wave of comfort wash over him. Chen Fan is back. 10 Kwai. Here you go. The beautiful owner of the CAF prepared the computer for Chen Fan and retrieved a bottle of drink from behind the counter. Meng Jia, you always give me drinks whenever I come by. Chen Fan felt a bit embarrassed every time he visited the CAF. Meng Jia would offer him complimentary beverages. A few times might be acceptable, but receiving them each time made him genuinely uncomfortable. Take it. Otherwise, Meng Jia will be upset. But hey, why is my computer black screening? I was just about to engage in a team fight, damn it. Just as Chen Fan was feeling guilty, a voice nearby lamented the black screen of the computer. It wouldn't be right to accept her drink without offering something in return. Luckily, he had some knowledge of simple computer repairs. As Meng Jia prepared to leave the counter to inspect the machine, Chen Fan took the initiative and stepped forward. Are you the technician? Please check what's wrong with my computer. Sigh. What terrible luck. I'm about to be wiped out. A student, seemingly around 17 or 18, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, vented his frustration to Chen Fan. Let me take a look. He pressed the power button below the monitor. No, it wasn't that. Then Chen Fan pushed aside the chair beneath the machine, crouched down, and peered inside. Indeed, just as he suspected, the individual had become overly excited during the game and had inadvertently kicked the power cord loose. No wonder it had gone black, huh? It's nothing. just that you accidentally kicked the power plug. Just plug it back in and everything will be fine. All right. Though it requires a restart, it's still faster than changing the whole machine. Taking a deep drag and extinguishing the cigarette in a nearby beverage bottle, the young man thought helplessly. Sigh. It's time to exercise. Feeling a layer of slight flab on his stomach, Chen Fan was astonished to discover that after such a long hiatus from working out, even squatting had become a strenuous task. The plug was right in front of him, yet he had to stretch his arm to reach it. Does this guy have such long legs? How could he kick it from there? Grabbing the three-prong plug, Chen Fan swiftly inserted it into the socket. However, crackle. What the hell? With a piercing scream, Chen Fan's body began to convulse uncontrollably. Meanwhile, the young man waiting for Chen Fan grew increasingly impatient, waiting and waiting, perhaps for a minute, yet still no sign of Chen Fan. Why is it taking so long? It's just a power plug, not a machine disassembly. Bending down to glance at the floor, he was startled half to death. Hey, buddy, are you all right? Why aren't you speaking? Damn it, you didn't get electrocuted, did you? Seeing Chen Fan silent and trembling, the young man thought, damn, he must have been electrocuted. Without a moment's hesitation, the young man swiftly grabbed a nearby leather chair and struck Chen Fan's back. Bang! The loud sound silenced the entire internet CAF. All eyes turned towards the commotion. What happened? Did the computer explode? Hearing the noise, Sister Meng rushed over, only to find the source was indeed where Chen Fan was attempting to fix the computer. The computer is fine, it's just that this guy got electrocuted. Observing Chen Fan's lack of response, the young man continued to raise the leather chair, preparing to strike Chen Fan once more. Bang! Still no response? Once more. Bang! No reaction yet. All right, let's try again. Smack! The leather chair, raised high, was suddenly grasped tightly by a hand. Bro, no, don't smash it. I'm fine. If you hit me again, it could be fatal. As the chair hit the ground, a young man with a darkened face, disheveled hair, and a distressed expression slowly emerged into view. It was none other than Chen Fan. Boom! The entire internet CAF erupted in excitement. What a legend. Did he really get electrocuted to this extent? Is he from Africa? That hairstyle is quite something. Is the funeral love family making a comeback? Ha ha! Seeing Chen Fan's disheveled appearance, the entire CAF burst into laughter. Shaking his still dizzy head and ruffling his electrified hair, Chen Fan looked somewhat sheepishly at the young man. Hey, sorry about that. I accidentally got electrocuted. Thanks to your timely intervention, or else, if it had taken any longer, you would have surely lost the game. I sincerely apologize. The young man replied. Dude, you are truly dedicated. It's rare to find someone like you in the role of a network administrator. Stunned by Chen Fan's reaction, the young man was at a loss for words and could only return to his chair and power on the computer. Meanwhile, Chen Fan was being dragged by Sister Meng into the restroom by his ear. Splashing water. Under Sister Meng's insistence, Chen Fan washed his face and hair. Do you understand your mistake? How dangerous was that? If you had been shocked a moment longer, your life would have been in jeopardy. Next time, just call Xiao Lu to handle it. No need for you to volunteer. I know, Sister Meng. You've told me 100 times already. You're still being stubborn. All right. It's just that Xiao Lu isn't here, right? I can't let you do it personally. You're overthinking it. I wouldn't do that. Just replace the machine. Sister Meng, with this attitude, we really can't have a proper conversation. After washing up, Chen Fan felt refreshed, shaking his wet hair and taking a seat with his ID in hand. However, wait, Lin Feng has already started playing? He's in the middle of a team battle, and this fool is playing in a nursery again. No, wait a moment. Something feels off, Chen Fan pondered. Damn, after getting electrocuted, you're still here playing merrily? So you didn't even notice what happened to me, huh? What a great brother. Lin Feng, they'll remember you. Opening the computer and logging into League of Legends, Chen Fan finally felt a bit more at ease upon seeing the familiar interface. Should I play ranked or normal matches? That's a dilemma. Damn, why is this idiot Ashe so useless? Every time we engage, she gets one shot by the enemy Zed. Doesn't she realize how hard it is for me to turn the tide? Not only does she not thank me, but she also dares to criticize me? Just watch as I verbally destroy you, you fool. The rhythmic tapping of keys resonated beside me as Lin Feng, who had been single for 2 decades, displayed his remarkable speed on the keyboard. However, Chen Fan, who had been observing, thought to himself, "Where is your heroic effort?" Time and again, he initiated team fights, while his teammates struggled to keep pace with his rapidity. Yet he had the audacity to complain about his own frost archer being a burden. How shameless. I scorn you. With these thoughts, Mu Fan entered the ranked match, banning heroes before selecting a Darius. Top lane Darius, exclusively for top lane. If not, I shall deliver a gift. B is already pressed. I won't return home without a fight. His teammates responded with a flurry of question marks and warm greetings. Yet, Chen Fan was perpetually indifferent to the affection from his teammates. The tower stands. Thus commenced a bloody tumult incited by the Summoner's Rift, a scene of utter carnage, with blades gleaming ominously. Soon after, Chen Fan became overwhelmed. In desperation, he gently clicked the mute option. How delightful, he mused. His teammates were exceedingly concerned about the well-being of his parents. Such amiable companions. Given this, he dismissed the notion of a berserker's greaves, turned away from a sunfire aegis, and scoffed at the idea of a spirit visage. Come forth, Infinity Edge, Bloodthirster, Blade of the Ruined King. As he gazed upon his Darius boasting an impressive attack power of 300, a sense of satisfaction washed over him. Yet, ultimately, Chen Fan found himself outnumbered 9-1. With his teammate Garen worth a mere 40 gold. Defeat. The stark crimson letters appeared on the screen, leaving Chen Fan in a state of shock. Alas, it was evident that such a strategy was futile. There was no way to prevail. No matter how he fought, victory eluded him. Chen Fan was profoundly dissatisfied with his performance, engulfed in deep self-reproach, bestowing upon himself a resounding critique. With his head bowed, he silently reflected on his actions. He should never have deployed the electric blade. How much better it would have been to summon the Phantom. Ding. Your luxurious alliance gift package has arrived. Please accept it. Chen Fan, what is this? This sound seems to emanate from within my own mind. Gradually, Chen Fan closed his eyes, and to his astonishment, a wondrous scene unfolded within his consciousness. A beautiful DJ girl, with alluring curves and a striking 36E figure, unexpectedly appeared in his mind. Goodness, what is happening? Am I hallucinating? Or have I been struck senseless? Good heavens! Could it be that I am suffering from some mental ailment? But then, a chime echoed. Ding! Your Alliance Deluxe gift pack has arrived. Please accept it. The enchanting figure in his mind, with her cherry lips slightly parted and a captivating smile, kindly urged him to claim the gift pack. My word, is this truly happening? Well, I might as well see what it entails. Claim. Ding. 1 Vitality Cream Cookie. Item description. Instantly restores health and mana. Chen Fan. Is this truly a luxurious gift package? With a hint of dissatisfaction, Chen Fan scrutinized the sandwich cookie within his mind, but alas, it was merely a cookie. This is what they call a luxurious gift package? It seems I am indeed suffering from a serious affliction. Opening his eyes, Chen Fan hastily clicked off the machine, grabbed the nearly finished beverage, and, with his phone in hand, rose to depart. To the hospital he must go, it is imperative. He fears he may have contracted some peculiar mental disorder, or perhaps he has simply played League of Legends too much, driving himself to madness. He is still so young, having never experienced the tender touch of a girl's smooth hand. Heaven forbid it be some rare and incurable ailment. Ba ba ba. Shaking his head, Chen Fan pushed back his chair and glanced at his roommate Lin Feng, who was still engrossed in the game. Boom. An inexplicable anger began to surge within him. His friend is oblivious to his own condition, yet he continues to play with such joy. Damn it. The enemy's vein is still delivering blows. What the hell? Chen Fan. Well, perhaps it is due to unhappiness. Regardless, I am unwell, so your happiness is of no concern to me. With a swift motion, a slap landed on Lin Feng's head. Though the strike was not particularly forceful, it left Lin Feng momentarily stunned. What the heck? Why did you hit me? You, wait, what is that in your hand? Cookies. You actually thought to bring me something to eat. How did you know I was hungry at this moment? Food? Who provided you with this? Even as I teeter on the brink, you still think of food. Surely, you must be as crazed by the game as I am. Only, Chen Fan suddenly felt a sense of emptiness in his hand. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng had snatched a yellow biscuit from him. However, this biscuit seemed oddly familiar. Ah, it smells quite delightful. So I shall not hesitate. Thank you. Oh, wait, don't, that biscuit. Before Chen Fan could intervene, he could only watch helplessly as Lin Feng devoured the biscuits. It seems the child was truly famished. Huh? What is the matter? Is there something wrong with the biscuits? Noticing Chen Fan's grim expression, Lin Feng felt a surge of panic, fearing that these might be expired snacks. However, something didn't quite add up. Upon savoring the taste, Lin Feng suddenly realized that these biscuits were not only delectable but also seemed to have alleviated the discomfort he felt due to his cold yesterday. He shook his arms and nodded his head. Indeed, it appeared that he had truly recovered from his cold. No dizziness, no lethargy. Chen Fan, where did you procure these biscuits? They've even cured my cold. Truly, you must believe me. Just look at me now. I'm well again. Chen Fan gazed at Lin Feng, who was foolishly shaking his head in disbelief, as a tempest of emotions surged within him, tumultuous waves rising and falling. Black lightning struck deep within his soul, leaving him shaken. Is this for real? The vitality sandwich from the Alliance can actually be claimed. Goodness, am I not merely dreaming? Ah, Chen Fan, why are you pinching me? Lin Feng suddenly shouted in a frenzy. It hurts. So this is not a dream. Chen Fan, it's nothing. My hands are unresponsive. Lin Feng? Damn. Lin Feng, helpless, glanced at Chen Fan, who seemed lost in thought, shook his head, and turned back to continue his game. Chen Fan stood there, dazed for a good 10 minutes, overwhelmed by a sensation as if he were caught in a dream. His legs weakened. He leaned against the table and slowly sat down. Am I dreaming? Yet this feels too real. Goodness. This is about to explode. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck Chen Fan as the perfect method of verification. He would play another match to determine whether he was truly dreaming. Previously, he had played ranked, and this time would be no different. The familiar band champions, the well-known Dima, and the affection from teammates. Then, the relentless onslaught, endless, bloodthirsty, phantom, and the familiar greetings from teammates. Initially, it played out as if the plot were repeating itself, and when the two words failure appeared once more, a voice both strange and familiar echoed in the depths of Chen Fan's mind. Ding! Your League Luxury Gift Pack has been delivered. Please accept it. Staring at the Vitality Sandwich cookie in his hand, Chen Fan nearly wept. After enduring the relentless taunts from his teammates and the impending retribution of the Scythe of Judgment, all he received was a cookie, but still, it was quite remarkable. He could actually claim it. Chen Fan still found it hard to believe. What on earth was happening? The items from the League had truly manifested in his hands. Glancing at the yellow vitality-filled sandwich cookie, the palpable sensation made him realize that this was an undeniable reality, an irrefutable truth. Yet, why would such a fortuitous event occur to someone as ordinary as him? No one understood Chen Fan better than he understood himself. If there were anyone, it would be his parents and his younger sister. He remained single, and his sole experience of unrequited love had been publicly exposed. Even his secretly penned love letter had been read aloud for all to hear. Although he later gave the boy who read his letter a sound thrashing, the incident remained a lasting wound in Chen Fan's heart. With an unremarkable appearance, average literary skills, and decent academic performance, though he could not compare to the gaming prodigy Len, he was still reasonably accomplished. To think that such a miraculous boon would befall him. Yet, he had not performed any particularly good deeds in recent days. The only peculiar occurrence was the electric shock he had just received from the power strip. Power strip? Electric shock? Could it be that the jolt had something to do with this? The more Chen Fan pondered, the more he felt that this possibility was quite substantial. In novels, aren't the protagonists often struck by lightning, hit by cars, or murdered? Having been jolted by 220V electricity could certainly be considered in vogue. Upon regaining his senses, Chen Fan resolved to give it another attempt. He opened the ranked mode, but this time he chose the Sword Saint. Your sword is my sword. A true master always possesses the heart of a student. It is you, Master E. However, unlike others, Chen Fan's Sword Saint was specifically designated for the mid lane. Mid lane Sword Saint, if you don't give, I shall take. As long as the tower stands, a 5 for me. If you do not comply, I shall take it. Yet, in stark contrast to his rather dull existence in reality, Chen Fan was exceedingly shameless and quite audacious in the game. In Chen Fan's heart, there has always resided a master of exceptional prowess. Although he had never formally apprenticed under such a figure, it was none other than the renowned book madman, the illustrious god of the Black Shop. With the confidence imbued by the Black Shop deity, he navigated the Summoner's Rift with audacity, yet lacked the divine skills to match. As the saying goes, one ought to learn from the virtuous rather than the ignoble. The first item crafted was the Electro Blade, swiftly followed by the emergence of the Ice Hammer. Though such an itemization has become quite fashionable, embodying a tanky Sword Saint with both damage and durability, one must ponder, does it truly serve against a mid-lane LeBlanc clad in full tank? At first glance, Chen Fan's equipment appeared commendable. swift boots, stubbornly opting against magic resistance, an electro blade, and an ice hammer. Quite formidable indeed, boasting both survivability and offensive capabilities. Yet, the clock had already ticked past 30 minutes. The enemy LeBlanc had transcended into a godlike state, wielding a staggering 25 stacks of the Book of Death, twisting her enchanting form to unleash a devastating Q. Swiftly followed by a weak combo upon the pitifully frail sword saint. The irony of a black and white television screen welcoming your viewership. However, to everyone's astonishment, Chen Fan emerged victorious in this match. With his divine vein descending upon the battlefield, she single-handedly obliterated 5 adversaries in a spectacle reminiscent of a heroic tale, leading to a triumphant push. Victory was theirs. Yet, this time, Chen Fan did not hear that melodious voice resonating in his mind. Nor did he behold the Grand Duchini. Nor did he witness the appearance of any delightful biscuits. Chen Fan gazed at his empty palms, a sinister suspicion creeping into his mind. Could it be that rewards are bestowed only in moments of failure? Good heavens. Greetings, everyone, I am Mundo. Presently, I am ambling through the perilous and exhilarating realms of the Summoner's Rift. Today, I arose early. The sun shines splendidly, and one could say I am brimming with vitality. Why, you ask, am I so invigorated? Because I retired early last night. As the saying goes, early to bed and early to rise makes one healthy and wise. And why did I retire early? Because my spirits were high. But what is the source of this joy? It is simply because I finished work earlier than usual, without the burden of overtime. Mundo, are you lying? You, the hero who usually takes a staggering 40 minutes to rise, somehow managed to avoid overtime yesterday. I find that hard to believe. Did you perhaps throw in the towel? Humph. You cowardly doctor. Bang. A massive cleaver came soaring through the air. Mundo, you are a coward. Oh, no. It was Mundo who called you a coward. Wielding an enormous, bloodied cleaver, his taut and muscular frame exuded an air of formidable authority. What a fool. Mundo reminisced about the last match he played. 30 seconds later, minions spawned, and the renowned warrior Garen, brandishing a colossal sword, charged forth from the bushes. The sight of this towering figure sent sharp pangs of agony through Mundo's head. We are of the same flesh. Why must we turn on one another so hastily? It is merely flesh. Why must one great meat suffer at the hands of another? Could we not simply eliminate minions and dispatch jungle monsters instead? Why must we engage in combat so soon, leaving the ADC in the bot lane to suffer in silence? What anguish! Suddenly, with a heart-shaped emblem adorning his chest, Mundo realized that the enemy's Garen had forsaken the bushes and emerged wielding a long sword. He glanced at his own Doran's shield. Who does he look down upon? Today, I shall stand my ground. First blood. Garen, the bush dweller, has foolishly given away first blood. Let this be a lesson to you for neglecting to build tank items. Long live Damesha. A thunderous roar resonated through the rift, piercing Mundo's thoughts. Has he arrived so soon? Then, 2 sword-wielding Garens appeared before him. Boom. Do you take me for a mere bot? One sword is not enough. You dare to wield 2. Today, I shall make you weep and wail, and soon you will surely summon your infinity edge. Mundo felt himself besieged by the relentless taunts of Garen. Life is a ceaseless battle. Mundo, go where your heart desires. With an indomitable roar, Garen fell beneath the weight of Mundo's massive cleaver. Mundo, you are a worthy adversary. Despite the barrage of accusations and slander, you remain steadfast in your resolve. Standing triumphantly over Garen's lifeless body, Mundo, having drained Garen's vitality with his own formidable health, felt a twinge of envy. Envy for Garen, for he could wield long swords, even 2 at once, while I am forever bound to build tanky items, at the very least. I must bear some meat on my equipment. The tower stands tall. Another familiar roar echoed through the air. The man has returned. Yet, gazing upon the one wielding the Stormbreaker, Mundo found himself at a loss for words. You dare to purchase not just 1, but 2 long swords, only to exchange them for a Stormbreaker? Good sir, your head must be made of iron today. Iron so solid it sends shivers down my spine. Mundo, oh Mundo. That man has fallen once more at Mundo's feet. Witnessing this familiar scene, Mundo felt that today's gaming experience was exceedingly poor. Casting a glance at the clock, he noted that 15 minutes had elapsed. Are you here solely to seek humiliation? None of the enemies agreed to surrender. The enemy's surrender was denied. The cold, mechanical voice of the system echoed throughout the rift. Mundo, alas. It seems that losing to Garen is the swiftest path to defeat. In the internet CAF, beneath the familiar screen of defeat, 5 or 6 yellows. Vibrant cream-filled biscuits lay haphazardly on the desk. What sort of absurdity is this? Not only must one fail to receive rewards, but each time, they are merely biscuits? What does this mean? Are they concerned I might starve? Or perhaps they fear for my health? Chen Fan felt a profound malice emanating from the system. However, he had grown somewhat weary of consistently playing Garen. Just now, he observed that Dr. Mundo seemed quite entertaining. Perhaps he should play as Mundo next time. The thought of the muscular Mundo wielding a trinity force, with Bloodthirster atop his head and a blade of the ruined king beneath his feet, conjured a terrifying image. Chen Fan began to feel a surge of excitement. However, a voice interrupted. Hey, Chen Fan, we must be on our way. It's almost 5 o'clock. And we have evening self-study. At that moment, Lin Feng, who had just completed his final game, was utterly exhausted and lacked the energy to continue playing. His fatigue, however, was not due to the intense focus required to combat adversaries, but rather the playful banter exchanged with his teammates that had drained him. The exhilarating sensation of bravely fighting enemies and defending every inch of one's homeland within the canyon was absolutely thrilling. As they exited the internet CAF, Lin Feng shouted as he observed the dimming sky. Chen Fan, surely, this cannot be a fool. Indeed, you feel quite exhilarated. But it is merely the exhilaration of insults, is it not? You shameless critic. With a silent curse in his heart, Chen Fan returned to school with Lin Feng. The city where Chen Fan resided was known as Dongshu City. A year ago, he arrived in this unfamiliar place and enrolled in Dongshu University, a prestigious institution and the most renowned educational establishment in the city. Although university life was vibrant and the ivory tower seemed to radiate beauty to society, Chen Fan, having transitioned from the avid of his freshman year to the initial experiences of his sophomore year, felt no trace of that beauty. He was impoverished, utterly destitute. In 3 words, he was unattractive. It appeared that in this institution, anything devoid of charm, including individuals, was reduced to one singular descriptor: ugly. Academically, he managed to maintain a mediocre standing, drifting aimlessly through his studies without any clear aspirations. Initially, he envisioned dedicating himself to his education, hoping to achieve greatness. But the harsh realities of society soon dampened his spirits, not only in society but even within the university, which served as a microcosm of the world beyond. Standing at the entrance of Dongshu University, Chen Fan was momentarily entranced, his emotions a complex tapestry as he gazed at the grand characters spelling out Dongshu University above him. Glancing down, he noticed the 5 sandwich biscuits tucked away in his pocket. Was this a chance? Chen Fan was uncertain. These humble biscuits might signify little, yet perhaps they heralded an opportunity. Although he could not predict the nature of the life this opportunity might bestow upon him, he was acutely aware that his existence had begun to shift with the mere presence of the biscuits. At the very least, Lin Feng had demonstrated that biscuits could alleviate a cold. Although Chen Fan is a rather dull and heavy-hearted individual, he harbors an optimistic spirit within. What does it matter? Today is for revelry, and tomorrow's judgments are inconsequential. Saturday, at the entrance of Dongshu University, clad in a white short-sleeved shirt and black linen capri pants, with a pair of pristine white sneakers adorned with black edges, this is Chen Fan, a look carefully curated by his roommates. Naturally, this ensemble is deemed the best by a few of his housemates. Despite Chen Fan's inclination to stick to his perennial outfit, he ultimately succumbed to the coercion and persuasion of his friends. The white shirt belongs to Lin Feng, the black casual pants are Chen Fan's own, while the white sneakers were hastily selected from the night market by a few of them just last night. Although Chen Fan does not find the outfit particularly appealing, he wonders, is it really necessary? After all, he is not dressing for a date. With a small bag containing his mobile phone charger, sunglasses, headphones, and 5 small cookies, Chen Fan remains puzzled as to why he decided to bring the cookies, yet he figures it is prudent to have them on hand, if only to stave off hunger. June in Dongshu City resembles a furnace, with relentless heat warping the very air, creating ripples of shimmering heat waves. The weeping willows droop dejectedly, providing a modicum of shade for passers-by, while cicadas shriek desperately, having lain dormant beneath the earth for several years, now fervently releasing their exuberance in this final summer of life, fulfilling their sacred duty of procreation. At the entrance of Dongshu University, clad in contrasting black and white, Chen Fan stands alongside Lin Feng, adorned in a floral shirt and casual black shorts, exuding a sharp and handsome demeanor. Particularly striking is Lin Feng. Today, he radiates vitality and enthusiasm. Though he may not possess the striking good looks of Zhao Tian, he certainly comes close, belonging to the category of individuals whose charm grows upon closer inspection. As for Chen Fan, well, Lin Feng harbors a tinge of jealousy. This fellow simply has a fairer complexion, though not in the pallid sense, but rather a healthy rosy white. One might call him a pretty boy. Yet he still falls short in terms of allure. However, there is no denying that Chen Fan's face is indeed quite fair. The other two roommates, Wang Cheng and Zhao Tian, already have partners who are constantly by their sides today. As the primary purpose of this outing is orchestrated to help Chen Fan and Lin Feng win the affections of beautiful women, a simple grayish-white tracksuit suffices for them, especially Zhao Tian, who emerges in a pair of faded blue jeans from ancient times, a white shirt, tousled hair, and drowsy eyes. Truly, a significant sacrifice. Nevertheless, despite this casual attire, he remains undeniably handsome, and this ensemble only enhances his unique charm. As Chen Fan dons his sunglasses, he prepares for the day ahead. However, his expectations are not particularly high, specifically regarding his own prospects rather than Lin Feng's. He knows himself all too well and understands the apprehension he feels towards the impending arrival of two unfamiliar beauties. Could this be the result of prolonged singlehood? Has he become entirely celibate? Upon realizing this daunting thought, Chen Fan feels a twinge of panic. Why on earth are they not here yet? Perhaps we should wait in the car, he suggests. Let's go, it's sweltering. Women are such a hassle. Makeup, changing clothes, applying sunscreen, spritzing perfume, moisturizing. Lin Feng expresses his exasperation as the four of them stand like fools under the blazing sun, waiting for the others instead of retreating to the cars for some air conditioning. After nearly 20 minutes, they have yet to even sip water. I'm sweltering. Why is it so hot today? Disdainful of the trouble? Lin Feng, I shall relay your sentiments to the lovely lady. Lin Feng retorts, brother. You are my brother. Ah, it's so hot. Xiao Fan, Jiangzi, are you two feeling the heat? Indeed, we are melting. Lin Feng gazes at the three pairs of eyes, all fixated on him with mischievous intent. Chen Fan, I desire ice cream. Wang Cheng, I crave blueberry flavor. Zhao Tian, I would like lemon, along with a cantaloupe. Lin Feng, I fancy vanilla. The trio, get lost. Realizing his error, Lin Feng hastily departed to procure refreshing ice cream for the three. Meanwhile, Chen Fan and his companions glanced at the scorching sun overhead, silently opening the car door and activating the air conditioning, awaiting Lin Feng's return. Suddenly, Chen Fan, seated alone in the back, discreetly retrieved a yellow biscuit from his bag. It was indeed a vitality-filled cream biscuit. In a few swift bites, he relished its delightful flavor. Ah, how exquisite it tasted! Then, Chen Fan felt a wave of refreshing coolness enveloping him from within, akin to having just taken a cold shower. A sensation of invigorating chill coursing through him from head to toe. It was like a much-needed rain after a prolonged drought. Simply remarkable. Chen Fan glanced down at the 4 remaining cookies in his bag. Truly, he was a genius. Who would have thought to speculate whether this treat might possess a cooling effect? Yet, he had indeed guessed correctly. How refreshing it was. Discovering such a marvelous quality in the cookies, Chen Fan hurriedly offered one to each of the 2 individuals ahead of him. Good things should not be enjoyed alone. Although Chen Fan is introverted and somewhat dull, he is certainly not a miserly individual. What is this, Xiao Fan? Biscuits? Eating this in such sweltering heat? Are you hungry? Zhao Tian looked speechlessly at Chen Fan behind him, even though he and others had already entered the car and turned on the air conditioning. Zhao Tian still felt the oppressive heat. Let alone eating anything, he might have accepted a cool, chilled ice cream. But these dried biscuits were simply out of the question. I cannot manage that. However, Wang Chong, seated in the front passenger seat and a true foodie, without a moment's hesitation, snatched the biscuits from Chen Fan's hand and swiftly devoured them in just a few bites. Go on, eat it. You will discover something quite different. Different? What could possibly be different? It's incredibly refreshing. Chen Fan looked helplessly at Zhao Tian. You won't know unless you try it. Just ask. Is it good? Zhao Tian glanced at the dry yellow biscuit in his hand. Can this tasteless thing really be enjoyable? What kind of enjoyment are you talking about? Are you joking with me? Hey, Zhao Tian, if you don't want to eat it, just let me have it. Wan Chong, who had already savored its delightful flavor, mischievously smiled at Zhao Tian. What are you trying to do? With a swift motion, Zhao Tian evaded Wang Cheng's attempted snatch of his biscuit. You said you didn't want it, so I'm helping you, yet you seem displeased. Wang Cheng feigned disappointment, undeterred by his failure. However, Zhao Tian remained vigilant. He noticed that things were not as he initially presumed. Wang Cheng's previously furrowed brow, marked by the heat, had now relaxed into a serene expression. This biscuit must be extraordinary. There's no need for your concern. I suddenly feel like having one. Thank you, Chen Fan, Zhao Tian exclaimed, seizing the biscuit and, under Wang Chang's envious gaze, devoured it in 2 quick bites. Zhao Tian, how can it be so incredibly satisfying? It felt as though a clear, cool spring coursed through his body, gathering and harmonizing within him, only to radiate outward in a wave of bliss. Like Chen Fan and Wang Chang, Zhao Tian experienced a sensation of euphoria from head to toe. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Open up. It was Lin Feng, who had returned with ice cream. However, upon seeing the 4 ice creams in Lin Feng's hands, blueberry, vanilla with cantaloupe, and lemon, Zhao Tian's frustration boiled over. I remember that lemon with cantaloupe was what I wanted. Why did you only give yourself that flavor, Lin Feng? Zhao Tian shouted in anger. Though it was a trivial matter, he didn't truly mind. Yet, having already indulged in the biscuit, the 3 of them could only gaze longingly at the refreshing, sweet ice creams without appetite. Lin Feng, can I share a grim reality with you? What is it? Lin Feng, already savoring his ice cream, asked without lifting his head. Can we honestly say we don't want to eat? Truly, we don't want to eat. We're no longer hot, I assure you. Lin Feng replied incredulously. What? I've sweated profusely under the blazing sun, buying ice cream for you 3. And you come back to say you don't want it? Come on, eat. Finish it all, not a drop should be left. Faced with Lin Feng's fury, Chen Fan and the others knew they were in the wrong and fell silent. Reluctantly, they took a couple of bites. The ice cream was remarkably cold. The 3 shivered, their bodies trembling with chill. Just then, they all lifted their heads, exchanged glances, and Chen Fan pulled another biscuit from his bag. Hey, we've already had ours. And you, Lin Feng, can't escape. Look at this. Doesn't it seem familiar? Come on, give it a try. It's incredibly satisfying. The kind that blows your mind. Lin Feng stared at the 3, whose smiles were oddly mischievous. What is going on? Have you all gone mad from eating ice cream? His large eyes stared blankly at the yellow biscuit in Chen Fan's hand, mouth slightly agape, confusion evident in his gaze. This isn't the cold remedy biscuit I had at the internet CAF, is it? Why are you insisting I eat it now? You claim it's incredibly satisfying? In his bewilderment, Lin Feng was perplexed. He wasn't even sick. He was simply hot, yet he failed to see the connection with the biscuit. Cough remedy biscuit? Zhao Tian echoed curiously. Exactly. That day at the internet CAF, it was this biscuit that Chen Fan sold me, and it cured my cold instantly. At the time, I wondered if it contained some kind of medication. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Zhao Tian sensed something amiss. Judging by Lin Feng's expression, he likely spoke the truth, yet the 3 had clearly experienced its cooling effects. How could it also alleviate colds? What kind of biscuit possessed such remarkable properties? Well, this is truly extraordinary. Chen Fan certainly noticed the bewilderment in his roommate Zhao Tian's eyes, but if this continued, it would be difficult to explain. All right, since you were so talkative, do we intend to harm you? Hurry and eat. Chen Fan promptly stuffed the biscuit into Lin Feng's slightly parted mouth. Woo-woo. I am not ill. Why woo-woo? Must I take medicine woo-woo? Help, help, Chen Fan's expression was exceedingly awkward. Lin Feng initially resisted with all his might, adamantly proclaiming his health and questioning the necessity of consuming the biscuit. He resembled a small wife, bullied by 3 individuals. Aggrieved to an extreme degree, as he struggled desperately, vowing never to yield, exerting every ounce of strength in his defiance. Alas, despite his flailing limbs, he was no match for the 6 hands that overwhelmed him. Ultimately, Lin Feng capitulated, for he discovered, upon swallowing the first morsel of the biscuit, that a miraculous event transpired. Subsequently, Chen Fan and the others ceased their coercion, as Lin Feng had already devoured 2 bites with great fervor. Eating is one thing. But what does it mean to exclaim such things? Delightful, indeed. Goodness, could you be any more ostentatious in your cries? Thankfully, the girls had not yet arrived. Otherwise, your suggestive and debauched exclamations would surely have sent them fleeing. Lin Feng continued to savor the bliss brought forth by the biscuit. They truly did not deceive me. How delightful. Ah, how exquisite. Silence. Lin Feng yearned to continue, yet the trio effectively silenced him. Lin Feng, once again, gazed at his 3 brothers with a mix of bewilderment, doubt, and frustration. Must I truly partake? I am no longer warm. I assure you, I am not. Just look for yourselves. Chen Fan, indeed, we believe. Wang Chang, we truly believe. Zhao Tian, we just expressed the same sentiment to you. Is it possible to refrain from consuming? Could you grant us a reprieve? With a bitter smile, he was taken aback by the swiftness of karmic retribution. Lin Feng was still engaged in a final struggle. Boom. This remark thoroughly incensed the trio. After all, they had just said the same to him. Huh. Eat. Quickly devour everything. Not a single drop shall remain. Lin Feng. How is it that these are precisely the words I used to compel you moments ago? Are you truly holding a grudge? Casting a glance at the three scowling individuals, Lin Feng pitifully lowered his head and began to eat, mouthful by mouthful. At the entrance of Dongshu University, four stunningly beautiful women with fair skin and long legs caught everyone's attention. Xiao Tian teased, "Have you been waiting long? Apologies for keeping you waiting." The two speaking were Xiao Tian and Wang Chang's girlfriends, Xinling and Xiao Ting. "No worries, we just arrived not long ago." "Perfect timing then. Allow me to introduce this lovely lady, Meng Sini, a dear friend of Xiao Ting." "Hello, Meng classmate." With Xinling's introduction, the four focused their gaze on the enchanting woman beside her. Dressed in a light yellow dress adorned with a silk scarf at the chest and a delicate waist belt accentuating her petite figure, Meng Sini appeared both charming and adorable. She wore silver high-heeled sandals that made her dainty feet sparkle under the shimmering light, exuding an extraordinary beauty. Her pristine face resembled that of a beloved neighbor, and her sparkling eyes seemed to converse, leaving a delightful first impression. "Hello, everyone." Meng Sini beamed, waving at the four. "Utterly charming. And who is this other beauty?" "Xiaoling, why not introduce her?" The other lady had cascading black wavy hair flowing down to her waist, with captivating eyes radiating vitality. Her elegant nose and rosy lips complemented her ensemble of a sleek black shirt paired with relaxed trousers, seemingly unfazed by the sweltering heat, perfectly showcasing her alluring figure. Standing there with crossed arms, she emanated an aura of icy detachment. Before Xinling could introduce her, the Ice Queen spoke up. "I am Leng Ningxue, a friend of Xinling." Simple and straightforward, she made no effort to greet the others. The frosty demeanor of her voice was striking. "Lin Feng, surely this Ice Queen cannot be colder than you." With a knowing glance, Lin Feng hastily signaled to move Fan. Lin Feng thought, "This Ice Queen is yours. That lady is mine." Chen Fan, this insufferable fellow. The moment he encounters something prickly, he immediately tosses it onto me. Chen Fan, who already had little inclination, now finds himself devoid of any thoughts. He simply feels that this icy girl before him is rather too arrogant, just like her name suggests, cold. Moreover, how impolite. Chen Fan's initial impression of the condensed snow was far from favorable. However, whether it was good or bad held little significance for him. Although he had never worn it himself, he had witnessed countless classmates donning such attire. The ensemble worn by condensed snow was composed of prestigious brands that he could not afford even after saving his living expenses for several months. It seemed wiser for individuals from two disparate worlds to remain unconnected. Chen Fan disregarded Zhao Tian, who was signaling him with his eyes. Forget it. He was already keen to avoid the situation. However, as Xinling opened the car door and felt the refreshing cool breeze within, she curiously inquired, "Why are you all standing outside in the sun when there's air conditioning inside?" "Isn't it hot?" Chen Fan, Lin Feng, Wang Chang, Zhao Tian. We feel cold." For women. Even that icy figure gazed incredulously at the four individuals several times before gently shaking his head, perhaps lamenting the nearsightedness of his dear friend Xinling. "Well, is this truly Pig Head Mountain? Well, it genuinely resembles a pig's head. Well, I'm so hungry." Chen Fan gazed at the three individuals, who were shouting nonsensically, and covered his face in utter disbelief. Why had he chosen to share a vehicle with them? He rolled down the window, and as he navigated the nearly deserted tree-lined path, the other three fervently waved and yelled at the car behind them. It has been ages since I've shouted so loudly. What a thrill! Only by immersing ourselves in the wonders of nature, surrounded by majestic mountains and flowing waters, can we truly release our pent-up emotions. Hey, Xiao Fan, hurry, let out a shout. It feels so liberating. Come on, I won't shout. Are you going to shout or not? If you say you won tea, then you surely won tea. Suddenly, Zhao Tian executed a perilously reckless move. Opening the sunroof and leaning his entire body out onto the roof of the car, his hands cupped around his mouth like a megaphone. Chen Fan loves Leng Xuening. Chen Fan loves Leng Xuening. Chen Fan loves Leng Xuening. Chen Fan, how infuriating. This person must be unwell, don't you think? Chen Fan felt utterly despondent as he listened to Zhao Tian, that insufferable scoundrel, shouting nonsensically from the window. The sheer absurdity of his words was driving Chen Fan to the brink of madness. Undoubtedly, The four girls behind him had heard every word. Good grief. Must you shout so indiscriminately? Chen Fan's tone was tinged with a hint of irritation. Zhao Tian's shout made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. Were it not for the fact that Chen Fan was currently driving, he might have let go of the steering wheel and given Zhao Tian a good thrashing. Grasping that handsome head, he could almost envision tearing open his big mouth, thinking, this time, that impolite iceberg might get the wrong idea about me. Although he harbored no particular feelings towards her, it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. However, with Zhao Tian's boisterous nature, he felt like a clown eagerly trying to warm up to someone who was cold as ice. This was all so unfounded, tarnishing his own image. He feared that the trip to Pighead Mountain would not be pleasant. Hearing Chen Fan's voice, filled with a mix of shyness and anger, Zhao Tian shrugged his shoulders and waved to his girlfriend Shenling, who was sitting in the back seat, before leisurely returning to his place. I'm only looking out for your best interests. You don't recognize a good intention when you see one, Zhao Tian said with a sense of indignation. I was merely trying to help. You, Chen Fan, are as wooden and foolish as can be, incapable of producing even a decent response. Without our assistance, could you manage on your own? And you call this looking out for me? Huh, much appreciated. The corners of Chen Fan's mouth twitched slightly, and with an expression of exasperation, he replied, I truly appreciate your kind intentions, but unfortunately, I have no interest in an ice queen. I must thank you for your concern, but I am simply not attracted to someone so impolite. Just look at her. How could she possibly be interested in me? Moreover, I find her rather unappealing. A fleeting shadow crossed Chen Fan's otherwise expressionless face, vanishing before anyone could notice. You should focus on helping Lin Feng win the heart of that young lady from the Meng family today. It is imperative that the three of us assist him in successfully finding love. Zhao Tian responded. Very well then. Lin Feng, invigorated, declared. Failure is not an option. I must have unwavering confidence. I believe that today I will capture Meng Sini's heart. Go, go, go. Strive to succeed, came the enthusiastic chant. As if the legendary Tarzan had returned to the forest, the trio exclaimed, silence. Initially, Wang Cheng and Zhao Tian had intended to encourage Chen Fan to make more effort. But upon hearing his words, they chose to refrain from further comment. Everyone could see the ice princess adorned in designer attire. Just the sight of such elegance was enough to intimidate most young men, let alone someone as financially modest as Chen Fan. Not only was she extraordinarily beautiful, but even her oversized black casual wear highlighted her exquisite and flawless figure. Could someone like Chen Fan truly match her? It seemed unlikely that he could even afford a single item of makeup. Zhao Tian's expression grew dim. After all, the tale of a wealthy beauty falling for a poor boy remains just that, a tale. He could not comprehend why his girlfriend, Shenling, was not adhering to their original plan, especially when there appeared to be no sense of awkwardness between the Ice Queen and Chen Fan. Perhaps it was best to heed Chen Fan's advice and fully support Lin Feng in his pursuit. That girl in the light yellow dress would surely complement Lin Feng well. As they approached the base of Pighead Mountain, the vehicle could go no further, prompting everyone to leap from the car and prepare to walk. Naturally, it was Lin, the academic prodigy, who, eager to showcase his talents, was the first to jump out. Upon witnessing the verdant and picturesque scenery, he could hardly contain his desire to express himself, bursting into poetic verse, much to the amusement of the others. Such a blatant imitation, yet he wore it with pride. Left everyone in stitches. Pighead Mountain is predominantly covered with evergreen broadleaf trees. Though summer still lingers, some trees have begun to shed their leaves, giving the entire woodland a clean and refreshing appearance, imbued with a strong sense of spatial perspective. Sunlight streamed through the branches, illuminating the gnarled limbs and ancient bark of the trees, resembling a series of poetic and picturesque photographs. As they meandered along the mountain path and ventured deeper into the lush forest, they experienced the essence of a classic poem. The cicada song quiets the forest, while the birds' calls enhanced the mountain's serenity. A mountain spring flowed through the woodland, leaving behind a melodious tinkling, nature's symphony gently resonating within their hearts. Little did they expect that Pighead Mountain would offer such breathtaking scenery. Chen Fan was taken aback. However, what astonished him even more was that the glacial beauty, Lang Xuanning, was now walking right beside him. Admittedly, their side-by-side stroll was a result of deliberate human intervention, yet it was the Ice Queen who took the initiative. She unexpectedly moved closer, intentionally bridging the gap between herself and Chen Fan, thereby creating the condition for this shared walk. Initially, she had been ahead with the three women, but gradually Xiao Ting and her boyfriend Wang Chang had nestled together, walking hand in hand. The charming newcomer, Meng Xine, who had only recently been introduced to them, was also trailing behind Lin Feng, albeit their closeness was less overt. Before long, however, they observed Meng, breathless and clutching her stomach, with her delicate hand now firmly clasped in Lin Feng's larger one. Undoubtedly, her friend Xinling had also followed the boisterous Zhao Tian. Long Xuanning glanced around helplessly and realized she was left without companionship. Casting a look back at Chen Fan, who was ambling along at a leisurely pace, her icy visage flickered subtly. To the astonishment of all, Long Xuanning consciously slowed down to walk alongside Chen Fan. Regarding the earlier incident, my apologies. Chen Fan gazed at the iceberg nearby, marveling at the wonders of creation, and offered an apology for Zhao Tian's earlier indiscretions. Although he did not comprehend why the iceberg desired to approach him, he could surmise the general reasoning. It was likely an attempt to convey some words of resignation, to sever her own lingering hopes. After all, individuals like her seemed to him akin to two parallel lines, destined never to intersect. Yes, it's quite all right. Cold Snow immediately grasped the essence of Chen Fan's words upon hearing them. She had indeed approached with such intentions, yet she was taken aback by Chen Fan's perceptiveness, as he articulated the sentiments she had prepared in advance. Casting a glance at Chen Fan's fair visage, Cold Snow suddenly realized that she may have underestimated this individual. As a stunning beauty, particularly in an environment abundant with males at Dongshu University, she was accustomed to receiving numerous love confessions, unwarranted advances, and malicious gossip. Far more than her female peers. With her exquisite looks, commendable figure, and exceptional demeanor, she embodied the archetype of an aloof ice princess. For such a girl, the desire for conquest among young men often eclipsed genuine affection for her as a person. Yet, there exists a peculiar breed of individuals who, unable to attain the unattainable, dismiss it as sour grapes. The multitude of rumors eventually morphed into slanderous remarks. Witnessing Cold Snow's emotional instability, her friend Xinling took the initiative to invite her on a weekend trip to Pig Head Mountain. However, while intending to seek solace alongside her friend Xinling, Cold Snow was unexpectedly confronted by such individuals. Although not directly spoken by her, such jests weighed heavily on her sensitive heart. In truth, Zhao Tian held no malice. He merely misstepped in his attempts to assist. Should his earlier words have inadvertently caused you any distress, I extend my sincerest apologies on his behalf. I hope you can refrain from harboring any prejudice against Zhao Tian. He is, in fact, quite a commendable person. Chen Fan ardently spoke well of Zhao Tian, fully aware of the significant role a close friend plays in their relationship. Should Lang Xuening develop any negative feelings toward Zhao Tian, it might not be apparent now. But in the event of a future quarrel with Xinling, the importance of a confidant would undoubtedly reveal itself. One must remain vigilant. I understand. It's really nothing. Lang Xuening gazed at Chen Fan with a complex expression, her thoughts in turmoil. It seemed she was merely making casual remarks, as he showed no particular interest. Relieved, she wished to avoid any further disturbances during her journey of leisure. Yet, amidst her contentment, she felt a flicker of confusion regarding this taciturn boy. Here she stood, a striking beauty at his side, but he displayed not a hint of reaction. From the moment she approached until her imminent departure, he had only glanced at her once, remaining fixated on the path ahead as he concentrated on climbing. Lang Xuening felt a twinge of frustration. Women can be perplexing, should one draw closer. They may find it bothersome, yet if ignored, they might become irate. Meanwhile, Chen Fan remained oblivious to these nuances, perplexed as to why, despite his apologies and well-meaning words, the girl still appeared miffed. Finally, after an hour, the group of 8 successfully reached the summit of Pig Head Mountain, where a temple awaited them. The Dongshu Grand Buddha Temple, situated in the southwest corner of Dongshu City, is renowned for housing the largest indoor reclining Buddha statue in the nation. It stands as a vital cultural relic along the Silk Road, designated as a key national heritage site, and is a hallmark of the historical city. Rated as a 4A scenic area, the temple boasts a unique religious hall for the Western Xia ethnic minority, Asia's largest indoor clay reclining Buddha, rare Ming Dynasty hand-copied scriptures, and thousands of exquisite artifacts. Historically, the Grand Buddha Temple was closely associated with the Western Xia and the Yuan Dynasty royal families. It is said that the devoutly Buddhist Western Xia empress frequently resided there. Both Kublai Khan and Emperor Shun of the Yuan Dynasty were born within its walls. The temple has undergone numerous renovations funded by the state and has become a hub for cultural collection, exhibition, tourism, and ethnic charm, attracting tens of thousands of visitors from around the globe each year. For the group, however, the primary joy lay in appreciating the scenic beauty of Pig Head Mountain. With the temple merely a spontaneous detour. Has anyone visited this Grand Buddha temple before? No, never been. I've heard of it. Same here. Oh, so none of you have been. Then let us go in. It would be even better if we could draw a fortune. I have been here. The crowd fell silent. Taken aback by the unexpected admission, Lin Feng, who had initially posed the question, felt a twinge of embarrassment. Wait, Xiao Xue, you've been here? The first to inquire was, of course, Shen Ling, the Ice Queen's closest friend. With eyes as delicate and luminous as cicada wings, Lung Xuening nodded slightly, though she had visited before. It was merely in her childhood when her parents were still deeply in love and doted upon her, their family life harmonious and blissful. However, as everyone noticed Lung Xuening lost in thought, they refrained from further questioning her. Surely, entering the temple would clarify everything. The bustling group entered the Grand Buddha Temple. But aside from Chen Fan, no one noticed the fleeting glimpse of pain in Lung Xuening's eyes. Xiao Xue, go with your mother. Xiao Xue, don't listen to her. Go with your father. Dad. Mom. The young Lang Xuening could only watch in tears as her parents drifted away. A few moments later, when she regained her composure, she realized she was utterly alone. The sight stirred profound emotions within her. Was she truly so deeply attached? Such profound attachment, a haunting reminder. This was a lesson imparted to her by an unknown monk in the Grand Buddha Temple during her childhood. Although her parents had swiftly covered her ears, the monk's words were forever etched in her heart. As memories of last year flooded back with the sight of the temple, she wondered if everyone had gone inside without waiting for her. Shaking her head, a hint of resignation crossed her pristine face as she stepped forward. Yet, before she could take more than a few steps, a voice, devoid of discernible tone, reached her ears. Awake now? Then let us proceed. Chen Fan was oblivious to what Lung Xuening was pondering. Whether it was nostalgia or something else, he had no desire to know or understand. The group of individuals, not waiting for Lang Xuening to depart, left Chen Fan feeling uneasy and thus chose to remain by her side until she regained her composure. He was well aware of their intentions, and his own motivation for staying was simply to prevent any unpleasant occurrences during their outing. Now that he observed her awakening, he felt there was no longer any reason to linger and stepped inside, leaving Lang Xuening to reflect on his departing figure. This person, quite intriguing. She silently mused. Yet, Chen Fan's continued disregard for her presence ignited a simmering anger within her. The Great Buddha Temple, a renowned Buddhist sanctuary in Dongshu City, holds a prominent place in the national landscape, attracting countless monks and throngs of pilgrims. Gazing towards the main hall, one could see the majestic Mahavira Hall, accessible via numerous steps, while at the base of these steps lay designated areas for worshippers to offer incense and pray. The air was thick with fragrant smoke, a harmonious blend of various scents that transported visitors into an ethereal realm. Upon witnessing the arrival of the two, Zhao Tian and his companions eagerly beckoned them to explore the temple. Although access to the central hall was restricted, it did not deter them from visiting the adjacent halls. Ah, Xiao Fan, you finally made it. Quickly, let me take you to a wonderful place. Zhao Tian exclaimed. A wonderful place? What could possibly be wonderful in a temple? Aren't there just bodhisattvas, arhats, and Buddhas? Chen Fan retorted, cautioning against any mischief in such a sacred space, lest the monks take offense. Huh, I'm not a child anymore. I'm taking you to find a monk. Besides, nowadays, those monks are quite well fed. Who has to say who would actually dare to strike whom? Lin Feng interjected with a grin. Oh, with a beauty at your side. Xiao Feng, you seem to have grown quite bold. Have you forgotten that there are martial monks in temples? Chen Fan teased. Lin Feng fell silent, realizing the truth in Chen Fan's words. Typically, temples are populated by monks, with martial monks being a rarity. However, the Great Buddha Temple, renowned throughout Dongshu City, surely must have some. Lin Feng recalled having seen a documentary that highlighted the prowess of martial monks, noting that one skilled monk could easily contend with 10 ordinary men. After their light-hearted banter, Chen Fan inquired into Lin Feng's intentions. It turned out that just outside the temple, there was an intriguing sight, a Taoist priest setting up a stall to offer fortune-telling. A wave of embarrassment washed over Chen Fan at the thought of a Taoist priest stationed at the entrance of the illustrious Great Buddha Temple. What was the meaning of this? Was he encroaching on their domain? Perhaps he was there to impart wisdom, guiding the public towards virtuous deeds and advocating for a temple that embodied core socialist values. Was this a manifestation of fierce competition within their respective fields? Indeed. It was perilous. How audacious to set up a stall for fortune-telling amidst the threat of being confronted by robust martial monks. Lin Feng mentioned that if the readings were inaccurate, no fee would be charged. Brother, he must be quite skilled. Out of 10 people, 9 would feel an irresistible urge to try their luck. After all, if it's free, why not? And if it turns out to be accurate, well, that would be even better. Chen Fan was instantly intrigued, and under Lin Feng's urging, he dashed out of the temple, eager to discover what manner of Taoist awaited him. Upon traversing the majestic and imposing gates of the temple, Chen Fan's gaze immediately fell upon the Taoist. This was not due to Chen Fan's keen eyesight, nor was it a result of his focused attention. Rather, it was the sensitive nature of the Taoist location that commanded his attention. It is unlikely that one could find another Taoist as audacious as this anywhere else in the world, who sets up a fortune-telling stall right at the temple, let alone one that stands directly opposite the temple's grand entrance. Such hubris. Behind the small stall, a modest yellow and purple sign hung prominently. Such arrogance in claiming to possess profound insights, while operating a fortune-telling booth right at someone's doorstep. Chen Fan was filled with curiosity towards the audacious Taoist priest. Xiaoting and Wang Chong, being a young couple, had decided to visit the temple, leaving the group. On the other hand, Zhao Tian, brimming with enthusiasm, sought to invite Shenling over, only to be met with disappointment as Shenling showed no interest and resolutely entered the main hall to pray. Meanwhile, Zhao Tian's attempt to persuade Lang Xuening was also in vain. Thus, it was only Lin Feng, Meng Xine, Chen Fan, Lang Xuening, and Zhao Tian who stood before the fortune-telling booth. The Taoist priests, half awake and with tear-streaked faces, lifted their gazes to scrutinize the group. Their hair was haphazardly styled, piled high like a bird's nest. Despite the disarray, an air of unique charisma emanated from them. A wooden hairpin was haphazardly placed within, and a coarse whisk was cradled in their embrace. Although somewhat unkempt and seemingly neglectful of personal hygiene, one could still faintly perceive the demeanor of a true Taoist. Several handsome men and beautiful women, are you here to seek your fortunes? The elder Taoist began. I foresaw that today would bring a momentous event, destined to bestow upon a fated individual. Little did I expect, however, that such an abundance of fortunate souls would appear today. Meeting is indeed a sign of destiny. Since we find ourselves in each other's presence, let me offer you a special discounted rate of 200 for a reading. No objections will be entertained. The group responded with silence. Chen Fan felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Just moments ago, he had silently admired the Taoist's extraordinary demeanor, believing that even if his appearance was unconventional, it might very well be a manifestation of his spiritual practice. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the Taoist's face was met with a resounding slap. An esteemed individual, offered at a friendly price. And yet, a divination costs 200. Why not simply seize the opportunity? It seems we are the ones at a disadvantage here. You present yourself with an air of ethereal grace, yet your eyes gleam with the avarice of an exceedingly mercenary individual. Is this the countenance of modern-day Taoists? Perhaps I should seek refuge in the teachings of Buddhism instead. Feeling utterly deceived, the crowd turned away without a hint of nostalgia. However, suddenly, a loud bang echoed through the air. Chen Fan found himself unable to move, for his feet had been seized by another. Gazing down at the Taoist priest, despair washed over him. He realized that the myriad of aspirations he once harbored for the priest had dissipated into thin air. Dear Taoist, what is the purpose of this? With a countenance laden with melancholy, Chen Fan regarded the equally sorrowful priest. Young man, you truly are my benefactor. A single divination costs 200. It cannot be any less, and do not expect me to forego the fee. I suppose I shall seek solace in prayer. Suddenly, with a clap, the priest, noticing Chen Fan's intent to depart, tightened his embrace with all his might. No, the priest exclaimed with a cry, young man, from your visage, I can discern that you are destined for great wealth and fortune. Your heavenly court is ample, your foundation broad and square, your ears adorned with lobes, your nose and eyes unblemished, and your lips as full as silk. Your first half of life shall be free from calamity. However, it is only today, by fate's design, that I have encountered you. The once prosperous heavenly court now appears dim and shadowed, your visage darkened. I foretell that you shall soon face a disaster. This is indeed a harbinger of great misfortune. Chen Fan, how dare you? You are the one who should wear a large bra. Your entire family, too. Initially, Chen Fan was quite pleased, as he thought he was being complimented. After all, who doesn't relish praise? However, as he continued to listen, his amusement waned. Are you cursing me? Young man, do you not trust our Taoist art of physiognomy? Haha, what I do not trust is you. Chen Fan mercilessly pierced through the facade of the old Taoist priest. Young man, this approach is unacceptable. As a young person nurtured under the red flag and born into a new society, your heart should be brimming with positivity and ambition. By offering others an opportunity, you are, in turn, granting yourself one. It is akin to me, the old Taoist, gifting roses to others, leaving a lingering fragrance in my hands. This Taoist, evidently well-versed in core ideologies, must have had his share of experiences in confinement. Young man, you. The Taoist attempted to speak again, only to be ruthlessly interrupted by Chen Fan. Can you not communicate properly? Suddenly, the Taoist lowered his head, choking back tears, astonishing everyone present. Life is hard in society. My friend, do you have any idea how immense the pressure I face is? Changing industries feels like traversing mountains. Business grows increasingly difficult. The country promotes science while opposing superstition, and I suffer greatly. The clown stands on high, yet the master finds himself in the streets. The old Taoist voice dwindled, filled with despondency as he loosened his grip on Chen Fan's leg, gradually sinking to the ground, dejected as if all strength had been drained from his body. Is this for real? Young man, you may leave. Consider today as a miscalculation on my part, as if I had not encountered you esteemed individuals. You need not concern yourselves with me, just go. The crowd fell silent, touched by his plight. Even the perpetually cold and stoic Lang Xuening displayed a hint of embarrassment. However, amidst the crowd's sentimentality, Chen Fan was inwardly cursing the old Taoist. Hey, at your age, can you not shed tears over a disagreement? For heaven's sake, my leg is losing circulation supporting you like this. Enough with the theatrics. Even though I know you're pretending, I must commend your remarkable acting skills at your age. For that, my friend, I give you a double thumbs up. All right. Taoist, please stop the pretense and cease your weeping. It's thunder without rain. Hearing Chen Fan's perceptiveness, the old Taoist abandoned his act, sitting up nonchalantly, his face devoid of color, flashing a wide grin revealing his pearly whites at the audience. The crowd was taken aback, realizing he was quite the performer despite his age. Goodness, old man, this is excessive. Should we report him to the martial monks? Let us have them deal with him. Indeed, this is certainly an option, especially after his dramatic performance. If only I had such skills, I would have long since found a partner. Lin Feng spoke candidly, but as soon as he finished, he covered his mouth, his gaze unintentionally drifting towards Mingxini beside him. The innocent and charming Mingxini, however, showed no reaction, leaving Lin Feng feeling both elated and despondent. Yet, it was understandable. They had only known each other for less than a day. Although their relationship had developed well, it did not imply that Mingxini would focus all her attention on him. Chen Fan quietly observed from the sidelines, sensing a hint of impatience in Lin Feng. However, the moment was not ripe for him to speak. The elderly Taoist before him was causing him considerable distress. When the Taoist heard Lin Feng's intention to report him, he displayed no signs of embarrassment or anxiety. Instead, he wore a serene smile, gazing at Chen Fan with an air of confidence. What are you laughing at, old man? Your smile seems rather sinister, Chen Fan thought, feeling a chill run down his spine. What is the matter, young man? Are you from the Northeast? Can't you even muster a smile? The old man retorted. How dare you speak to me like that? Do you think I'm trying to intimidate you? Believe me, I could just, go ahead. Enter through the grand gate, take a right, then follow the narrow path straight ahead, and make another right. You'll encounter those brawny monks with simple minds. Lin Feng was taken aback. Am I truly facing a master of pretentiousness? Do you assume this temple belongs to your family? You seem all too familiar with the layout. What an act. Shall I set up a live stream and shout out 666 for you? No need for that, my good man. I already have a live streaming channel with millions of followers. Yet, contrary to the banter exchanged, Chen Fan perceived a flicker of sharpness in the Taoist's previously drowsy eyes as he directed Lin Feng, exuding an unexpected confidence. Chen Fan resolved to stay and have this Taoist priest predict his fortune. Although Chen Fan himself was unsure of his motivations, he found himself inexplicably seated before the small stall. The boundless celestial sovereign. Young friend, have you given it some thought? Young friend, is your overly familiar demeanor a product of your profession or simply your nature? How are we so acquainted? No, please, just call me lad. I fear calling me young friend may shorten my life. One's life, fate, and feng shui come first, followed by accumulating virtue, studying, achieving renown, understanding appearances, respecting the divine, building relationships with the noble, and nurturing health. Lastly, one must choose careers and partners wisely and seek to attract good fortune while avoiding misfortune. What does this mean? Well, the old Taoist rhyme was quite impressive. Upon hearing it, it truly sounded rather profound. The old priest's image grew slightly grander in Chen Fan's mind. However, the next moment, "Lad, I see you aspire to become an official." A sharp intake of breath. "You managed to predict that. What level are you aiming for?" The people behind him murmured. "These two are shameless." The old Taoist's face darkened slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Lad, you have potential. Would you like to become my disciple? I can teach you the superior Taoist purple profound technique." Esteemed Taoist, I believe I have already surpassed that age. How about you directly enlighten me with some Taoist internal energy for 10 or 20 years instead? This time, it was the Taoist who gasped in astonishment. "Old friend, why don't I become your disciple instead?" "Taoist, if you continue speaking this way, I truly will take my leave." With that, Chen Fan stood up and turned to leave. "No, this is too terrifying. Become a disciple? My little heart is about to leap from my chest. No, please don't." "Lad, the old Taoist's legs are not what they used to be. I truly don't wish to cling to your coattails any longer." "Taoist, are you threatening me?" "Haha, flattery, flattery." With a cold chuckle, Chen Fan sat back down on the rickety stool, eyes wide as he gazed at the Taoist. "Let us get on with it. Be quick." Yet, the old Taoist slowly shook his head, extending his frail hand to point at a person behind Chen Fan. The old Taoist intended to read her fortune first. The person he pointed to was none other than Lung Xuanning. "Me? What the heck? Are you messing with me?" "Taoist." Lung Xuanning, who had remained silent behind Chen Fan, incredulously pointed at herself with her delicate hand, ignoring Chen Fan's impudent remarks. The old Taoist beamed at Lung Xuanning with a nod. "I don't want a reading. You should read for him instead." The pristine young girl's face flushed with embarrassment as she declined shyly. "Haha, little girl, the doubts in your heart are well known to the old Taoist. Do you not wish to know where your future lies? Choices are indeed significant, but do you know which one is the right path? Fate has destined our meeting today, and the old Taoist shall read your fortune." Chen Fan has come to a profound realization that cursed old Taoist has been performing all along. Not merely a master of acting, but indeed a cunning trickster. "Are you going to read my fortune or some such nonsense next?" "Humph." Chen Fan was plagued by indecision, harboring deep resentment towards the old Taoist, primarily due to the latter's last-minute change of heart. The old Taoist's words seemed to strike a chord with the cold-hearted Ning, prompting her to fall into a quiet contemplation. Meanwhile, the old Taoist remained unhurried, gazing at her with a beaming smile, exuding an air of unwavering confidence. Chen Fan rose to his feet, casting a furious glare at the old Taoist. "How pitiful you truly are. Come, old man, give me a reading. If your predictions lack accuracy, there's no need for you to continue." At that moment, Lin Feng, whose heart was entirely captivated by the beauty beside him, abruptly took a seat and requested a fortune for himself. His implication was clear. "You may read for me first. If it proves inaccurate, then there is no need for you to read for Lung Xuanning." One must admit, a scholar is indeed a scholar. Despite Lin Feng's seemingly rugged exterior, his heart was quite discerning. Noticing Lung Xuanning's hesitation and uncertainty, he decided to set an example for her, thereby helping her to make a resolution. The old Taoist, observing Lin Feng, smiled broadly, revealing a row of pearly whites. "Your birth date? Or shall I write something for you to interpret? But do refrain from mentioning bone readings. I have a penchant for cleanliness." The old man's expression darkened. "Infinite celestial venerable, I too possess a fastidious nature. However, I can see your fate merely by glancing at your features. What is destined for you will arrive in due time. What is not meant to be cannot be forced. What is rightfully yours shall come to you. Any attempt to seize what is not yours is futile. Allow me to bestow upon you an additional maxim. When conditions are ripe, success will follow." With that, the old Taoist subtly gestured towards the enchanting Ming behind Lin Feng, making a delicate motion with his finger. As for the meaning concealed within, one could trust that the perceptive Lin Feng would comprehend it. Meanwhile, the onlookers observed Lin Feng, who appeared lost in thought, standing at the back of the crowd. His expression a complex tapestry of contemplation. He did not voice his opinion on the accuracy of the reading. He merely nodded slightly before continuing to ponder deeply. Chen Fan looked on with a beaming smile, resembling a harmless Taoist priest, until he turned to discover Lin Feng, who appeared utterly lost. "This old priest is rather peculiar. What nonsense is he spouting?" "Little Feng, do not heed his words. These mystics and monks are merely spouting gibberish." Upon witnessing Lin Feng's distracted demeanor, Zhao Tian grew anxious. How could a mere 2 sentences from this priest render Lin Feng so disoriented? This priest is quite the scoundrel. "Little Fan, We must depart. With that, Zhao Tian grasped the contemplative Chen Fan and prepared to leave. Chen Fan also sensed the ambiguity surrounding the priest, whose demeanor exuded an unsettling aura. As they led the still-dazed Lin Feng away, the priest chuckled. The world is deeply entranced yet oblivious to self-reflection, clinging to their obsessions. What I have spoken is indeed true. Should my young friends doubt my words, they may seek verification from others. I, the old priest, am honest and trustworthy, renowned within this profession. Moreover, the truth of right and wrong lies within your own hearts. If your hearts are free of guilt or obsession, how could mere words from an old priest bewilder you? Higi, you all appear to be well educated. Ponder your own hearts. If you do not believe, why come here to observe, if not to seek some solace? The crowd fell silent, taken aback by the old man's eloquence, caught in a dilemma of whether to stay or leave. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, Lang Xuanning stepped forward, quietly confronting the priest. I would like to request a fortune from you. However, if your predictions are inaccurate, I shall certainly smash your fortune-telling stall today. I, Lang Xuanning, always keep my word. If that time comes, even if you plead, I shall show no mercy. Ha ha ha, splendid. It is the first time I've encountered someone bold enough to threaten my stall after living for so many years. The priest laughed heartily, his expression laced with mockery. You doubt me? Lu Mei's brows furrowed, her beautiful eyes glaring at the old priest, her presence formidable, as if ready to erupt at any moment. Ah, little girl. Do not be angry. I assure you, I believe. The priest feigned a humble demeanor, appearing quite aggrieved, as if Lang Xuanning were bullying him, which was infuriating to witness. Enough of this chatter. Let us get on with the fortune-telling. Very well. Please, young lady, step forward before this old priest. Chen Fan turned slightly to the side, clearing the way as Lang Xuanning prepared herself. This time, the Taoist unexpectedly requested a divination through writing. But he did not specify any particular characters. Instead, he allowed Lang Xuanning to inscribe whatever she wished, promising satisfactory interpretations regardless of her choice. However, at the Taoist's insistence, the others were forbidden from peeking or eavesdropping. Zhao Tian was reluctant to leave, glaring at the Taoist defiantly. But it was only with Chen Fan's firm urging that he finally departed. To be honest, Chen Fan harbored little trust in this Taoist. He only reluctantly moved away after receiving a subtle cue from Lang Xuanning. Yet, just as the group turned to walk away, a sudden exclamation from Lang Xuanning pierced the air. Taoist, what's wrong? Please, don't do this. Someone help. Chen Fan, what could this foul Taoist be up to? A sudden jolt of alarm coursed through Chen Fan and the others as they imagined the old Taoist attempting something untoward with Lang Xuanning in their absence. Release our beautiful Lang, Zhao Tian bellowed, the closest to the scene, rushing forward. However, once he approached, he fell silent. Confused, Chen Fan hurried to follow, only to gasp in shock at the sight before him. What on earth happened? He exclaimed, addressing Lang Xuanning. I don't know, she replied, alarm evident in her tone. The Taoist asked me to write a character, but just as I was about to begin, he collapsed. Could this be an instance of deceit? You old Taoist, how audacious. Resorting to such tricks at the entrance of the great Buddha temple. Hey, you deceitful Taoist, spare us your theatrics. My phone has been recording this whole time, and we are all top students from the law department at Dongshu University. Do you believe I want to call the police right now? Having quickly grasped the situation amidst the others' confusion, Lin Feng produced his phone, ready to alert the authorities. Good grief. I thought you were merely a mystical Taoist, but it seems you have a side hustle. The sound of a light thud echoed as Lin Feng's phone was struck to the ground. Surprised? Unexpected? Life is full of surprises, isn't it? Don't you feel utterly at ease? Isn't it delightful? Who would have thought today as students possess such heightened awareness? People should embrace more joy and less sorrow. What are you staring at? Yes, you. Though young, your mindset is remarkably aged. Chen Fan brushed off the dirt and dust from his clothes, while the old Taoist priest stood up voluntarily, casually swatting away Lin Feng's phone as he prepared to call for help. What the hell? Is this a surprise? This is nothing but a fright. Relax. I was merely playing a little trick on you, chuckled the old Taoist. However, Lin Feng seized the priest's arm with determination. Humph. What a surprise. I have a little surprise of my own to discuss with you. Oh, do tell. I adore surprises, replied the old priest, smoothly sidestepping Lin Feng's grip with an air of nonchalance, his face adorned with a beaming smile. Look, I just bought this iPhone yesterday, fresh out of the box. For 800 yuan. I'll give you a discount. Let us make it 8000, shall we? Payment via card or WeChat only. No cash or Alipay. This time, it was the old Taoist who was taken aback, his face darkening with rage as he shouted at Lin Feng, "Young man, how can you be so ungrateful? I just helped you with your fortune-telling, and now you turn your back on me. Enough talk. 8,000. That phone is obviously old. Worn out after many years of use. Young man, your heart cannot be so dark. It was just bought yesterday. They can all vouch for me. We went together. Do you have a receipt?" The old Taoist asked. "No, I tossed it right after leaving the shop. You're trying to swindle me. You're bullying an old man." The old priest's face turned red with fury, his fingers shaking violently at Lin Feng, clearly reaching the peak of his anger. "Will you compensate me? If not, I will call the police." Lin Feng threatened the old priest. The old man's expression fluctuated erratically as he pulled out a yellowed, ancient book from his pocket with trembling hands. He gently brushed over its cover and opened it. It doesn't he say I will suffer a financial loss today? So why? I haven't made a single deal all day? The old Taoist muttered to himself, shaking his head and bobbing his body, appearing quite bizarre. All right. Lin Feng, Chen Fan interjected, having no fondness for the old priest, whose initial charm had vanished after his antics. He patted Lin Feng on the shoulder, suggesting that, despite the old man's lewdness, there was no need to push things to the extreme. "Hey, smelly Taoist, look at my phone." Lin Feng revealed his phone, which was in pristine condition, showing no signs of wear, save for some old marks from long ago. Moreover, it was not an iPhone, but merely a regular Weimar phone. "You're toying with me?" The old Taoist trembled even more violently, his words tumbling over one another as he stared at Lin Feng's phone in disbelief. "Yes." Surprised? Unexpected? Feeling a sense of relief throughout your body, Lin Feng laughed. As one ages, one should smile more. Life is full of surprises. Everyone was in shock. But the most astonished of all was the old Taoist, whose mouth hung open in disbelief. "Young man, you're quite something." His trembling finger pointed at Lin Feng's cheerful, innocent face. "In my many years, I have never encountered someone like you. The younger generation is indeed formidable." The old Taoist sighed deeply, appearing dejected, as if lamenting the changes of the world, coming to terms with the reality of his own aging. "Hey, Taoist, are you still going to tell fortunes? We're all waiting." "Of course. But today has tea started yet, so..." Suddenly, the old Taoist collapsed to the ground, his body shaking violently, clutching his stomach, groaning incessantly, cold sweat pouring from his forehead. "What is happening? Is this yet another act? Taoist, surely you can't be serious." Taoist, you've already used this trick. Taoist, you truly are quite the performer. How about we create a little golden statue for you right here? No need to be modest. It's well deserved." Having been fooled once, Chen Fan and the others were not about to fall for the old priest ruse again. After a brief moment of astonishment, they observed him coldly, their eyes blazing with anger at the groaning figure on the ground. "Look, this is what we call acting. With skills like these, he could easily outshine those young stars. That cold sweat, that expression, it's more than enough to be used as a teaching material in a film academy. Taoist, it's time to retire your tricks. We are all students, mere children." Chen Fan continued to strike, expressing that such behavior towards us students was quite unreasonable, even if one were an elder. However, it was at this moment that Mingxini, who had been quietly observing, suddenly gasped, covering her mouth. "Look, this Taoist. His face has turned pale, and he is sweating profusely. Could this be real? Really?" After Mingxini's exclamation, the crowd began to scrutinize more closely. "Goodness! It seems to be true," they exclaimed. "Taoist, please don't deceive us. If this is an act, then get up quickly." Lin Feng, who had been eager to impress Mingxini, ceased his mockery and approached the old Taoist, feeling his forehead and checking his temperature. "It seems genuine. He is not pretending." Lin Feng's trembling voice conveyed a shock. "Call 120. Quickly, call for emergency assistance." "Hey, are you all right, you foul Taoist?" Chen Fan leaned closer to the Taoist's ear, shouting. Yet, the intense pain had rendered the Taoist temporarily unconscious, oblivious to Chen Fan's calls. At that moment, since they were at the entrance of the great Buddha temple, despite it being a Saturday, many worshippers were present and quickly noticed the unfolding situation. The crowd grew, the air stifling, and the small fortune-telling booth became quite a scene of commotion. Although they could offer little help, the concerned onlookers began to suggest actions. "Young man, quickly lift the Taoist and place him on the table. Keep him lying flat. Everyone, please make way. What if it's heat stroke? We need to ensure proper airflow." Yes. "Hurry, everyone step back. You, young man, apply pressure to the acupoint. That will help. And give him some water. I have some bottled water here. Let us give the Taoist a few sips. Chen Fan and Lin Feng were tasked with laying the Taoist priest flat, while Zhao Tian hurried to fetch water from the man who had shouted moments earlier. The girls, unable to offer much assistance, either made phone calls or wiped the priest's sweat. Despite the numerous onlookers and the abundance of well-meaning individuals, their enthusiasm proved fruitless, resembling thunder without rain. None among the crowd were trained medical professionals, and thus, no one dared to approach. Even those who understood the situation could only voice their thoughts from a distance. Too apprehensive to step forward, Chen Fan gazed anxiously at the unfolding scene, uncertain of whom to heed amidst the cacophony of voices. Suddenly, a clear and commanding voice emerged from the rear of the crowd. Step aside. Everyone, please make way. I am a doctor, the attending physician from the First People's Hospital of Dongshu City. Quickly, clear the path. The arrival of the doctor was a relief, and the crowd gradually parted, allowing a tall and composed middle-aged man to emerge. Where is the patient? Where is the patient? Dressed in a white casual outfit. His short hair conveyed a sense of competence, while the traces of time etched on his face were softened by his bright, penetrating eyes. This was indeed a doctor, exuding an aura of reliability. The attending physician from the First People's Hospital of Dongshu City. I've heard from our relatives that his medical skills are quite remarkable. Oh, is that so? This is indeed excellent news. The old Taoist has hope now. After assessing the Taoist's complexion and throat, the middle-aged man calmly inquired about the circumstances from Chen Fan and the others. Following a thorough explanation from Lin Feng, Nan Ming, the middle-aged doctor, turned and gently pressed on the area where the Taoist had been covering. This spot was on the right side of the abdomen, closest to the stomach. Upon witnessing Nan Ming's actions, Chen Fan immediately grasped the situation: acute appendicitis. Acute appendicitis is a common surgical condition and ranks first among acute abdominal disorders. Its usual clinical manifestations include migratory right lower abdominal pain, tenderness at the appendiceal point, and rebound tenderness. However, the course of acute appendicitis can vary significantly. Clinical presentations typically involve persistent and intermittently worsening right lower abdominal pain, nausea, vomiting, and an elevation in white blood cell and neutrophil counts. Tenderness in the right lower abdominal region, McBurney's point, is a crucial sign of this condition. Acute appendicitis is generally classified into 4 types: acute simple appendicitis, acute suppurative appendicitis, gangrenous and perforated appendicitis, and periappendiceal abscess. Indeed, after a few deliberate presses, Nan Ming's expression darkened as he turned to Chen Fan and the others, stating that this was the most common form of acute simple appendicitis. Yet, despite being merely a minor appendicitis, it would entail a small surgical procedure in a hospital, typically swift and devoid of significant danger. Nevertheless, upon hearing Nan Ming's words, the faces of Chen Fan and his companions drained of color, mirroring the doctor's grave expression, their countenances reflecting deep concern. Chen Fan and his companions were acutely aware that they were at the Great Buddha Temple, also known as Pig Head Mountain. Even the nearest hospital within the city was at least a 3 to 4 hour journey away. In the case of acute appendicitis, 3 to 4 hours could prove fatal, even for a robust young man, let alone for an elderly individual in their midst. In that moment, the group found themselves in an excruciating predicament. What were they to do? Were they to merely stand by and watch the old Taoist suffer? The atmosphere grew increasingly tense and fraught with desperation. Of course, they were determined to provide aid. Yet, the question of how to do so loomed large. Even with a physician present, faced with a condition that, under normal circumstances, would not be deemed severe, they found themselves paralyzed by a lack of medical equipment. Dr. Nan, was there truly no solution? Were they to helplessly witness the Taoist endure such agony? Was there really no recourse? In the presence of this elderly man, the usually stoic Lung Xuanning found herself unusually agitated. This revelation prompted a shift in Chen Fan's perception of her. Dr. Nan Ming, with a heavy heart, turned to observe the young girl. As a physician, and one of considerable ethical standing, he felt immense discomfort witnessing a patient in such distress. The prevailing sentiment regarding the strained relationship between doctors and patients was well known, often reaching a point of hostility. Yet, Nan Ming understood that, despite his many years of experience, he was rendered utterly powerless in the face of such a seemingly trivial ailment as appendicitis. The young girl truly had no means to assist him. Without instruments or surgical tools, he felt utterly impotent. Bowing his head, the esteemed attending physician of Dongshu City's First People's Hospital, who typically held his head high with pride, now found himself unusually humble before this young girl. This was not due to any arrogance from Lung Xuanning, but rather a sincere apology from Nan Ming for his own inadequacy. The old Taoist continued to endure his torment, tightly shutting his eyes, indicating that he was indeed conscious, yet unwilling to open them or utter a sound. As a Taoist, he held a sense of pride. Beads of sweat began to form on his brow, and his once slightly tanned complexion had turned ashen. Though his hand grasping the Taoist whisk trembled with effort, Chen Fan could still perceive the underlying quiver. At that moment, Lin Feng, who had been among the crowd brainstorming solutions, suddenly rushed over. His expression was fraught with urgency and uncertainty as he pulled Chen Fan aside, leading him to a secluded corner where their voices would not reach the others. Xiao Feng, why have you brought me here? Do you have a solution? Chen Fan looked at Lin Feng in astonishment. Xiao Fan, do you still have that biscuit? The biscuit? Are you referring to the Vitality Cream biscuit that you obtained from the Alliance? No way. Are you suggesting that biscuit could save the priest? Chen Fan, in a fit of anger, struck his forehead with great force, grateful for Xiao Feng's timely reminder. Otherwise, he would have completely forgotten the existence of the biscuits. Yet, do the biscuits truly serve a purpose? Chen Fan expressed his doubts. Lin Feng lowered his head in contemplation and responded, I believe it could be beneficial. Although I am unaware of the origins of your biscuit, it appears to possess the remarkable ability to remedy colds and alleviate heat stroke. Such a wondrous item might indeed save the Taoist priest. Are you certain? There is factual basis for treating colds and heat stroke, but appendicitis? Can this thing truly cure appendicitis? Of course, I cannot be certain. And you? Yet, we have no choice but to place our hopes on this biscuit, do we? A dead horse can be treated as a live one. That's a human. I was merely making a comparison. Well, your comparison leaves much to be desired. Enough with the trivialities. The two were too pressed for time to engage in idle chatter. Chen Fan recalled that he had one biscuit left, and upon opening his backpack, he found it to be true. However, as they prepared to administer the biscuit to the Taoist priest, a small mishap occurred. Dr. Nan, please trust us. This truly is a medicine. The Taoist will surely recover upon consuming it. Dr. Nan Ming widened his eyes in disbelief, observing the yellow cream-filled biscuit that resembled something from a bakery. Is this really medicine? Who are you trying to fool? I am a doctor. Absolutely not. With a stern expression, Dr. Nan glared at the two. I am a doctor. I know very well whether this item qualifies as medicine or not. Holding the biscuit to his nose, he detected no medicinal aroma as described by the two. Currently, the patient is in a critical condition. While we cannot provide immediate treatment, we must not act recklessly. Besides, if the patient can endure for a while longer, the pain will subside, and the ambulance will arrive shortly. Therefore, during this period, I forbid anyone from feeding the patient indiscriminately. Dr. Nan's countenance darkened, his displeasure evident. Had these students not been assisting him in alleviating the patient's condition from the start, he would have already expelled them. Such nonsense. Yet, in the midst of his fury, Dr. Nan suddenly witnessed a scene that incited both astonishment and ire. A student clad in a white short-sleeved shirt had, while he was distracted, placed the biscuit, dubbed a medicine, into the mouth of the elderly Taoist priest. To his astonishment, the priest seemed to relish it, devouring it eagerly, and even appeared to crave more. Dr. Nan's fury reached its zenith. Who permitted you to feed the patient? Did I not expressly state that no one is to act without my consent? Which school do you belong to? Leave this place at once, or I will report you to your institution. Faced with the wrathful Dr. Nan and fearing repercussions from their school, Chen Fan and his companions could only comply and depart, disregarding whether the Taoist priest would escape his affliction. Chen Fan cast a complex glance at Dr. Nan, who, despite his intense anger, still showed concern for them. Even after being infuriated by their actions, he urged them to leave, which, in a sense, was a form of protection, albeit born from ignorance. He was indeed a commendable doctor. It is not difficult to comprehend that Dr. Nan's insistence for Chen Fan and the others to leave stemmed from his desire to safeguard them. The dietary restrictions for patients are exceedingly stringent, particularly for one suffering from a sudden appendicitis. Should the patient consume something harmful, exacerbating the condition, it would be a burden too great for mere students to bear. However, recognizing their anxiety for the patient, Dr. Nan forced them to depart. Although the biscuit seemed innocuous, having been personally inspected by him, minimizing potential complications was key, especially in an age where trivial matters can quickly escalate into significant issues, particularly for a doctor like Nan Ming. As Chen Fan stepped away from the crowd, heedless of the murmurs surrounding him, he vividly recalled the moment he placed the biscuit into the Taoist priest's mouth. The priest's pallid complexion had brightened, a flush that could not be concealed. Ignoring the incessant chatter of Meng Sini beside him and the disapproving glare from Lung Xuanning, Chen Fan's lips curled into a subtle smile. League of Legends, perhaps? This is becoming increasingly intriguing. The expelled group found themselves at a loss. Meng Sini and Lung Xuanning had intended to remain and observe the Taoist condition. But the irate Dr. Nan's reprimand forced them to leave. Both women were now filled with dissatisfaction towards Chen Fan. The doctor has explicitly stated that no food should be given to the Taoist. Why did you proceed with such an action? Do you not realize how perilous this is? Recklessly feeding a patient during a medical crisis can have severe consequences. What if, hypothetically, the food interacts negatively with the illness? You could be facing legal action. Do you comprehend? With a face frozen in anger, Lang Xuanning halted abruptly, confronting Chen Fan with unwavering resolve. Beside her, Meng Sini glared at him with equal discontent. Chen Fan. Chen Fan suddenly found herself at a loss for words. She, Lang Xuanning, was unaware of the effects of the cookies, which prompted such actions, yet she could not pat her chest with unwavering confidence and make solemn guarantees. My cookies are infallible, a cure-all. If you doubt it, let us wait and see. However, such a declaration was utterly inadvisable. Setting aside how furious Lung Xuanning would be upon hearing those words, it was also clear that cookies are not meant to withstand scrutiny. Despite Chen Fan's annoyance at Lung Xuanning's fierce gaze and probing questions, she ultimately chose to remain silent. It is not difficult to imagine that her intentions were for the best, even if they had only known each other for a brief time. Chen Fan believed that this young lady was far better than she appeared. Lin Feng was eager to speak up on Chen Fan's behalf since the idea was his, yet he fell silent under Chen Fan's admonishing gaze. At the same time, Zhao Tian was still in a state of partial comprehension. He was aware of the effects of the biscuits and had even tried them himself. However, the notion that such a thing could cure appendicitis was a bit hard for Zhao Tian to swallow. Nevertheless, he reasoned that consuming the biscuits likely wouldn't cause any significant harm, and it was best to address the discord within the group first, especially since they still had ample time before returning home. Thus, under Zhao Tian's initiative, the group promptly set off into the temple to seek out Wang Chong, Xiaoting, and Xin Ling, who were there to pay their respects. What the group did not know was that just as they turned to leave and entered the temple, the old Taoist suddenly awoke. In the midst of everyone's gaze, the doctor from Nanming looked on in disbelief as the old Taoist performed a remarkable flip. His eyes, hidden beneath a disheveled mane, revealing an astonishing clarity. His not-so-clean hands explored his body and stomach, then he tilted his mouth slightly, seemingly savoring the lingering aroma of the biscuits. Suddenly, the old Taoist beamed at the Nanming doctor, clasped his hands together, and adorned his harmless visage with a professional smile, exclaiming, "Infinite Celestial Venerable Doctor, I am here to express my gratitude. You, a miraculous healer with a compassionate heart, have pulled me back from the gates of hell." Nanming replied, Greetings, esteemed Taoist. How do you feel now? Is there still pain?" The old Taoist, stretching his limbs, appeared vibrant and lively, showing no signs of discomfort whatsoever. "I am in excellent health now. Calculating 100 or 80 divinations would pose no problem. Thank you, doctor. How about I repay your life-saving grace by performing a few divinations for you?" With that, the old Taoist grasped his divination tools and fixated his gaze on Nanming. His intentions unmistakable. Perhaps it's best to forego that. Please take care of your health and avoid overindulgence. Ensure your meals are timely. I have some matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Fearful of being ensnared by the recently recovered old Taoist request for divination, the Nanming doctor hurriedly departed after offering a few words of caution. As a physician, he firmly believed in science and was hesitant to engage with the Taoist divination practices. Chuckling at the hasty retreat of the Nanming doctor, the old Taoist calculated something with his fingers, a mysterious smile creeping onto his lips. That was a close call. Infinite Celestial Venerable. As evening fell, the four brothers who had escorted the young ladies back to their dormitory intended to retire for the night. After a long day of trekking, they felt fatigued, and with the next day being Sunday, they looked forward to a good rest. However, Chen Fan suddenly proposed an overnight stay at an internet CAF. "Let us head to the dormitory. You're only going to play League of Legends anyway, and the laptops there are sufficient for your gaming needs." Wang Chong looked at Chen Fan in confusion. While the internet CAF had a vibrant atmosphere and gaming there was infinitely more enjoyable than in the dormitory, it could never match the comfort of home. After a tiring gaming session, one could simply collapse into bed, and while the CAF chairs were comfortable, They could not compare to a soft mattress. This. Chen Fan hesitated slightly. His addiction to the internet was not particularly severe. At this moment, his desire to engage in an all-night gaming session stemmed solely from the hope of extracting more items from his League of Legends inventory. What was there to deliberate? Let us go. Tonight, I'll recruit Lin Dong from the neighboring dormitory for a 5-man team. Lin Feng seized Chen Fan's arm and, while pulling him along, proposed the idea of a 5-man match. Oh dear. Finding Lin Dong is less appealing than seeking out Lu Ming. Lin Dong can only play as a blind character, and not particularly well at that. No worries. I'll take on the jungle role, and he can handle support. Yes, that works. Meanwhile, Chen Fan and Zhao Tian stared in bewilderment at the self-assertive Lin Feng and Wang Chang. Chen Fan, did I agree? Zhao Tian, did I agree? Returning to the dormitory, I opened my computer, logged into WeGame, and entered the familiar interface. Shall we team up for another 5-man match? With a delicate flick of his fingers, Chen Fan opened his inventory, gazing at its contents with a sense of wonder. Perhaps in the near future, he would wield the very items contained within. Imagining himself with a bloodthirsty sword in his left hand and an endless blade in his right, adorned with the death's hat of the world destroyer upon his head, he felt an overwhelming surge of heroic spirit. Who dares challenge me? He would bellow with fervor. The mere thought sent a thrill coursing through him. Yet, such fantasies were best left as mere musings. Not only was it uncertain whether he could obtain these items while playing in the dormitory, but even if he could, he surmised it would likely be something as mundane as vitality sandwiches. Indeed, it was highly probable. Nevertheless, he reminded himself not to be overly ambitious. Any acquisition would be a cause for celebration, as what is meant to come will eventually arrive. Ultimately, the 4 friends decided to engage in matchmaking. They couldn't form a 5-man team due to their differing ranks. Wang Chang and Zhao Tian were both silver, while Lin Feng and Chen Fan were gold. Although they were merely gold guardians, they still took pride in their skins. Meanwhile, they had all but forgotten Lin Dong from the neighboring dormitory. Come on. Just playing together is good enough. Don't push your luck. Let us invite more players. Wang Chang urged impatiently, eager to try out the new champion, Zoe. Despite knowing full well that he might end up causing chaos, he felt a strange sense of reassurance at the thought of Chen Fan's electric blade-wielding, Dementia champion. Yet, the course of events often unfolds in the most unexpected ways. What the heck? Lin Dong, not letting him jungle, and he's south gone for top lane Lee Sin? In unison, the 4 dorm mates stared wide-eyed at Lin Dong from the adjacent dorm, who had hastily locked in his choice. Seriously, Lin Dong, a top lane Lee Sin? Are you stuck in the Stone Age? As a seasoned League of Legends summoner, Chen Fan certainly recognized the viability of Lee Sin in the top lane, but that was a relic of years past. Yet here Lin Dong was, resurrecting it. WQNMLGB. The 4 roommates glared at Lin Feng, as if to say, didn't you promise he wouldn't pick Lee Sin if he played jungle? Feeling unjustly accused. Lin Feng looked at the 3 with a pained expression. How was he to know Lin Dong had such an obsession with Lee Sin? Let us just play. I'll make several trips to the top lane to help him gain an advantage. Upon hearing this, the others resigned themselves to the plan, recognizing it was the only course of action now that the choice had been made. These days are not like the past. No one dared to dodge the cue. Fearing the swift judgment of the Scythe of Judgment, a heavy thud resonated from the speakers, signaling the finalization of champions. Top lane Lee Sin, Lin Dong. Jungle Kha'Zix, Lin Feng. Mid lane Zoe, Wang Chang. ADC Ezreal, Chen Fan. Support Janna, Zhao Tian. Welcome to Summoner's Rift. The enemy will arrive on the battlefield in 30 seconds. Chen Fan was enveloped in a profound sense of frustration, primarily due to Lin Dong's usurpation of the top lane position. Although Ezreal was indeed one of his favored champions, he yearned to experiment with the electric blade Mundo. If given the chance, Lin Dong's actions were to blame, a source of vexation. It was high time to showcase true prowess. Growing up in the affluent district of Piltover, Ezreal was a naturally inquisitive child. With both parents being esteemed archaeologists, he had grown accustomed to solitude, often dreaming of the day he could travel alongside them. He was captivated by fantastical adventure tales and, like his parents, found the blank spaces on maps intolerable. Observing the striking figure of Ezreal, with his golden short hair and charismatic presence, Chen Fan could not help but marvel at the undeniable charm bestowed upon him by Riot Games. In a word, handsome. In 2 words, ethereal. Indeed, it was this very ethereality that constituted Chen Fan's primary motivation for playing him. Otherwise, with his fragility, low attack power, and reliance on skills for damage. His performance in the early game was merely mediocre, and while it improved somewhat in mid-game, it ultimately plateaued in the late game. There was simply no comparison to the exhilarating might of an attack damage-oriented Dr. Mundo. Glancing at the opposing lineup, Chen Fan felt a twinge of apprehension. The top lane featured the formidable Renekton. The jungle was helmed by the Spider Queen, Elise. The mid lane was occupied by the agile Fizz. The ADC was the enchanting Piltover Sheriff, Caitlyn, and the support was none other than the stout-hearted Braum, brandishing his massive shield. This match was bound to be a challenge. Chen Fan earnestly expressed his hope that the opposing crocodile would refrain from sending the blind Lin Dong over, otherwise, wielding only his Ezreal. It would be exceedingly challenging to inflict damage upon a well-farmed crocodile. Quick, assist me in securing the red buff. Goodness, it hurts. Why does it hurt so much? Zhao Tian, could you perhaps grant the Mantis a shield? The crowd responded, we are not engaging in an early skirmish. Why did you level up Q first? Left with no choice, the Ezreal, after enduring a bit of punishment, executed a series of mystic shots followed by a few basic attacks before turning away to return to lane and farm minions. Shall I take another shot? I will not leave any room for suspense. A captivating and enchanting voice resonated through Chen Fan's headset. Bang! A critical headshot. Just as Chen Fan had stepped back into lane, he was struck down by the opposing Caitlyn's devastating blow. Oh no, what just happened? As Chen Fan observed the immediate decline in health of the enemy Ezreal, he cast a resentful glance at Zhao Tian beside him. It's all your fault. If only you had chosen the shield, I wouldn't have had to linger in the jungle for so long. The enemy Caitlyn was evidently lurking in the bushes, fully charged with her passive. Normally, it would take 9 basic attacks to trigger her passive, but concealed in the foliage, she could do so with just 3. How cunning. She was clearly waiting for me. Oomph. Suddenly, a swift mystic shot struck Caitlyn directly in her exposed form. This was purely a matter of skill. Fluffing his golden locks, the dashing Ezreal taunted. However, the level 1 mystic shot barely grazed Caitlyn, inflicting minimal damage. Just a sliver of health was taken away. The damage is remarkably low. Chen Fan lamented. But Zhao Tian, what are you doing? Hurry back. Don't worry. Watch me make this Caitlyn weep. Yet, they had both reached level 2. As expected, when Chen Fan attempted to approach and land a few basic attacks on Caitlyn with the incoming Janna, she was met with a barrage of counterattacks. Additionally, the opposing support, the robust Braum, was quite skilled. Upon seeing Janna approaching, they had already ascended to level 2. Braum, with a swift W, shielded the frail Caitlyn behind his sturdy frame. Bam! A winner's bite struck Janna. This was disastrous. Ignoring everything else, Ezreal hastily pursued, but he was a moment too late. Caitlyn, sheltered by Braum, utilized her remarkable range to unleash a flurry of attacks, triggering Braum's passive and stunning Janna in place. Encased in frost, she found herself immobilized, her health rapidly dwindling. At this moment, a warm green light enveloped Janna, restoring a portion of her health that had nearly reached depletion. Though modest, this healing was enough for her to survive. This healing light emanated from Chen Fan's spell. Run. Where's your flash? Use it quickly. Despite receiving healing, Janna, now ignited, remained in peril with a bearded man and Caitlyn relentlessly pursuing her. Without using flash, survival was impossible. Damn it. I can't move. Not you. I'm talking about Janna. Use your flash. Bam. Another headshot. First blood. The monk, known only as Old Na, secured the first kill, slaying Zhao Tian. Chen Fan gazed in astonishment at the fallen form of the Wind Maiden, beneath which lay the remnants of 2 previously utilized traps. How skillful. Remarkable. The moment the passive ability of Blong was triggered upon the Wind Maiden's form, he immediately placed 2 traps beneath her feet and ignited them. Poor Zhao Tian's Wind Maiden, unable to even cast her blink, was effortlessly dispatched with 2 headshots. The enemy particularly relished the demise of our blind monk. Following the death of Zhao Tian's Wind Maiden, Lin Dong's blind monk in the top lane also fell victim to the opposing crocodile. This match is turning arduous, Chen Fan silently contemplated. Approximately 10 minutes later, as he gazed upon the opposing marksman, adorned with the Stormblade, his eyes involuntarily twitched. What in the world? His own attack power barely exceeded 100, while the opposing marksman was already at 130 or 40. Furthermore, this marksman cunningly exploited her extended reach to inflict unbearable pain upon him, leaving him in dire straits. How am I supposed to contend with this? Casting a resentful glance at Zhao Tian, who had carelessly surrendered first blood, It was evident that the latter was utterly bewildered. Don't lose heart. It's still early. Let us calmly farm minions and develop our strength. If we can just hold out until mid-game and I acquire my core item, we shall have a fighting chance. Chen Fan encouraged Zhao Tian, who appeared somewhat disheartened. However, news reached his ears that the enemy's favorite champion had eliminated their blind monk. What the hell? Lin Feng, weren't you supposed to assist the top lane? How could you have been killed twice already? Yet, moments later, he heard that Lin Feng's Manus had fallen to the opposing jungler, the Spider Queen. Damn it. Just as he had intended to assist the blind monk in ambushing the crocodile, he was taken aback to discover that the enemy spider was lying in wait. Damn it. Now I've fallen into the trap as well. Chen Fan felt that he would likely not draw the necessary items tonight. As the battle continued, the opposing top laner, the Desert Butcher, had already risen to prominence, a figure of immense stature. With a mere piece of cloth armor and a small item from the Hydra, could the blind monk in the top lane truly contend with him? The enemy's defenses were impenetrable. The mage sect had already reached its peak, while Chen Fan's Ezreal was still clad in nothing but tattered shoes, a truly disheartening sight. However, when considering despair, one must also look at the support champion beside Ezreal. She was adorned with only a single piece of salary gear and 2 true sight wards, nothing more. Can you believe it? We are approaching the 18-minute mark. How are we to fight this? Please, enlighten me. At that moment, news arrived that the mid-lane Zoe had slain the enemy fishman. Oh my, Xiao Chang. You truly surprised me. Your first time playing Zoe and you managed to solo kill the fishman? It is well known that the fishman is a formidable foe, boasting high damage and burst potential. His pounce ability has caused countless junglers great distress. Today must be the first time Wang Chong has played this champion. Indeed, it is no easy feat. Bravo, Brother Qua, Xiao Feng exclaimed. Your stealth was nothing short of brilliant. The fishman had no time to react before meeting his demise. Haha, and you simply followed up with an auto attack to claim the kill? Well, I merely sought to assist. Yet, in light of your compliments, I shall overlook your snatching of the kill. Wang Chang chuckled awkwardly, fully aware that Lin Feng could have secured the kill alone, while he claimed to have merely assisted. Although the mid-lane kill had bolstered morale, the disparity between the two teams remained vast. The top lane crocodile had become a veritable powerhouse, and upon inspecting the health of the first tower, it was nearly depleted. Once the top lane tower fell, the crocodile would be liberated, paving the way for the dragon and Rift Herald. With the crocodile roaming mid and bot lanes, it would not be long before further towers succumbed to destruction. It was time to devise a strategy. Passively enduring this onslaught would surely lead to defeat. Chen Fan could even foresee the impending dynamics between the two opposing sides. Securing the dragon and the herald, if fortune favors, the herald might even push down the second turret, establishing vision control and pressuring the Baron, should we dare to gather. It would undoubtedly lead to a one-sided team fight. With that chaotic force unleashed by the Desert Butcher after his ultimate, who could withstand him? Armed with merely a magic staff, with the Baron respawning in 20 minutes, there was no way the 3 items would be ready in time. Perhaps if he had the Ice Fist, there might still be a glimmer of hope. Yet, glancing at the 300 gold in his pocket, Chen Fan silently abandoned the thought of acquiring the Ice Fist. It was time to find a rhythm. Xiao Feng, you and Zhao Tian go roam for a bit. The enemy spider just finished off the dragon, and I suspect she is in the blue buff jungle, either at the 3 wolves or the toad. I'll provide long-range support with my ultimate. But remember, if you can kill her, do it quickly. If you can't, don't chase too deep, otherwise, you might not escape when the bottom duo and the mid-lane fish come over. It's time for a counterattack. Sounding the horn of retaliation, Chen Fan reassured the two that they need not worry about him. A lone Ezreal was not so easily dispatched. At worst, he would merely lose some turret health. But capturing a high-bounty spider would be a profitable endeavor. The AD carry twisted her waist, her gun capable of both auto-attacks and sniping, firing away at her tower, while Ezreal could only auto-attack and use his skills to fend off the enemy minions beneath the turret. Cast more skills to swiftly eliminate these minions. That way, the damage to our tower will be mitigated. Suddenly, he heard Lin Feng's anxious voice. Xiao Fan is ready. We're going in. Go, Xiao Tian. Hello everyone. I'm Elise, the Spider Queen, and right now I'm in my jungle, mercilessly attacking that unsanitary, corpulent toad, a blight upon the rift. As a queen, it is my duty to cleanse the valley of such environmental offenders. Humph. Go, my minions. At Elise's command, 3 or 4 little spiders surge forward, leveraging their numbers to pummel the toad, accompanied by a giant spider, its sharp spear piercing the toad's plump body. Moments later, a heart-wrenching scream echoed. The toad's defiant figure collapsed heavily, all under the gaze of a pair of sharp, cold eyes. As the toad fell, the spider returned to her human form. Raising her icy claws, and with a fierce roar, the mantis leaped into the fray. Kill, devour, annihilate everything. An inhuman voice accompanied the icy, listening claws that leapt forth under the incredulous gaze of the spider. Isolated and vulnerable, the transformed spider inadvertently triggered the mantis's passive ability. The merciless claws slashed across the spider's curvaceous form, and due to the passive effect, the mantis's Q skill hit its mark, causing the spider's health to plummet. This is bad. I'm in trouble. The already disadvantaged spider turned to flee, knowing her ultimate was still on cooldown. Without a moment's hesitation, she knew that as a human, she stood no chance against the mantis's triggered passive. Reversing to use her E skill, she ensnared the mantis, hoping to escape. However, before she could take a single step, she was launched into the air. This was not the spider's flying skill, but rather Zhao Tian's wind girl, who had prepped her Q skill, unleashing a howling gale. It's over. I'll be forced to flash, the spider thought indignantly. Yet, escape was not so simple. Before she could descend, the mantis unleashed a flurry of attacks, her health dwindling to a critical state. But witnessing this, the spider calmed her heart. How much damage could a mantis with no kills and an underdeveloped wind girl possibly inflict? Heh, if you can't kill me in one combo, then I'll be leaving, the spider thought gleefully, anticipating that if her teammates arrived quickly, both of them would meet their end here. Suddenly, a flash of yellow appeared above the spider, signifying the summoner's spell flash. The mantis and wind girl, helpless to respond, could only watch as the spider escaped, her expression taunting them with a thumbs up. However, before the thumbs up could be retracted, a massive, golden, half-arc energy sphere came soaring from the distant enemy camp, sweeping past her and taking her life. Damn, were the spider's last words before her demise. Yet, the strategic success of her allies did not yield the anticipated elation. Instead, a chorus of curses and lamentations arose. One reason was that the mantis and wind girl were now fleeing in panic, pursued relentlessly by the AD carry, Braum, and the mid-lane fish. The other reason was that while the two of them risked their lives in the enemy jungle to slay the spider, Chen Fan effortlessly secured a kill with his ultimate from afar, also collecting minions. With the bottom duo chasing down their quarry, Ezreal, now devoid of threats, farmed comfortably. They had gained nothing substantial, merely 2 assists, and were left to bear the brunt of threats that did not belong to them. Chen Fan, with his handsome features and expressive eyes, appeared deceptively sinister. Was this what they called the art of hatred transfer? As time passed, the situation in the rift became increasingly apparent for both red and blue teams. Despite the significant disadvantages, the abrupt halt to the spider's momentum left both sides in a stalemate. The AD carry had lost some minions while chasing the enemy, but it was of little consequence. Her economy remained robust. Meanwhile, Chen Fan utilized his innate skill, Thief's Prowess, to consistently land QS on the bulky Braum, extracting blue potions, red potions, and iron elixirs. Though none of these thrilled him as much as the golden, gleaming money bags, the blue and red potions ensured Ezreal maintained exceptional sustainability in lane, alleviating any concerns about mana. The accumulating money bags restored a significant economic advantage. The tier of the goddess had already amassed over 500 stacks, and soon, Chen Fan estimated it would take less than 3 minutes for him to achieve his magical transformation. Magic Cut, 35 attack damage, 1000 mana. Unique passive, gain attack damage equal to 2 of your maximum mana and refund 15 mana spent. Unique passive impact, your single target skills and attacks against enemy champions will consume 3 mana and deal double that amount in physical damage. At this moment, Chen Fan, disregarding his dwindling turret health, resolutely returned home. This was prompted by a splendid suggestion from Wang Chong, who had been keen to assist in mid but felt helpless. Let's swap lanes. Lane swapping is a common strategy in the Rift, often seen in high-tier matches and professional play. However, the requirement for a lane swap is stringent. Your top lane champion must be able to withstand immense pressure. Otherwise, if you venture alone to the bottom lane to face a 2-on-1 confrontation, it would indeed be surprising if the opposing ADC does not inflict considerable damage upon you. Nonetheless, although the top lane blind monk may not be deemed an ultimate pressure-resistant champion, given the dire circumstances, enduring such a situation can hardly be classified as resilience. Moreover, with the first tower in the bottom lane already fallen, as long as you, as the blind monk, can maintain a steady flow of minion farming and manipulate the wave without allowing it to cross the river. I cannot fathom how a champion endowed with exceptional escape abilities could possibly be defeated, even if the enemy spider relentlessly ambushes and targets you, in conjunction with the persistent harassment from the bottom lane. As long as you remain alive, sustaining perhaps a slight loss in the second tower's health or dying a couple of times, Chen Fan's side would still emerge victorious. Successfully restraining the enemy's bottom lane and jungler during this period allows the top lane easy to thrive, ensuring a net gain. If you and the Wind Girl together fall prey to the opposing crocodile, you might either secure a kill or be slain yourselves. Chen Fan opted for immediate surrender, exclaiming in frustration. The moment the line was switched, it was evident that the first tower in the top lane was on the verge of collapse, soon to be devoured by the crocodile. The melodic chimes of the system resonated twice, signaling the acquisition of the Trinity Force, Luminous Glory, and Purifying Erosion. Luminous Glory, 250 mana, 10 cooldown reduction. With the activation of Luminous Glory, the damage of Ezreal's Q skill would ascend to a whole new level. Purifying Erosion, 200 health, 15 attack power. With enhanced speed, increased health, and bolstered attack power, it is indeed a remarkable piece of equipment. With these two items secured, how far could the Trinity Force be? Chen Fan exuded an air of confidence as he and the Wind Girl, bolstered by her passive movement speed enhancement, raced towards the top lane like the wind. Meanwhile, the Mantis, having just delivered the final blow to the red buff with its sharp claws, swiftly ascended towards the same destination. Zoe, diligently restoring her mana with a crystal flask, relentlessly pushed against the enemy minions. However, the opposing fishman was not as swift in clearing the minions. Despite possessing a whimsical ability that dealt area of effect damage, it was his sole means of escape. How could he afford to utilize it carelessly, lest a Mantis swoop in from the shadows? After swiftly dispatching the minions, Zoe seized the opportunity presented by the enemy's lack of vision and hastened towards the top lane. Greetings to all the heroes of Summoner's Rift. I am the Desert Butcher, Renekton. I have a brother known as Nasus, the dog-headed, though I, too, am often referred to as the crocodile, which is decidedly more pleasant. Wouldn't you agree? This match is exhilarating. That blind fellow in the top lane truly is unfortunate. He has been left in tatters, searching for his teeth. And yet, he dares to summon the jungle mantis to confront me? Huh. The blade in my hand is not to be trifled with. However, Renekton squinted in confusion at the opposing turret. Where was everyone? The blind one? Could it be that they were intimidated by my formidable presence? Upon inspecting the turret's health, Renekton comprehended the situation and relinquished his intent. He had hoped to secure a kill on the blind one before demolishing the turret, but feeling somewhat vexed, he began to push the minion wave slowly, aiming for the first blood tower. Suddenly, a striking blonde gentleman appeared, accompanied by a stunning woman who floated gracefully in the breeze. Without uttering a word, they charged in, executing a swift combination of skills on the unsuspecting Renekton. What the hell? A lane swap? How could this happen? Completely oblivious, Renekton, in a state of panic, quickly signaled to his teammates in the other lanes. They VE swapped lanes. How come there's no signal from the bottom lane? Are you all asleep? Emboldened by his considerable advantage, Renekton, who had single-handedly dominated the top lane, chastised his bottom lane duo without restraint. How can you neglect vision if you can't contend with Easy and Wind Girl? Just say so, and I'll come down. Useless. The equally proud Caitlyn could not tolerate such insult. Her fingers danced across the keyboard as she unleashed a barrage of furious retorts on the public chat. In the midst of this heated exchange, Renekton remained oblivious to the fact that he had fallen into the ambush of 4 opponents, continuing to berate Caitlyn. The mid lane Zoe had vanished. The enemy jungler Mantis had also not been seen for quite some time. Only the calm mid lane Fishman and the jungler Spider managed to type a couple of lines in the chat. But their messages were quickly drowned out by the escalating verbal conflict. The 4 companions, Chen Fan, Easy, Zoe, and the Wind Girl, stared in bewilderment at the crocodile being relentlessly assaulted by their minions. Is the crocodile disconnected? Wang Chong questioned with uncertainty. Surely not, look. It's still consuming health potions. Zhao Tian observed the green aura surrounding the crocodile's body. Then what is it doing? Is it perhaps flaunting its health? Goodness. Surely it isn't mocking us, Lin Feng suggested, and before he could finish, an enormous expression of disdain materialized above the crocodile's head. Goodness. It truly is mocking us. With Chen Fan's furious shout, Lin Feng declared, "We shall engage." We move forward. The 4 brothers surged ahead, and Zoe along with the Mantis emerged from the brush across the way. It was indeed a perfect ambush. The crocodile had no escape. Meanwhile, on the other side, the crocodile, embroiled in a heated exchange with the female officer, hastily selected its favorite expression of disdain. Past experiences had taught the crocodile that deploying this expression would infuriate its opponent, leaving them seething with rage, likely unable to focus even on their minion last hits. Huh? Are you so enraged that you can't even articulate your anger? Just know I disdain you. What can you do about it? Aha. However, just as the crocodile was frantically typing its taunts, four figures stealthily approached. Alas, the crocodile is doomed. It gazed at the four adversaries surrounding it, their expressions flashing ominously overhead, and with a mournful visage, it uttered in despair, "Can I claim this as merely a misunderstanding?" A misunderstanding? Chen Fan and his companions encircled the bewildered crocodile with the ferocity of a cornered beast, leaving no chance for escape, nor any hope of retaliation. The air was filled with the sound of mocking chimes as four gleaming expressions of disdain flickered above their heads, deriding the once arrogant crocodile, now despondent and defeated. Yet, even in the face of despair, a cornered creature may summon its final resistance. A thunderous roar of defiance resonated throughout the canyon, marking the moment of the desert butcher's ultimate move, ultimate domination, empowered with an extraordinary surge of vitality. The crocodile was enveloped in a mysterious dark energy that inflicted area damage upon all enemies it touched. Its indomitable form continued to struggle, while the hunters remained poised and watchful. There were no extravagant words, nor miraculous victories in a 1-versus-4 confrontation, only the anticipated and absolute dominance. Following the anguish cries, the onlookers turned their gazes toward Chen Fan, staring at the lifeless body of the crocodile sprawled on the ground. "Xiao Fan, can you explain why yet again it is your kill?" they inquired, as Wang Chong and Lin Feng glared at him, their frustration palpable. "Chen Fan, I yearn for growth." At that moment, astonishing news reached us from the bottom lane. Our Li Xin had single-handedly defeated the enemy misfortune. The crowd was astounded. What the hell? Do they really treat my comrades like livestock? Incessantly targeting me and even daring to mock me while going AFK? Unbelievable. Lin Dong's furious voice echoed through the already activated speakers. Curiosity piqued, others inquired, only to discover that the enemy had gone AFK right before their second tower. Targeting the tower, targeting Li Xin. They even taunted us with emotes. How could Lin Dong tolerate this? After all, they were under their own tower. He had seen arrogance before. But never had he encountered such brazen audacity from the enemy misfortune, despite having been killed several times and his own growth being severely stunted. Could they truly treat him like a fool? Lin Dong's rank was not high, merely a silver like Zhao Tianwang, yet his experience with Li Xin, having played over 1,000 games, was no joke, and his proficiency was exceptional. Moreover, being under their own tower, wasn't he that tantamount to courting death? Did they really think that a bearded man wielding a door would suffice for protection? As Li Xin stepped forward, observing the enemy misfortune, who remained unfazed with only 2 minions left, a cold smile crept upon his lips. Lin Dong, intimately familiar with Li Xin, frantically tapped his fingers, the mechanical keyboard illuminating in a vibrant display. Ding! A golden light swirled around his form, and in an instant, Li Xin flashed towards the misfortune who was attacking the tower. Meanwhile, Brown was obliviously watching his teammates' rage and fury. A purple eye materialized behind misfortune. The sinister laughter of a purple demon echoed, foreboding impending doom. At last, misfortune sensed danger, having been so engrossed in her keyboard that she had noticed Li Xin's murderous intent. Alas, she had already lost the upper hand and was powerless to change her fate. Without granting her an opportunity, Li Xin swiftly executed his W ability, Safeguard. A shield of yellow light, adorned with runes, enveloped Li Xin as he vanished, reappearing behind misfortune, right above the demon's eye. A resounding blow. Li Xin unleashed his ultimate, Dragon's Rage. An irresistible force, as heavy as a mountain, struck misfortune's fragile frame. Her health plummeted to half. The towering defensive structure, a symbol of the canyon's warfare, showed no mercy to this charming beauty. 1 strike, 2 strikes. Though the tower's attack was high and its speed slow, even such minimal damage caused her health to plummet. Danger loomed. Once steady, misfortune desperately pounded the keyboard, frantically pressing the F key to escape the range of the enemy's second tower. Just then, a furious roar erupted, a white shockwave surged forth, striking her just as she was about to flash away. Ding! Misfortune had indeed flashed, yet a colossal eye now loomed over her hat. It was none other than Lee Sin's signature skill, Sonic Wave. These two fools. If I weren't playing Brown right now, I would show you what a truly aggressive support looks like. Violence in the canyon. The public chat was equally tumultuous. As Brown watched the unfolding drama, he only realized the gravity of the situation when he heard Lee Sin's furious roar. What the hell? Hadn't we already signed a passive agreement to avoid retaliation? We attack your tower, and you can't fight back. Otherwise, you'll face dire consequences. But what is happening now? A disagreement, and they're already throwing punches. Brown's reactions were quick. He immediately cast a weak spell, followed by his ultimate, Glacial Fissure. Majestic glaciers erupted from that mysterious door, crashing towards Lee Sin. To his utter disbelief, Lee Sin soared into the air, heading straight for the fleeing misfortune. Resonating Strike. The other form of Lee Sin's Q skill, though weakened. He moved with the desperation of a dying ember, speed, attack power, and mobility severely hampered, yet he refused to let the opportunity slip away. Thunderstrike. A flurry of blows ignited upon misfortune. A melodious cry escaped her lips at the moment of her demise. It was only in her final moments that she comprehended the terror of Lee Sin. Subsequently, Lin Dong's top lane Lee Sin claimed Misfortune's bounty, earning an impressive 450 gold. After hearing the entire saga, the four dorm mates wore expressions that were a peculiar blend of anger and delight. The enemy was truly arrogant, utterly insufferable. Just then, a line of red text appeared on Chen Fan's public chat. Piltover Misfortune, old monk Faheo can only play. You fools on the other side. Consider yourselves fortunate. You encountered such a foolish top laner. Report them. 20-0. The crowd. Desert Butcher. Triple X is my favorite. Silly AD. Damn. How can you be this trash and still dare to play League of Legends? Go home and play Minesweeper. Garbage. Report please. 20-0. The crowd again. Freljord Hart. Swept 5 dogs and 4 pigs. QNMLGB. Bottom lane Orphan AD. Top lane ZZ Crocodile. If I weren't playing support today, I could beat you all with my feet. Enough with the chatter. 20-0. Freljord Hart. Swept 5 dogs and 4 pigs. Report the top lane AD. What followed was a torrent of insults. Seemingly unsatisfied with merely hurling accusations in their own chat, they began to invade the enemy's public chat. At the 20-minute mark, the enemy conceded defeat with a vote count of 50. Congratulations to our team for the victory. Boom. A dazzling, blinding crystal exploded on the enemy side. A grand victory banner appeared in the center of everyone's screens. At that moment, Chen Fan was astonished to hear a melodious and pleasant voice resonating in his mind. Ding. Your League of Legends luxury gift pack has been delivered. Please accept it. What the hell? Is it really here? Coming right up. With his eyes closed, Chen Fan envisioned the familiar 36E, the exuberant DJ Sona appearing in his mind. Ding. Would you like to open the League of Legends luxury gift pack? Open it. Chen Fan silently urged. Though he knew it was likely merely Vitality sandwich cookies, one must always hold on to dreams. Otherwise, what differentiates one from a salted fish? Strive for greatness, and a bicycle may transform into a motorcycle. Ding. Congratulations. You have received a pair of luxurious boxing gloves. Item description, 10 critical strike chance. What? Boxing gloves? Upon opening his eyes, Chen Fan quickly glanced at his side, where a pair of unremarkable brown gloves lay quietly on the desk. They appeared very ordinary, even somewhat unattractive. The gloves, seemingly worn for quite some time, appear somewhat dilapidated. The spines at the knuckles stand erect, presenting a rather intimidating sight. Yet, their once formidable sharpness has been dulled, rendering them surprisingly innocuous. Chen Fan picked up the rather unremarkable pair of combat gloves. To call them mere gloves would be more fitting. He was undoubtedly aware of what these gloves were and fully comprehended their purpose and efficacy. After all, a critical hit. Does that mean that after donning these gloves, I too could deal critical blows to others? Chen Fan donned his gloves and, summoning all his strength, struck the pristine white wall beside him with a fierce punch. Bang! The game commenced, and despite the excruciating pain coursing through his trembling right hand, Chen Fan resolutely selected his hero. As for those unreliable boxing gloves, well, he decided to set them aside for the moment. However, while he was engrossed in choosing his character and talents, he remained oblivious to the fact that the immaculate wall bore no trace of the impact he had just made. Yet, deep within the wall, invisible to Chen Fan, delicate fissures spread like a spider's web, expanding silently until they reached a certain threshold before ceasing. In the early morning, on the 4th floor of the boys' dormitory at the southern side of the East Shu University main campus, Chen Fan stood on the balcony. The sun, now risen at 7:30, cast a brilliant glow across the sky. He gazed at the 4 vitality-filled, cream-filled cookies in his hand, managing a wry smile. His body was no longer as resilient as it had been during his high school days, despite his intentions to stay up all night gaming. He had awoken to find his computer in sleep mode and learned from his roommate that he had been logged off. How absurd. He had fallen asleep before the clock struck 1, and to make matters worse, his roommates had banded together and somehow emerged victorious. It was said that Wang Chong, playing as the AD Night Hunter, had dragged the game into the late stages, where, in equal conditions, Vayne was simply incomparable to the opposing Ice Mage. Wang Chong had impressively maneuvered amidst the enemy's fierce AoE attacks, showcasing a dazzling display of evasive movements, ultimately surviving to secure a team victory and clinch the game. Meanwhile, all he had to show for his night was that initial pair of boxing gloves and a handful of cookies. While the cream-filled cookies were indeed delightful, Chen Fan relished them. He lamented the absence of something new. Couldn't they at least have granted him a Doran's blade instead of just the same old offerings? Alas, the revolution has yet to succeed. Comrades must strive harder. With no morning classes and 2 extensive lectures scheduled for the afternoon, extending until 5 o'clock, his roommates were still fast asleep, leaving Chen Fan to rise alone. It wasn't that he didn't want to sleep. On the contrary, he felt overwhelmingly drowsy. Yet, as he instinctively reached for his phone while lying in bed, all fatigue vanished, replaced by an exhilarating rush. There was no choice but to get up. Breathing in the crisp morning air, Chen Fan, having skipped breakfast, jogged around the playground before heading to that familiar bun shop. However, today, the usually bustling eatery appeared oddly desolate. From a distance, the once crowded bun shop was strikingly quiet, devoid of the usual throngs of patrons. The enormous steamer at the entrance billowed steam, clearly ready to reveal the delicious buns that had long since been cooked to perfection. Yet, the charming young lady he remembered was not there to greet him. The entrance stood empty, though it seemed. Chen Fan hurriedly approached, peering through the window to behold a multitude of individuals within. However, they did not seem to be patrons seeking breakfast. How infuriating. That wretched girl dares to splash scalding water on me? I swear I will end you. A man, his visage menacing and his physique bulging with muscle, clad in a tight black short-sleeve shirt that appeared on the verge of bursting, glowered fiercely at the mother and daughter across from him. In a sudden motion, he extended his hefty claws towards the petite beauty, who trembled behind her mother for protection. This delicate girl was none other than the daughter of the Baozi shop owner, a student at Dongshu University like Chen Fan, and his senior, a campus beauty in her second year, Chen Wei. Before the petite beauty stood the shop owner herself, dressed in pristine white attire, her face marked by a pallor of fatigue and speckled with flour, yet brimming with anger and fear. Chen Fan, accustomed to his daily routine of purchasing buns every morning, had grown quite familiar with the mother and daughter who operated the small shop. He had heard whispers of their struggles. For a long time, his beautiful senior had regarded him with suspicion, believing he harbored ill intentions in his frequent visits. Each time they crossed paths, her striking eyes would glare at him, leaving him feeling quite embarrassed. Suddenly, a loud slap shattered the air, followed by the thud of something heavy hitting the ground. The shop's proprietress was struck violently across the face by a brutish man, collapsing to the floor, unable to rise. The tall figure loomed menacingly, his hands larger than Chen Fan's, yet it was shocking to witness such cold-blooded brutality. A mere disagreement led him to resort to violence. Both of you are worthless. How dare you stand in my way? You deserve this. I've never been doused with boiling water before. The man's face twisted with malice until he spotted Chen Wei, the senior. His expression shifted to a leering smile as he addressed her. Well, what a delightful surprise to find such beauty in this humble bun shop. I hear you're a university student? I've grown bored of the women outside. I've yet to experience someone of your caliber. Why not be mine? We can forget about your little incident with the boiling water, as well as the protection fee you owe. Isn't that a fair deal? His laughter was grotesque, his face a mass of jiggling flesh, and his eyes bore a wicked glint that sent shivers down Chen Wei's spine. Her beautiful hair fell around her, and her innocent, teary eyes remained fixed on the man, filled with dread. Get away. I will never be yours. Just leave me alone. Though her face burned with rage, the words were difficult to form. Leave? Heh. How would you like me to leave, darling? Sideways, or perhaps rolling in bed with me? His lewd laughter echoed, and his gang of thugs joined in, their eyes gleaming with malicious intent as they regarded the pitiful figure of Chen Wei. Past experiences had taught them that their leader always shared the spoils after a feast, and the sight before them was too enticing to resist. Chinwei's exquisite face flushed crimson, unable to bear the taunts. She felt like a lamb surrounded by wolves, glaring at her tormentors but too frightened to retaliate, resigned to the impending nightmare. Amidst the raucous laughter, the man extended his large, unwieldy hands toward the helpless Chinwei. With no means of escape, she hung her head, tears streaming down her face, seething with animosity, just as he was about to seize her. A piercing scream erupted from his throat. A pot of boiling water had been poured over him, cascading down from head to toe, soaking through his thin shirt and into his pants. The little stove outside the bun shop, buzzing with activity due to the morning rush, had been filled to the brim with tea, ready to serve the many customers. With a sudden flourish, a young man had seized the opportunity and doused the brute entirely, rendering him a picture of agony. Hot, so unbearably hot. The man howled, shaking off the remnants of the scalding water, even as his comrades rushed to assist him. "Who threw boiling water on me?" he barked, eyes narrowing at Chen Fan, who stood with the teapot in hand, clearly the culprit. "Kill him. That little brat won't leave this place alive today." He charged into the kitchen, filling a scoop with icy water and drenching himself for relief. Chen Fan, still clutching the teapot, stood frozen, overwhelmed by fear. The rush of adrenaline that had propelled him to act now left him feeling vulnerable. He realized the magnitude of his foolishness. The towering figure before him, with bulging muscles and an army of henchmen, was far beyond the reach of a mere student. Despite his belief in justice, the reality of the situation crashed down upon him. His trembling legs betrayed his inner turmoil as he berated himself for his impulsiveness. "What were you thinking, Chen Fan? This isn't your fight. Look at those ready to pounce. Any one of them could wipe the floor with you. What a foolish hero you've tried to be." Chen Fan felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Without the necessary expertise, how could one undertake such delicate tasks? Chen Fan yearned to flee, yet his trembling legs remained unresponsive, rooted to the spot. As he beheld the fist hurtling towards him, he realized that even in regret, he would still act the same way if confronted with a similar situation. This had nothing to do with the principles of a gentleman. Regret was merely an afterthought. In the face of the impending colossal fist, Chen Fan could only weakly raise his slender arm to shield his face, bracing himself for the inevitable blow. Bang! The fist collided with his arm, and before he could even process the excruciating pain radiating from his limb, his face was struck with a heavy punch. Just a single punch was sufficient to send Chen Fan sprawling to the ground. It felt as though his arm had shattered. The deep, searing agony coursed through his bones, mingling with the throbbing discomfort in his face and nose, all converging in his mind. Tears streamed from Chen Fan's eyes as he was struck. The blow landed not only on his nose, but also affected his eyes. Struggling to open his eyes, Chen Fan caught sight of another fist hurtling toward him. Bang! This punch collided with his abdomen, delivering a forceful impact that caused Chen Fan to retch, his stomach churning uncomfortably. Unable to discern the figure before him, he clutched his belly, neglecting his face. Bang, bang, bang. An unending barrage of fists and relentless kicks ensued. As he attempted to shield his face, he could no longer attend to his abdomen, each blow landing with brutal force, tears and snot cascading down his visage. At this moment, Chen Fan's consciousness began to blur. His entire body ached intolerably, and finally, under the weight of his suffering, he collapsed to the ground. Lying there, seemingly lifeless, his frail arms instinctively shielded his face. Though his countenance was already battered and bruised, dark circles around his eyes beginning to swell. Despite enduring such brutality, Chen Fan remained resolute, not uttering a single plea for mercy, enduring the pain in silence. It became indistinguishable whether it was tears or something else, through his blurred vision. He perceived another fist approaching and weakly attempted to brace himself. Wait! A familiar voice halted the oncoming fist. It belonged to the man whom Chen Fan had doused with boiling water earlier. Observing Chen Fan sprawled on the ground, desperately trying to defend himself, the man erupted into exaggerated, derisive laughter. "Hey there, kid. Playing the hero? Acting gallant? Standing up for justice? Ha ha." Chen Fan felt that he was not only physically insulted, but also psychologically humiliated. Fool. Despite suffering a severe beating, he remained unyielding, vowing never to concede. A voice as faint as a fly emerged from his lips, which the man heard perfectly. Boom. The man was infuriated, nearly driven to madness. This brat dared to be obstinate even in dire straits. You really want to die, don't you? At this point, you still refuse to back down? Don't anyone intervene. Today I shall thoroughly teach this so-called hero a lesson. Ha ha. You wish to be a hero? I will show you the fate of one. The sound of cracking joints echoed as the man prepared to unleash his wrath. Pain. Excruciating, unbearable pain. After enduring several punches from the towering man, Chen Fan felt as if his bones were loosening, his arms numb and lifeless, sprawled on the ground. His swollen eyes could barely open. Yet he caught sight of the man. But why was he leaving? Where was he going? Why did he stop hitting me? Oh no. Chen Fan saw him approach his senior, Chen Wei, the daughter of the shopkeeper. You. If you have grievances, come at me. What kind of prowess is it to bully a woman? Come on, let us fight again. Weak and weary, Chen Fan regretted ever wading into this muddy water. Yet, upon witnessing the man threaten Chen Wei, a surge of righteous indignation erupted within him once more. With a mouth twisted in fury, Chen Fan shouted at the man. Oh, haha, brothers, did you see that? There's always a fool, and this year, we have a particularly abundant supply. Even in such a state, he dares to talk back? Impressive. After a hearty laugh, the man approached Chen Fan, undeterred by his courage. But mere bravery would prove futile, kid. In this world, one truly must possess strength. With a hint of a sneer and a shadow of malice in his eyes, the man's massive fist descended. The girl, Chen Wei, closed her eyes, unable to bear witnessing the grim scene before her. This boy, whom she knew well, visited her family's shop daily for buns. Today, it seemed, he was suffering because of her. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted. Trembling, the girl opened her eyes, reluctant to see the boy's tragic state. Yet she still prayed for a miracle. Her beautiful eyes, glistening with tears, searched for the boy, only to catch a glimpse of the menacing figure retreating. Come on, fool. Come on, hit me. The furious voice of Chen Fan reverberated through the shop and echoed down the street after he miraculously blocked the man's punch. With reddened eyes, Chen Fan stood tall, his hands, clad in unsightly brown gloves, now revealed. Fighting gloves. His fully extended hands gripped the fist tightly, his bloodshot eyes glaring fiercely at the man. The man, bewildered, shook his hand in frustration, finding it impossible to break free. The frail student's grip felt like a vice, unyielding and relentless. At that moment, the man caught a glimpse of the boy's eyes, ablaze with rage. And an icy chill coursed through his entire being. What is this? Why am I feeling such fear from a mere waste of space? At this instant, Chen Fan's eyes resembled a monstrous maw, poised to devour, causing the once arrogant man to falter. He sensed fear. He wanted to retreat. Yet, this was not his intention but a reflexive action. Leaning back slightly, he realized he could not escape. His right hand was firmly ensnared. Boom. A tumult of complex emotions, doubt, rage, confusion, humiliation, erupted within the man's heart. A mere way dares to look at me with such defiance. How could this be tolerated? Just then, the fist that Chen Fan had secured finally broke free, and the man swung his massive fist again. Bang! The incredulous scene left the man in despair. His punch was effortlessly blocked by this boy's single hand. Though the spiked gloves had lost their edge, they still inflicted sharp pain. Truly, these were the renowned fighting gloves of the league. Chen Fan once believed that his demise was imminent, as he observed the man approaching him. A singular thought consumed his mind. He was surely doomed. In that fleeting moment, Chen Fan pondered the worth of his existence, questioning whether the man even recognized him, or if he was merely a figure striving for attention. Amidst this whirlwind of complex emotions, a sudden, sharp pain akin to a needle prick surged through his backside, jolting his brain. What was this? Had he sat on glass? Trembling, he reached back, only to encounter a pair of gloves he had previously scoffed at. Ah yes, I still possessed the combat gloves from the Alliance. In this dire situation, with a flicker of hope, Chen Fan donned the gloves and struggled to his feet. To his astonishment, upon wearing the gloves, a peculiar and enchanting sensation erupted within him, coursing through his body like a refreshing breeze. Without hesitation, he retrieved a biscuit and devoured it in 2 swift bites. Suddenly, a vibrant green healing light, invisible to others, swirled and enveloped Chen Fan's form. Truly, these vitality-filled biscuits were remarkable. With his body revitalized and the gloves instilling him with immense courage and an unwavering belief in victory, Chen Fan was overjoyed. As he faced an incoming punch, he effortlessly deflected it, barely sensing the force behind it, all absorbed by the gloves. Combat gloves, 10 critical hit chance. As another punch came hurtling towards him, Chen Fan remained unperturbed, extending his right hand to meet it with confidence. Critical hit, 2. Just a mere 2. And I can hardly perceive your punch. At last, it seems the time has come for me to strike back. Bring it on. Chen Fan's confidence surged. With an impressive display of strength, he executed a high, powerful whip kick, the muscles in his left leg resembling formidable fortresses, instilling fear in those who beheld it. Those accustomed to brawls understand that the head is the most crucial part of the body, hence it is fiercely protected, making it nearly impossible to strike. At that moment, however, another vulnerable area of the human body became apparent, the armpit, located on the side. The man's vicious whip kick aimed directly at Chen Fan's armpit, seeking to incapacitate him with a single blow. Yet, today was not like any other. Chen Fan would not allow such an opportunity for contact. As the man's left leg was about to connect, Chen Fan's right fist, clad in a boxing glove, struck fiercely in midair, sending the man's leg crashing down. Crack! A devastating impact echoed, as a sharp sound of bone fracturing reached their ears. The man, now unable to stand, collapsed, his left leg rendered limp and broken. With an icy gaze devoid of mercy, Chen Fan regarded the fallen figure as if it were a mere insignificant insect. The notion of mercy, of letting someone off the hook, was nothing but empty words to him. The man, now sprawled on the ground, watched in despair as the spiked glove approached his face, closing his eyes in resignation, accepting the impending storm of punishment without a hint of resistance. Bang! A critical hit. Though the spikes on the glove lacked sharp edges, they mercilessly marred the man's face, blood splattering everywhere. With a thunderous crash, the man's towering form was sent tumbling like a fragile chick by Chen Fan's blow. He finally landed heavily against the opposite wall, his body slowly crumpling to the ground. Unconscious. At that moment, Chen Fan felt a twinge of fear. If a hit of 7 could render a man unconscious, what devastation would a blow of 10 unleash? Witnessing their leader incapacitated, the man's henchmen scattered in all directions, but Chen Fan would not let them escape. 1 punch, 2 punches, 5, 4, bending, squatting, throwing punches and spinning, each strike landing with precision. The henchmen fell like leaves before a storm, desperately seeking refuge. In a mere 10 minutes, the floor of the bun shop was littered with bodies, some clutching their heads, others nursing their thighs, arms, and waists, all wailing in agony. Chen Fan, exhilarated, finally vented his pent-up frustrations, avenging the earlier assault. Most of those clutching their limbs likely suffered fractures, while those holding their heads were probably feigning pain. A punch was delivered to each of the head holders, and soon they ceased their theatrics, as their legs and arms had indeed sustained real injuries. After assisting senior sister Chen Wei and offering a biscuit to the shop owner, he urged the mother and daughter to call the police. However, knowing that the arrival of law enforcement could bring him trouble, Chen Fan refrained from further conversation and declined their expressions of gratitude, opting instead to return to his dormitory with 2 baskets of buns. Of course, the buns were complimentary. After all, every effort deserves recompense. As for how the police would question the injured upon their arrival, that was no longer his concern. Having run a business for so many years, the articulate shop owner should handle the situation adeptly. Yet, as Chen Fan departed, he failed to notice the flicker of emotion in Chen Wei's eyes, a peculiar glimmer dancing within. Walking and eating, Chen Fan, having endured a fierce battle, was ravenous. He had skipped breakfast and had been thoroughly beaten. And though he later unleashed his fury, he now felt utterly drained, merely grateful to have made it back to the dormitory without collapsing along the way. The 2 baskets of buns did little to satiate his hunger. Instead, they only heightened his appetite. Had he not been utterly exhausted, he would have indulged in a grand feast at that moment. The biscuit, however, was entirely overlooked as he could not bring himself to consume it. From the moment Chen Fan left his dormitory to the bun shop, engaged in a fierce skirmish, and returned, only an hour had elapsed. Thus, his dorm mates remained blissfully unaware of the tumultuous events he had experienced in such a short span. Climbing into his warm bed, the comforting blanket enveloping him, a wave of fatigue washed over him, and Chen Fan sank into a deep slumber. Hey, Xiao Fan is here. Come to your sister. The enchanting owner of the Piltover Internet Cafe, Dream Jia, beamed with delight as she spotted Chen Fan, calling out to the drowsy young man. Chen Fan, having slept deeply and soundly, finally awakened to find the dormitory deserted. He realized he had missed his afternoon classes, his phone inundated with missed calls from Wang Chang, Zhao Tian, and his class monitor. Most alarmingly, his advisor, Teacher Jiang, had also attempted to reach him. How could he have slept so soundly, oblivious to any commotion? Oh well, since he had already skipped class, he brushed it off. Upon returning the calls, he learned that these 3 had united with numerous classmates from the mechanical engineering department to challenge the 3rd class of the same department. Although they were all students of the mechanical engineering department, Chen Fan's class had always had a contentious relationship with the 3rd class. Upon hearing this news, Chen Fan was initially startled, fearing a brawl was imminent. Little did he know they were merely engaging in a 5v5 League of Legends match at the internet cafe. As if that weren't enough, they had even publicized the event on the campus network, dubbing it the Mechanical Engineering LOL Championship, a battle for supremacy. What a farce. It was nothing more than a gaggle of bronze and silver players. The strongest among them barely reached gold. Chen Fan was quite disdainful of this. Although he was merely a minor player in the grand scheme, his inherent nature craved excitement. Staying in the dormitory held no allure for him. He decided to attend the match instead. "Hello, Dream Sister. Hiki, little Lin, you're here too." After greeting the proprietress, Sister Ming, Chen Fan turned to acknowledge Xiao Lin, the network administrator seated at the counter. Xiao Lin, whose real name is Yang Lin, is the nephew of Sister Ming and has just graduated from high school at 18. Although his academic performance was not exemplary, he did not let that dishearten him. Instead, he maintained a positive attitude and took this opportunity during his 3-month break to work diligently at his aunt's internet CAF. While he often spent more time gaming than working, Sister Ming tacitly accepted it, deeming it preferable to him being absent from home and indulging in alcohol daily. "Brother Fan, do you have no classes this afternoon? Which machine are you using? Just sit next to your classmate." The young man appeared quite spirited and quick-witted. After receiving a complimentary drink from Sister Ming, Chen Fan rushed off to observe the ongoing match of King of Glory. "Goodness, Zhao Tian, are you a fool? I've signaled 800 times. How could you possibly get caught?" Even from several dozen meters away, Chen Fan could hear Lin Feng's familiar, furious shout, indicating that the situation was dire. "Curse it. I had vision, all right? Who knew that the damn Gragas would come charging out from behind the tri-brush? With one ultimate." Jace rushed in with a combo. "Are you telling me how I'm supposed to survive?" Zhao Tian's angry retort echoed back. And Chen Fan quickly deduced that Zhao Tian was likely playing top lane in today's match. Hastening over, Chen Fan noticed that the 3 roommates were oblivious to his arrival. Engrossed as they were in a team battle, dazzling skill animations flickered in the central river of the canyon, with a yellow flash indicating the teleportation of Wang Chang's Jinx. However, to Chen Fan, it seemed merely a futile escape. How could an AP jungle Gragas ever allow her to evade the battlefield? An inevitable ultimate surged forth, crashing towards the desperately fleeing Jinx. The earth trembled as the ground quaked, with a Q and an E followed by the activation of the blue jungle item. It was a swift execution. Wang Chang's face fell into despair the moment he laid eyes on the lava beast, even after using his flash. He found no means of escape. He removed his hands from the keyboard and mouse, furiously rubbing his face as if attempting to erase all the gloom that enveloped him. Upon witnessing the moment when Wang Chang's Jinx met her demise, Chen Fan ceased to ponder the outcome of this team battle. It was evident to him that defeat was inevitable. The position of AD was paramount in any skirmish, and with only one carry remaining, he recognized that the strategy had devolved into a 4-protect-1 formation centered around the mid laner, Karma. What damage could Karma inflict? Moreover, with 30 minutes elapsed, the advantages on the lanes had long since dissipated. In a team fight, rather than providing shields with her ultimate, she was merely utilizing her Q ability for damage. How much harm could her Grail, Redemption, and Locket truly inflict? It was a lost cause. As he observed the top laner, Nox, hastily pursuing the opposing ADC, Draven. With Ghost activated, Chen Fan silently uttered 2 words, "Meat grinder." The butchering blades in the hands of the executioner danced with ferocity, toying with Nox, who was caught in a dilemma of whether to advance or retreat. Armed with a bloodthirster and bolstered by a red buff, Draven allowed Nox to accumulate his passive on his body. Yet what was the utility of that? Despite landing several blows, alongside skill damage, he still could not outpace the lifesteal Draven possessed. How could they possibly secure victory? With the AD already fallen, the mid laner rendered useless, and the jungler, Lee Sin, merely a foot soldier when unable to engage, they were even outmatched by super minions. The support was Lux, and Chen Fan was perplexed by the choices of his teammates. Why not select a tanky crowd control champion capable of effectively restraining Draven's movements while withstanding damage? Instead, they opted for the fragile Lux. Indeed, her damage was considerable, but only when advantages were in play. And yet, he had the audacity to purchase a death cap? My goodness. Casting a glance at the player controlling Lux, Zhou Chong, Chen Fan mused on his audacity. Did he truly believe he could wield a death cap in the face of Draven? Did he take the enemy for fools? Nox, Lee Sin, Karma, Jinx, Lux. What kind of mishmash was this? Was it a chaotic brawl? Despite this, Lin Feng continued his tirade. Zhou Chong, Why aren't you providing shields? Can't you share some of the damage with the AD? And you, Lindong, can your karma not shield the AD? Is it too much to ask? Before the battle had even commenced, he charged to the front, unleashing his ultimate toward the enemy. What was the use of that ultimate if it merely chipped away at the health of a fully equipped Jace? Only Nox, and he stood at the forefront, absorbing a torrent of damage. Yet to what avail? The enemy's Alistar could eliminate Wang Cheng with a single ability. It was absurd, growing increasingly irate. Lin Feng opened the interface and sought the option to surrender. Without hesitation, the other four, equally exasperated, followed suit. In an instant, a magnificent crystal burst forth at their fountain's entrance. The 5 players gazed at the shattered crystal in silence, their expressions a complex tapestry of emotions as they sat on the couch, rendered mute. Meanwhile, across the rift, the triumphant members of Team 3 began to mock Lin Feng and his team mercilessly. Ha ha ha, look at these useless fools from Team 1. They can only chatter. But when it comes to real combat, it's our team that delivers. Team 1, all talk and no action. What kind of champions and composition are they even playing? Hey, Chen Fan, how can you speak of Team 1 like that? We are all classmates. Team 1 doesn't need to continue this match, does it? We have several platinum and diamond players, while you lot are merely bronze novices. Ha ha ha. As Team 3 continued their derision, Lin Feng and his companions wore expressions of deep frustration. Though their heads hung low, Chen Fan could see the anger etched upon their faces. Yet, in the realm of electronic sports, there were no alternatives. Being unskilled was a sin. They had challenged the superior team, and losing was simply losing, with no justification or rebuttal. Just as despair clouded their faces and they contemplated surrendering, a heavy hand landed on Lin Feng's shoulder. Xiao Fan, what is this? Are you ready to concede to Team 3? Are you not going to resist, even after being trampled? Damn, who said that? Impossible. I just saw you surrender. And you were the instigator. Upon hearing Chen Fan's words, Lin Feng's face flushed a deeper red, and he attempted to retort but found himself at a loss for words, his head drooping once more. It was not Lin Feng's fault. They were genuinely outmatched. Their strategy paled in comparison, their champion selections inferior. Not to mention, in lane and team fights, they had been utterly dominated. Beside him, Wang Cheng lowered his head, quietly defending Lin Feng. His Jinx had genuinely strived to farm safely and diligently, yet against the output of Alistar, he simply bore the brunt of the assault. Wang Cheng felt equally despondent. Are you all just going to concede? Will you forever hold your heads low when facing Team 3, allowing them to berate us as weaklings, failures, and novices? The group fell into silence, for it seemed the previous defeat had dealt a significant blow to their morale. Chen Fan remained silent, merely observing Lin Feng. It was just a game. Even in defeat, one ought to maintain dignity and spirit. Surrendering was unacceptable. Losing a match was one thing, but losing oneself was another. This was no casual match. It was a contest for honor. Are you up to the challenge? If not, then I shall take the lead. It's a best of 3. Victory is still within our grasp. Damn it, I refuse to believe that this bunch from Class 3 is that formidable. Let us go for it. Losing 2 rounds is far more gratifying than capitulating without a fight. Damn, how could these scoundrels possibly be our match? Watch as I make them regret their actions. Seeing the renewed confidence among his peers, Chen Fan felt a surge of joy. He approached his classmate, Zhou Cheng, hoping he would yield his turn to him for the second round. Zhou Cheng, naturally, was more than willing. He had only filled in temporarily due to Chen Fan's absence, and his skills were no match for Chen Fan's. Now that Chen Fan had returned, it was imperative to switch back. Let us perform splendidly. We have only lost 1 round, and there is still hope. Let us go for it. After establishing the room, the 5 members of Class 3 were astonished to discover that their opponents had changed players. They exchanged surprised glances, initially assuming that Class 1 had summoned a formidable expert to challenge them. Upon closer inspection, however, they realized it was none other than the ID Violent Nanboan. Damn, I thought Class 1 had brought in a pro. Turns out it's just Chen Fan. Though they often clashed, they belonged to the same department, and thus were familiar with one another. Moreover, Chen Fan was one of the renowned summoners at the Piltover Internet CAF. I thought an expert had arrived, but instead, I see this? Get lost. You lecherous old man. Oh, am I the lecherous one? Who was it that crawled into my bed last night, demanding resources and threatening to sleep with me if I didn't comply? The eyes of the 4, along with their classmates from Class 3, brightened as they turned their attention to the audacious remarks of Tian Su and Li Tong, filled with teasing undertones. You two actually ugh. Sitting beside Tian Su, Ma Shang subtly distanced himself, while Wu Yu gradually moved away from Li Ting. Get lost. Nothing happened. Tian Su's furious voice reached Chen Fan's ears. What are they yelling about? Who cares? Just pick your champions. Chen Fan initially believed that the confrontation between the two teams would at least follow a band-pick format, where each side would ban 5 champions before selecting their heroes in turn. However, upon witnessing the free pick mode, Chen Fan found himself at a loss for words. Well, perhaps I was overestimating the sophistication of this match. Are you still playing top lane, Xiao Fan? Lin Feng inquired, turning his head. Yes, indeed. My mighty sword will surely deliver a harsh lesson to the opponents. Chen Fan replied confidently. I have faith in your mighty sword. As long as you refrain from building Infinity Edge. Lin Feng remarked, exasperatedly eyeing Chen Fan. Then I shall take on the role of an AD carry. Lin Dong, sensing the unfavorable circumstances, decided against playing Li Xin and proactively opted for AD. Meanwhile, Wang Chong chose to play mid lane, as the previous match with the tanky champion had inflicted upon him considerable nightmares and suffering, leading him to entirely dismiss the idea of playing AD. The tower stands firm. A towering and majestic figure, clad in a cloak and wielding a great sword, the embodiment of Dalmatian might, appeared before Chen Fan's eyes. Surveying his own team's composition, he noted a top lane Darius and a jungle Mastery. Lin Feng could actually play Mastery? This revelation surprised Chen Fan. It is well known that Mastery is relatively straightforward to play, boasting high damage and rapid jungle clearing. Once he gains momentum, he becomes an unstoppable force. However, while the mechanics may seem simple, mastering the champion in its entirety proves to be quite a formidable challenge. Chen Fan felt a slight twinge of concern. However, after some contemplation, he decided to continue placing his trust in Lin Feng. Wang Chong, playing as the mid laner, selected the dark child, Annie. Despite her appearance as a charming pink-haired girl, this little sprite possesses remarkable sharpness and ferocity. Should one be deceived by her fade, they would undoubtedly find themselves vanquished by Tibbers' formidable strike. In the AD position, Lin Dong opted for the bounty hunter, Misfortune, affectionately referred to as Good Luck Sister or Gun Sister. With 2 firearms, one named Shoot and the other Ah, she embodies a captivating enchantress. Her catchphrases always dripping with allure. Misfortune is categorized as a ranged physical damage dealer, and among all such heroes, she stands out prominently, particularly during the barrage of her ultimate ability. In the heat of battle, her wild laughter often heralds the impending doom of her foes, demonstrating what it truly means to flee in panic. Meanwhile, Zhao Tian selected an exceptionally flamboyant support champion, the Steam Golem, Blitzcrank. This Blitzcrank reigns supreme in the bot lane. A skilled player commands respect, while a less adept one falls short. The adept use of his Q ability, Rocket Grab, serves as the ultimate testament to a player's prowess. If you can snag an opponent, you are a deity. If not, you are but a mere mortal. Such a straightforward yet pure hero remains one of the most beloved choices among many summoners. This composition poses quite a challenge. Chen Fan gazed at the Sword Saint and the robot in the bottom lane, pondering the choice of heroes they had made. However, he hardly recalled his own damage-dealing Garen. Welcome to the Summoner's Rift. First blood. First blood. Let us move. Follow me into the enemy jungle. As the group entered the fountain, they were greeted by Zhao Tian's exuberant voice through their headsets. Let us go. Let us take them down. Lin Feng could no longer contain his excitement. Yet, was this truly wise? The opposing team had certainly noticed our robot, and they would undoubtedly anticipate a level 1 skirmish. Would rushing in now not expose them to an ambush? Chen Fan felt a tinge of anxiety. However, witnessing the 4 individuals charge forth with fervor, he realized that the arrow was already drawn and could not be retracted. Dalmatia had no choice but to follow closely behind the robotic companion into the opposing jungle. These fools have truly ventured into our territory. Tian Su, your diamond-level awareness is indeed impressive. At that moment, the enemy mid-laner, the cunning fox, swayed her 9 tails, concealing herself in the brush of the river, watching as the 5 opponents foolishly entered her team's encirclement right under her nose. One can only say the opposing team is utterly inept. If they cannot deduce this, I must have wasted my years in League. Upon receiving the praise, Tian Su replied with a hint of arrogance. As Chen Fan's team entered the brush near Blue Buff, a sharp cry suddenly pierced the air. A mysterious orb of black and purple energy shot straight towards the robot, the dark binding from Morgana, the fallen angel support, capable of ensnaring a target for 2 seconds while inflicting damage. This is bad. An ambush. Seeing the robot ensnared, without hesitation, Chen Fan, wielding Damasia's might, shouted the name of his champion and leaped in front of the robot to absorb all incoming damage. The Q abilities from Darius, Lee Sin, and Ahri unleashed their fury, while Varus's piercing arrow threatened to strike. Run! After barely holding on for a second, Demacia shouted, swiftly flashing away with a sliver of health remaining. Thanks to Demacia absorbing all the damage, although Zhao Tian's side fell into an ambush, there were no casualties, merely the loss of 2 flashes and a heal. Fortunately, Chen Fan had the foresight to start with a health crystal, ensuring he could survive with a mouthful of AD healing. Regrettably, the first skirmish ended in failure. How did they know we were coming? Those bastards must be cheating. Lin Feng, barely alive upon returning home, erupted in fury. Nonsense. Cheating in League? In such a public match, how could those guys possibly cheat? They anticipated that we would invade the jungle with the robot, hence their early ambush. Damn it. How did they even know our route? Zhao Tian remained far more composed than Lin Feng, though he too struggled to comprehend the enemy's confidence, believing they would emerge from the blue buff side. All right, Zhao Tian, you haven't returned to base, have you? Look here. At this moment, Chen Fan lowered his voice cautiously, fearful the enemy might overhear, and leaned closer to Zhao Tian, ominously pointing at the screen with a sly grin. Oh, hee. You're quite devious, Xiao Fan, but I like it. Zhao Tian's laughter naturally echoed to the ears of the opposing team. Are these guys going mad? They're laughing now. How absurd. It seemed they were seething with rage, having chosen a robot in hopes of ambushing the opposing team, only to find themselves caught in a counter-ambush. Thank goodness we have a god like Tian Su. Otherwise, we might have truly suffered. Tian Su is incredible. The diamond god indeed reigns supreme. Feeling proud after receiving admiration and envious gazes from teammates and classmates alike, Tian Su chuckled softly. Just watch how my nocturne tears through the enemy top lane. Humph. How dare you choose Demacia? I shall bring you to spare. Observing the enemy top laner as choice of starting with a health crystal, Tian Su smirked. In my hands, you think you can build defensively? I will show you what it means to raise pigs, and then slaughter them. Though a flicker of anger coursed through him, he quickly dismissed it. Realizing he was merely up against a bronze-level player, a mere flick of his fingers would suffice. I think the enemy top laner is rather skilled. Consider this. During the level 1 skirmish, when everyone was fleeing, that Demacia stood firm and absorbed damage. Otherwise, they would have certainly given first blood. Wu Yu. The support player controlling Morgana remarked thoughtfully. Humph. Doesn't he that further indicate he is simply a fool, charging headlong without grasping the situation? In such scenarios, one must decisively sacrifice teammates, otherwise, it's a guaranteed double kill. They were merely fortunate this time, but Wu Yu glanced at the visibly shaken Tian Su and the subtly signaling Li Teng before returning her focus to the game, hoping she had misjudged the top laner. Believing he would only charge forward mindlessly. Li Teng, come help me with blue buff. You go to lane. With Morgana aiding me, Lee Sin can jungle almost unharmed. After Morgana bestowed the blue buff and cast her dark binding, Lee Sin began diligently working on blue buff. He utilized his Q ability, Resonating Wave, followed by 2 auto attacks. Then returned to his Q for another strike. Due to Lee Sin's passive skill, releasing an ability triggers an increase in his attack speed with subsequent auto attacks, allowing skilled players to clear camps efficiently. As blue buff's health dwindled, reluctant to use his smite, Lee Sin instructed Morgana to return to lane, saving his skills for the 3 wolves ahead. He continued with steady auto attacks. After defeating blue buff and the wolves, he planned to gank mid. Capturing an enemy would be ideal, but forcing a flash would suffice. Let us proceed as planned. Lee Sin began mapping out his jungle route and gank targets. Suddenly, he froze. Where is blue buff? Huh, why is it missing? Did I kill it? Confused, Lee Sin looked down at his feet. Typically, a defeated buff would leave a glowing aura beneath the champion, but now, the area was eerily empty. Is it haunted? Where's my blue buff? Is this the legendary ghostly incident of the rift? What the hell? My blue buff is gone. The internet CAF echoed with Ma Shang's frustrated and bewildered shout. Where's my blue buff? Shut up, Ma Shang. What nonsense are you spouting? You scared me into missing a minion. Hurry to mid. You're level 2 now, right? I have charm. Let us gank Annie, and I'll give you the kill. Ma Shang fell silent, his face flushed with embarrassment, his initial rage morphing into a mix of shame and indignation. Hey, why aren't you speaking? Hey, why aren't you moving? What the hell? Why are you still level 1? After clearing the minion wave, Ahri glanced at the minimap and noticed her jungler was still at blue buff, completely immobile. With a puzzled expression, she turned her camera to investigate, and upon doing so, she was met with a shocking sight. What the hell? Why is Lee Sin still level 1, spinning in circles? My blue buff is gone. Anyone can discern the subtle grievance in Ma Xiang's tone. Reminiscent of a bullied young bride lamenting to her family, utterly aggrieved. The members of Class 3. The blind monk did not strike? Then where, pray tell? Did this blue buff vanish to? Ha ha. A suppressed yet uncontrollable laughter escaped from the lips of Chen Fan and his companions, particularly Zhao Tian, who, gazing at the spinning blue buff beneath his robot's feet, could hardly contain the joy that surged across his cheeks. The blind monk, having toiled tirelessly, never anticipated that his efforts would be so effortlessly usurped by a mere mechanical claw. Observing the robot, now level 2, returning to the bottom lane minions, Zhao Tian was genuinely in awe of Chen Fan's brilliance. My heavens! Little Fan, how on earth are you so clever? Even amidst the onslaught from the opposing team, you managed to think of placing a ward. Impressive. Chen Fan, somewhat helpless, shot a glance at Zhao Tian, thinking, praise me as you will. But your fervent excitement paired with expletives is rather excessive. Chen Fan paid no heed, concentrating on facing the Noxian hand on the top lane. Darius is indeed a tough opponent. While he may be known as the noob hand in the Rift, that's only true for some. It's evident that his opponent is just as self-assured, starting with a long sword and 2 health potions. Is he underestimating me by not even bringing a Doran's shield? Chen Fan glared at the opposing Darius, oblivious to the fact that he had the same starting build. Garen, also known as the Bushwookie, is a champion with both damage and health, capable of playing top lane or support. Demacia. Garen, brandishing his massive greatsword, activated his Q ability, Strike, and charged towards the opposing Darius. Clang. Decisive strike. The greatsword landed squarely on Darius' head. However, Garen didn't retreat. Instead, he moved even closer to Darius' body. Apprehend. Having been struck on the head by Garen, Darius angrily activated his Q ability, Decimate. However, because Garen was so close, the outer edge of the Q didn't hit him, and the damage was negligible. Garen continued to auto-attack, his greatsword striking Darius' body repeatedly. Realizing the situation, Darius also began to strike at Garen with his axe. However, Garen, already at an advantage, wasn't about to trade blows with Darius, who had a bleeding passive. He turned and ran, leaving behind only Darius' furious roar. Humph! A cold snort escaped from Tian Su, who was playing Darius. He had engaged in a skirmish as soon as he got online. Both were level 1, but he, as Darius, hadn't gained any advantage over the opposing Garen. On the contrary, he had lost the trade. This was somewhat unacceptable to the proud and arrogant Tian Su. Humph. I'll let you prance around for now. Once I reach level 3, your death is assured. Humph. Bronze Scrub. Compared to Darius' extremely high early game damage, Garen at level 1 was indeed no match for Darius. Chen Fan knew that Darius' passive, Hemorrhage, could stack up to 5 times, causing blood rage. He couldn't afford to engage in a head-on confrontation, or he would surely suffer. Losing some health was a small matter, but dying would be a major setback. In reality, Garen wasn't weak either. Among the top lane fighters in the Rift, Garen easily ranked among the best. His passive skill allowed him to quickly regenerate health. His Q ability, Strike, reduced slowing resistance and could also prevent crowd control. And the most important reason was that Garen didn't use mana. His skills didn't rely on mana, health, or even energy. With greatsword in hand, minions, prepare to meet your end. After killing this minion, Garen's body flashed with light, and he leveled up to 2. Similarly, Darius also reached level 2, but his positioning indicated that he had no intention of engaging in a skirmish. Darius is strongest at level 3. If you're not going to fight, then I will. Demacia. Without any warning or hesitation, Darius, who had learned Crippling Strike at level 2, was about to use his W ability to secure the cannon minion. Chen Fan, seeing that he had already used his W ability, activated Strike and charged forward with a fierce roar. Crap. Darius, whose skill was on cooldown, was a bit stunned. Hadn't they agreed to play it safe until level 3? Clang. The greatsword struck Darius' head heavily. With his W ability still on cooldown, even if his Q ability hit Garen, it would only be the inner circle, dealing little damage. Darius felt extremely frustrated today, almost to the point of suffocation. When had he, the mighty hand of Noxus, ever been beaten into such a state by the opposing might of Demacia? Bang! Judgment. Like a whirling dervish, Garen's unwavering body began to spin. Holding his greatsword with the blade facing outward, centered on the hilt, relying on the rotating blade to repeatedly slash at Darius' fleeing waist. Before long, Darius, having been hit by strike and judgment, was already at half health. Finally, the cooldown for Darius' W ability, crippling strike, had ended, filled with pent-up resentment. Darius raised his axe high, his eyes filled with murderous intent, his entire being exuding a chilling aura, and immediately turned to strike at Garen. However, Demacia, with the speed boost from strike, Garen slipped away, running quickly. The short-legged and powerless Darius could only watch Garen's retreating figure and roar in anger. Damn it, that Garen. Wait until level 3, you're dead. Tiansu's angry voice reached Ma Xiang's ears beside him. Do you want me to gank? Garen is easy to gank. He'll die as soon as he's caught. No need. Go help the other lanes. I'll kill him myself. Humph. Call for help? Against a bronze player? Tiansu refused Ma Xiang's offer. He was, after all, a high-end player with a diamond rank in the first server. He still had some pride. On the top lane of Summoner's Rift, Darius, now level 3 and equipped with Apprehend, charged towards Garen like a madman. Garen, who had also reached level 3, was nowhere to be found. Just kidding, Chen Fan thought with a sneer as he controlled Garen to retreat towards the tower. Did you think I would still fight you? How laughable. But, Suddenly, Chen Fan, carefully examining the opposing Darius, noticed that Darius was actually at half health. Oh, they had a skirmish at level 1. And he should have used a health potion like himself. But why was he now at more than half health, 4/5 of his health? While Darius was still at half health, could it be that he didn't use a potion? But why wouldn't he use a potion? Because of Garen's passive, Chen Fan, intending to save his health potion, had chosen not to use it and instead relied on his passive, Perseverance, to slowly recover his health. But Darius didn't have a health regeneration passive, so why wouldn't he use a potion? If he didn't want to use a potion, that was his own preference. But how dare he, at half health, charge forward so arrogantly? Who was he looking down on? Demacia. Garen, activating strike, immediately charged forward, facing the axe-wielding, fierce-looking Darius head-on. Bang. Courage. Garen's W ability, at level 1, had a duration of 2 seconds. For the first 0.75 seconds, he would take 60 reduced damage and gain 60 tenacity. For the remaining duration, he would take 30 reduced damage. A glint flashed in Tiansu's eyes, and a cruel sneer slowly crept onto his lips. You're dead. Huh. Strike once again struck Darius' head, while Darius' crippling strike also struck Garen's abdomen. However, just as the axe was about to make contact with Garen's body. Hey! With a righteous cry, a barrier-like object appeared around Garen's body, rotating around him. And that crippling strike, striking Garen who had activated courage, had already lost 60 of its power. The axe strike seemed so insignificant that Garen didn't even lose a sliver of health. Decimate! Darius roared, raising his axe horizontally, creating distance between himself and Garen, wanting to spin a perfect outer circle Q. However, judgment. At this moment, Garen was like a clingy piece of gum, using his judgment skill and desperately trying to get close to Darius. Darius, get lost. Stay away from me. Garen, no. I'm going to stick to you and spin. What can you do about it? Boom. At this moment, Nox was filled with even greater fury. Despite his efforts to unleash devastation, he had only managed to inflict a mere sliver of damage. Under the relentless assault of the shameless Damar, he was subjected to a barrage of judgment, beset by countless blades that pierced and lacerated him, leaving his body awash in blood and riddled with wounds. How infuriating! How could Damar be so despicable? Observing his own character, Nox, being mercilessly targeted by Damar, whose health was nearly depleted, yet who still exuded vitality and fervor while pursuing him, made Tianshu feel as if he might shatter his keyboard in frustration. Alas, there were lovely classmates behind him. He could not allow them to witness his irate outburst. That would tarnish his image. He decided to spare this wretched creature's life for now. He would exact his vengeance at level 6. With unwavering resolve, Nox directed his axe towards the relentless Damar, who was fervently chasing him. He pulled the axe towards himself, and then turned to flee. With no other options, the Damar, unable to evade, felt the tug of Nox's axe. Though it drew him closer to Nox, it momentarily stunned him. In that fleeting moment, Nox had already made his escape. Look at how arrogant you are. You must think yourself formidable. With a dismissive flick of his grandsword, Damar derided Nox, claiming he was merely succumbing to the might of his prowess. The prowess is unmatched. Ding. Just as Damar prepared to push the minion wave and retreat home to replenish health and acquire equipment, he suddenly froze. A melodic chime resonated behind him. Curiously glancing back, he was met with a shocking sight. It was then that Chen Fan noticed the previously fleeing Nox. He had not returned home. Instead, He audaciously traversed past his own minions, brazenly displaying a range of expressions within Chen Fan's line of sight. The intent was unmistakable, a blatant mockery. How dare you mock me, you vanquished foe? Chen Fan was filled with rage. The crocodile that had once displayed its expressions before him was now nothing but a corpse. Utterly lifeless. Now, do you wish to join it in death? Have you forgotten the moment I reduced you to a mere dog? As long as the tower stands, I will charge at Noxus with deadly intent, eager to bring my mighty sword crashing down upon that oversized head. However, even though Nox stood right in front of the minions and did not hide behind them, the distance between them was still considerable. Humph. Fool. Come and kill me. I'm standing here, motionless. What can you do to me? A sneer of derision filled Tian Su's eyes as he furiously tapped his fingers. Scornful expressions appearing one after another above Nox's head, inciting fury in anyone who beheld it. Suddenly, a flash of yellow light erupted from Demacia, and the previously significant distance between the two had vanished in an instant. The mocking smile at the corner of Tian Su's mouth vanished, replaced by panic. How could he, with his meager health, possibly contend with the half-health Demacia? Where is my flash? Where is it? How can I not find my flash? Huh. The mighty sword struck Nox's head with ferocity, leaving both him and Tian Su dizzy and unable to locate their escape. A peculiar yellow light appeared. But this time it enveloped Nox's body, and with Tian Su's health reduced to a mere sliver, he finally located his flash. The momentary panic was nothing for this diamond-ranked player. He quickly regained his composure and activated his flash. Aha. Fool, come chase me. Aha. Think you can kill me with your flash? You must have a few dog-esque guts to dare. Tian Su's arrogant laughter echoed through the entire internet CAF, causing many classmates to frown in annoyance. How could someone so ugly have such a foul mouth? Did he eat something foul this morning and forget to brush his teeth? Even those in Class 3, like Tian Su, were increasingly displeased, their expressions shifting to one of horror as they widened their eyes in disbelief at Tian Su's screen. Tian Su, you look. What is all this noise? Just wait until I hit level 6. I'll definitely. Suddenly, Tian Su, who had taken a sip of cola, nearly spewed it out in shock, staring horrified at his black and white screen. The enemy's violent Noxus, Demacia's might, has slain you. Dead? Dead? How could I, a diamond player, be killed by that elementary school Demacia? How could this be possible? It dawned on him. He trembled as he clicked on the death replay. Ignite. The fatal ignite. That Demacia cast a Q on him and immediately unleashed ignite. He was burned alive. Tian Su clenched his teeth, ignoring the questions from his teammates, his eyes fixed on the opposing top lane Demacia. He was a diamond god. He could not fathom how he had fallen to such a despicable Demacia. Wow. Chen Fan, you're amazing. I'm about to worship you. Lin Feng exclaimed excitedly upon witnessing Nox being single-handedly defeated by Chen Fan. Incredible! Chen Fan is so domineering. Down with Noxus. Long live Demacia. Despite being pressured in mid-lane by the enemy's Fox and unable to leave the tower, Wang Chang found solace in Annie's long reach and Q skill, allowing him to farm and regain mana. Meanwhile, the blind monk, who had lost the blue buff at level 1, was still at level 1 with Master E and dared not invade their jungle like last time. Hence, Lin Feng's Master E was flourishing, already at level 4, comfortably farming. In the bot lane, the blue-buffed robot feared no skill, standing before the minion line. With endless blue and reduced cooldowns, its mechanical claws were ever vigilant. While the barrage from misfortune made the opposing duo quite uncomfortable, Chen Fan was elated as he collected the gold from his kill. Having set out with a red crystal, he opted for a longsword this time. The first item would be the black cleaver for a balanced approach of durability and damage. This match must be won without fail. The second item would be Infinity Edge. The level 4 Demacia returned to lane, armed with a potion, no longer needing to purchase red potions. He glanced at the minions being farmed silently by the now demure Nox. A longsword and a potion, and then, it was gone. As he took the last blow on the minions, both players in the top lane reached level 6 without incident. Although Chen Fan's Demacia had attempted to harass Nox multiple times, Nox had skillfully evaded each attack without losing minions. Dying once did not equate to being at a disadvantage, especially against a champion like Nox. The technical awareness of a diamond player was no laughing matter. Chen Fan intended to call Master E to the top lane for an early gank, yet Nox, pushing the lane, resembled a turtle refusing to show itself. Suddenly, a double kill erupted in the bot lane. The computer's alert tone prompted Chen Fan to switch perspectives swiftly. As the view shifted to the bot lane, 2 corpses lay on the ground, Zhao Tian's robot and Lin Dong's misfortune. Huh. How did they get double killed? Chen Fan inquired, puzzled. Damn it. The enemy's fox and blind monk came down in a 4 versus 2. I was hoping for a fair trade, but who knew they would coordinate so well? Trading blows while taking the tower. Lin Dong and I were simply overwhelmed. Zhao Tian's furious and frustrated voice echoed back, while Wang Chang acknowledged his responsibility. Admitting he failed to keep an eye on Fox and did not signal in time, leading to their demise in the bot lane. Glancing at the kills, one was credited to mid-lane Fox, while the other was claimed by the enemy AD Varus with his execution arrow. Quite unfortunate. They had been taken down by the 2 carries. Choosing to return to base, Chen Fan decided against a head-on clash with Nox and prepared to take action. Xiaofeng, have you reached level 6? Chen Fan inquired of Lin Feng's mastery as he crossed through the jungle, carrying a true sight ward. I'm almost there. I'm nearly level 7. Great. Let's gather mid. Xiao Chang, you unleash Annie's flash and ultimate. Be sure to apply ignite immediately. Mastery will hide in the bush behind the enemy tower, ready to reap the rewards of a successful kill. And Chen Fan's calm eyes glimmered a chilling brilliance. Were the kills in the bot lane so easily attainable? The nine-tailed fox, Ari. Your demise is imminent. Fire. The passive ability of Annie, the Dark Child. After casting 4 spells, her next damaging ability stuns the target for 5 seconds at level 6. With the Damatian sword Netherbane in hand, Damatia's champion activated his Q ability, swiftly dashing toward the river's brush. Although Wang Chang informed Chen Fan that Ari had not placed a ward in the river's thicket. For safety's sake, Chen Fan deployed his true sight ward. The dark crimson sentinel stood resolutely in the brush, its cold gaze scanning the surroundings. Detecting no other wards in existence. War. Poised for action. Are you ready? Wang Chang, you initiate with Annie. In a flash, a sudden burst of yellow light illuminated the scene as Annie, the Dark Child, the little girl, blinked forward, directly confronting Ari, the mid-lane nine-tailed fox. Ari, startled by Annie's abrupt advance, gasped in shock. Did you see my little bear? Oh no. What is happening? This is bad. The words of Annie searching for her bear echoed in Ari's ears. And only then did she realize she was about to unleash her ultimate ability. An ambush awaited in the river. There's no bear here. Tibbers. Yet, too late. Ari frantically spammed her flash ability, but it was of no use. From above descended a gigantic bear, Tibbers, radiating an overwhelming heat of flames. Crashing down onto Ari and pinning her to the ground. The enigmatic sorcerer Gregory Haster and his wife, the Shadow Witch Amaline, had long known of their daughter Annie's remarkable gifts. When Annie was merely 2 years old, she had tamed a ferocious shadow bear from the petrified forest with her extraordinary magic. Annie might be one of the most powerful heroes on the battlefield of justice. The thought of her future capabilities sent shivers down my spine. Senator Mandrick. The colossal Tibbers bared its vicious fangs, its massive arms striking fiercely at the nine-tailed fox beneath. Let go of me, you shameless bear. Ari cried in despair. Yet, Tibbers showed no mercy, its flames searing into Ari, the once proud fox nearing the brink of being roasted. With a resounding call of justice, a brawny figure suddenly emerged from the brush on the left, brandishing a massive sword. Hey there, miss, do you require some serious assistance? Huh, no answer? That means yes. With a reckless swing, the Damatian champion dashed into the mid-lane skirmish, his sword crashing down upon the fox's head, just as Ari, finally freed from Tibbers' stun, regained her senses. Where's my flash? Oh, here it is, F. Huh, Annie exclaimed gleefully, just as Ari was about to press the F key to flash away. She was horrified to find herself immobilized once more. Burn. The Dark Child's W ability released a fiery blast in a conical area, damaging enemies within it. Coupled with the passive fire, Ari was stunned once again. Hey, accept your punishment. Justice shall prevail. A colossal sword loomed over Ari. But this time it was unlike any before. The golden blade of Damatia's might was unparalleled. No weapon could compare. Like a divine judgment, the sword hung above Ari. And in that moment, it came crashing down. The violent force of Damatian power felled the nine-tailed fox, having claimed yet another kill. Chen Fan paid no mind to Wang Chang and Lin Feng's incredulous stares, grinning with delight as he returned home to purchase equipment. Damn it, little Fan. You got the kill even after I ignited her. I'm worse off. I've been hiding in the brush forever and didn't T even get an assist. Burning gemstone, 200 health, 10 cooldown reduction. Heh, just a few hundred more and I can buy the black cleaver, and once that is complete, I can get infinity edge. With a beaming smile, Chen Fan believed that it was indeed better for him to roam, for there was little to gain from engaging with Nox. Yet, the opposing Nox held a markedly different perspective. Upon witnessing his beloved fox fall to Damatia's blade, Nox could no longer restrain himself. just as Demacia returned to the lane, poised to push the minion wave before embarking on another excursion. He was met with the fierce onslaught of Nox, charging forth with a colossal axe in hand. What could have sparked such enmity? Turning to flee from the mid-lane Demacia, he exclaimed, "What madness is this?" Suddenly, a flash of yellow light enveloped Nox, who, propelled by Ghost, utilized Flash to swiftly position himself behind the retreating Demacia. In disbelief, Demacia thought, "What the?" With a basic attack, the axe cleaved through Demacia's robust form, followed by another basic attack, activating 2 stacks of his passive. Chen Fan did not turn back to retaliate, for he understood that countering would be futile. With 2 layers of passive effects afflicting him, he stood no chance against Nox. He continued to flee, racing back to the safety of the tower. The crippling strike came with a forceful blow of the axe, striking Demacia at his side, thereby slowing him down. The effect weighed heavily upon him, diminishing his speed significantly. Yet, with the tower standing tall and fueled by the deadly strike, Demacia made another attempt to escape. However, before he could cover much ground, a merciless axe yanked him back. The heartless iron grip, Nox's singular semi-control skill. Noxus was on the brink of resurgence. A cruel and chilling voice echoed in his ears, just as Nox raised his axe, drawing a wide arc with it. Tian Su displayed remarkable skill, first employing the iron grip to seize Demacia's body, and then, taking advantage of his momentary disorientation, he repositioned himself backward, ensuring that his outer circle Q would undoubtedly strike true against Demacia's form. Chen Fan's situation is perilous, should he be struck by the axe. A mere 2 basic attacks followed by a debilitating blow would promptly activate his 5-layer passive. At that moment, a bloodthirsty Nocturne would prove to be exceedingly formidable. With a decisive flicker, Damon hesitatingly teleported beyond the reach of the Q attack. A true warrior knows that momentary evasion is merely a tactical retreat. Chen Fan consoled himself as Demacia, having just blinked, had already entered the protective range of the turret. "This time, I wonder how you will kill me." Humph. Just as Chen Fan lamented the timing of his recently regained blink, a crimson figure suddenly appeared, heedless of the towering turret above, charging straight towards him. Damn it, was it really necessary to go to such lengths for merely killing you once? Darius, the master of the slam dunk, wielding a basketball hoop, rushed forward like a red whirlwind, his ghostly rush still active, gradually closing in on him. Tian Su chuckled coldly, thinking, "Foolish Demacia, where can you run now?" He had calculated everything. Demacia was already low on health and had 3 layers of passive effects stacked. Once he reached 5 layers to trigger Blood Rage, he could easily finish him off with his ultimate ability. With the kill, he would regain health, ensuring that this turret dive would not end in his own death. Humph, how could you possibly be my match? Tian Su felt it was imperative to make that lecherous Demacia understand what it meant to face the Noxian guillotine. "They shall regret opposing me." The frigid tone made Demacia, sheltered by the turret's warmth, shiver involuntarily. "I fight for those who cannot." There was no escape now. A fatal strike, the judgment. 2 skills slammed into Nox's body with ferocity, compounded by the turret's overwhelming assault, causing Nox's health to plummet. Yet, while Demacia attacked him, Nox was not idle. Boom. Blood red, it soaked through him. Rage filled his heart. The violent crimson hue engulfed Nox. His eyes no longer cold but filled with a primal fury. Blood rage was triggered, and Nox was finally ready to unleash havoc. A grand arc was traced as Nox swung his axe, adjusting the distance to Demacia. Meanwhile, Demacia, with little health remaining and Nox's slaughtering presence sealing off his movements, had no choice but to leave the turret's protection or face the inevitable death from Nox's outer circle Q. Whoosh. The axe blade swept past, inflicting immense damage. And Demacia's health dwindled perilously. Haha. Let's see you survive this time. Tian Su laughed maniacally, his mechanical keyboard clattering as Nox, like a rabid dog, aimed to cleave Demacia's head with his mighty axe. However, at that moment, by a twist of fate, Nox's beloved ghostly rush had just come off cooldown. Bang. Nox's speed suddenly decreased. It was a well-known fact that Nox, with his short legs, was slow. Just then, Chen Fan executed a turret escape maneuver, a move that could break the heart of anyone who witnessed it. In League of Legends, there exists a highly intricate movement technique known as Qin Wang rounds the pillar, alongside a rather comical maneuver called Dahlia turret. Many players have encountered the frustrating scenario where a barely alive enemy escapes back to the turret, leaving one torn between the desire to kill and the reality of being thwarted by the turret's size, often leading to one's own demise at the hands of the turret. Let Noxian hand ascend. A muscular man with a fierce expression, wielding a massive axe, approached, gazing at the mighty Demacia who had long occupied the high throne. He offered a drawing to Demacia. The plot thickened, and Demacia was taken aback, fleeing in panic, while Nox, seeing his plan foiled, decided to take decisive action. With his axe raised, he charged at Demacia. As the saying goes, Jingku assassinated the king of Qin. The king was alarmed, and Jingku pursued. In the chaos, the king of Qin encountered a high pillar and had a brilliant idea, circling around it. But Jingku could not keep up, hence his demise. Nox's demise. Ah. Demacia, I will kill you. How dare you circle the turret? Aye. Tian Su was on the brink of madness, half due to Chen Fan and half due to himself. Turret diving was merely a daily occurrence for him. Yet he could feel the disdainful gazes of his teammates upon him. The tidal turret demon would surely haunt him for a long time. Damn it. This Demacia had him cornered in a turret's blind spot, and without the speed boost from Ghostly Rush, there was no way he could catch up to Demacia's lethal strike. Tian Su felt he had truly botched this play. Looking back, he realized he had been solo killed twice, resembling nothing more than a bronze novice. Turret demon. Haha. Truly a diamond master from Region 1. As he laughed, the mockery from Region 1 players echoed in his mind. Taunting the suburban players and claiming their platinum was no better than their gold. Today, as a mere suburban silver, he had witnessed the legendary prowess of a Region 1 master. Truly, it dazzled my 24K golden eyes. Haha. A burst of laughter rang out behind Tian Su. And at that moment, his face turned a mix of crimson and black, half from rage and half from embarrassment. How could he have humiliated himself before a Region 1 player? All thanks to that damned Demacia. Behold the true power. A roar from Nox echoed throughout the upper lane of the canyon. The jubilant Demacia, having acquired the Black Cleaver, watched as Nox foolishly charged forward, seemingly offering himself as a sacrifice. Observing his own Black Cleaver, he glanced at Nox's longsword and the pitiful red crystal. Since you insist on surrendering, I am more than willing to oblige. Come at me, you will die gloriously. With a fierce shout, Demacia and Nox, representing their respective factions, clashed, one wielding a sword, the other an axe, both striking heavily against each other. Bang! Lethal strike. Crippling blow. The two towering figures collided with ferocity. But what began as an epic clash suddenly turned comical. Even Chen Fan did not anticipate that despite his substantial equipment advantage and being a level higher than Nox, he would not simply reduce Nox's health by half with a single Q. Not to mention the panicked and fleeing Tian Su. Even Chen Fan was taken aback. But wait, how could a mere Nox escape? Take this, grandfather's mighty strike. Judgment. The spinning Demacia, akin to a windmill, struck mercilessly at Nox's midsection, causing his health to plummet. The frantic Nox, desperately attempting to evade the onslaught of Demacia's sword, realized he could not outrun the relentless assault of the nimble Demacia. Accept your punishment. Justice shall prevail. The voice of righteousness echoed throughout the summoner's rift, heralding the inevitable cries of despair from the upper lane. The Noxian executioner Darius, subjected to the just retribution, gazed in despair at his fallen self, unable to overcome his lifelong nemesis. Opposite him, Tian Su wore a mournful expression, acutely aware of the disapproving glances from his teammates. A wave of sorrow washing over him. I shall venture to the top lane for a gank. Your ignite should be ready. I'll grant you the kill. Masha, piloting the jungle Lee Sin, stealthily approached the top lane, moving undetected into the brush, biding his time for the appearance of Demacia's champion. If I fail to slay him this time, my ascent in this diamond tier shall be in vain. With Darius lacking his ultimate ability and armed with the Noxian guillotine, victory seemed assured. With the assistance of the jungler, Tian Su felt emboldened, finally accumulating enough resources to summon the Noxian champion, enticing Darius into a trap. Taunting expressions materialized above the head of Noxus, igniting Chen Fan's ire. How can this fool be so oblivious to the inevitable? Does he not realize his worth has diminished? Does he seek to perish once more? Although Chen Fan had placed wards, they only illuminated the river brush nearby, leaving the opposing brush devoid of vision. Thus, he remained unaware of the lurking blind monk. Life is eternal, and so is the battle. Without further contemplation, Darius charged forth with a mighty roar, delivering a devastating blow to Noxus's cranium, then continued to spin in a frenzy. According to Tian Su's strategy, having already acquired an aggressive item, Black Cleaver, Darius's next choice would undoubtedly be Bloodthirster, or perhaps Randuin's Omen or Sunfire Aegis. Yet, events often unfold contrary to expectations. Darius, Eschewing conventional tactics, unexpectedly procured a pickaxe, boosting his attack power by a remarkable 25 points. With his attack power nearing 200. Coupled with the armor penetration from Black Cleaver, his critical strikes and judgment were overwhelming. Even with the lifesteal from Noxus, he could not withstand the onslaught. His health plummeting perilously close to death. Blast it. Masha, hurry. Unable to endure any longer, Tian-Su summoned his jungler. Here he comes. A wave of white light surged forth as a bald, blind man emerged stealthily from the opposing brush, delivering a resonant sonic wave that struck Darius. Echoing strike. Without uttering a word, the bald monk surged forward, eschewing his hands, instead employing his one good leg to deliver powerful kicks to Darius. Chen Fan's Damation might has reached level 8, while the hand of Noxus lingers at just over level 7. The level 7 monk strikes against Damation prove ineffective and trivial. Nevertheless, even the smallest mosquito still bears flesh. Under the relentless assault of Noxus and the monk, Chen Fan's Damation health plummets, and he bears 5 layers of Noxus passive upon his form. Meanwhile, the enraged Noxus, his body ablaze with crimson fury, lets out a triumphant roar as he slowly raises his axe high. What on earth? If you cannot compete, then gather your allies. Do you not understand the essence of fair competition? Are you unfamiliar with the concept of a one-on-one duel? Chen Fan bellowed in rage. Nock replied, indeed. You can challenge us both, or we can take you on together. Ha ha ha, this time you shall surely perish. As Damasia's health dwindled, he began to succumb to despair, and at last, the long-awaited revenge seemed within reach. Tian-Su trembled with excitement, a sinister smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Now, I truly doubt Damasia will survive this. His disdain for the incessant calls for assistance and the endless insults was palpable. What nonsense! It's entirely normal to call for help when the lane becomes untenable. If you were in a duel and suddenly a jungler appeared to ambush you, would you not find it infuriating? The onlookers from the third class observed Tian-Su's frantic retreat, and although they frowned at his plea for the jungler's aid, they remained silent. After all, it was a wise decision to seek assistance when overwhelmed in the lane. Yet, many found Tian-Su's foul-mouthed tirades unbearable, some even hoping for Damasia to rise and turn the tables. Skill can be honed, but poor character cannot be excused. While the world may be rife with deception, a lack of integrity will make one a pariah. The chaos among the trio escalated, and Nock, seeing Damasia's health at its nadir, raised his axe with a triumphant roar, prepared to unleash the Noxian guillotine. No matter how many of you there are, I shall not falter. The light of Damasia shall illuminate the world. His voice, once filled with righteousness, transformed into a fierce declaration as he brandished his mighty weapon against his foes. If violence is devoid of purpose, then it is rendered meaningless. With a thunderous crash, the blind monk struck the ground, inflicting damage, and followed up with a blow that slowed Damasia. Yet, it proved futile. Just as Nock was about to execute the fatal strike, Tian-Su found himself engulfed in confusion. Bewildered by the unfolding events, he remained oblivious to how he met his demise. In the final moments, with a mere 180 seconds before his fate was sealed, Damasia's ignite was ready. A swift strike and a flame ignited, effortlessly claiming Nock's life. I am Lee Sin, known colloquially as the Blind Monk. Initially, I was engaged in a fierce contest with my red buff, battling valiantly against its resistance. After a tumultuous struggle, I ultimately triumphed, claiming it beneath my feet. Yet, despite my success, why did the hand of that elementary school student prove so fortuitous? I was compelled to intervene personally to hunt down that insufferable Damasia. However, fortune arrived with alarming suddenness. Nock must surely be a fool to have perished so quickly. Now, faced with the rejuvenated Damasia, I assessed my gear, a partially completed jungle knife and a pair of boots, nothing more. Even my hard-won red buff had been seized by the very Damasia I sought to vanquish. Oh heavens! Who shall rid us of this Damasia? Ma Xiang, alongside Tian-Su, silently regarded his own dismal fate, casting a mournful glance at Tian-Su. Didn't we agree it would be a breeze to secure kills? Now look, we VE gifted a double kill, and even my red buff woe is me. Meanwhile, Chen Fan reveled in the spoils of his conquests, for kills in hand. Feeling an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Securing a kill is exhilarating, and the more I achieve, the greater my joy. Haha, little Fan, you've unleashed your inner cosmos today. You even managed to best Nock. Truly magnificent. Although Chen Fan's performance on the battlefield was commendable, having decisively overwhelmed Nox, his teammates in the mid and bot lanes were suffering immensely. Unfortunately, in terms of raw strength, his team was indeed at a disadvantage compared to their opponents. Particularly in the bot lane, Lin Dong and Zhao Tian, despite having the formidable threat of Blitzcrank, were barely managing to survive, struggling against the overwhelming odds of 3 versus 2 and 4 versus 2. Lin Feng, serving as the jungler, was notably sluggish in his responses. By the time Master Yi arrived, the enemy had already begun to clear the battlefield, leaving him with nothing but the prospect of feeding kills to the opposition. Wang Chong in the mid lane was utterly unable to contain the cunning fox. Annie was pushing the lane at a snail's pace, and the dark sorceress, attempting to farm and develop, was relegated to using her crippled fire to secure minion kills while conserving her mana. The fox, on the other hand, wielded the deceptive spell thief with expert precision, effortlessly pushing the minion wave and taking advantage of Annie's moment of vulnerability beneath the tower to execute a multitude of maneuvers. Continuing down this path was not a viable plan. Relying solely on his own prowess would not lead to victory. Demacia was no Yasuo, Vayne, or Master Yi, heroes known for their potential to turn the tide of battle. His teammates also needed to grow in strength. Seizing the moment, Chen Fan resolved to initiate a gank in the bot lane. Lin Dong, Zhao Tian, let us strike in the bot lane and push the tower. Finally, are you coming? Zhao Tian exclaimed. You have no idea how helpless I felt playing this blitz. As Chen Fan's intent to gank reached Lin Dong and Zhao Tian, they could no longer contain their grievances. With their combined strength and the composition they possessed, they shouldn't have been in such a dire situation. Yet, the enemy's shamelessness in frequently employing numerical advantage to bully the two of them was utterly disheartening. I'm on my way. I've already acquired my Warrior-esque jungle knife and the lifesteal staff. Let us go 4 against 2. We can push the tower and secure the dragon. At that moment, Lin Feng, having just finished taking the red buff, also arrived in the bot lane, accompanied by Chen Fan, both equipped with a vision ward, one in the triangular bush and another in the river. Boom. The stage was set for confrontation, drenched in blue and purple lightning. A metallic figure wielding 2 colossal mechanical claws, Blitzcrank, surged forward, propelled by an unseen force. Overloading. Blitzcrank activated his supercapacitor, gaining a burst of 75 movement speed. With a swift charge, he approached the Dark Queen Morgana and the enchanted arrow Varus lurking near the bushes. Suddenly, he flashed right in front of Wei Jiaoxi. Bang! Energy fist. Before Wei Jiaoxi could react, a metallic fist radiating with terrifying thunderous energy struck him hard in the midsection. Blitzcrank charged his mechanical arm with energy, ensuring the next attack would deal double damage and launch the target into the air. The immense fist, channeling a tempest of violent electrical energy, crashed down upon the ADC Wei Jiaoxi. Ha! Taste my uppercut. The mighty blow sent Wei Jiaoxi flying into the air. At last, the support Dark Queen Morgana reacted, casting her dark shield to absorb magical energy and protect her allies from any crowd control effects until the shield was broken. This move was indeed remarkable, but it came a tad too late. After bestowing the shield upon her ADC, the fallen angel Morgana turned to flee. Adhering to the philosophy of self-preservation, you take the heat, I shall make my exit. Yet, would the robot grant her such an opportunity? In good times and in bad. You should stay and face the music with your ADC. Ha! In a flash, Blitzcrank's electrified mechanical claw shot forth, capturing Morgana before she could escape. Queen, you actually came back for me. Wei Jiaoxi, would brave any peril for your sake. A deep frown appeared on Morgana's forehead, her expression darkened. Am I here for you? I shouldn't have given you that shield. It would have been better for me. Alas, I shall lead the charge. A towering golden figure suddenly emerged from the bushes. It was Chen Fan's Demacia, brandishing his mighty sword. Heh, does the queen desire a health potion? It's quite delightful. I want it, replied Wei Jiaoxi eagerly. Get lost. Focusing his will, a fearsome aura, capable of shattering stone, surged forth like a green hurricane, blinding Wei Jiaoxi and Morgana, who shielded their eyes in confusion, trying to discern the identity of this formidable presence. The master of the ultimate blade, the last disciple of the infinite path, wielded a blade sharper than any peace-seeking heart. Yet today, he sought no peace. His furious eyes were filled with memories of a ravaged homeland and villagers lost to the poison of despair. Wei Jiaoxi and Morgana, in deep agony, closed their eyes, resigning to hopelessness. Faced with overwhelming encirclement, would they choose to resist fiercely until death or passively await their fate? Of course, they would resist with all their might, determined to retain their dignity, even in death. Simultaneously, they roared in defiance. But then, A melodious, almost intoxicating laughter echoed from behind them, accompanied by an overwhelming barrage of gunfire. It was none other than Misfortune's ultimate, a hail of bullets. Dignity? Resistance? Did they even have a chance to resist? With health rapidly dwindling, the two stood despondently amidst the storm of bullets, awaiting their inevitable demise. Lin Dong slowed down. At least let me have an assist. Lin Feng, upon witnessing Misfortune's ultimate, rushed in frantically, hoping to snag an assist, and perhaps, if fate allowed, even a kill. Wait. I've come all this way from the top lane. Demetia followed suit, charging towards the two in the bot lane. Don't stop the ultimate, Zhao Tian shouted urgently. But it was already too late. Unbeknownst to Lin Dong, as soon as he ceased his ultimate, two lurking figures sprang forth. Prepare for judgment. Justice shall prevail. The true master always retained the heart of an apprentice. Alpha strike. Critical hit. Caught off guard, Lin Dong, who had merely intended to assist his teammates, stood bewildered as Wei Diaoxi's life was claimed by Demetia's ultimate, and Morgana felt a Master Yi's blade. What of him? Had he squandered his ultimate for a mere 2 assists? Who truly is the carry? Who is the main character here? 2 kills were snatched away. How dare you deceive me? So innocent and naive like a blooming flower. Get out of my sight. I don't want to see you two anymore. I have selflessly considered the team economy, and yet look what I have received in return. Push the tower, secure the dragon. They shouted loudly, utterly disregarding Lin Dong's seething frustration. Why do I have teammates like this? Lin Dong pondered, questioning whether he had awakened with the wrong posture that morning or if his recent lack of sincerity during his temple visit had led to such misfortune. The first tower was swiftly dismantled by the combined efforts of 4, but as they turned their attention to the dragon, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A piercing metallic scream erupted as Blitzcrank fell victim to an ambush. The enemy champions Varus and Lee Sin had stealthily struck down our support robot from behind. Faced with a dragon already weakened and an approaching adversary, Chen Fan found himself in a precarious predicament. Forget about the dragon. Let us engage in battle and eliminate our foes first, and then we shall revisit the dragon. Chen Fan shouted rapidly, eager to engage the enemy. However, with the absence of the robot, who served as a formidable frontline tank, there was no one left on his side to withstand the onslaught from the adversaries. The battle stretched on, with desperate dodging and fleeing, leaving the riverbed stained with blood and littered with remnants of conflict. This was untenable. The team could not endure this skirmish, especially since both Misfortune and Master Yi were lacking their ultimate abilities. With one less member, victory seemed impossible. Many might dismiss the robot as merely a slightly larger minion without its mechanical claws. Yet it possessed a passive skill, a mana shield that activated when Blitzcrank's health fell below 20, granting a magical barrier equivalent to 30 of his mana. One should never underestimate the presence of such a seemingly insignificant minion, nor the value of that 30-point shield. It could absorb significant damage, providing a crucial breath of relief to the team and preventing them from being annihilated in the initial wave of attacks. Ah, Tibbers! Annie's furious voice echoed as a colossal, fearsome firebear materialized before the gathered crowd. Well done, little bug. I almost forgot about Annie's ultimate. Now we have a meat shield. Xiaofeng, do you have flash? Let us cut down the backline together. All right. 2 streaks of yellow light surged forward, wielding their weapons as they charged towards the enemy's AD and mid laner. Upon witnessing the approach of Darius and Master Yi, the opposing duo of Ari and Varus wore expressions of disdain and amusement. Huh, you think you can kill us? Let us see if you have the capability. Ari, the nine-tailed fox, unleashed a seductive kiss from her alluring lips, casting her only crowd control ability, Charm. Simultaneously, a dark purple vine shot forth from Varus' blood-red bow, ensnaring Darius' defiant form and halting him in his tracks. Corrupted chains. Varus' controlling ultimate. In a moment of shock, Ari realized her charm had completely missed its target, as the green figure had vanished from view. Yet the torrent of sword energy did not dissipate alongside Master Yi's disappearance. Anticipating the inevitable, Ari fled desperately, her body taut with fear, her 9 beautiful, glossy white tail standing on end, signaling the imminent danger. But it was too late. A yellow-green whirlwind crept up, closing in on Ari's enticing figure. The way of the infinite. Master Yi moved with such swiftness that he left behind a trail of green afterimages, his sword raised high, cleaving through the air with relentless fury towards Ari. Varus had developed remarkably well, receiving frequent assistance from his jungler and mid laner, allowing him to farm with ease and acquire formidable equipment. This led to the ensnared Darius suffering a barrage of attacks from Varus, including piercing arrow, dark binding, along with the passive damage from his basic attacks. With only a pair of defensive boots, Darius could hardly withstand such an onslaught, his health plummeting drastically. The hold of the corrupted chains lasted merely 2 seconds, though brief. In the treacherous, blood-soaked Summoner's Rift, 2 seconds meant standing there helpless, taking blows without respite. Darius' expression darkened as he was trapped, yet upon noticing that only Varus was relentlessly attacking him while the others did not join in, he felt a sense of relief. Ari was pursued fervently by Master E, both in peril, the former lacking her ultimate and the latter devoid of his crowd control. The outcome was uncertain. Mid laner Annie, though besieged by the enemy trio of Nocturne, Lee Sin, and Morgana, was shielded by Miss Fortune's firepower and Tibbers' protection, skillfully retreating and advancing. Though their health was critically low, they were not yet doomed. Finally, the 2 seconds elapsed, and Darius, regaining his freedom, charged furiously towards Varus, wielding his great sword. "Huh, you dare confront me with such little health? Don't you know my healing is ready?" As the menacing aura surged forth like a tornado, Varus showed no fear, advancing instead, his dark red bow glowing with intensity, driven by an insatiable thirst for fresh blood. With the tower still standing, bang, the Stormbringer, granting 40 attack power, combined with the pickaxe and black cleaver, amplified Darius' might, coupled with his inherent attack power and level-ups, which hovered around 200. Along with the black cleaver's armor penetration and the skill damage from his critical strikes, he swung his great sword with ferocity, landing a devastating blow on Varus' head, draining half of his health as if struck by the dragon itself. Varus, in disbelief, turned to flee, akin to a scolded limping dog, abandoning thoughts of teammates, team fights, and dragons. Damn it, this world is terrifying. I want to go home, to the fountain. In this chaotic and bloody gorge. Only the fountain promised a semblance of safety, but would Chen Fan allow him to escape? Absolutely not. Judgment. The golden blade, gleaming with a chilling edge, carved gruesome wounds into Varus' frail body. Even after consuming a potion to regain health, it was futile. Darius' massive greatsword engulfed Varus, drowning him in a torrent of power. The might of Demacia claimed the life of the executioner's arrow. Soon after, the way of the infinite slayed the nine-tailed fox. The hand of Noxus eliminated the bounty hunter. The dark child vanquished the fallen angel. The blind monk triumphed over the dark child. The battlefield was in constant flux. What had once been a 10-player engagement now dwindled to just 4, Master E, Darius, Nocturne, and Lee Sin. Haha, Xiaofeng, let us go. Chen Fan laughed heartily, raising Darius' greatsword high, resolutely charging towards the enemies. No matter who stood before him, be it Lee Sin or Nocturne, he would cleave them all. Let us avenge them. Lin Feng followed closely behind. With his ultimate ability ready, the Highlander Master E butchered the underdeveloped Nocturne with ease, akin to slicing through vegetables. And the similarly underdeveloped Lee Sin stood no chance against Darius, though their health appeared similar, at least on the surface. Ace. Total annihilation. Haha, that was exhilarating. If only the match weren't over, I would love to see the expressions on those guys from Class 3. Xiao Chang truly astonished us all. Although he met his demise, he managed to take down 2 opponents. Impressive indeed. In stark contrast to Chen Fan's side, the opposing team erupted in chaos. What on earth? Luo? Are you out of your mind? Do you not comprehend the importance of protecting the carrion team fights? Are you a fool? Anger surged as he exclaimed. Why must you insist on challenging Dema one-on-one? How am I to rescue you? Are you merely seeking to accompany him to the grave? Utterly senseless. What in the world are you doing? A bunch of idiots. Fox, you are an assassin in the mid lane. Yet you allowed a jungler like Jianxing to eliminate you? Were those kills merely for show? I genuinely question how you attained your platinum rank in Area 1, most likely through the assistance of a booster. Someone remarked about last hits. WQNM LGBT Tiansu. The mid lane Fox, incensed, slammed his fist down on the keyboard, rising abruptly to shove his chair aside. He furiously pointed at Tiansu, berating him. What a joke. You claim to be a diamond master? You're even worse than I am at platinum. Even if I were to play with one eye closed and my feet, I would never allow Dema to kill me 4 times. How dare you criticize me? You're playing like a complete fool. I suspect you only reached diamond through the help of a booster. You are truly a disgrace to Area 1. Tiansu remained silent, merely staring at the screen before him. After unleashing a torrent of insults at Tiansu, the furiously tongue fell silent, picking up the mouse once more to control his hero. Though he was deeply dissatisfied with their top laner, this was not the time for blame. Besides, he had already vented his frustration, and they needed to continue fighting to avoid becoming a laughingstock for Team 1. However, at the 20-minute mark, their top laner, knock, fell victim to yet another solo kill. With the Infinity Edge in his possession, how could Chen Fan possibly fail to eliminate Tian-Su? The first turret in the top lane was demolished. At 22 minutes, while Dama relentlessly assaulted the second turret, the opposing team converged upon him, preparing to besiege. "Don't mind me. Take the dragon and push the turret," Chen Fan said, a mixture of sadness and humor in his tone. How flattering to think so highly of oneself. Did they truly believe that 5 of them, all at once, would come for my head, which bears a bounty of millions? Chen Fan was acutely aware of his impending demise, and it was evident that the 2 towers could not be dispelled. Resolutely, he pivoted and launched a swift, lethal strike. Judgment, Damation Justice, Ignite. A flurry of attacks culminated in the downfall of Varus. Where's the promised kill for me? Why am I the one to perish first? Damn it. The beleaguered Varus gazed at the towering figure, unwavering amidst the onslaught of his teammates, ultimately meeting his unfortunate end. "What a ridiculous game," he exclaimed. 5 of us against 1 Damation, and we still lost 1 for 1. What kind of nonsense is this? The AD carry from Class 3 shouted in frustration at his teammates, who were already discontented with the unfairness of 5 against 1. Only to find that the Damation was remarkably resilient. "I'm done. Why did you steal my kill, you fallen?" Losing 1 AD is already a significant setback. And now a support snatched that colossal bounty. The top laner, Nasus, was incensed. "What can I do? I merely used Ignite. Who could have anticipated?" Morgana lamented, feeling unjustly blamed for the outcome. "Did I ever criticize your pitiful performance, Nasus? You pose as a diamond player, yet you're merely a smith." 25 minutes in. The second tower in the top lane was destroyed, and the Nexus turrets were on the brink of devastation. Nasus, overestimating his capabilities and emboldened by the protection of the turret behind him, taunted Chen Fan in a desperate bid to vent his frustrations. In Chen Fan's eyes, this was nothing short of self-deception. Unable to surpass him in skill, he resorted to such tactics, unashamed of his plight. Consequently, Demacia executed a decisive kill on Nasus. With the Black Cleaver, Infinity Edge, and Dance of Death, alongside a pair of Ninja Tabi, within a mere 25 minutes. The 3-item Damation had become an insurmountable force for the opposing team. Heroes like Varus, Morgana, and Lee Sin, fragile in nature, upon witnessing the Damation's formidable weaponry, instinctively reacted not with control spells, but with a desperate flicker of flash or fervent prayers for mercy from the towering Damation. The situation had devolved to such an extent that the 5 from Class 3 had abandoned any hopes of a comeback, each one now solely focused on self-preservation, cherishing their lives and their already dismal KDA. "We cannot allow ourselves to be outdone," echoed in their minds. Meanwhile, Nasus bore no such constraint, for he had long surpassed that threshold, standing at 0-10-5. It was abundantly clear to all who was the novice and who was the true master. "Damn it, Damation, I shall not rest until you fall," he declared. "Curse you. You think you can best me again? Had it not been for my Ignite being on cooldown, that wretched Damation would certainly have met his end. If only I had used my ghost." As he lamented, he stared at his screen, where Tian-Su relentlessly pressed on the towers, trampling over his own corpse, leaving him speechless. He could find no retort, for the disdainful gazes of his teammates spoke volumes. Yet, he could not fathom how the top laner from Class 1 could wield such power, single-handedly dismantling their team. Was he truly that inept? Surely. His diamond rank was not a mere fabrication. Tian-Su pondered, perplexed, as he found no fault in his own performance, save for the moment of reckless tower diving. However, Nasus was not a champion who could snowball from a single kill. Or perhaps, the opposing top laner was a hidden gem. Yes, that must be it. Resigned to defeat, Tian-Su reflected on how their original advantage had been dismantled by that singular top laner who led the charge, while the rest of the opposing team merely followed, picking up assists and kills. The ruse was masterfully executed. Casting a wary glance at the gleeful Chen Fan, an overwhelming sense of apprehension washed over him. He was convincingly deceptive. Victory. The resplendent enemy crystal shattered under the relentless onslaught of the team. With a score of 2-1, the victory was theirs. The atmosphere was jubilant. In less than 30 minutes, they had turned the tide. And compared to the despondency that followed a previous game, their spirits soared high with renewed confidence. Class 3 has finally avenged their losses. Those so-called diamond and platinum players can't hold a candle to us, not even to my silver rank. No need for explanations regarding smithing. Yet, amidst the celebration, Chen Fan sat in silence, seemingly detached from the jubilation of his teammates. They assumed he was merely being coy, for his Damation had indeed been formidable, leading the team to victory, instilling courage and faith in them. His contributions were undeniable. However, Chen Fan was acutely aware that he was not being pretentious. He was genuinely astonished, not due to the match, nor because of his invincible damnation, but rather, ding, dear esteemed user. Your League of Legends Super Deluxe gift pack has been delivered. Please claim it. The enchanting smile of DJ 36E, the enchanting songstress, flashed before Chen Fan's mind, igniting a wave of exhilaration within him. Setting aside thoughts of rewards, the mere prospect of witnessing such a stunning visage daily was more than enough to satisfy him. Such beauty was a rarity in the world outside, let alone something one could behold each day. Claiming it, he opened the package. The familiar ritual unfolded as he murmured to himself. Ding. Congratulations. You have acquired the talent skill, Prodigal Thief. And then, it was gone. Prodigal Thief? Was that not a rune? How could runes be included in this? Chen Fan was well aware of the Prodigal Thief, especially since the recent overhaul of the league had seen all runes reclaimed and replaced by a new system for players. Prodigal Thief was but one of the minor runes under the inspiration tree. As a frequent player of Ezreal, Chen Fan understood this to be a skill designed for gaining gold after using a skill. The next attack against a champion would yield bonus gold and a chance to acquire a consumable. However, while the skill was indeed advantageous for maintaining an edge in lane, what of its applicability in reality? Did it mean he would earn actual currency every time he engaged in combat? A troubling image emerged in Chen Fan's mind. Bang! He was engaged in a brawl, and with each punch he threw, 100 yuan would magically appear in his pocket. Another punch, another 100. How long must he fight before he could ascend to the heights of wealth and success? Moreover, he understood that skills could only be unleashed after a basic attack to pilfer money, but where were those skills? 36E. Come forth and reveal to me the location of these skills, he exclaimed in frustration. What skills am I even supposed to release? Thus, Chen Fan sat in a daze, enveloped in silence. The game was unfair. He lamented, I do not desire this skill. Could you not provide me with an item instead? Even a mere sandwich cookie would be far more useful. Chen Fan shouted internally, but the DJ girl never made her appearance. Hey, Chen Fan, what are you thinking? Get into the room. The match is about to start. Lin Feng, who was waiting impatiently for Chen Fan to enter the room and commence the competition, gently punched Chen Fan, hoping to rouse him from his stupor. I know, stop bothering me, Chen Fan retorted, returning the punch half-heartedly. However, at that moment, he suddenly froze, rendered speechless. Ding! As Lin Feng waited endlessly, his patience waning, he turned around and exclaimed, What the heck? Why are you still daydreaming? Hey, the match is starting. Choose your hero. Oh, right. I'm coming, selecting my hero now. Are you all right? You seem a bit off, stuttering and mumbling. No, I'm fine. Lin Feng chose not to press further and began selecting his jungle hero. Meanwhile, beside him, Chen Fan, with an unusually peculiar expression, slowly retrieved a dazzling coin from his pocket, its brilliance captivating. Ding! Unfazed and without a care, it simply appeared in my world. There was no jest, nor was I hallucinating. The coin in my pocket truly existed, and above Lin Feng's head hovered a vibrant, golden pouch that looked utterly real, just like in the game. The resplendent golden pouch materialized above Lin Feng's head with abandon. The reason? It was simply because I lightly punched him, and then I received a coin. Note that it was a coin. This coin was akin to the currency in the league, shimmering and enticing. Though there was merely one coin, Chen Fan was absolutely elated. Bang! For reasons unknown, Chen Fan suddenly slapped Lin Feng lightly on the back, the sound echoing despite the gentle touch. Why did you hit me? Oh, nothing. My hand just acted on its own. Come on. Can you provide a better excuse? Lin Feng shot Chen Fan an annoyed glare and turned back, contemplating what jungle hero he should select. His criteria were simple, fierce and flashy. Yet, to his dismay, the coveted pouch did not appear above Lin Feng's head this time. He checked his pocket again. It still contained only the solitary coin. Chen Fan's eyes were glazed over as his mind wandered. Why was there no gold this time? Could it be that, much like in the game, it was a matter of chance? Or was there another reason? Reflecting carefully, he recalled that the last time, it was Lin Feng who struck him first, and after he retaliated, the gold appeared. Perhaps he could ask Lin Feng to hit him once more, and he would respond in kind. Yes, just a light tap. Otherwise, Xiao Feng might go mad. However, just as Chen Fan reveled in his thoughts, he was jolted by the furious voices of his teammates. What the hell? Xiao Fan, you actually picked Teemo? Have you lost your mind? Seriously, Xiao Fan. Playing Teemo in the top lane, what were you thinking? Unbelievable. Xiao Fan, have you really gotten so arrogant? My goodness. We are in a match, you know? Though at ISNTA Professional League, it's certainly ISNTA Casual Bot game. Can we please not be so overconfident? Timo. Chen Fan has chosen the most despicable and shameless champion in the entire League of Legends, the swift and audacious Timo. The one who dies millions of times each day, with corpses that could wrap around the earth multiple times. Chen Fan, must you flaunt so brazenly? Do you dare to be this audacious? My goodness, Xiao Fan, how could you possibly choose this? Very well, since you have taken such a bold step, I shall not hold back either. Come forth, the swift-wind swordsman. No, please, don't. Xiao Chong, you must remain calm. The remaining three, upon hearing Wang Chong's words, hurriedly intervened. One Timo is already eccentric enough, adding a joyful wind boy. How on earth are we supposed to play? Yet, they were a step too late. The sound of the hero confirmation echoed through the headphones. Wang Chang, normally not known for his swift fingers, surprised everyone. How are we supposed to proceed? This is just absurd. Fine. If it has come to this, I shall play as the rock golem, supporting Yasuo's entrance. Zhao Tian, ever the considerate one, understood the situation and promptly allied with Wang Chong. Although he was aware of Wang Chong's lackluster skills with the joyful wind boy, surely, with his rock golem's powerful knockup, that could at least inflict some damage. I shall continue with misfortune. Our ultimate shall synergize splendidly for this match. The sound of confirmation signaled Lin Dong's choice of the bounty hunter, Misfortune. Lin Feng opted for a crowd-control jungler, the Morning Mummy, Amumu. Thus, the chaotic selection comprised of Chen Fan's ill-conceived Timo in the top lane, Wang Chong's impulsively picked joyful wind boy, the tearful crowd-control jungler Amumu, the team-fighting assassin Misfortune, and the impenetrable behemoth, Malphite. However, with Yasuo, Misfortune, Amumu, and the rock golem, all renowned for their unyielding team-fighting prowess. What on earth is the logic behind that little Timo? What is happening? Can someone enlighten me as to why I selected a Timo? Chen Fan, having regained his composure, stared at the screen displaying the adorable bunny Timo. A large question mark hovered above his head. Did I really choose Timo? I have no recollection of it at all. The other four regarded this pretentious fool with disdain. Could you possibly be any more insincere? You've made your choice. You'd hear you were feigning innocence. How amusing. Class 3. Goodness. He actually had the audacity to select Timo for the top lane? Tian Su stared incredulously at the cute, fluffy Timo on the screen. Seething with rage. Is he treating us like fools? Damn it. A level 1 team fight. I vow to take down this rascal 100 times. Let us go. We shall crush that Timo. The 5 members of Class 3 glared at the taunting Timo that had appeared before them, while Tian Su, having chosen Riven for the top lane, ground his teeth in frustration. It must be noted that there are few champions in the league possessing self-buffing auras. Master E possesses a self-inflicted discord aura. What the hell? Master E, why are you still jungling? Steal the tower. Steal the dragon. Gank already. Yasuo possesses a self-indulgent aura. Yasuo, could you refrain from using your E? Could you stop floating around? For heaven's sake, Yasuo. Can you not throw the game? Alchemist possesses a self-ignoring aura. Want to kill? Very much. So why not pursue? Haha. Pursue your sister. Timo possesses a self-repulsive taunting aura, whereas Timo? No idea. What the hell? Why is he in the bot lane? Oh, I'm dead. Wait. What is this mushroom? Oh no, another one? Damn it, there's. I've died again. As the match interface loaded, Chen Fan was adorned in Timo's bunny skin. Purchasing his gear, a crystal vial sufficed. However, the visual was truly dissonant. A crimson rock golem, a rapier-wielding rogue, a tearful little mummy, and the elegant bounty hunter with her twin guns of alabaster. Amidst them, there bounced the irresistibly adorable bunny Timo. This scene was a sight to behold, evoking a pang of sorrow. The 5 members of Class 3, upon witnessing this tableau, wore expressions of disbelief. Selecting champions is one thing, but encountering the insufferably irritating Timo in all his glory elicits a profound sadness within Class 3. His nauseating aura swept across the summoner's rift, its essence even seeping from the computer screens into the hearts of real players. Timo must perish. This sentiment resonated among Class 3. Although Chen Fan had inadvertently selected Timo due to a momentary lapse, it was not without merit, for Timo was indeed one of his favorite champions. After all, who wouldn't want to own the bunny skin? Chen Fan's first edition was neither the Q skill, Blinding Blow, nor the E skill, Toxic Shot, infused with magical damage from basic attacks. Instead, it was the W skill, Nimble Timo. Not long after the match commenced, spectators beheld Chen Fan maneuvering the rabbit like Timo. gliding upon a streak of blue light, dancing at the heart of his team, boldly advancing toward the enemy's blue buff to establish vision. In typical matches, top laners often assess their opponent's compositions before deciding whether to engage in an early skirmish, but there was Chen Fan, brazenly lurking in the enemy's jungle as a mere Teemo. I can't shake the feeling that Chen Fan resembles Teemo in some way, Zhao Tian remarked incisively. The previously solemn atmosphere of the rift was suddenly infused with amusement due to this lively little rabbit. A match that was ostensibly tense and grave was rendered bizarre by the hidden aura of a single champion, a sentiment shared by Lin Feng and the others. With swift agility, Chen Fan entered the enemy jungle, stealthily lying in wait. This behavior was reminiscent of a primary school student. However, after an extended period of concealment without sighting any foes, he grew weary and began to make his way toward the bottom lane. As both teams transitioned into the landing phase, Wang Chong, the mid laner, noted with confusion that the enemy mid laner, the ancient wraith Xerath, had yet to make an appearance. As the first wave of minions surged forward, Xerath's blue figure remained absent, leaving Wang Chong puzzled. Zhao Tian shared his confusion. As the enemy's bottom lane consisted solely of an AD Kog'Maw, with no sign of his support, Zyra. Where's everyone? What about the other four on their team? In the top lane, someone scoffed that Teemo must be hiding in the brush, asserted Zyra's player from Class 3 with unwavering certainty. He probably won't dare to show himself now that we've arrived, laughed Tian Su, the top laner from Class 3, controlling Riven. Teemo's passive ability. If he remains undamaged in the brush for 5 seconds, activates his stealth, allowing him to navigate without breaking his concealment. There are only 2 patches of grass up here. Where could he hide? The enemy team, having sent 4 members to the top lane, was determined to eliminate that insufferable Teemo. Minion waves? Economy? As long as the AD carries are well farmed, that's all that matters. It was indisputable that Teemo must perish. After a devastating encounter with a powerful Darius in the previous game, the Class 3 team was eager to unleash their frustrations upon Teemo. Riven shouted mightily, her broken blade whirling as she executed her abilities in the first patch of grass. Yet, her triumphant shout echoed in vain. Teemo was nowhere to be found. Clearly, he was not here. The 4 players from Class 3 exchanged sly grins, realizing that if he wasn't in this brush, he must be in the other one. To prevent Teemo from escaping with a flash, Zyra strategically positioned herself at the opposite end of the brush, should Teemo dare to reveal himself. Several thorny vines would ensnare him instantly. With a mighty roar, the ancient wraith Xerath summoned a long beam of blue energy, directing it from one side of the brush to the other. Yet, there was nothing within the brush, no rabbit in sight. Where is Teemo? Did I miss him? They wondered. Bewildered. Suddenly, a commanding voice resonated throughout the rift. First blood. A cry echoed from the bottom lane. In merely 3 minutes, the first blood had been drawn. Astonishingly by Teemo himself. The 4 players in the top lane exchanged incredulous glances. Why was Teemo down there? Did that mean they had foolishly rushed to the top lane only to have Teemo secure a kill in the bottom lane? Unbelievable. Meanwhile, the Class 3 AD, Kog'Maw, believed he was only facing misfortune and Malphite in the lane. What can Malphite do without his ultimate? Just a basic soldier. And as for misfortune, I just need to avoid her E skill, he thought, confidently utilizing his long-range W skill to farm without concern, even outpacing misfortune. However, he remained oblivious to the significant level lead he had, as the enemy team shared experience while he was solo. Only when he misstepped and was hit by misfortune's slow did he finally notice a cute little rabbit emerge from the brush. It was then that he understood the reason for his substantial level advantage. Who was calling whom a fool? He pondered, feeling a wave of shame wash over him. The members of Class 3, with their heads hanging low, watched in disbelief as the bouncy little rabbit dashed through the middle lane toward the top lane. Why is he being so sneaky? This is utterly infuriating. He's definitely a primary school student. Only a bronze-level player would engage in such brush antics, they exclaimed, watching the increasingly agitated Tian Su point frantically at the screen. If that's the case, then we, who attempted to ambush Teemo at level 1, must appear even more foolish. And yet, we failed to catch him. He secured first blood. The mid laner, Li Ting, found Tian Su's antics utterly inexplicable. You were the one who suggested camping Teemo at level 1, yet now you scorn him for securing his kill in the bottom lane? After claiming a kill and reaching level 2, Chen Fan swiftly returned to the top lane, quietly farming alongside Riven, maintaining an even pace. Although Riven was begrudgingly aware of her disadvantage, Chen Fan utilized his range to perfection, engaging in guerrilla tactics. As time passed, the foundational skills began to manifest. with Yasuo in the mid lane succumbing to the relentless ganks from the enemy jungler, having died twice already. Moreover, both heads were claimed by Xerath. While the opposing mid laner exhibited an astonishing level of skill, it was evident that the prowess of the third-tier players surpassed our own by a significant margin. Although the ADC Kog'Maw faced demise once, he steadily farmed and accumulated resources, while Zyra relentlessly utilized her flowers for harassment, leading to a substantial economic lead over our team. Once again, we found ourselves in a similar opening, facing the same disadvantage, with the jungle remaining uneventful. A moment cleared the jungle efficiently. And the only lane where we held an advantage was the top lane, where Riven, having been harassed by Teemo, struggled to farm effectively. It seemed our only option was to engage in team fights to gain the upper hand. However, before that, Chen Fan suddenly felt compelled to take action. Amumu, may I have the blue buff? The adorable rabbit stood in the vicinity of its blue father, its big, innocent eyes fixed on the sorrowful Amumu, as if withholding the blue would bring it to tears. Wah, you already have it, and you're still asking me. Hey, please don't cry. The jungle is already dampened by your tears. No, I won't stop crying unless you become my friend. Don't. Just keep crying. The rabbit, having snatched Amumu's blue buff, dashed back to the top lane, leaving Amumu alone in the jungle, lamenting. Wah, my blue father, return to me. Ignoring Linfeng's murderous gaze, Chen Fan, equipped with a crystal flask, red crystal, and dark seal, relied on his blue buff to regain mana and reduce cooldowns. Soon enough, he had planted several mushrooms in the top lane while stealthily infiltrating the enemy jungle. Hiki, let's plant one in the red buff bush, another in the F6 triangle bush, and one more in the small bush above the Dragon Canyon. In no time, the enemy jungle was teeming with mushrooms, each one a charming little specter, vigilantly observing the enemy's every move. Someone approaches? Oh, it's the berserker Olaf. He must be here for the red buff. Upon seeing Olaf, Chen Fan quietly slipped into the bush beside the red buff, patiently biding his time. The thirst for blood surged within him. A robust figure, wielding two massive axes and clad in leather armor, approached. Without a second thought, he didn't even bother to check for vision, as no lanes had signaled a miss. And Teemo, a formidable foe, was probably hiding in the top lane. As Olaf unleashed his brutal strikes, the red buff was nearing demise, yet Olaf remained relatively unscathed. Having lost only about a third of his health, he didn't even use smite, deeming it unnecessary. Chen Fan sensed the moment was ripe. Fear not, my red father. I shall save you. A blinding blow arrow shot forth from the brush, striking the red buff squarely on the head. With a roar, the red buff collapsed and vanished. Controlled by Ma Xiang, Olaf stood still, bewildered by the disappearance of the red buff and the emptiness beneath his feet. Why did this scene feel so familiar? The last game, his blue buff had vanished in precisely the same manner, and now the red buff had followed suit. Teemo, Ma Xiang roared, realization dawning upon him. Curse Teemo, I shall reduce you to a paste and jar you. In a frenzy, he dashed into the nearby brush, but found it empty. As he peered ahead, he spotted a mischievous figure, the rabbit, bouncing away, leaving a trail of blue light behind. Boom! An uncontainable rage consumed Ma Xiang, mirroring the fury surging through Olaf. With blood-red skin and hair standing on end, Olaf brandished his axes and charged towards the fleeing Teemo, invoking his ultimate, Ragnarok. Before long, with the speed granted by his ultimate, Olaf closed the distance on Teemo. Chen Fan, glancing back at the enraged Olaf, dared not turn his head, focused solely on fleeing, albeit in an odd direction, deeper into the enemy jungle instead of back to his own tower. Teemo, utilizing his nimble speed, was swift, yet under the effects of Olaf's ultimate, he found himself at a disadvantage. Hey, little rabbit, have the courage to stand still and take a hit from your grandpa Olaf. Olaf shouted, astonished to see Teemo obediently halt. Puff! A small mushroom appeared behind Teemo. The opponent had no intention of conversing or acknowledging him. Instead, they had placed a mushroom. Boom. In a fit of rage, Olaf disregarded everything else. Teemo, I will slay you. I shall strike. Again and again. Wielding his massive axe, Olaf swung violently at Teemo, yet the nimble creature deftly evaded each blow, remaining unscathed. However, as he continued his pursuit, Olaf began to notice something amiss. His health was dwindling. Bang! A sound finally caught Olaf's attention. What the mushroom? How did I step on that? Why didn't I notice? Under the effects of Ragnarok, Olaf not only gained speed, but was also immune to all control effects. Thus Teemo's mushrooms failed to slow him down, and in his relentless chase, he remained oblivious to the rapid decline of his health. Who lacks common decency? No public defecation allowed. Didn't the notice at the canyon entrance make that clear? Be civilized, foster a refined canyon, starting with yourselves. Haha. Finally caught up to you. Olaf bellowed in excitement, swinging his giant axe, creating gusts of wind. Yet, he found Timo standing still, casting a gaze filled with disdain and pity that further fueled his rage. How dare this wretched creature look down upon me, the berserker? My axe is more than eager to taste blood. Bang! A dark green arrow shot forth from Timo, piercing the roaring Olaf's head. Mashang. Upon realizing his health bar had reached its limit, closed his eyes in despair, unable to bear witnessing the impending scene. Timo slayed Olaf. The loss of both the red buff and a life plunged the dynamics of the canyon into further chaos. In the subsequent landing phase, a rather absurd phenomenon emerged. Whenever Timo was unseen on the map, the third-tier players would frantically signal for their teammates to be cautious, especially in the jungle, which became unbearable. Take a few steps. Bang. A landmine. A chunk of health vanished. I can endure. Bang. Just a few more steps, another mushroom. Until Olaf's health reached its nadir. He reluctantly returned home, ever vigilant of the possibility of a lurking, mischievous figure. Timo missing. What the hell? Wasn't he in your lane just now? Damn it. He has gone invisible again. The exclamations of frustration echoed in the air. Why didn't you mention Timo missed? I was ambushed by Yasuo and Timo. Yasuo snatched my kill. The chaos continued as thoughts raced. I thought he had gone invisible again. Why didn't you place the true sight ward? I did. But he spotted it. The situation grew dire. Now we might lose the dragon. It became apparent that ever since Olaf met his demise at the hands of Timo in the jungle, an inexplicable anxiety gripped the team whenever Timo vanished from the map. They felt as though a lurking rabbit was hidden in the nearby bushes, poised to strike with glimmering shurikens ready to unleash havoc. Placing a true sight ward invited immediate retaliation from the enemy, leaving them hesitant to act for fear of being ambushed by the ever-ominous Timo. Timo's absence meant they could only farm minions quietly, devoid of any desire to engage in a skirmish across the lane. Each time he went missing again, they were forced to purchase wards, depleting their economy. Meanwhile, Timo, rarely seen in the lane, thrived economically, claiming the blue buff without Amumu's interference. Consequently, the Timo, equipped with the newly acquired Liandries, would methodically place wards in the top lane, continuously bolstering his resources. Despite the lack of kills, the economic advantage in the top lane, jungle, and mid lane steadily grew in Timo's favor. The opposing team, tormented by Chen Fan's Timo, found themselves in a pitiful state, crying out in despair. This could not continue. Although Chen Fan sported the rabbit skin, to them, Timo resembled a demon wielding a pitchfork, with wicked antennae sprouting from his head. Not merely a demon, but rather something more sinister. To Lin Feng, Zhao Tian, and the others, Timo was akin to a father figure, dominating the top lane, harassing mid, and maneuvering through the jungle with ease. His ability to counter buffs forced the enemy to invest in vision control, rendering him nearly invincible. This cannot go on. Diamonds are diamonds. Tian Su quickly realized that allowing Timo to roam freely would spell doom. We must force a team fight. Let's take the dragon. Are you out of your mind? Who knows how many traps are lurking in the dragon pit? Timo is about to acquire the ice staff, and they have vision everywhere. Engaging in a team fight would be tantamount to suicide. Forget about fighting. Just look at their composition. Do you think we can win a team fight? We must. Otherwise, we will be slowly devoured. Why is no one buying wards? Brother, a true sight ward costs 75. I've already bought 5 or 6 in the past 10 minutes. Do you think I, as a mid laner, can develop without items? Exactly. It sounds easy, but Timo has been absent from the top lane. Riven, you should be thriving. All right. Enough bickering. I've purchased plenty of wards. We can't fight at the dragon. Let us push mid tower instead. Perhaps we still have a chance. Pushing the mid tower appeared far simpler. The team could spread out, allowing the range of Zyra and the now empowered Kog'Maw to attack the tower while Zerath provided consistent poke from the backline. In a team fight, Timo will be of little use. Whether he pushes the lane or goes invisible, I doubt he can contribute much. With a unanimous agreement, the 5 members of the team rallied to push the mid lane. Gather up. We're engaging in a team fight. Wang Chong called out to his teammates as their tower was under siege. Without his wind wall, Yasuo hesitated, fearing the enraged enemy team. Here they come. I'll lead the charge. Stone declared, Yasuo. Be ready to ultimate. Lin Feng, controlling the still-crying Amumu, swiftly approached the mid-lane bush. However, upon observing the enemy's dispersed positioning, he felt a sense of helplessness. Although Amumu's ultimate was a crowd control ability, It had a limited range. At best, he could ensnare 2 or 3 enemies. Kog'Maw, with his flash, would undoubtedly evade capture immediately. I'm in the same predicament. My ultimate has an even smaller range, likely only hitting Zyra. What do we do now? Our range is limited. Only misfortune remains, but she has been heavily harassed by Zerath. As the enemy's positioning proved advantageous, the first tower quickly fell. Yet, a mournful cry from the dragon pit reached their ears. Unbeknownst to them, while they were preoccupied with the tower, Chen Fan's Teemo stealthily secured the dragon. Unbelievable. I thought he was still invisible. This trade of a tower for the dragon is unacceptable. We must continue pushing for the second tower. The second tower's health dwindled rapidly. We can't wait any longer. If we do, we'll lose the inhibitors. I'll go in. If I can at least catch one, it's worth it. We can definitely win a 5-on-4. Lin Feng could no longer contain himself. This slow descent into defeat felt worse than death itself. Do you want to be a 5-second hero or a coward for life? At that moment, Lin Feng felt like a skilled warrior unable to unleash his potential, akin to wielding a 35-meter longsword while his foe stood just 35, 1 meters away, taunting him. How infuriating. All right, you lead the charge. I'll follow with control. The 4 of them conferred and resolved to strike. They had to eliminate at least one enemy to prevent their momentum from being lost. Wait, I'll go first. Suddenly, an adorable rabbit like Teemo dashed towards the dragon pit, seemingly ready to engage. Hey, Chen Fan, go push the lane. What good will you do in a team fight? Lin Feng urged anxiously. Don't worry. I just want to test their level of hatred towards me. I still have my flash. I want to die? With a sinister smile, Chen Fan brazenly revealed an adorable Teemo before the eyes of Class 3. What the hell? I can't believe my eyes. Teemo? How dare he show up again? Damn it. Attack. We must eliminate him. I want to turn him into a paste. Janna, flash and ULT quick. We cannot let him escape this time. In that moment, the memories of the torturous experiences inflicted by this cute little bunny flooded the minds of Class 3. Economic losses, ambushes in the jungle, stepping on mines until death. They were timid in lane, afraid of a sudden Teemo ambush, using countless true sight wards, and buying gear solely to counter this detestable Teemo. And now, he dares to appear before us? Ha ha ha, this is glorious. Brothers, let us vanquish this loathsome Teemo. Old grudges and new hatred shall be avenged. And in an instant, positioning, skill conservation, and team fights faded from their minds. First, we slay Teemo, and then we'll talk. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Janna flashed, Kog'Maw flashed, Zerath flashed. Demacia. Overflowing with rage, the imposing Olaf unleashed his ultimate, willing to risk his life to kill Teemo. Unbeknownst to them, Class 3 suddenly realized that the vexatious positioning they had struggled with was effortlessly shattered, and the culprit was none other than that adorable Teemo. This is utterly infuriating. His innate taunting aura is simply overwhelming. Ha ha ha, Chen Fan, I finally understand your role in this fight. You're merely here to buy time. Let's go? Poor thing, let me give you a hug. Not wanting to miss this rare opportunity, Amumu bypassed his Q skill and directly flashed into the enemy crowd. Huh, curse of the mummy. In an instant, a golden circle enveloped the 5 members of Class 3, ensnaring them with no chance to respond, and even if they could, it was futile, as all their mobility skills and flashes had been used to chase Teemo. Unyielding as a rock, a heavy, resounding roar echoed through the air. The 5 members of Class 3 watched in despair as a colossal golem, forged from granite, crashed into them, its rock-like body striking fear into their hearts. Though I wander far and wide, I remain true to my purpose. Hearing this weathered voice, the 5 members of Class 3 helplessly relinquished their grip on the keyboard. For it was already too late. This team fight was lost. Yasuo, a man of unwavering resolve and a nimble swordsman, wielded the power of wind to slay his foes. Yet, this once proud warrior fell from grace due to false accusations. While protecting an elder of Ionia, Yasuo believed his sword and the wind within it could solve everything. But that elder perished, and he fled the dojo, now burdened not only by false accusations but also by charges of treason. For years, Yasuo roamed alone, seeking the footsteps of those who framed him, relentlessly pursued by former classmates, driven by a mission that propelled him forward, until he was confronted by his most formidable adversary. His own brother, Yon. Having slain his own brother, Yasuo embarked on a solitary journey, accompanied only by the wind. The tale of the sword, inked in blood. The wind sword master Yasuo? Huzzah! The massive stone giant obliterated everything in its path, sending foes flying into the air. It was indeed a molten beast, so solid, so insurmountable, Just as the members of Class 3 had yet to touch the ground, a long-haired rogue, wielding a blade imbued with soaring energy, charged forth. Death is like the wind, it is always by my side. In an instant, a swordsman clad in azure rushed forward. A tempest lifting everyone once more, as a figure appeared behind them. Gale force slash, clang, clang, clang. In midair, Yasuo unleashed his myriad of sword winds, and under the tempest, he left no escape, dispatching the members of Class 3 with ruthless efficiency, wounded and bleeding profusely. Only Kog'Maw and Riven survived, and just as they sighed in relief, preparing to flee. The ultimate from misfortune, the bounty hunter, arrived just in time. Countless bullets pierced through Riven and Kog'Maw, leaving trails of blood, compounded by their previous injuries, rendering the scene horrific. Amidst the hail of bullets, Kog'Maw could barely hold on, transformed into a zombie, bouncing around, trying to drag others down with him. But looking at the members of Class 1 before him, what the hell? In this team fight, we suffered heavy casualties, yet you all remain at full health, and although I am dead, I still feel my heart pulsating with defiance. The Abyssal Mouth, Kog'Maw, possesses a passive skill known as Surprise from the Void. Indeed, it is a surprise that can astonish enemies. Upon Kog'Maw's demise, his body triggers a chain reaction, allowing him to move faster and explode after 4 seconds, dealing unimaginable damage to surrounding foes, unaffected by armor or magic resistance. Yet many players often overlook this. Huh? What the hell? How did I die? Did Kog'Maw kill me? That was Kog'Maw's passive, which blew you up. You didn't know that? I forgot. Thus, countless players repeatedly forget this skill, only to regret it after meeting their demise. Now, Kog'Maw set his sights on the Teemo, who was quietly farming and attempting to push the tower. How dare you still farm? Do you know how hard I've struggled in lane? Not only must I watch out for misfortune's poke, but I also have to focus on farming, and yet you, Teemo, have made it unbearable. I could have emerged victorious, but because of you, I had to buy countless true sight wards. I will blow you up. I must blow you up. Kill Teemo. A commanding voice reached Kog'Maw's ears. In turning around, he saw his teammate, Riven, the exiled blade. We can accept losing a team fight, but Teemo must die. Whoosh. Ha. With a roar of vengeance, Riven flashed in, wielding her broken sword, and swiftly arrived beside Teemo, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that ensnared Chen Fan's Teemo in place, providing Kog'Maw with the perfect opportunity for his final stand. I should have ensured my swords sooner. Once, there was a monster that could never be satiated, and in the end, it consumed itself. Boom. Teemo collapsed, perishing alongside Kog'Maw. Originally, the once resilient Riven, who clung to a glimmer of hope, chose not to flee but instead directed her ire towards the quietly observing Teemo. With a sense of relief, she gazed upon the fallen bunny, overwhelmed with joy. How delightful it was. Ha. That wretched Teemo has finally met his demise. No words needed. This moment was worth it. As long as we can vanquish that insufferable Teemo, we have triumphed. Meanwhile, Kog'Maw silently listened to the jubilant cheers of his teammates, pondering where the victory lay. Was it not he who had gained? Why is it that these individuals remain so elated even in defeat? Chen Fan silently gazed at the black and white television, his heart filled with silent despair. Were they truly mad? Were they actually intent on self-destruction? Xiao Fan, you are simply remarkable, Lin Feng exclaimed, animatedly slapping Chen Fan on the shoulder, his excitement palpable. You are like the vintage Galio, a master of group taunts. The opposing team must be seething. They are bound to lose this match, 1 against 5. However, just as Chen Fan's words faded into the air, they were met with the jubilant cheers from the opposing team. What were they celebrating? Perhaps it was the joy that came from defeat? Was it truly something to be pleased about? You understand, Class 3 has issues, Zhao Tian remarked, pointing to his head, the implication clear. As the time was still early and Chen Fan's companions were enveloped in a mix of joy and confusion, they failed to respond, allowing Chen Fan to commence his unbridled push down the lane. Teemo in the top lane could launch an assault without restraint, for he had ample vision. If one opponent approached, he could evade, 2 would send him running, and with 3, his teammates could seize the dragon. If a lone adversary sought to ambush him, he would lead them through a maze of mushrooms. If 2 came, he would swiftly escape, and if 3 approached, he'd urge his teammates to ignore him and secure the dragon while he accepted his fate. Frankly, Chen Fan's equipment was nothing short of luxurious. Liandry's Anguish, Iceborne Gauntlet, and a freshly acquired Magi's Soulstealer. This tome, however, was devoid of any passive bonuses. With a true sight ward in hand, he gleefully snatched the blue buff from Amumu, planting numerous mushrooms throughout the upper jungle and river, relishing the solitude of single-player gameplay. The adorably mischievous Teemo, adorned in his bunny skin, squatted as he planted mushrooms, treating the enemy jungle as his personal domain, playfully tossing them as if they were soap. Who could endure such antics? Yet, one individual remained unfazed, Riven. Tiansu. Despite having envisioned slaying this infuriating Teemo countless times in his mind, chose to hold back until his teammates arrived. Either I explode from silence or succumb to madness, Tiansu thought, feeling the urge to unleash his pent-up frustration. Have the members of Class 3 overindulged this morning? Aren't they concerned about the dragon being stolen? Teemo, hastily retreating, dashed back into the jungle, pondering, wasn't it just a single tower I pushed down? And I accidentally knocked down the second one too. What is this? A high ground tower? No. This is not my concern. I'm innocent. They struck first. I tried to reason with them, even gifting them 2 mushrooms. Yet that wretched tower disregarded my pleas and began attacking me. As the saying goes, a gentleman speaks but does not strike. If you strike, I shall retaliate. However, the high ground tower was merciless. With just a few swift blows, Teemo's health plummeted, and in a fit of rage, he stood before the tower, declaring, I shall return. Upon returning home with Nasher's tooth in hand, Teemo was transformed. His power surged, granting him both immense spell strength and increased attack speed. Truly a remarkable item. Fueled by vengeance, Teemo rallied a host of minions to besiege the high ground tower, reminiscent of the legendary battles of old. Soon enough, under the relentless assault from Teemo and his minions, the high ground tower fell. Humph. We Yurtles are not to be trifled with. All right, you destroyed our first tower. We concede. You are formidable. And we shall focus on the dragon, so we tolerated it. You knocked down the second tower? Fine. Our bottom duo was overwhelmed, and we must assist. But how dare you? You demolished not only the first and second towers, but the high ground tower as well. Calm down, he is trying to bait us. If we fall for it, we may lose the dragon. How can we remain calm? They are climbing over us, mocking us, and asking if we want a taste. Help? I can't take it anymore. Tiansu's frustrated voice echoed from the top lane. His teammates' reluctance to assist only heightened his frustration. Having endured Teemo's incessant taunts without an outlet for his rage, Chen Fan, are you aiming to achieve the impossible? The opposing team is pursuing you with all 5 members? 5 players? Has it truly reached this fever pitch? You must have quite the presence, Chen Fan. Had it been you, you would have acted the same. I didn't understand the malice directed at a Teemo until today. Lin Dong remarked, a lingering trepidation in his voice. When you execute a series of extraordinary maneuvers, showcasing your prowess in the jungle, deftly escaping peril, you feel invincible, radiating an aura of supreme confidence. Yet, in an instant, your screen fades to black and white, rendering your previous triumphs into mere farce. At that moment, you may gain a profound understanding of Teemo as a champion, one that comes with the painful wisdom born from experience. When you are on the brink of defeating a jungle monster, only to have your hard-earned buff vanish in an instant, you learn the true nature of Teemo. When you see the little Teemo alone, casually picking mushrooms right before you. Like a ravenous wolf pouncing on prey, you charge at him, but he swiftly retreats into the jungle, leaving behind a trail of traps for you to tread upon, one after another, until you are left feeling utterly exasperated. Often, once lured into the brush, you find yourself confronted by several foes, weapons drawn, waiting for your arrival. After a grueling battle against the enemy, finally managing to gain the upper hand, the bitter realization dawns upon you that the infuriating Teemo has already reached the nexus. The sensation of winning a team fight while losing your wits is profoundly disheartening. To master Teemo in such a way that he becomes the object of collective ire, a source of unparalleled annoyance, is indeed a remarkable feat for Chen Fan. His Teemo has reached a pinnacle of mastery that leaves opponents disoriented and irrational. Do not waste time with idle chatter. Let us focus on the dragon. I will keep them occupied as long as possible. As Chen Fan watched his teammates advance towards the Baron, he glanced back at the 5 burly men behind him, swallowed hard, and plunged into the jungle. The area was teeming with wards and mushrooms, allowing Chen Fan to observe every move of the opposing 5 with clarity. Bang, bang, bang. A series of mushrooms exploded violently beneath their feet, leaving them in a state of confusion. Although they had a true sight ward placed, they were torn between clearing the mushrooms or pursuing Teemo. Clearing the mushrooms would significantly reduce their team's damage and ensure safer navigation in the jungle later on. However, if they chose that route, would they still be able to catch Teemo? The little creature was dashing away at breakneck speed. Yet, Not clearing the mushrooms would lead to a cramped situation with 5 players clustered together, while slender champions like Zyra might not mind. It could pose a challenge for a robust figure like Olaf. 10 mushrooms, and 9 would surely be triggered by Olaf. There was no other choice. If that monstrous Cogmaw were to join, it would truly embody the saying, wherever he goes, nothing grows. Thus, they moved cautiously, with Zerath inadvertently stunning himself, while Teemos, who had escaped a near-death experience, swiftly utilized his own flash. Zyra attempted to ensnare him with her vines, but Chen Fan skillfully dodged her grasp with a subtle S-shaped movement. Olaf activated his ultimate to pursue, leaving Chen Fan with no choice but to accept his fate. In that instant, the summoner's rift transformed into a spectacular scene of a grand escape. They descended from their high ground, chased into the red buff jungle, then dashed out from the middle lane's second turret brush into the blue buff jungle, taking a full minute to finally eliminate that pesky Teemo. Roar! They lost the Baron. The 5 members of Team 3 understood that this was inevitable. It would have been foolish for the opposing team not to seize the opportunity. No matter, they rallied their spirits. Although they had lost the Baron, Teemo was dead. Tian-Su's feigned calmness could not conceal the glint of exhilaration in his voice. Teemo's demise was sealed by a lethal ignite from him, thus avenging their earlier grievances. How could he not be delighted? Indeed, Tian-Su is right. They could lose team fights. But Teemo had to die. Oh, ho, 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 ho. The cheers from the opposing team echoed once more towards Chen Fan. Why were they still laughing? What was there to celebrate after they secured the Baron? Who could explain the source of their amusement? Lin Feng stared incredulously at Chen Fan. The cheers from the other side draining the excitement of their Baron steel. Perhaps they were rejoicing because they killed my Teemo, Chen Fan awkwardly suggested. Fool. Just then, one of Team 3 suddenly dropped dead on the spot. It was none other than the Abyssal Mouth. What the hell? Did you step on a mushroom? Didn't we agree to stay put and recall? Why are you running around? The Abyssal Mouth barely had time to retort before a scream from Zerath echoed through the middle lane. Zerath had fallen, and his death was also credited to Teemo. Damn it. I was just standing in the middle of the lane, recalling, not daring to move, and who would have thought those minions would trigger the mushrooms? My mental state has shattered. The mid laner Zerath initiated a surrender vote. He had lost all desire to continue battling. Teemo, with his utterly infuriating playstyle, had delivered a thorough lesson to everyone. Whether it was the first game where he dominated the field or this one filled with collective mockery, Li Teng was resolute in never facing Chen Fan's tormenting playstyle again. The members of Team 3 and their followers genuinely wished to abandon the game, questioning if a single Teemo could reduce an entire match to a mindless slaughter reminiscent of elementary school rivalries. They began to doubt their very existence. Yet, Chen Fan's Teemo was undeniably insufferable. The usually silent and unassuming Chen Fan, when playing this mischievous Yordle, ignited a chain reaction of chaos. He was indeed infuriatingly skillful, capable of securing kills, pushing towers, stealing objectives, and taunting opponents. He played recklessly, often venturing deep into enemy territory, yet his audacity was executed with precision. Capturing him required no less than 3 players. He would often lie in wait, be it at the Dragon Pit, red buff, or blue buff, sometimes for hours. Yet he still managed to secure kills. His tactics, seemingly childishly simple, had completely outplayed a group of seasoned players. Alas, facing such an adversary, one either had to mute or shield themselves from the onset, or throughout the game. One would feel as though Teemo was not just mocking them, but also teasing them with the tantalizing aroma of his presence. The gaming experience was utterly dreadful, exceedingly so. No words could express it. From now on, upon seeing Teemo, one could only chuckle in resignation. The game finally concluded. The members of Team 3 could hardly fathom that the first team they had so thoroughly humiliated would make a comeback to claim victory. Yet they understood one thing. Ever since Chen Fan had taken his seat to play, it marked the beginning of their nightmares. Removing their headsets, everyone stood up. Lin Feng, Zhao Tian, Wang Chang, and Lin Dong were aware that Chen Fan's top lane could be both a source of despair and brilliance. However, the performances in these 2 matches evoked an inexplicable emotion among them. They all knew that their victory hinged entirely on Xiao Fan's contributions. Suddenly, Chen Fan, damn you! A chorus of resentful shouts erupted from the opposing side. At that moment, as Tian-Su from Team 3 stood up and saw Chen Fan, who had also removed his headset, a torrent of frustration, anger, helplessness, and resentment surged within him. The 2 matches had driven him to the brink. And with a furious shout, Tian-Su, who stood a head shorter than Chen Fan, stormed forward, fist raised in indignation. Humph. A glimmer of icy light flickered in Chen Fan's eyes. This person truly was despicable. Bang. Chen Fan stood quietly, motionless, silently observing the approaching Tian-Su. As Tian-Su drew near, within an arm's length, Chen Fan lifted his foot and delivered a powerful kick, sending the approximately 1.7-meter tall Tian-Su flying through the air. It was akin to a pedestrian crossing the street, suddenly struck by a speeding vehicle. This was precisely the sensation Tian-Su experienced at that moment. Noticing the absence of coins bouncing above Tian-Su's head, Chen Fan felt a twinge of disappointment. Should he have allowed him to land a punch first? Alas, perhaps it was best to forego that notion. He had no desire to even glance at someone who had lost both the game and his dignity. To his astonishment, Tian-Su, who had been sent sprawling, managed to rise once again, disregarding the dirt that clung to him. He seized a chair from the nearby internet CAF and hurled it towards Chen Fan with fervor. Chen Fan remained silent. Yet a flicker of indignation was unmistakably apparent in his eyes. This person resembled a mangy dog. With a resounding thud, he unleashed another kick, but this time, it landed squarely on the chair. The tremendous force propelled both the chair and Tian-Su across the room, crashing into the opposite row of seats before finally coming to a halt. It seemed that Tian-Su would likely be unable to rise for quite some time. Chen Fan was unaware of the weight of his kick. He only knew that ever since he had a scuffle at the breakfast shop that morning, his physical strength and speed had remarkably improved in every aspect. Putting aside other matters, within the game, Chen Fan was astonished to discover that his agility, reflexes, and clarity of vision had heightened, allowing him to perceive even the faintest details. He could clearly discern when the opponent attempted to make a move or retreat, recognizing feints effortlessly. Even the faint sound of footsteps from the jungler traversing the river was unmistakable to him. You have lost, not only the game, but also your dignity. Lin Feng scoffed at the 4 remaining members of Class 3, his disdain unwavering in his gaze. It is indeed our defeat. I apologize for Tian-Su's impulsiveness earlier. We never anticipated he would react so poorly to losing. I am truly sorry. Li Tong, the mid laner from Class 3, silently observed Chen Fan and the others. Feeling a sense of respect, there was no justification needed. They had indeed given their all in those 2 matches, yet still fell short. Although Li Tong believed that the credit solely belonged to the opponent's top laner, had it not been for his overwhelming prowess, victory would surely have belonged to them. Nonetheless, a loss is a loss, and there was nothing more to discuss. As for Tian-Su, without sparing him a glance, Li Ting and his 3 companions, along with their classmates, strode out of the internet CAF, ignoring Tian-Su sprawled on the floor. Fool, we lost our pride. Unable to win in the game or in real-life challenges, what a so-called Diamond Master, just leave. After gathering their belongings, the victorious 5 decided to indulge in a celebratory meal near the school, reveling in their triumph. Hey, Chen Fan? A melodious and enchanting voice called out from behind them. Turning around, they were astonished to find it was none other than Ren Xian, the belle of Class 3. Ren Xian was renowned throughout the Mechanical Academy for her beauty, grace, and vibrant energy. Not only was she stunning, but her diverse interests also made her immensely likable. League of Legends was her favorite game, which explained why her classmates were so eager to rank up and prove themselves, for the sake of a beautiful smile. Even the most challenging games would be met with fearless determination. If a woman, especially an enchanting beauty, enters the arena of male competition, her value skyrockets, captivating hearts more than any other. Ren Xian epitomized this allure. Not only was she gorgeous and alluring, but her wide range of interests made her a favorite among male summoners. It is a truth universally acknowledged that every gaming enthusiast dreams of finding a girlfriend who shares their passion, especially one with an alluring figure and a stunning face. No. If such a person truly existed, she would transcend mere beauty and become a goddess. The mere thought of it is enough to send a thrill of excitement. Chen Fan meticulously observed the young woman who had just spoken, a quintessential beauty with long, flowing black hair cascading gracefully down her back. Her dignified visage boasted exquisite and captivating features, and her slightly piercing gaze accentuated her unique and unassailable aura. Her lips, thin and adorned with a hint of stubbornness and pride, complemented her striking figure, curvaceous in all the right places, with a delicate waist that seemed barely graspable. The cool shorts she wore revealed legs that were slender, long, fair, and tender, undeniably enchanting. How could such a stunning beauty be calling out to me? Could it be that I misheard? Hello, were you calling me just now? Chen Fan inquired uncertainly, gesturing to his own face as he looked at the enchanting Ren Xian. Seeing Chen Fan's adorably innocent expression, Ren couldn't help but chuckle heartily. Oh, my apologies. I must have mistaken you for someone else. I was searching for a classmate named Chen Fan. But that would be me, wouldn't it? Chen Fan was momentarily stunned. Was she truly here for him? Indeed. He was Chen Fan, also known as the little fan she had just called out. What could the enchanting Ren possibly want from him? They were just about to head out for dinner. Perhaps she would join them, allowing for a leisurely conversation over a meal. Lin Feng playfully wrapped his arm around Chen Fan's neck, signaling him with a glance to refrain from speaking out of turn. Could it be that this fellow had suddenly experienced a stroke of luck? The class beauty, Ren had taken the initiative to approach him. He ought to help his friend seize this opportunity. All right, I happen to be a bit hungry myself. Besides, I have a favor to ask of Chen Fan. Ren pondered adorably, nodding in agreement. Great, let us head out. Suddenly, a loud exclamation broke the air. Wait, I assent that Xiao Su. Who on earth did this to you? A tall, handsome young man, around 21 or 22 years of age, appeared before Tian Su. Astonished to find him slumped in a chair. After helping him up, Himi scrutinized the battered figure before him. Was this truly the confident, well-off Tian Su he knew? His face was bruised, and a large black shoe print marred his white shirt. Xiaomi, what are you doing here? Tian Su, now upright, realized who stood before him. He felt a wave of embarrassment. He did not want to be seen by someone familiar in such a state. I came online. I recently reached the master rank and am determined to make it to the top this season. Himi, Tian Su's friend, though good-looking, was an incorrigible scoundrel, yet surprisingly skilled in the game. Master rank, a level many dream of but few attain, yet this young man had achieved it effortlessly. Tian Su often felt a sense of frustration watching Himi's success. Xiao Su, I've reached gold, and you're still stuck in bronze. Xiao Su, I finally made it to diamond. Meanwhile, Tian Su has just clawed his way out of the gold pit. Now, Himi had somehow ascended to master rank. How was Tian Su supposed to compete? He gazed helplessly at his friend's smug face, thinking, you all are from Mars, while I am the lone earthling. As these thoughts brewed, Tian Su's frustration boiled over, and he slammed his fist down on the keyboard, sending it crashing to the ground. Why are you so angry? Xiao Su, who did this to you? Just gather the guys and get your revenge another day. Noticing Tian Su's anger, Himi decided to refrain from further commentary. I will definitely repay this humiliation, but I lost the match. Lose? How is that possible? You usually duo with me, although you're still a diamond. I estimate your skill is at the master level. Just a bunch of students, you shouldn't have lost. Himi questioned, puzzled, despite being merely a diamond. Tian Su was no ordinary player. I'm not sure what went wrong. We actually won the first match. But then a player from Class 1 showed up, a Darius and a Timo, and they completely overwhelmed us. Tian Su replied, visibly frustrated. At that moment, another young man, familiar to both Tian Su and Himi, chimed in upon hearing them discuss Timo. Exactly. That Darius and Timo were incredible. They dominated the top lane and crushed the whole game. And that Timo? He was like a father to us. You have no idea how many mushrooms he placed. Heh. I thought he was something special. Turns out he is just a kid. I could defeat Darius and Timo even with my eyes closed. Himi laughed, his arrogance apparent. Students? Bronze? Darius and Timo are weak champions. How formidable could they really be? The players must be nothing exceptional. I suspect you simply underestimated them. Just a student. After all, if Darius and Timo are played adequately, would you like me to help you get revenge? We can return and win the match. All right. I'll challenge them when I get back. I refuse to believe I can't beat a mere student. But what if they have strong players too? The young man thought quickly. Nonsense. Himi is a master, soon to reach the pinnacle of the game. A group of students can't possibly know anyone formidable, most likely just other students from their school. Oh, then Higu will definitely crush those guys from Class 1. The young man eagerly responded. Himi cast a dismissive glance at the ignorant youth. A group of students? How many of them truly know how to play League of Legends? To be honest, I don't take them seriously at all. Let them see what real skill looks like. Let them understand the vast gap in ability. Just a crafty Timo with decent awareness can demolish them. Yet they call him a master? Truly amusing. You've never encountered genuine talent. Himi thought, conceding to lower himself slightly to show these students a thing or two. Nearby, at a bustling eatery close to Dongshu University, students were enjoying their meals, saving money since they were spending their family's funds. With the summer breeze blowing, they savored skewers, barbecued delights, and chilled beer. What more could one desire? It was perfection. Yet today's familiar gathering was enhanced by the arrival of the alluring Ren. My goodness, Ren is here? Wang Chong exclaimed, surprised. Noticing Ren Xian sitting close to Chen Fan, he cast a mischievous smile at him. What? Not welcome? Ren Xian retorted with a playful smile. Of course. Absolutely welcome. Wang Chong hadn't even finished when a group of friends seized him, pinning him to the ground, shouting in unison. While everyone knew Ren Xian was there for Chen Fan, among the group, aside from Wang Chong and Zhao Tian, there was Lin Feng, who was fervently pursuing Ming Mei. The rest, Lin Dong and Zhou Zheng, were eager to sit beside the beauty. Sitting next to her would allow them to admire her long, alluring legs. Perhaps even brush against them accidentally to feel their supple elasticity, a true delight. Hey, you all are going too far, Zhang Ling exclaimed, stepping protectively in front of Ren Xian. Her expression fierce. She knew these boys all too well. They were not to be treated lightly. Zhang Ling and Ren Xian were best friends, having attended the same elementary, high school, and ultimately choosing the same university. Although Zhang Ling was not as stunning as Ren Xian, she was still a beauty in her own right. Yet Chen Fan had no connection with the renowned class beauty. Their previous encounters had only resulted in fleeting glances, slowly passing each other by. Come on, everyone. Let us raise a toast. Cheers. Though the crowd was large, most were classmates from their own class, aside from Ren Xian from class 3. Nevertheless, they ate and drank merrily, treating the goddess with utmost respect, pouring tea and serving drinks, showing no signs of discontent simply because she was from another class. The conversations among the youth are invariably filled with discussions about games, and before long, they find themselves engrossed in the latest match. When Lin Feng inquired about Ren Xian's intentions regarding Xiao Fan, the enchanting Ren Xian merely smiled at Chen Fan without uttering a word. The crowd erupted in playful teasing, and the bashful Ren Xian lowered her head, unable to meet Chen Fan's gaze. Ultimately, it was Zhang Ling who became indignant, though it was all in jest. Yet, in that fleeting moment, amidst the laughter and cheers of his roommates, an ambiguous atmosphere enveloped him, and as he glanced at Ren Xian, he felt a subtle flutter of excitement in his heart. Perhaps this was what it meant to be smitten, although it might merely be infatuation. Chen Fan looked at the blushing, slightly tipsy Ren Xian and thought, how beautiful she is. After the event, the youthful boys and girls, buoyed by a slight intoxication, gradually made their way back to the campus. The boys, still yearning for more, felt a sense of incompleteness, but considering the late hour, the girls insisted it was time to head back. Ren Xian, allow me to escort you. It is getting dark. Lin Dong, this somewhat reserved fellow, was surprisingly the first to offer to accompany Ren Xian. However, as students living on campus, they all knew that the short walk back to the dorms hardly warranted an escort. No need, we're not headed in the same direction, Ren Xian declined, and Lin Dong, noticing Zhang Ling's displeased expression, reluctantly retreated. Yet, in an unexpected twist, Ren Xian called out, Chen Fan, you come escort me back. A collective sense of bewilderment enveloped the group. What was happening here? Was Ren Xian making the first move? It seemed that the charming girl had taken a liking to her Xiao Fan. Indeed, it appeared that boys who play Timo are quite popular. We too shall play Timo. We too desire to be pursued by girls. Chen Fan found himself in a state of utter bewilderment. What on earth was happening? On this moonless night, the goddess had actually requested that he escort her home. Yes, you heard it right. It was the goddess who initiated the request. Does it not seem a touch unbelievable? Ha ha ha. Chen Fan was overjoyed. In stark contrast to Zhao Tian and the others, Lin Dong gazed enviously and forlornly as the goddess whisked Chen Fan away. Alas, goddess, do not depart. I too can master Timo. With a bit of practice, I can surely excel. Hey. Chen Fan had always presumed that Ren Xian's remarks were merely a polite rejection of Lin Dong. However, as they walked side by side, he suddenly realized that he was, in fact, strolling with a goddess. Ren Xian, with her slender and graceful figure, stood approximately 1.7 meters tall. Without such an elegant stature, she certainly would not possess those extraordinary long legs. As they meandered under the streetlights, their shadows elongated, resembling a pair of enamored young lovers, exuding an air of intimacy. You play Timo exceptionally well. Oh. Huh? It's all right. I quite enjoy this hero. Chen Fan was momentarily taken aback. He yearned to spark a conversation to enliven the atmosphere, particularly with a beautiful woman so close at hand. However, he was not one gifted with eloquence, and his clumsiness rendered the situation rather awkward. Are you free tomorrow? Ren Xian inquired, feigning casualness in her tone. Not free. Without a moment's contemplation, Chen Fan blurted out his response, his mind still processing the question. After all, he had plans to participate in the league lottery the following day. Additionally, He needed to exchange the gold coin he held for some renminbi. Thus, he firmly decided he was too busy, dismissing her inquiry without a second thought. Yet, had Lin Feng been present at that moment, he would undoubtedly have delivered a few sharp kicks to Chen Fan. Goodness! After mustering courage for an entire evening, the goddess finally posed a question, only for him to respond with such a curt refusal. When the goddess asks if you are available, it signifies that she is no longer merely inquiring. Rather, she is conveying an unmistakable message. I need to see you tomorrow, and you had better make time. Regardless of your prior commitments, I shall offer you another chance to respond. Are you free or not? Ren Xian's voice bore no discernible inflection, sending a shiver down Chen Fan's spine, stirring an unsettling premonition within him. Ren Xian was not only stunningly beautiful, but also possessed an alluring figure. When she feigned anger, her cheeks puffed up adorably, rendering her utterly charming rather than fearsome. Chen Fan found himself irresistibly tempted to plant a kiss on her delicate cheek, imagining it would be sweet, smooth, and fragrant. How could this enchanting goddess be threatening him? As a man of integrity, Chen Fan stood firm in his resolve. He had already expressed his unavailability, and he intended to honor that. Thus, he felt compelled to assertively inform Ren Xian. Indeed, I certainly have time this weekend. What else would I be doing? Great. Then take me out to play tomorrow. I enjoy playing AD, Ren Xian replied with a cheerful smile. What does she mean by this? Does she expect me to play support? Chen Fan pondered, feeling a pang of confusion. Oh dear. She prefers the top lane. Yet, as he discreetly glanced at the goddess beside him, her slender waist, pert posterior, and flowing long hair, he found himself unable to resist. I am definitely playing support. Let us at each other on WeChat. I'll call you when I wake up tomorrow. Ren Xian's cheeks flushed slightly as she shyly extended her hand, revealing a delightful pink phone. All right, how about what time tomorrow? Why do you need to know a girl's schedule so well? I just worry I might oversleep. Don't worry, I'll wake you up. Okay, that works. Well then, I'm heading back now. Bye. Casting a lingering glance at the nearby girls' dormitory, Ren Xian felt a twinge of reluctance but waved goodbye to Chen Fan before turning to enter the building. Gazing at her curvaceous silhouette, Chen Fan felt his heart race. He slapped his slightly stiff face, reminding himself not to indulge in pointless fantasies. Nevertheless, the thought of gaming with the enchanting Ren Xian tomorrow, while listening to her melodious voice and imagining her admiring gaze directed at him, filled him with delight. Truly, today was a joyous occasion for the common man. As Ren Xian reached her dorm, her mind lingered on her recent parting with Chen Fan. Did he really not recognize her? How infuriating. He kept staring at her, pushing the door open. She was immediately enveloped in a pink-hued world, her dorm adorned with pink wallpaper and various decorations crafted alongside her 3 roommates. Who is so annoying? You must have misheard. Ren Xian sighed as she faced her beautiful roommate, Zhu Xin, who possessed fair skin, an alluring figure, and long legs. Can't you dress more modestly? And why don't you pull the curtains? Aren't you afraid someone from the opposite building will see you? Ren Xian gazed at Zhu Xin, who wore a striking crimson robe that left little to the imagination. The robe barely covered her shapely figure, exposing her long, enticing legs. Isn't it too hot? Who would dare to peek at me? Zhu Xin chuckled, reveling in her confidence. Curvaceous, yet brainless. Ren Xian shot a jealous glance at Zhu Xin before firmly drawing the curtains closed. This lazy woman spent her days lounging in bed, relying on Ren Xian to bring her meals. How could someone so indolent maintain such a stunning figure? Ren Xian wrinkled her nose at the sight of Zhu Xin, one of Dongshu University's campus beauties. Devilish laziness. Enviable figure. I'm not jealous at all. I'm going to take a shower, Ren Xian declared, changing into her usual white nightgown and walking slowly into the bathroom. Little Xian, you're not being discreet. I saw you with a boy downstairs, all lovey-dovey. At first, I wasn't sure it was you, but I never expected you, who has always been single, to have a crush. Zhu Xin burst into laughter, shaking with amusement. You must be mistaken. That was Timmy. How could I be wrong? I saw it clearly. Humph. Think what you will. I'm going to shower. Ren Xian shot Zhu Xin an exasperated glare, hoping her secret wouldn't tea spill. Still trying to play innocent? Zhu Xin watched her roommate retreat into the bathroom. Convinced Ren Xian was feeling guilty. Who could this boy be to capture her heart? A mischievous smile crept onto Zhu Xin's lips as she speculated. Morning sunlight filtered through the curtains, casting a warm glow upon the room, while a loud ringtone jolted Chen Fan from his reverie. Upon hearing the ring, Chen Fan instinctively checked the time, and horror washed over his face. It was 10 o'clock a.m. He suddenly realized it was Sunday. And it wasn't just any alarm. It was Ren Xian's voice call. Oh no, Chen Fan lamented, smacking his forehead. I hope I didn't upset her. Hello? Is this Ren? I was just asleep when you called, so I was a bit disoriented. Get online. Black Rose, do you have the account? Yes. Then hurry. I've already lost twice without you. Ren Xian exclaimed, her tone filled with annoyance. Hearing her displeased voice, Chen Fan could easily imagine her adorably puffed-up cheeks. My apologies. I overslept. Chen Fan quickly remembered he couldn't afford to be lazy today. He was meant to accompany this beautiful girl in her gaming adventures. After returning home the previous night, Chen Fan added Ren Xian as a friend and borrowed a low-level Black Rose account from another classmate. Xian. The little fairy invites you to join the game. Xian the little fairy? Ren Xian? Chen Fan felt a twinge of disbelief, unable to comprehend that Ren Xian harbored such a youthful demeanor. As the game commenced, and it was time to select characters, Ren Xian chose the sharpshooter, Caitlin. It seemed that girls were particularly fond of playing female heroes. Although Chen Fan typically shied away from support roles, he was not entirely unfamiliar with them. With a deft flick of his fingers, he selected Thresh, the Chain Warden. Thresh was a champion he had played quite frequently. Yet mastering him required considerable skill and quick reflexes. During the selection phase, Ren Xian sent a voice link. A voice? Chen Fan hesitated for a moment. Glancing at his roommate, still lost in slumber. Resolute, he accepted the invitation, regardless of their sleep. The chance to hear such a melodious and clear voice was a stroke of fortune that could not be earned even by helping countless elderly ladies cross the street. Hello? Can you hear me? The goddess proved her divine status, as even through the computer, her voice remained enchanting and delightful. No, I can't hear you. Huh. Let me check the microphone, came Ren Xian's voice, accompanied by the sound of her adjusting the mic. However, she seemed to realize something and, with a pout, exclaimed, Chen Fan, are you seeking death? As the match commenced, Chen Fan observed the progress bar sluggishly advancing. On the screen, Ren Xian's Caitlin mirrored her real-life counterpart with her pristine appearance. Her long, slender legs were as straight as jade, an irksome sight, clad in a short dress. What stood out most was the nylon and leather pouch snugly gripping her ample thighs, accentuating their remarkable elasticity. Brandishing a sniper rifle, her large eyes fixated on him. Her lips slightly parted as she teasingly remarked, I'm terribly sorry, handsome. I seem to have left my genuine leather handcuffs at home. Chen Fan found himself lost in a sea of thoughts, completely unaware of where his mind had drifted. Supporting is no simple feat. In ancient times, there was no assistance on the first floor, no support on the second floor. On the third floor, AD champions would either receive aid or face dire consequences. On the fourth floor, everything was permissible except for support. Yet when it came to the fifth floor, the notion of not playing support was unutterable. Any attempt to voice it would be futile. You refuse to play support on the fifth floor? What gives you the right? The tragedy of the fifth floor mirrors that of the support role itself. Without damage, without kills, and devoid of minions, the role is merely one of perpetual protection, initiating team fights and incessantly purchasing wards. Although this encapsulates the current state of support, Chen Fan held a different perspective. With the emergence of lucrative items and several wage-earning gear, he believed that support remains quite appealing. Many summoners engage in League primarily to showcase their prowess. Yet in the eyes of most, support is merely a large minion. In danger? Call the support. In a team fight? The support goes in first. In lane? The support absorbs damage up front. Despite this, supports continue to be the frequent targets of players' ire. Why don't you buy a locket? Why not redemption? Why haven't you acquired Knight's Vow yet? I'm not buying that. You wish to play Thresh? Do you truly know how to wield this champion? Ren Xian inquired. For Thresh is not a hero one can simply toy with. Mastering him requires considerable skill. Of course, though Chen Fan had long specialized in top lane, he was nonetheless intrigued by the formidable support. Welcome to the Summoner's Rift. The skeletal visage, ablaze with eerie flames, donned a gray cloak, wielding a chain of souls. Its mouth emitting ghostly wails. Each champion in League of Legends possesses a unique backstory, with styles that are both vibrant and diverse. Reflecting the richness of global folklore and iconic cinematic characters, many champions exude a familiar essence. What are you doing? Why aren't you moving? Ren Xian queried. Observing Chen Fan standing idly in the fountain, reluctant to venture forth. I'm examining the skills. It seems Thresh has received an update, slightly different from before. Chen Fan replied after a lengthy perusal of the abilities. Chen Fan, you haven't actually played Thresh, have you? Ren Xian questioned skeptically. No worries, no worries. I can handle it. I find that hard to believe. You're a liability. With that, the marksman sauntered towards the brush, swaying her hips. Hey, be careful of ambushes. Please, I'm not a novice. I wouldn't you recklessly peek into the brush. After scrutinizing for a while, Chen Fan determined that the skills hadn't changed much. Merely adjustments to damage, thus he felt no trepidation. A spell thief's edge and a potion. After equipping himself, Chen Fan proceeded to assist the jungler, Lee Sin, in securing the red buff before heading to lane. The marksman wisely positioned herself at the center of the lane, away from the brush. Taking advantage of her extensive range to farm minions effectively, retreating as needed. Impressive. Ren Xin actually knows how to last hit. Chen Fan admired her adept farming techniques. I'm quite steady with my last hitting. Ren Xin giggled, her voice resonating throughout the dormitory. Oh, how many can you secure in 10 minutes? Chen Fan inquired. If there are no skirmishes, around 30 to 40. She replied. That is commendable. Chen Fan nodded awkwardly. Achieving 30 to 40 last hits in 10 minutes without engaging in combat is indeed formidable. Yet at her level, such proficiency is commendable. He recalled that at a similar stage, he was far less skilled. Back then, his last hitting was entirely dependent on chance, a matter of fate. This so-called fate-based last hitting involved standing still, commanding the champion to continuously strike minions, never waiting for the final blow. Whether he earned gold was entirely up to fortune. Is it possible? Is it possible? Ren Xin pouted, her tone dripping with dissatisfaction. Oh, Ren Xin, your last hitting skills are truly remarkable. I recall playing against Tian Su from Class 3 yesterday. In 10 minutes, he hadn't even reached 30 last hits, and he is a diamond player. He is not as skilled as you. Chen Fan quickly reacted, unintentionally casting a shadow over Tian Su. However, he had not uttered anything false, after all. That banishment had indeed resulted in 30 strikes within a mere 10 minutes. Though it was entirely under the immense pressure he faced, what was there to explain? Ren Xin clearly belonged to that type who relished a momentary annoyance yet bore no grudges. Upon receiving a compliment from Chen Fan, she promptly dismissed all unpleasantness and broke into a radiant smile. In a city to the west, within a small internet CAF, two young men sat engrossed in their screens in a corner. Truth be told, while internet CAFs were once deemed chaotic and crowded, the modern gaming lounges offered a different experience. Finding oneself seated in a CAF, sipping cola, smoking, and immersed in gaming was indeed a delightful affair. Look at that female officer. She clearly doesn't know how to play. It's been nearly 8 minutes, and she has only managed a meager 20 strikes. Pathetically inept, remarked a young man with a slightly darkened complexion disdainfully. Right? They must be elementary school students. That Thresh has landed a single hook, scoffed the companion beside him. Such a powerful Thresh support, yet he has exhibited not even a hint of aggression. I feel no pressure from him. Yet, I personally prefer playing Blitzcrank. Despite both using hooks, drawing the enemy in and pulling oneself towards them resonates more with me. The dark-faced young man skillfully maneuvered his Blitzcrank, seeking the perfect opportunity to ensnare the female officer in his grasp. His companion, controlling the rambunctious Jinx, was somewhat surprising, despite his robust build. He chose to play a character so petite and playful. Oh my, what is this Thresh doing? No, this feels off. After years of playing Jinx, a sense of unease crept in. The angle of that Thresh's hook was rather cunning, had she not executed a pendulum-like sidestep. She would have been forced to use her flash. Jinx was not exaggerating. Once ensnared by Thresh, the subsequent tug would leave her utterly immobilized, granting ample time for the officer to lay traps at her feet. In such moments, Blitzcrank proved rather futile. Unable to catch anyone, he was merely a foot soldier. Meanwhile, Chen Fan gradually ventured into the brush. Playing support was exceedingly idle, so very idle. The role of a support was to stand quietly, watching his minions transformed into gold, enriching the pockets of their AD carry. Though envious, there was little to be done. Why couldn't supports last hit minions? Why couldn't they secure kills? It seemed so unjust. Ren Xin, wishing to focus on farming rather than engaging in skirmishes, instructed Chen Fan to refrain from fighting, insisting she would diligently farm until late game to dominate the opposing marksman. Now, that might be a tad overconfident. While the officer is indeed formidable in the late game, a Jinx in a team fight is no pushover either. However, this left Chen Fan with little to do. He felt entirely capable of playing one-handed, grabbing a snack while simultaneously controlling Thresh's movements. Yet, while they yearned for a peaceful development, the opposing duo of Jinx and Blitzcrank had other plans. Come on. I'm a robot too, Blitzcrank thought. Thresh occasionally attempted to ensnare him, albeit without any real impact. Nevertheless, it provided Blitzcrank a chance to showcase his positioning skills. However, now, Thresh had become a mere spectator, brushing past him, their eyes meeting for a fleeting moment before continuing on their respective paths. What does this mean? Have they given up? Do they look down on my Blitzcrank? The two, quietly farming, left Jinx and Blitzcrank feeling rather overlooked. Suddenly, the robot, ever vigilant for an opportunity, trembled as a surge of ferocity coursed through him. Overclocking, Blitzcrank swiftly surged forward, leaving Thresh and the officer with no time to react, merely able to watch as his massive mechanical claw wove through the minions. Look, you're leaking oil. Yet, the claw's target was not the police officer, but rather the oblivious Thresh, who had been silently spectating. Didn't expect this, did you? Now come here. Blitzcrank's eyes sparkled with excitement, his entire form quivering with anticipation. Were it not for his sturdy metal frame, he might have disintegrated from sheer exhilaration. However, upon witnessing Blitzcrank's rapid approach, Chen Fan sensed something amiss. From every angle, it seemed impossible for the robot to reach the officer. Realizing the robot's little ruse, he thought, "You wish to catch me? An octopus face against a metal beast. Come at me." But how could this be possible? With an elegance akin to a leisurely stroll, devoid of any flashy flashes or dazzling maneuvers, a simple sidestep allowed him to narrowly evade the meticulously aimed claw. While it appeared merely a simple sidestep, devoid of any extravagant flair, a closer inspection revealed its complexity. Many could dodge a robot's hook, and for them, it was a commonplace feat. However, Chen Fan, entirely unaware, had instinctively deciphered the robot's strategy. Those familiar with playing as Blitzcrank knew that sometimes, despite appearing distant, the claw could reach its target unexpectedly, catching foes off guard. Conversely, many, when seeing the hook approach, would calmly sidestep, believing themselves safe, only to be ensnared. Why was this so? It was because the claw possessed a specific range. The width of the claw did not always reflect the skill's reach, and overconfident players often found themselves deceived by their own perceptions. Yet, Chen Fan had evaded it, and even he was astonished in that fleeting moment. His reflexes and speed had reached a previously unattainable pinnacle, enabling him to evade effortlessly. Well, since you missed, your life is forfeit. Death sentence. A greenish-blue chain of death shot forth, aimed at the bewildered robot, who had failed to secure its target. With so many flavors of torment to enjoy, death sentence, the signature ability of Thresh, akin to Blitzcrank's hooks, exemplified their prowess. Dragging an enemy closer, or leaping towards them, was the very essence of their skills. The death chain in the hands of the squid-faced figure struck mercilessly against the mechanical torso of the metallic beast. The enormous hook ensnared the creature with a ferocity that seemed to echo the very essence of its name, as if imbued with the power to bind souls. The metallic creature offered no resistance. Once caught, it lay immobilized, allowing the squid-faced figure to tug at it at will. Humph, dare to approach, and it shall be your demise. The young girl's finger was firmly poised over her skill, the incendiary grenade, ready to unleash destruction upon the squid-faced figure should it dare to fly closer. Yet, her anticipations were thwarted, for the squid-faced figure did not advance. Instead, the female officer stealthily placed two traps at the feet of the ensnared metallic beast while everyone else was distracted. Bang, bang. Would you like another shot? I shall leave no room for doubt. Two explosive headshots struck the metallic beast's head with devastating force, rendering even metal a mere canvas of destruction. Chen Fan, you are truly remarkable. What an excellent hook, Ren Xian exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she controlled the female officer to relentlessly fire at the robot, imagining that if the machine could conceive, it would surely be with child by now. Remarkable? Ha ha ha. How did you know, Ren Beauty? Chen Fan chuckled at Ren Xian's impulsive flirtation, finding her utterly charming. Get lost. I shall ignore you. Perhaps due to her good spirits, Ren Xian, rather unbothered by Chen Fan's teasing, felt no irritation, not even a hint of anger. Hiki. Oh dear. Why does this ice queen keep shooting me with her ice arrows? It hurts so much, the girl lamented. Sister, do you not know that one must not provoke a man in the morning? Thankfully, her roommates had not yet awakened. Otherwise, she would have to wait and maneuver. The robot, surely aggrieved after being ensnared earlier, would undoubtedly retaliate. With confidence bolstered by the light-hearted banter with the beauty, Chen Fan felt quite content. But there were always those who sought to disrupt such harmony. The Ice Queen, Ash, from Freljord, was indeed a force to be reckoned with, and she happened to be the woman of the brutish Trindamir. However, her 5-second man was starting to irritate Ash, as she relentlessly employed her long-range W skill, bombarding his female officer with a barrage of arrows. Ha ha ha, Xian, my little fairy, doesn't it feel delightful to be shot like this? The dark-skinned youth, skilled in his craft, would swiftly strike whenever the female officer attempted to finish off a low-health minion, retreating just as she prepared to retaliate, leaving her to continue farming only to be struck again from behind by another volley of arrows. The vast skill range rendered evasion impossible. Before long, the female officer's health dwindled to half, granting the opposing side a significant advantage while aggravating their own. Ren Xian had fallen silent, clearly incensed by the cunning tactics employed by her adversary. However, neither of them spoke. It was evident that the opposing Ice Queen's skill was formidable, employing a strategy of positioning that Ren Xian could scarcely rival. Yet, the Ice Archer, Catherine, taunted, "Brother, does my shooting please you? Would you like another round?" The steam-powered robot echoed her sentiments. "I want some too." Little Catherine Chen Fan had already heard the sound of someone slapping the table through his headphones. Xian, please wait for me for a moment. I need to return home. Just stand under the tower. I will be obedient, Ren Xian replied coldly, thoroughly infuriated by the almost rude and lewd remarks from the other party. However, Chen Fan called her Xian without any concern, seemingly indifferent. Damn it. What a foolish and despicable person. One just exposes their sordid heart while playing a game. Chen Fan was indeed not less agitated than Ren Xian. Since he wished to shoot, so be it. I shall let you shoot to your heart's content. With a dark and cunning expression, Chen Fan slowly purchased an item before promptly returning to the battlefield. Xian, I am on my way, he declared, following the plan they had devised. He thought that if he perished, it would matter little. He must not allow that Frost to escape. All right, I will take him down. Ren Xian gritted her teeth and exclaimed. In a flash, Chen Fan, the mischievous one, positioned himself in front of his minions, while the enemy lurked in the bushes at the bottom lane. A mocking expression appeared above Thresh's head as Chen Fan relentlessly pressed the Control-4 key. The sound that emanated from Thresh, the jailer, was anything but melodious. It was a sinister cackle, paired with the mocking expression above him. By the heavens, this fool Thresh must have a death wish. How dare he mock us? The enraged Frost immediately approached Thresh, brandishing her bow crafted from the icy woods of Freljord. With her delicate hands, she held the bow firmly, her unwavering resolve unshaken, the arrow in her grasp destined to hit its mark. For Freljord, however, just as Ash was poised to unleash her arrow, Thresh vanished from her line of sight. The bow she had lifted fell to her side in disbelief. What? That Thresh? The young man in black exclaimed. Yet, as Frost hesitated to strike, Thresh reemerged from the bushes. Ha! The familiar taunts ensued. Once again, Frost raised her bow, only for Thresh to retreat into the foliage just as she was about to fire. Frustrated, Ash relinquished her shot. Ha! Pick it up, then put it down. The familiar expressions and taunts. Are you two putting on a show? The robotic companion beside the young man observed his increasingly irate comrade. Must you really be so ignorant? Why not place a ward in that bush? The young man exclaimed in exasperation. Why don't you ward it, you fool? The youth, filled with indignation yet unable to voice it, found himself ensnared in the machinations of his adversary, venting his frustration upon himself. Nevertheless, although the robot was displeased with the insults hurled at him, he too felt a surge of anger at Thresh's incessant mockery. The appearance of the scouting ward revealed Chen Fan's position, leaving him with nowhere to hide. Hook him. Humph. I need no prompting. The mechanical claws shot toward Thresh, yet the latter appeared somewhat disoriented. A hook that should have missed found its mark due to Thresh's erratic movements. By the gods, how did that even connect? The young man stared in disbelief at the robot's hook, his own calculated angle proving futile. Incredible! Enough of this jest. I have a predictive hook, a powered fist. The robot's electrified fist crackled with energy as it awaited Thresh's approach. Finish him. I have my ultimate ready to control him to death. The young man exclaimed with fervor, placing his hand upon the ultimate ability, prepared to unleash it the moment Thresh moved into range. Yet, the dreams of victory were swiftly dashed as reality dealt them a harsh blow. A brilliant flash of yellow light swirled around Thresh, who had just used the summoner spell, Flash. The robot's electrified fist remained poised, while Ash's magical arrow sailed through the air, missing its target entirely. Struggle as you might, like a worm caught in a hook. A sinister voice echoed ominously in their ears, but by then, it was far too late. Embrace death. A pendulum of doom swung toward Ash, teetering on the brink of life and death. With a swift motion, it grazed Ash's form, connecting her to the next trap laid in wait. Crack. The death chain ensnared Ash before she could react, her focus solely on Thresh. Unbeknownst to her, she had stepped into a meticulously prepared trap set by a sniper. Unable to move, she could only silently retaliate against the grinning Thresh. Bang! A bullet struck Ash's head with brutal force. Meanwhile, Rin Xian stealthily placed another trap beneath Ash's feet. Bang! 2 headshots. Just then, the robot regained its wits, rushing toward Thresh to deliver a blow. Why not target the sniper instead? What use is it to strike Thresh? As the robot sent Thresh flying, the sniper's bullet found its mark yet again on Ash's head. Caught between 2 traps and subjected to a barrage of attacks, Ash found herself quickly losing health. In the thicket, the sniper's passive ability refreshed rapidly, her critical hits coming swiftly. The robot, chastised by the young man, reluctantly pursued the sniper into the bushes. But the results were minimal. While the sniper had been developing well under Chen Fan's watchful eye, Ash, despite her financial advantage, found herself at a disadvantage against the vampire staff and swift movements of her opponent. Rin Xian, resolute and unwavering, was determined to avenge the earlier insult. Even if it costs me my life, I shall see you dead. However, though the sniper was being overwhelmed by the combined onslaught of Frost and the robot, her health dwindled far more rapidly under the relentless critical hits and Thresh's unyielding assaults. Do not underestimate Thresh's basic attacks. His passive skill and the accumulated souls grant him power and defense that a fragile Ash cannot withstand. Fool, can you not see? I am on the brink of collapse. The young man cursed the robot in frustration. What damage can you inflict upon the sniper? Can you not see I am about to fall? The robot, begrudgingly setting aside its massive mechanical fists, trudged toward Frost, still aware that it had been attacking the sniper to maximize its damage output. Yet, the skill had a flaw. Once the overload wore off, its speed would decrease by 30 for a brief moment. In a mere span of 5 seconds, Thresh has ample time to accomplish a multitude of tasks. How audacious! After hurling insults, does one dare to flee? Is that even conceivable? Return to me at once. The judgment of death. No one shall escape. The chilling words echoed behind Ash, evoking a sense of urgency within her as she desperately maneuvered her form, twisting her slender waist in an attempt to evade the lethal hook. Meanwhile, the player at the computer, struck with dismay, seemed to mimic her movements, writhing in his seat as if he were truly present in the game. Yet, how could mere mortals hope to evade the chains of death? Bang! The judgment hook ensnared Ash, and despite her frantic struggles, death had already arrived. The warden of the underworld fixed his gaze upon her. Where could she possibly flee? Thresh, with his reset skill, lunged towards Ash, who could only watch in despair as he approached. Glancing at her robot companion, she sighed in frustration, realizing her knockback skill had yet to refresh. What good was that? Perhaps she should just flash away. At that moment, Chen Fan, seizing the instant before the black-faced player activated his flash, took a small step back. The spectral prison. The gates of hell had swung open, enveloping her in a cage. Thresh, having perfectly positioned himself, unleashed the full extent of his ultimate's damage upon Ash. Struggling through the gates of the prison, Ash hastily activated her flash, creating distance from Thresh, and finally exhaled in relief. That was close. Her dangerously low health could not withstand a single strike from Thresh, who possessed a passive ability. Uncertain if Thresh's skill had activated properly, Ash nonetheless used her flash, feeling she had shown him enough respect. After all, she had used her own flash, surely they would refrain from pursuing her further? One must leave room for retreat, allowing her to return home before the next hunt. To Ash's relief, it seemed Thresh had abandoned his plan to chase her down, turning away instead. Indeed, his robotic companion's skills were about to refresh. It was wise not to engage, for the risk of being countered was imminent. Goodness, this Thresh was no ordinary foe. The black-faced player, with a grim expression and glimmering eyes, felt a rush of fortune. However, before he could finish his thought, a red laser sight locked onto him. The long beam appeared as if it had traversed miles, with Caitlin crouched in position, her rifle aimed precisely. Let the bullet fly. Caitlin's ultimate skill boasted an extraordinarily long range, capable of effortlessly dispatching enemies from afar. It was as if she wielded a flying sword from Taoist lore, claiming lives from a distance. All the while, the black-faced player, who had been overly confident, suddenly erupted in laughter. How absurd! Was she truly so naive as to use her ultimate so recklessly? Did she not know it could be blocked? He had thought his opponents formidable, but it seemed they were merely average. The robot joined in the laughter. The two had finally found an outlet for their earlier frustrations, mockingly ridiculing their adversaries. The prior flash and skill, coupled with Thresh's successful hook from the brush where Caitlyn had been lurking, had rendered them vulnerable. How foolish. It seemed he had truly regressed, mistaking those who lacked skill for masters. With disdain etched upon his face, he remained steadfast, boldly standing behind his robotic companion, watching with a smug expression as the two opponents displayed their emotions. Do you dare to kill me? Come on, try it, he taunted, relishing the moment. The long sniper beam lingered ominously over Ash's head, the targeting effect unmistakable. Yet, did Chen Fan and Ren Xian truly believe Caitlyn's ultimate could be obstructed? The answer was, of course, no. While focusing intently on Caitlyn, they had overlooked Thresh's position. At that moment, Thresh stood directly to the side of Ash's robot, and from this angle, escape was impossible. Caitlyn, undeterred, seemed resolute in her intent to fire this shot. Could she truly not kill her? How naive. In that instant, Chen Fan's eyes sparkled with determination, his fingers dancing across the mechanical keyboard with astonishing speed, as a ghostly green lantern materialized before Caitlyn. I said it's over. And so it shall be. With a swift click, Caitlyn was enveloped in an ethereal green shield, hurtling towards Thresh. Just then, the sniper shot was executed, and sparks flew as a deadly, penetrating missile erupted from her rifle. It traced a long arc, striking the robot's rigid metallic visage. Bang! The bullet landed squarely on Ash's bewildered face, as if she could scarcely believe the reality unfolding before her. The projectile pierced her striking features, simultaneously penetrating the astonished visage of the black-faced player seated before the screen. Ren Xian, the pixie of Piltover, had slain the ice archer. A moment of triumph resonating through the air. With a smirk, she raised her rifle, gently blowing away the lingering smoke. I said I would shoot you in the face. And I did. Chen Fan, you are truly remarkable. I'm giving you a thumbs up for this. You're simply incredible. Ren Xian, seated on her dormitory bed, felt the summer heat, dressed in a light, translucent nightgown that did little to conceal her stunning figure. With an unadorned yet flawless face beaming with joy, she exuberantly praised Chen Fan, despite him being unable to see her. Thanks to Chen Fan, she had avenged herself. Recalling the delightful moment when her shot struck Ash's face, leaving her in utter shock. It was mainly due to Ren's exceptional cooperation. Not only was she beautiful, but she executed her moves flawlessly. Truly a heroine, she stood shoulder to shoulder with her male counterparts, a beauty beyond compare. Chen Fan articulated every word of praise he could muster for the beauty of women, albeit somewhat awkwardly, which nonetheless elicited a cascade of laughter from Ren Xian, her adorable face radiating joy. Upon returning home, Chen Fan acquired a burning gem and upgraded the Titan's might, enhancing both his health points and cooldown reduction. Do not underestimate cooldown reduction. For Thresh, it proves to be an extraordinarily effective piece of equipment. Under Chen Fan's suggestion, Ren Xian's misfortune had early access to attack speed boots, thus combining the Stormblade's 40 attack power with the 35 attack speed bonus from the boots, rendering the opposing Ash utterly devoid of courage to engage in direct confrontation. Their objectives had now shifted, no longer adhering to the outdated strategy of passive farming. They were determined to prioritize combat. With a lead in both preparation and skills, the moment to strike was now. As soon as the game commenced, Chen Fan positioned himself in front of Misfortune, delivering a series of basic attacks against Ash. With Thresh's passive, the damage inflicted on the fragile Ash was particularly significant. Unwilling to succumb to the relentless assault, Ash attempted to retaliate by pursuing Thresh, but Misfortune was not to be trifled with. Positioned safely behind her minions, she utilized her exceptional range to unleash her firepower, rapidly refreshing her passive and landing headshots one after another, leaving Ash in a state of despair. Observing the duo from behind the minion line, the opposing robot felt utterly helpless. With such powerful mechanical claws, he wished to charge in and unleash havoc. Yet even with some defensive gear, he found himself outmatched by Misfortune's might. After 5 or 6 minutes of gameplay, both players realized that the game was becoming unplayable. They could not contest the lane at all. What had once been an economic lead for Ash had swiftly been overturned. Now was not the time to dwell on farm or gold. Survival was paramount, especially with Thresh proving to be such a formidable presence, catching them off guard with his lantern and curving bullets. At that moment, Chen Fan, who had yet to find an opportunity to use his hook, suddenly spotted a chance. He noticed that Ash was positioned right behind a critically wounded minion, which was on the verge of demise. Ash, are you aware that you are just like this minion? Nearing your end? With a mischievous grin, he fixated on the dying minion, while Ash focused on last hitting. remained oblivious to her imminent peril. The cannon minion was not an ordinary foe. It boasted considerable health and damage, as well as a generous gold reward upon defeat. It reminded Chen Fan of his roommate, Wang Chong, who would lament loudly every time he lost a cannon minion while playing ADC or mid lane. Now was the moment. The cannon minion, collapsing on the ground, seemed to exchange a grateful glance with Thresh just before its departure, as if to say its life had been worth living. With that, the death sentence was cast. Thwack! The hook latched onto Ash's proud chest. In a panic, Ash cried out for her support robot. However, the robot had learned from previous encounters and was not about to repeat the same mistake. It swung its metal fist towards Thresh's face. Thwack! Thresh was sent soaring. But Ren Xian, having coordinated well, swiftly deployed traps, laying down 2 in quick succession. Bam! A headshot dealt a third of Ash's health, and with their level advantage. The snowball effect had begun. Miss Fortune's attacks now dealt considerable damage. Help me, I can't escape this, Ash exclaimed, watching her health plummet. The robot stepped in front of Ash, triggering a trap, allowing her to flee unimpeded. Thresh, having been knocked back and missing his follow-up skill, did not lose hope. You can't escape, he declared, flashing forward and swinging his merciless hook, invoking the Doom's pendulum. Just as Ash attempted to flee, she was pulled back. Thwack! Miss Fortune joined in, mercilessly picking at Ash from behind. A scream echoed as Queen Ash fell once more, witnessing their ADC's demise. The robot dared not linger and swiftly retreated. However, in its haste, it found itself ensnared once again by Thresh's hook. The familiar sequence of traps in the Doom's pendulum ensued. Though the robot had a passive shield, it proved insufficient against the burning damage, ultimately leading to its downfall. The 2 players, momentarily stunned, stared at the screen in disbelief, unable to break the silence. This Thresh was truly exceptional. We must play cautiously. I refuse to believe they can kill me under the tower. Ash mused, confidence radiating from her as she touched her icy bow. Having played for years, she was no stranger to being outmatched in lane. However, she understood this was a tower-pushing game, where late-game team fights held paramount importance. With renewed determination, Ash strode confidently towards the lane, undeterred by past failures. Yet, as she reached the jungle between the first and second towers, an unyielding hook pierced through the thick wall and ensnared her. In an instant, Ash found herself immobilized. What is this? She screamed in a fit of despair. With her hands off the keyboard, she knew her fate was sealed. The enemy's ambush was unexpected. A ghostly green figure emerged, ensnaring Ash, while Thresh tossed a lantern into the wall, allowing another tall beauty, Miss Fortune, to join the fray. Without granting any opportunity, they unleashed their combo, Doom's pendulum, traps, and a flurry of basic attacks led to Ash's swift demise. Before long, news of the bottom tower's destruction echoed throughout the valley. With teammates berating them and the opposing team reveling in their triumph, Ash and her companion quickly conceded. Thus concluded Chen Fan and Ren Xian's inaugural collaboration, marked by a resounding victory and flawless synergy. Having won the match, the duo felt invincible, leaving their opponents in disarray. Unbeknownst to them, 3 or 4 matches had passed, and with each League of Legends match averaging about half an hour, they soon realized it was nearly noon, time for lunch. Suddenly, without any forewarning, Chen Fan was startled by an exceedingly awkward sound emanating from the computer. Not only did he hear it, but he also listened intently. Are you hungry? Chen Fan hesitated, unsure of what to say. Just as he was about to inquire whether the enchanting Rin was feeling peckish, a sudden realization struck him, prompting him to halt his words. What was that? Even through the screen, he could sense an overwhelming aura of intimidation. Ren Xian displayed her adorable little canines and fiercely addressed Chen Fan. Although her expression was concealed, the wry smile on Chen Fan's face indicated that he had inadvertently overheard something he should not have. Indeed, it was quite astonishing that the illustrious class beauty, Ron, had her burp caught by his ears. Perhaps he ought to sever his own ears and present them before Ren Xian as an offering. Stealing a glance at his 3 roommates, who were still blissfully asleep, he sighed in relief. They were snoring like pigs. It's noon. Allow me to treat you to a meal as a token of gratitude for your diligent efforts in guiding me to victory. Chen Fan did not dwell on this embarrassing incident. Instead, he chuckled heartily and invited Ren Xian to join him for a meal. Sure, that would be perfect. Ren Xian suddenly fell silent. With a burst of laughter, Chen Fan couldn't contain himself and sprayed out the mouthful of mineral water he had just sipped. Get up. Wash your face and brush your teeth. Gather at the school gate. I'm going to have you spend all your money. Ren Xian's furious voice echoed, before she promptly exited the game and the voice chat, evidently preparing to rise. Cursing himself for his impatience, Chen Fan turned off his computer, feeling somewhat dejected. Yet he suddenly broke into a grin. Hee, I'm about to have lunch with a beautiful girl. He glanced at Lin Feng, his roommate below him, and scoffed. Umph. What a loser. He doesn't have such good fortune. Ding dong. The notification from his phone chimed, revealing an unread WeChat message. Is it from the beautiful Rin? Upon opening it, Chen Fan's eyes widened in astonishment. It was a simple, ordinary photo, delicate. Translucent fingers making a large thumbs-up gesture that filled the entire screen. It was evident who the owner of that perfect, flawless hand was, undoubtedly the exquisite Rin. However, one must understand that men are visual creatures, and it is instinctual for them to perceive the essence through appearances. Could this be a reward for winning the game? Damn it. What does it matter if I'm playing as a top laner? I, Chen Fan, have secured the support role. The top laner is destined to a life of solitude. Supporting the ladies is the true path to glory. Even though the thumbs-up gesture dominated the screen, Chen Fan, with eyes gleaming with excitement, managed to glimpse a different vista through the gaps. This is indeed a spectacular windfall. The tender, pure whiteness stirred his imagination as he sat on his bed. Beast. Huh? Who's talking? Beast. Damn it. Someone is actually speaking. Chen Fan looked down to see a resentful and angry face. It was his roommate Lin Feng. Beast. What the heck? Why are you cursing me? Don't explain. You're a beast. Lin Feng's voice brimmed with grievance and a hint of indignation. He lamented internally. Having pursued Meng Sinny diligently, carrying bags and buying water and breakfast, only to find that Chen Fan's effortless gaming with girls progressed far more swiftly. Heavens! Why am I devoid of such luck? Awakened by the cacophony of gaming in the morning, Lin Feng quickly realized it was Chen Fan at it again. Damn it! Can't you wear headphones in the morning? Do you not know how to let people enjoy their dreams? Just as he was about to kick him out of bed, Lin Feng suddenly froze. Chen Fan, save me. I'm going to die. I'm so scared. How is there a woman's voice? And such a melodious one at that. What the hell? Chen Fan is too bold, taking advantage of his friend's slumber too. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng cleverly deduced the situation. Should he continue to sleep or feign sleep? Well, pretending would be a bit inappropriate. But did Chen Fan have any safety measures? Should he? Wow. Chen Fan, you are amazing. Indeed. Lin Feng was now prepared to feign sleep. Should he put on headphones? This assassin has been hunting me. No matter where I hide, you always find me. Thanks to you, hee. Assassin? Master of Shadows? League of Legends? Suddenly, Lin Feng realized there could not possibly be a woman above. Or, could it be that Chen Fan was gaming with a girl? What the heck? I say, are you eavesdropping all morning instead of sleeping? Chen Fan, with exasperation, began to pack away his computer and headphones, preparing to rise and head out for a meal. However, he suddenly froze. Ding. Your luxurious League of Legends gift pack has been delivered. Finally, it has arrived. Sister Qinwei, you have finally come. I have waited for you, with great anticipation. After a long morning, Chen Fan finally received the DJ Qinwei's gift. Ignoring Lin Feng's incessant chatter from below, Chen Fan closed his eyes and immediately envisioned the familiar towering figure and the charming face that he dreamt of. Come on. Be bold. Come without hesitation. Meanwhile, Lin Feng observed Chen Fan, who appeared dazed, arms outstretched, a smile of anticipation gracing his lips. Ding. Your luxurious League of Legends gift pack has arrived. Would you like to open it? Yes, open. Ding. Congratulations, lucky one, you have successfully drawn the Harbinger of Doom, Fiddlesticks. Harbinger of Doom, Fiddlesticks? What the heck? I actually drew a hero this time? Heroes can be drawn? This. Chen Fan felt akin to an ordinary citizen who had inadvertently won the grand prize of 5 million at a market, trembling with excitement, although his eyes were closed. The incessantly rotating pupils betrayed his current emotional state. He gazed in astonishment at the card before him, which shimmered with a mysterious green glow, depicting the familiar scarecrow from his memories. This seemed to herald the dawn of something extraordinary. However, it felt as though the voice of the harp-playing sister in his mind had not yet completed her message. The Harbinger of Doom, Fiddlestick, possessed the skill of fear. Fear? What manner of phenomenon is this? Suddenly, the card, radiant with an enigmatic green light, erupted as if struck by some force, revealing another card that was significantly smaller. At its center, a horrifying ghostly visage emerged, and with the advent of this fear card, Chen Fan could have sworn he heard the terrifying cries of the Harbinger echoing in his ears. Sitting on his bed, he abruptly shivered violently, startling Lin Feng, who occupied the lower bunk. This scene was undeniably chilling. He scrutinized the mysterious ghostly card in his hand. Could this be fear? Fiddlestick, Fear invokes terrifying illusions to invade the target's consciousness, transporting the enemy into an unknown alternate space. Currently, the level is too low, allowing only a 2-second duration in the alternate space. Alternate space? And a transportation? Merely 2 seconds? What could possibly be achieved in such a brief moment? However, in comparison to the apocalyptic skills in the game, this seemed rather intriguing. Could it be that if I unleashed fear upon someone approaching me, they would mysteriously find themselves walking in the opposite direction? Quite amusing. Nonetheless, it would be wise to use it sparingly. A traffic accident would be quite unfortunate. Initially intent on incessantly pestering Lin Feng with his newfound skill, he ultimately curbed his curiosity. To think one could even draw skills. Given that he had already obtained a symbol of theft, it was not entirely surprising for Chen Fan to draw a skill as well, and he soon adjusted his mindset. Who? Which beauty is he gaming with? Lin Feng glared at Chen Fan, who was taking a basin to step outside, with jealousy. Why inquire so much? Hurry and deliver lunch to your lovely Ming. Wait. Lin Feng recalled the feminine voice he had just heard. Finding it somewhat familiar, he was certain he recognized it. But who could it be? This fellow, usually as reticent as a clam, had few acquaintances among the fairer sex. Could it be Long Xuanning? That ice queen? Goodness. You still maintain contact? You. Stop. Hold on. Though he often babbled on, what was up with him now? If it wasn't Long Xuanning, then who could it be? Ren Xian. Faced with his loquacious roommate, who seemed poised to continue his inquiries indefinitely, Chen Fan reluctantly uttered Ren Xian's name. Oh my. You two just saw each other last night. It was your first meeting, right? Unbelievably. Lin Feng stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. How had this fellow suddenly become enlightened? He was actually taking the initiative to pursue a girl? But that was Ren Xian, the flower of Class 3, renowned even in the university's beauty rankings. Although merely a class flower, many believed she deserved a place among the university's top beauties due to her understated demeanor and lack of ostentation compared to other more flamboyant girls. Otherwise, haha. Hey, wake up. Isn't it merely a meal with a girl? Is it necessary to be this excited? It's not you going, it's me. I'm not even excited. Why are you so worked up? Get lost. Lin Feng watched as Chen Fan vigorously rubbed his face with a long and used facial cleanser, frantically searching for clothes and shaving. Is this what you call not being excited? Good grief. Does he not know that animal cruelty is against the law? This single dog must silently retreat to the warmth of his own bed. In this lonely and chilly summer, the season of couples flaunting their affection. Only the comfort of the blankets before him could offer a sliver of warmth. The morning sun is truly unbearably hot. After a meticulous yet casual tidying up, Chen Fan stepped outside and soon beheld a cluster of pristine white flowers at the school gate. June in Dongshu City is sweltering, the sun relentlessly radiating heat that makes the earth restless. The people on the ground, too, exhibit a sense of agitation in this scorching weather. As the premier institution in Dongshu City, Dongshu University naturally boasts a significant student population, complemented by a robust faculty. It has been noted that there are hundreds of teachers within the university, not to mention the multitude of students. The school entrance, therefore, bustled with activity, teeming not only with students but also with numerous vendors congregating in the vicinity. The cacophony at the entrance, filled with a medley of voices mingling with the pungent scents of sweat, corn, and barbecue, was enough to induce a sense of vexation. Chen Fan was also feeling vexed, for he typically would not be found at the school gate at this hour. More often, he would be ensconced in his dormitory, playing games with the fan on, or in an internet CAF, savoring the air conditioning while gaming. Truly, he was an archetype of a homebody. Yet, here he stood at the school gate, lost in thought. An unusual sight for someone so averse to the heat and outdoor activities. Before him stood a girl whose visage resembled a bright moon, petite and radiant, exuding a captivating aura of youthful vitality. Her large, beautiful eyes sparkled with clarity, reminiscent of the twinkling stars, akin to exquisite gemstones that emanated a refreshing and enchanting glow. Untouched by the grime of the mundane world, under the scorching sunlight, her skin was as fair as milk, smooth and delicate. Beneath her fitted white sports tee, her figure undulated gently, while her black skirt accentuated the allure of her curves. Her long, fair legs were as smooth as silk, glistening as though she had just engaged in vigorous activity, with a few beads of sweat adorning her pristine forehead. Her cheeks were rosy, and beneath her ethereal brows, her large, sparkling eyes shimmered with a gentle and playful smile. Who else could it be but Ren Xian? With her eyes glistening like rippling azure waves, Ren Xian beamed at the clean-cut boy before her, a wave of satisfaction washing over her heart. He had shaved and changed his attire, and Ren Xian felt a sense of pleasure at Chen Fan's attention to her. With a graceful twist of her slender waist, she moved forward, exuding an alluring arc. "Let's go. I'm quite hungry," she chimed, like a charming neighborly girl playfully teasing her boyfriend. Though she did not glance back at Chen Fan, the slight tension in her melodious voice was unmistakable. "Huh. Oh, let's go," Chen Fan, somewhat dim-witted yet partially enlightened, responded. However, the intricacies of a girl's heart remained elusive to him. Yet, if he were to fully comprehend her thoughts, he would not be Chen Fan, nor would he have encountered Ren Xian. Perhaps this is the essence of youth. Fish-flavored shredded pork, kung pao chicken, scallion stir-fried lamb, farmhouse stir-fried pork, braised ribs, yellow braised pig's trotters, and, wait, are you really going to eat all of that? Chen Fan gazed incredulously at the beautiful Ren, who showed no signs of stopping her order. His eyes were filled with disbelief and a hint of concern. "Why not? Don't be so stingy," Ren Xian exclaimed, her eyes widening as she clutched the menu, glaring at Chen Fan, who dared to seize it from her. This isn't about being generous. The crux of the matter is that there are only two of us. Chen Fan, feeling helpless, grasped the menu, determined to prevent her from ordering more. For even the items she had already chosen would be more than enough to satisfy them, and there was still the matter of rice. "Oh, I almost forgot. On top of those, let us add a large plate of chicken." The waitress blinked in surprise. "Chen Fan, sister, are you a pig? Can we really eat all of this?" "Humph. Pigs are quite adorable, so of course I can finish it all. That's how I eat at home." Ren Xian nodded nonchalantly, displaying an utterly charming expression that suggested her words were entirely true. Even the waitress nearby, who was diligently recording the orders, stared in disbelief at Ren Xian, glancing at her flat stomach devoid of any excess. "This world is truly filled with malice towards me. No way." Chen Fan resolutely objected to Ren Xian's continued ordering. "But why? I just want to eat." Her large, innocent eyes gazed earnestly at Chen Fan, evoking a twinge of guilt within him. "Fine, we can eat. But it cannot be solely meat. We must include vegetables as well. Let us order a few vegetarian dishes." "Ah, vegetarian dishes? Is it possible to skip those?" Ren Xian looked at the vegetable options on the menu with a sense of grievance, for none of them appealed to her. "No, we cannot solely consume meat. We must pay attention to nutritional balance. Indeed, I highly recommend our signature vegetarian dishes, renowned worldwide. Spicy and sour shredded potatoes, smashed cucumbers, and dry-fried green beans." The waitress gazed at Ren Xian's perfectly flat abdomen with a hint of envy. "What a joke. Sister, you've been on a week-long cucumber and vegetable diet to maintain your figure, and your complexion has turned rather pallid, yet you still wish to indulge in meat. Classmate, look at this braised eggplant, sweet and sour cabbage, and stir-fried pumpkin strands. These are all exquisite vegetarian dishes. One cannot live on meat alone. Vegetables must indeed be consumed in abundance." Ren Xian, noticing the waitress's mischievous grin, felt an overwhelming indignation rise within her. "Little Xian, your mother has advised you to find a boy who does not oppose your appetite." "Why?" little Ren Xian inquired, puzzled by her mother's earnest counsel. "Because, my dear, you have an extraordinary capacity for eating, and it may frighten other boys away." Ren Xian's mind was filled with her mother's heartfelt advice. Indeed, Chen Fan is not so either. Thank you for the spicy and sour shredded potatoes and the braised eggplant. I find these two dishes quite delightful. What do you think, Ren Xian?" Chen Fan instructed the waitress to note down the two dishes, then turned to softly inquire about Ren Xian. "You decide for yourself." The disheartened Ren Xian, overwhelmed by disappointment, could hardly attend to such matters, her eyes filled with disillusionment towards Chen Fan. How could one who fails to ensure another's nourishment claim the right to bring happiness? Do not find it peculiar that Ren Xian hastily made a decision regarding such a trivial matter as a meal. In truth, dining is far from trivial. Small matters reveal larger truths. Those who cannot endure her manner of dining will struggle to coexist. For even a momentary tolerance may lead to a qualitative change, inevitably culminating in a significant conflict. While it may seem premature to voice such sentiments, much can be discerned from a first encounter. "All right, my dear classmate, I shall hasten to the kitchen for your order." With a gleeful glimmer in her eyes, the waitress prepared to tear out the previous page from her notebook. However, wait, don't tear it. Chen Fan interrupted, snatching the notebook from her hands. "Huh." Chen Fan smiled brightly and explained, "Hee, perhaps I wasn't clear enough. What I meant was, in addition to those dishes we just ordered, please add these two vegetarian plates. I kindly ask for prompt service, as we arrived with empty stomachs. Thank you. Oh, understood. Understood. The waitress was taken aback. Did this boy not fear that his girlfriend might become quite plump? Unable to comprehend, she left, feeling somewhat disheartened. This left Ren Xian gazing at Chen Fan with eyes full of surprise and affection. Why are you looking at me like that? I must inform you that if you can't finish your meal, I will insist on you taking it home. We cannot waste such an abundance of food. Ren Xian remained silent, her beautiful eyes sparkling as they fixated on him. Hey, stop staring at me. You're giving me goosebumps. Please, stop looking. All right. If you insist on looking, just know I will demand payment. Sister, are you certain that eating like this won't have consequences? Observing Ren Xian, who held a chicken leg in one hand and a chopstick full of stir-fried lamb in the other, Chen Fan could hardly believe his eyes. Was this truly the gentle, charming, and serene beauty he knew? Feeling overwhelmed by the amount he had already consumed, Chen Fan watched helplessly as Ren Xian continued to indulge. Oh heavens! Are you certain that the delightful creature beside me is not, a cute little piglet? No, I'm fine. I ate like this at home, Ren Xian mumbled with her mouth full. Your family actually allows you to eat this way? And how is it that you maintain such a lovely figure despite your appetite? My goodness, it is often said that girls are food enthusiasts. And Chen Fan had certainly witnessed girls with hearty appetites, but what many did not realize was that behind these food lovers lay rigorous routines of exercise, running, planking, squats, and endless hours at the gym. Conversely, those who relished food without a care for exercise inevitably found themselves gaining weight. Though they may be adorably plump, they remain overweight. Besides true love, no man would accept such a situation without concern. Lost in thought, Chen Fan regarded Ren Xian with sympathy. Her impressive appetite surely required a significant commitment to exercise as well. Well, my mother has objected before, but my father intervened, and I simply won't gain weight. No matter how much I eat, I will only not gain weight. Oh dear sister, if those girls who strive diligently to lose weight heard your words, you would certainly become their enemy. Have you considered the envious gazes of your friends, besties, and roommates? Hey, don't just eat the meat. Come on. Eat more of the vegetables. Although fond of meat, a 2- or 3-fold ratio of meat to vegetables seemed rather excessive. Nevertheless, while the issue of balance may no longer exist, one ought to consume a few vegetables. You're just like my mother. Ren Xian whined, yet complied obediently to eat a few bites of eggplant and cabbage. Despite her grumbling, Chen Fan found her defiant yet obedient demeanor utterly adorable. Perhaps not. However, the atmosphere of flirtation rarely lasts long, often interrupted by some bothersome interloper. Excuse me, sir. This private room is already occupied. You cannot enter. The waitress's timid voice trembled from outside the room. A loud slap echoed through the air. You insolent little wretch. I have never had anyone dare to occupy my private room while I am dining here. Who is inside? Get them out immediately. Otherwise, I shall summon people to destroy your establishment. One must respect the order of arrival. They were here first. Your behavior is quite improper. The waitress's voice quivered with a hint of tears. It seemed her face had met the force of that slap. Boom. Chen Fan immediately erupted in anger. Not only had he arrived late, but he also dared to resort to violence. His sudden rise startled Ren Xian, who was dining beside him. At that moment, a loud crash echoed through the air as the door to the private room was forcefully kicked open from the outside. I thought someone had the audacity to occupy my private room, but it turns out to be a couple of scoundrels. I simply cannot allow you to engage in your peculiar antics within my domain. With that, a slender young man, about 7 meters tall, strode into the room. His pale face bore a hint of cruelty that belied his delicate frame. A sneer curled at the corners of his mouth as he contemptuously regarded Chen Fan and Ren Xian. It is essential not to judge solely by appearances. Despite the young man's fair complexion and a semblance of charm, at first glance, one might perceive him as a brooding heartthrob, perhaps lacking in vitality, yet still somewhat appealing overall. However, this very individual spewed vulgarities and resorted to violence at the slightest provocation, targeting an innocent waitress in the process. This was simply unacceptable. Chen Fan felt it imperative to bestow upon him an indelible memory. However, one must question, have you consumed something foul, or did your mother, upon finishing her morning routine, inadvertently release you into the world? Your pallid complexion suggests a need to hasten home and procure some 6-flavor Remania pills for rejuvenation. Alas, it seems your father may not oblige, having likely consumed the last of them himself. Chen Fan. Everyone. All present, including Chen Fan, the waitress, and the 5 or 6 men behind the young man stared in astonishment at the beautiful woman, none daring to utter a word. This beauty, strikingly lovely and seemingly gentle, how could she speak so harshly? My goodness! In just an hour, Chen Fan felt he had encountered several different landscapes. He was just about to step forward to speak and deliver a scathing rebuke when unexpectedly, the beautiful woman, Ren, took the initiative to stand up first. She was so incisive and charismatic. Dear sister, do you have a split personality? Such fierce rhetoric from you. I find it quite appealing. Damn. Where did you spring from, you wretched woman? Do you believe that I? Believe what? Believe your sister. Waitress. Bring another serving of chives, add some eggs, and let us give this young man, who appears to be in dire need of nourishment, a proper supplement. You. Zhang Tianing wanted to retort, but was immediately interrupted by Chen Fan. You what? I'll cover this meal for both of us. Consider it a good deed to aid your family's lineage. No need to thank me, nor to kneel and weep profusely. While it is true that we have a debt of gratitude towards you, we are ever the type to perform good deeds without seeking recognition. If you must know our names, you may call us Lei Feng. Ren Xian discreetly gave Chen Fan a thumbs up from a position unseen by others. In her eyes, this boy had elevated significantly. Few boys would dare to stand up against such forceful opposition, unafraid of threats, boldly facing challenges. After all, they were confronted by a multitude. More importantly, she noticed that he was not met with the same odd gazes as the others, but rather joined her in vehemently criticizing the wrongdoers. This was truly delightful. With a blush on her charming face, Ren Xian smiled adorably, yet her expression appeared entirely different in Zhang Tianming's eyes. Enraged, Zhang Tianming trembled, his lips twitching uncontrollably. On the verge of frothing at the mouth. Just 2 impoverished students, how dare they insult him like this? Damn. Kill this pair of dog lovers on the spot. No, don't kill them, just break the man's legs and bind the woman. Damn it. I still have a leftover love potion from last time. Little brat. What do you think would happen if your boyfriend were to witness? How thrilling indeed. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Even the areas that typically required medication were responding at this moment. Dare to insult me? Dare to say I'm impotent? Hee. Soon you shall learn just how potent I truly am. Boom. Observing the red pill that Zhang Tianming was toying with, Chen Fan instantly knew what it was. He had initially considered showing restraint, but now, as he spoke, several men under Zhang Tianming's command surged forward. Each wore a cold smirk, as if witnessing the most ludicrous clown performance in existence, radiating an aura of menace. These 5 were bodyguards assigned by Zhang Tianming's father, the police chief. They were all veterans, yet their valor had long been eroded by the brutalities of this cold society, leaving no room for notions of justice or integrity. Had they possessed any integrity, they would not have bullied 2 students, and judging by their expressions, it was likely not their first time engaging in such acts. Yet, this time they had chosen the wrong target. Bang! With her face awash in fear, Ren Xian cowered behind Chen Fan, her delicate hands tightly clasped together. Her cute little face pressed firmly against Chen Fan's broad back, as if he were her sole source of security at this moment. Helplessly feeling the warmth of her trembling body behind him, dear sister, where has your earlier bravado gone? But perhaps this is for the best, in future matters of discourse. You shall take the lead, and I shall handle all crises for you. Suddenly, feeling an overwhelming surge of confidence, Chen Fan was struck hard by an unexpected blow. Had the old, ordinary Chen Fan been standing here, he probably would have been knocked down. However, it truly seems that the audacity of shamelessness knows no bounds. 5 against 1, and they dare to wield weapons? How amusing. Chen Fan, utterly infuriated, could only laugh in disbelief at the sheer shamelessness displayed. The treatment was so superficial it felt akin to a mere tickle. Hey, those suffering from kidney deficiency. Do you ever provide for their meals? He exclaimed. Oh my, I hadn't anticipated that beneath your seemingly frail exterior lies an even more insubstantial approach to your duties. How miserly. Oh, now I understand. Chen Fan's eyes suddenly sparkled with intelligence, as if he had just uncovered a secret. Zhang Tianming stared at him in bewilderment, questioning how he knew that he had not provided meals for the 5 individuals. Could it be that he had spent all his money on supplements given his kidney deficiency? No worries, I understand. A man must be a bit ruthless with himself. The 6 pairs of eyes, including Zhang Tianming's, were wide with astonishment as they watched the incessantly teasing Chen Fan. This student, a master of the iron shirt? A practitioner of martial arts? Damn it. Haven't you eaten? Do you not understand the severity of the situation? A bunch of useless fools. If you can't handle this, then get lost. Zhang Timing's furious voice echoed throughout the room. Wait, let's take a break. Chen Fan suddenly interjected, raising his hand in a gesture for pause, signaling to the 5 furious individuals across from him. None of the 5 spoke. They merely gazed at Chen Fan with puzzled expressions. A break in a fight? And what about the dancing boxing girls during halftime? Where have you hidden them? Cough. Is your salary from your kidney deficiency job exceptionally high? The kind that makes your hands sore from counting money? Huh? Why are you all silent? Have I guessed correctly? Hee, high-paying jobs, impressive. Not at all. One among the 5, unable to endure Chen Fan's incessant chatter, finally retorted. He simply wanted to finish the fight and go eat. His comrades were starving. What? No way. Logically, your salary should be astronomical. Why are you like this? They treat you as mere tools, and yet you cooperate so obediently, wagging your tails and sticking out your tongues. Your pay must be exceptional. At this, Renxian behind him couldn't help but burst into laughter. Only then did the 5 realize that this student was indirectly insulting them by calling them dogs. Damn it, this little brat dares to toy with us? Bang. Another strike landed on Chen Fan's abdomen, causing his complexion to change drastically. What the hell? If it's a fight, then fight fair. Feeling the blow to his midsection, Chen Fan's face shifted dramatically. Damn it, if you're suffering from kidney deficiency, why not let others have a fair fight? You've hit me. Look closely. They struck first. Suddenly, Chen Fan seemed to be addressing someone as he declared that he could finally counterattack, shielding Ren Xian behind him like an ancient guardian spirit. He resembled a colossal artillery piece, pushing back the advancing crowd. With her eyes closed, Ren Xian prayed for Chen Fan, while he was busy making money. Bang. He thrust his fist forward, sending a burly man staggering several steps back. Ding. A gold coin shimmered above the man's head. Huh. Another kick landed heavily on someone's chest, causing that person and another behind him to collapse to the ground. Ding. 3 gold coins sparkled above the heads of the 2 hefty men. However, the first only yielded 1 coin, while the second attack brought forth 2. Oh, look at you. I'll show no substance. Chen Fan taunted, delivering a blatant insult. The burly man could not tolerate such an affront, raising his hefty fist to smash that detestable grin off Chen Fan's face. But, slap. The punch was blocked, and he looked up to see a smiling face before him. You dare to laugh? Humph. He exerted all his strength but could not break free. Crack. As Chen Fan's right hand gently lifted, the sound of shattered bones echoed in the burly man's ears. Ah. The man howled in agony as Chen Fan had broken his wrist, which he still clutched tightly. Now you're doing great. Keep it up. Chen Fan encouraged, waving at the man whose hand was now free. You are a demon. Bang. Chen Fan kicked the man squarely in the chest, sending him flying in a long arc. To hell with you. You're the real demon. I'm just a young man on the path to wealth and success. Feeling the satisfying weight in his pocket, Chen Fan smiled contentedly. A seaside villa, a world tour, marrying a wealthy beauty, becoming CEO, reaching the pinnacle of life. My future is not a dream. Suddenly, a dark figure rushed forward with astonishing speed. The attack was swift, a tightly clenched fist aimed directly at the unsuspecting Chen Fan, who had no time to react. With Ren Xian behind him, he could only brace himself for the blow. The punch struck him fiercely, causing his heart to race and his blood to surge, filling his chest with a wave of discomfort. This person was different from the others. Captain. Haha, the captain has finally made his move. You little brat. Just surrender. Our captain was the champion of free fighting in the entire military district. Shut up. Before the speaker could finish, the man referred to as the captain glared at him, his face darkening with rage. At that moment, no one dared to speak. The captain was reluctant to reminisce about the past, and they all knew it. They had merely been humiliated by this cocky student, prompting them to boast. Of course, with the captain stepping in, this kid and the beautiful girl behind him were surely doomed. They all firmly believed in the captain's true strength. Captain? Entire military district? Champion of free fighting, is it? Chen Fan murmured to himself, completely oblivious to the increasingly somber expression on the captain's face before him. You are soldiers, aren't you? Veterans. However, Chen Fan's countenance suddenly morphed into one of profound strangeness, as if he had just heard something utterly inconceivable and somewhat repulsive. But you are soldiers. Why? Why engage in such actions? Chen Fan questioned the figure before him with a sense of perplexity. In his eyes, a soldier epitomized the essence of valor and strength, embodying the spirit of a true man. Yet, why did the individuals before him appear so different? Even Ren Xian, who stood behind him, peered out curiously upon hearing his words. She was no stranger to soldiers, having grown up with them each one bearing a stern countenance and a penchant for silence, instilling a profound fear in her during her childhood. However, there was a pivotal moment when a plump boy from the neighborhood relentlessly tugged at her pigtails. It was the very soldier she had feared who intervened, delivering a thorough thrashing to the boy and rescuing her pigtails. Although the neighbor's mother later sought recompense from her father, the matter was swiftly quelled after her grandfather's stern reprimand sent the woman away in disgrace. Since that incident, she had never encountered the taciturn soldier who had once defended her. As Ren Xian matured, she grasped many truths, yet the soldiers before her now evoked nothing but disdain. Why was that? Make your move. The icy command interrupted the naive thoughts of Chen Fan and his companion. As they beheld the captain raising his fist in readiness to strike, Chen Fan sighed deeply, lamenting the state of the world. With a resounding crash, both combatants unleashed their punches simultaneously, the impact reverberating through the room as gusts of wind surged from their swift movements. The captain's voice boomed as his fist surged forward, effortlessly deflecting Chen Fan's defense. With a nimble leap, he executed a sweeping strike aimed directly at Chen Fan's head. Chen Fan extended his arm to block his opponent's sweeping kick, while his other fist surged into the adversary's defensive perimeter. Unexpectedly, his opponent clamped his legs together, ensnaring Chen Fan's arm, and executed a spinning maneuver midair with the intent of wrenching his arm apart. This caught Chen Fan by surprise, his eyes widening as he realized his opponent's legs were locked around his arm like a vice, rendering him immobile. The situation was dire, heavily unfavorable for Chen Fan. Despite possessing immense strength, his lack of combat finesse made him akin to a grown man bullying a child in the free fighting champions team. Albeit this child was endowed with innate power. Furthermore, Chen Fan was acutely aware of Ren Xian's presence behind him. Any attempt to maneuver out of the corner would essentially sacrifice her to the opponent. In a moment of inspiration, Chen Fan harnessed his extraordinary strength and, with a single hand, lifted Ren Xian off the ground, cradling her in his arms. With a sudden burst of motion, he kicked off the wall beside him, propelling himself and Ren Xian into the air. They executed a breathtaking 360-degree spin, his arm rotating in sync with the opponent's aerial motion, allowing him to extract his arm effortlessly upon completing the rotation. He landed gracefully on the ground, securely holding Ren Xian. The team captain, like a fallen leaf, spun in midair before pressing down with his hand, launching himself back into the air with the agility of a nimble bird. Above Chen Fan, he executed a powerful downward kick, creating a fierce gust of wind that sliced through the air, aimed directly at Chen Fan's crown. Had it been anyone else, they would likely have been grievously injured, perhaps even fatally struck. By heavens! Chen Fan exclaimed, is this the Noxian guillotine? If an ordinary individual were to witness such a lethal strike descending upon them, they would likely succumb to despair, resigning themselves to their fate. Yet, amidst the chaos, one individual laughed. What the devil? This fellow must have lost his mind. How can he be laughing at a time like this? Is he truly that oblivious to his impending doom? The one laughing was indeed Chen Fan, and his laughter rang with genuine joy. Even Ren Xian, standing behind him, was dumbfounded. How could Chen Fan find amusement in such a dire circumstance? Suddenly, unable to articulate his thoughts amidst the absurdity, Chen Fan internally cursed repeatedly. What ridiculous ability is this? It forbids any speech before activation? If only it permitted me to speak without the compulsion to grin like a fool. What manner of terror is this? Is it meant to induce fear, yet I am laughing? Is this mockery directed at me? Realizing he had nowhere to escape, and that even if he could evade, Ren Xian would be in peril, Chen Fan resolved to adopt a different strategy. Ding! Suddenly, the captain and the 5 others, including Zhang Tianming, were engulfed in an eerie twilight, as if dusk had descended upon them. A mysterious, pitch-black portal, exuding a strange green luminescence, loomed before them. What on earth is happening? What is this sound? They exclaimed in horror. Is that a door? What is that wretched noise? Except for Ren Xian, who had her ears covered by Chen Fan, the others felt their ears perk up in terror, realizing an uncanny and horrifying spectacle was unfolding around them. Withered vines and ancient trees stood ominously, overshadowed by a sky filled with mournful crows, their cries echoing with sorrow. The crows enveloped the world around them, and as the 6 individuals were swept into the otherworldly portal, they were met with an unimaginable sight. In this realm, the trees were not ordinary but grotesque entities unique to the crows, their faces twisted and eerie, displaying a multitude of emotions, crying, laughing, anger, and confusion, etched upon their bark. The 6 were paralyzed with fear, collapsing to their knees. Even the usually unyielding captain bowed his head, his spirit extinguished. Suddenly, the onslaught of crows and the ghastly faces from the trees surged towards them, a tide of despair. Officer, we swear we know nothing. Please believe us. We were just sitting there, minding our own business when these individuals burst in, threatening to harm my girlfriend. And can you explain why those 6 are now in the psychiatric ward under heavy surveillance? 6 individuals simultaneously losing their minds. Do you really think that's mere coincidence? In a restaurant mere kilometers from Dongshu University, a flabbergasted Chen Fan and a bewildered Ren Xian found themselves detained. The reason being that the police chief's son and his 5 companions had inexplicably gone mad at the same time and place. They were being transported to the First People's Hospital of Dongshu for treatment, though anyone who witnessed their tragic state would deem their chances of recovery slim. It was Chen Fan and Ren Xian who had called for help at the moment of the incident, and they were also the primary witnesses. Naturally, they were the prime suspects. But this is pure coincidence, officer. We're just as puzzled. Why did they suddenly lose their minds? I'm fine. But my girlfriend is probably traumatized. Chen Fan gazed bitterly at the young police officer before him, clad in uniform and diligently taking notes. He was acutely aware of the reason behind this predicament. His own actions had precipitated the madness of several individuals. What a travesty. Why had no one informed him that the fear-inducing skill could also drive people to madness? After unleashing his fear, both Chen Fan and Ren Xian found themselves utterly bewildered, staring blankly at the individuals on the ground who were weeping, shouting, and writhing in distress. They subsequently called the police, awaiting their arrival, while the waitress, who had been slapped by Zhang Tianming, insisted she could testify on their behalf. I'm only a few years older than you. My surname is He. You may call me Brother He. Brother He? Acceptable. The police officer named He's face darkened as he regarded Chen Fan with a knowing expression. Do you not wish to leave with your girlfriend? Brother He. He, but my girlfriend and I are truly innocent. Rest assured, I am fully aware that you are innocent. Everyone knows this. However, at this juncture, Officer He leaned closer to Chen Fan, lowering his voice to a whisper. It would be one thing if merely those retired soldiers had gone mad, as that is merely a disgrace to the military. But do you know the identity of that young man? As he spoke, a shadow of gloom crossed Officer He's otherwise sunny and handsome face. That young man is Zhang Tianming, the sole heir of the chief of the Dongshu City Central District Police Department. What? No way. Both men exclaimed in unison. The arrogant young man turned out to be the son of the police chief? Good heavens. Would that mean? At this thought, Chen Fan cast a doubtful glance at Officer He. However, to his astonishment, Officer He slowly lowered his head in response to Chen Fan's skeptical gaze. I am powerless. Therefore, everyone is powerless. Even if someone were to testify for you, it would be of no avail. We must follow orders from above, and we can only act accordingly. Still, you should advise that young lady not to testify. Otherwise, she too may find herself ensnared. Silence. An overwhelming silence. Officer He's admission was sufficient to illustrate the gravity of his choice. As a mere precinct officer, he had little authority against the directives of his superiors. The fact that he had hinted at the waitress's predicament was already an act of great compassion on his part. Though Chen Fan had never smoked, at that moment, he yearned for a cigarette to savor the bitter taste of this wretched world. How utterly revolting. Inside the Dongshu City Central District Police Department, Officer He, his countenance heavy and unnatural, fumbled nervously in his pocket, retrieving a pack of cigarettes and offering one to Chen Fan. Care for a smoke? Coughing. Chen Fan accepted the cigarette, lighting it, and taking a deep drag, only to be immediately assaulted by its acrid sting, which sent him into a fit of violent coughing. Ha ha ha. First time smoking, isn't it? Officer He chuckled, slowly lighting his own cigarette and inhaling deeply, exhaling a perfectly formed smoke ring after a moment's pause. Chen Fan felt a twinge of shyness as he shyly gazed at the smoke rings exhaled by Officer He. Ah, the embarrassment of his first puff of smoke. Everyone experiences this awkwardness at the outset. However, as one indulges in smoking over time, one gradually becomes accustomed to it. Watching the smoke wafting between his fingers, rising gently like the curling wisps of smoke from kitchens across households, he thought, Brother He, you are a poet. Chen Fan took another deep drag. But before the smoke could properly settle in his lungs, he hastily expelled it, earning a disdainful glance from Officer He, such a waste of fine tobacco. Although it cost only 10 yuan. Ah, he once dreamed of wielding a sword and traversing the world to witness its splendor, only to have that sword stolen? What a farce. Just an ordinary beat cop, he lamented. Would she be able to escape? I will stay behind. After savoring the last drag, he crushed the still smoldering cigarette, but underfoot, standing resolutely before Officer He. No way. The chief has already decreed that neither of you can escape. Well, that was to be expected. Chen Fan merely asked out of curiosity, yet he had already devised a plan in his mind. A cornered rabbit will bite. And what more could be said of me, Chen Fan? If they truly refuse to be reasonable, then they should not blame me for my lack of civility. He had already perfected the skill of cooling off fear, which was his ultimate trump card. Suddenly, the voices of Rinxian from another room pierced through the air, filled with urgency and dread. Damn it! After a brief moment of shock, Chen Fan cursed loudly, his fury propelling him into the room. Hey, little sister. Come play with us. Uncle Policeman is here to check your body, huh? We aren't as shady as hospitals. It's free. 2 figures, one stout and one thin, clad in ill-fitting, wrinkled police uniforms, approached the pitiful Rinxian, their eyes gleaming with malice. Get lost. You idiots. You underdeveloped fools. Go check yourselves at home. This is a police station. Though appearing fragile and somewhat delicate, Rinxian quickly regained her composure in Chen Fan's absence, hurling insults at the 2 officers. Stout and thin? One of them glanced down at his tight uniform, while the other observed his loose, baggy attire. What do you care? It's a police station. Do you know who we are? Know who brought you in? Haha. Come, let us have some fun. Your situation could be resolved with just a word from us. The stout one, suddenly unperturbed, found the little beauty before him quite enticing. Oh, how lovely you are. If only, it could be so delightful. Instantly, both men broke into sinister laughter, believing they owned the police station. Even the chief would have to address them as brother. What was a mere suspect to them? Especially one as striking as Rinxian? Oh dear, I might need to take a few pills tonight, the stout one sneered, his gaze lewdly roaming over Rinxian's figure, making her skin crawl. Shout louder. No one will come to save you. With us here, those fools wouldn't dare to intervene. Come on, little sister, just loosen your clothes. Spread your arms, and keep your eyes wide open for the best experience. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed through the room. The heavy iron door groaned under pressure, as if it were letting out a final wail before succumbing to its fate. What was that noise? The stout and thin men exchanged bewildered glances. This shouldn't be happening. No one dared interrupt their business in the station. As they stared at the door, they were momentarily frozen in disbelief. What they witnessed was astonishing. A hand. No, a glove. An ordinary, even ugly brown glove. Unremarkable and unseen in the bustling city of Dongshu. Yet, in some remote areas, it might still be found. But this seemingly mundane glove had just punched through the thick iron door. They stood there, dumbfounded, contemplating the absurdity of the situation. A fist had penetrated the door? Was this some kind of superhuman feat? Yet, as the glove slowly retracted, silence enveloped the room, leaving behind a gaping hole that revealed the world beyond, a hole that unnerved them deeply. The stout and thin men exhaled in relief as the eerie stillness returned. They would report to their superior that the police station's door was in disrepair, easily breached with a mere punch. How could such an inadequate door be permitted in a police station? As exemplary officers of the Dongshu Central District, they would ensure the station received a sturdy replacement. Of course, minor discrepancies like misquotes and expensive materials were unavoidable. Such was the fault of those unscrupulous merchants. But then, a deafening blast resounded. The stout and thin men stood in stunned silence, unable to utter a word as the smoke engulfed the entrance, obscuring their vision. Moments later, as the haze dissipated, an old brown boxing glove hovered midair, frozen in a striking pose. The owner of that glove was a pale-skinned youth with a remarkably ordinary appearance. Yet there was an undeniable warmth in his demeanor, suggesting he was quite agreeable. Yet, within that unassuming figure, a tempest of fury was brewing. And you are? Who allowed you to enter? Get out. Do you know where you are? This is a police station. The stout man trembled, his legs quaking as he stammered in panic. Oh, this is the police station? My apologies. With you 2 garbage here, I truly didn't notice. With a smile gracing his lips, there lingered a hint of cruelty within it, akin to the gaze cast upon 2 souls on the brink of death. Chen Fan, with his rosy lips and white teeth, erupted into laughter. You dare to mock us as trash? Chen Fan, you have finally arrived, Rinxian exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she rushed from the corner to nestle against his back, her body trembling with anticipation. Despite her previously fierce demeanor, when faced with danger, she revealed herself to be merely a frightened girl. The realization that the person she cherished had indeed come to her rescue filled her with an overwhelming sense of security. She could not bear to let go of the comforting presence behind her. At that moment, Officer He, who had just arrived, finally caught up. Chen Fan, do not act impulsively, do not move. He was preparing to mediate when he beheld the mysteriously vanished door in its frame, causing him to exclaim in disbelief. "Hand, who the hell is this? Is this your friend, Shahi? Who let you in? Get out of here. Are you ready to give up your badge? Can't you see I'm busy working?" The agitated man continued. "And demand 2,000 in damages, 1,000 for the property, and another 1,000 for the emotional distress my brother and I are suffering." The once timid figure, trembling like a leaf, suddenly found courage upon seeing Officer he enter, his arrogance swelling as he brazenly threatened to tarnish the officer's reputation. "This door is worth only a few hundred, and you dare to demand 1,000. And what emotional distress? This is extortion. I refuse to comply." Officer He's hand shook with rage, his face flushed as he glared at the brazen figure. "Huh, my brother isn't extorting anyone. Hurry and gather the money, or I'll remind you of your girlfriend at the bank. She's quite appealing, isn't she?" The hefty man showed no mercy, ridiculing Officer He without consideration for his dignity. The officer could hardly contain his fury. "I'll be damned." After enduring the provocation, Officer He seized a nearby stool, charging forward with wrath, but was quickly restrained by several officers outside. With such a commotion, it was indeed strange if the others at the station remained oblivious. Witnessing the typically stoic officer He erupt in anger and confront the brazen duo was astonishing, whether out of a desire to prevent trouble or to impress a superior. Officer He was pinned to the ground. "Let me go. I'll make that scoundrel pay. Wu Jian, you are nothing but a scum. I want to let you off today." Struggling desperately, Officer He was helpless against the combined strength of 4 or 5 men. The scene was a blend of tragic and repulsive. The immobilized officer could only threaten the duo weakly, his words lacking conviction. "Well done, Xiao Lu. I'll remember this. You'll have a chance to buy me a drink. And Xiao Zhang, you did well, albeit a tad slow, but your loyalty is evident. Bring some game when you come. You know what I mean." The hefty man grinned at the fallen officer, mockingly patting his head, a clear insult. Suddenly, a resounding slap struck Officer He's face, leaving a bloodied imprint on his previously flushed skin. "Competing with me? Look at your own status. Just so you know, my brother and I have our eyes on your girlfriend. She is quite the virtuous lady. But I trust she'll yield to protect your job and avoid a blemish on her record. After all, she loves you, doesn't she?" Their raucous laughter reverberated through the room. Despite their dissatisfaction, many bowed their heads in resignation, driven by the need to survive, support their families, and secure their futures amidst the chilling laughter. Unexpectedly, Chen Fan, who had been silently observing, burst into laughter, overshadowing the grotesque mirth of the duo. His laughter was wild and dripping with sarcasm, drawing the hefty man's attention back to him. Just an ordinary young man, perhaps a friend of Officer He. No wonder he could smash the iron door. It was likely on its last legs. "Hey, kid, what is so funny? What is there to laugh about when your friend is being humiliated? What am I laughing at?" Chen Fan retorted, turning to Ren Xian, playfully shielding her in his embrace. "Xiao Xian, do you see? There are dogs in this room, and not just one. But fear not, these dogs only bark at those they perceive as weak. When confronted by someone truly formidable, they tuck their tails and flee. What if they don't run?" Ren Xian quickly grasped the intent behind Chen Fan's words, joining in the banter. "Ah, you've hit the nail on the head. If we encounter vicious dogs, we spit at them. If they still don't retreat. As Confucius said, we must fight until they do." In that moment, a dark figure surged forward with remarkable speed, revealing a pair of unremarkable brown gloves. Yet, as they moved, they shimmered with an unearthly glow. In the midst of contemplating Chen Fan's words, the hefty man realized too late that they were indeed a mockery directed at them. "You dare." But before he could finish, a massive fist, encased in those brown gloves, struck his face directly. The gloves were indeed unsightly. With a single blow, the towering figure collapsed, felled by the seemingly fragile Chen Fan, without extraneous movements or elaborate techniques. Chen Fan's singular focus was to deliver his fury upon the repugnant faces before him. Chen Fan's actions were akin to a seismic event in the eyes of the gathered police officers. He actually dared to strike. They were not fools. They had all heard his subtle jabs at the overweight and thin individuals, referring to them as vicious dogs. Yet, he had the audacity to act here? This was the East Shu City's Central District Police Station. A mere student was audaciously beating the police chief's brother-in-law? Glancing at the hefty figure sprawled on the ground, blood trickling from his lips and a few yellowed teeth scattered about, it was evident he had been thoroughly defeated, while a handful of officers, particularly the quick-reacting Lu and Zhang, had long harbored disdain for the two men. The rest stood frozen in disbelief, paralyzed by fear. It was one thing to help apprehend a young man with no connections. It was quite another to confront Chen Fan, a man capable of shattering iron doors with a single punch and toppling a robust man of nearly 6 feet. Moreover, who among the common folk would dare provoke someone who struck within the precinct? Truly, what a farce. Such a towering figure, felled by his own ire. Ah, so you were the chief's brother-in-law, then? This suggests that the young man currently undergoing treatment for his kidney issues must be your nephew, a family of fools indeed. With a cold gaze laced with simmering fury directed at the hefty man, Chen Fan spoke slowly. He then turned to the trembling, thin figure kneeling beside him. It's your turn. Stop. A voice, authoritative and commanding, resonated from the entrance. Who? Turning to look, they beheld a rotund, middle-aged man in police uniform, flanked by a similarly portly woman adorned in vibrant attire, her heavily made-up face betraying her agitation. These two were none other than the kidney-ailing youth Zhang Tianming's parents, the police chief Zhang Liang and his wife, Wu Li. Brother. Wu Li cried out in a voice filled with despair as she rushed towards the fallen figure with wild abandon. Upon witnessing her older brother's bloodied visage and the scattered teeth, anger flickered in her eyes. Qiang, tell me, who dared to do this to your brother on our turf? Startled by his sister's frantic presence, the thin man began to wail. Sister, it was this kid. He is the one who attacked our brother. He even threatened me. If you and brother had arrived a moment later, he crawled towards the somber-faced Zhang Liang, sobbing uncontrollably, his excitement causing him to tremble. The object of his accusation was none other than Chen Fan. Zhang Liang, perturbed by the chaos enveloping the precinct, reflected on his brother-in-law's reputation as any ne'er-do-well. His wife incessantly lamented about him, which had ultimately forced Zhang to begrudgingly admit a rookie officer into the station. However, the newcomer had proven to be unreliable, slacking off more often than not. Yet, this was his territory. Though he disdained the two, he could not afford to lose face. Now, witnessing his weeping brother-in-law and the fallen figure of his brother, Zhang Liang's anger, previously ignited by his son's situation, flared even more. He scrutinized the young man pointed out by the thin figure, ordinary at best. Apart from his formidable presence, his attire and demeanor betrayed his humble origins. Could a commoner possess such audacity? Young man, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? This is a police station, a bastion of law enforcement, fairness, and discipline. Are you aware that you are committing a crime? Zhang Liang's authoritative presence surged forth, a culmination of years spent in high office, bearing down on the upright Chen Fan. Begone! You dare? Chen Fan retorted, his voice unwavering. You, a gluttonous pig, wielding the authority bestowed by the public, stooping to acts beneath any civilized being. I fear nothing. Zhang Liang's face contorted in rage, his body quaking with indignation, his small eyes narrowing in fury. Where are the others? What are you standing there for? This man has assaulted an officer. Arrest him. And the girl behind him. All of them. Young man, girl. A flicker of disbelief crossed Zhang Liang's face as realization dawned upon him. You are the ones responsible for my son's madness. Chen Fan and Ren Xian. Boom. The revelation struck like thunder. Zhang Liang finally comprehended that these two not only drove his beloved son to madness, but also assaulted his brother-in-law. An irreconcilable vendetta. What? They are the culprits? You little brat, and that wretched girl. I shall have you pay for my son's suffering. As Wu Li grasped her husband's words, she lunged at Ren Xian, her long, crimson nails poised to strike. Yet, before she could reach her, a sharp sound echoed, and she found herself hurled to the ground with a resounding crash. At this moment, the officers faced a moral dilemma between justice and duty, ultimately making their choice. A dozen of them surged towards Chen Fan. But Chen Fan, in a manner reminiscent of his earlier actions in the private room, swiftly turned and lifted Ren Xian, instantly relocating to the spot where the thin figure stood. Everything flowed seamlessly, as if guided by an unseen current, and Ren Xian tacitly accepted Chen Fan's opportunistic maneuver. For familiarity breeds comfort. However, one individual was profoundly unaccustomed to such antics. Xiao. Goodness, is this person truly superhuman? How could he traverse the space between us in the blink of an eye? As Xiao beheld the cruel smile etched on Chen Fan's face, he felt helpless as the massive fist approached his gaunt visage, prompting him to shut his eyes in resignation. With a resounding thud, following the trajectory of Depang, Xiao began to search for his teeth scattered across the floor. Embracing Ren Xian, Chen Fan evaded a flying baton with a deft sidestep, catching it midair and hurling it back towards his assailants. A desperate growl echoed from that direction, struggling to suppress the fear within. With a fierce stomp of his right leg, he deftly lifted a nearby small stool, and with a powerful thrust of his thigh, he flung it toward the face of the nearest attacker. Twisting around, he leaned back and threw a punch while ensuring Ren Xian's arms were securely wrapped around his neck. With a sudden twist of his body, he launched her onto his back. Now free to unleash his full potential, Chen Fan seized the scattered batons from the ground, striking down the officers with relentless force, leaving them wailing in agony. Their cries were genuine. The pain was real. For those who sullied the badge of the police, Chen Fan showed no mercy. Before long, he surveyed the scene of injured officers and the pale-faced police chief Zhang Liang, who was caught in a state of panic. This young man, who had brought chaos to the precinct, wore a wicked grin as he softly uttered, "Would you like to witness true fear? What fear? What do you intend to do? I am the police chief, protected by the law, a civil servant. Don't act recklessly." Zhang Liang trembled with fear. Bewildered by the sheer audacity of this seemingly frail student who had single-handedly subdued over 10 skilled officers. Was this still a human? A martial arts master? A member of the underworld? Zhang Liang could not comprehend how he had encountered such an immensely terrifying individual. In Chen Fan's eyes, Zhang Liang was indeed ensnared by fear. If one possessed a normal mindset, witnessing such a scene would invoke terror, for they would realize they could be next. Though Zhang Liang had served as chief for many years with a resolute spirit, the unknown peril was the most lethal. He faced a dread he could not fathom. How would this young man treat him next? Yet, he understood precisely how to confront the enemy before him. As Zhang Liang's legs trembled uncontrollably, his face a mask of terror, he subtly lowered his corpulent head, grinning maliciously in the blind spot of Chen Fan's vision. Unbeknownst to Chen Fan, danger was drawing near. Just as Chen Fan bid farewell to Ren Xian, a cold smile crept onto Zhang Liang's face as he suddenly produced an item from behind, pointing it menacingly at Chen Fan's chest. "You've left me no choice." Bang! The entire precinct was stunned by the deafening sound. Unaware, Chen Fan was knocked to the ground by the tremendous force of the bullet, rendered motionless and silent. The dark barrel glimmered ominously, signaling the end for Chen Fan. Humph! Zhang Liang lifted his right hand, inspecting the handgun he held, casting a disdainful glance at the prone Chen Fan before blowing lightly at the dissipating smoke. "So young and yet so careless. Do you truly underestimate me, Zhang Liang?" Little did he know, the highest vantage point could also serve as the optimal moment for danger to strike. Zhang Liang had faced countless storms and had tasted blood before. Otherwise, he would not be the head of this precinct. Huh, a master? Huh. With cold, glimmering eyes, Zhang Liang forced a smile. With the situation under control, he pondered what excuse he could concoct. Perhaps he could claim he was forced to fire in self-defense against a dangerous criminal, and if he were to be suspended, a mere month would suffice. After that, a few bottles of fine wine and a well-planned evening with his superiors would ensure he faced no repercussions. Bang! Zhang Liang fired another shot at Chen Fan's seemingly lifeless body. Exercising extreme caution, he approached slowly, emboldened by the absence of any reaction. "Don't blame me for being ruthless. Blame yourself for being blind." With a sigh, Zhang Liang lowered his hefty head, gently prodding Chen Fan's pale face. Suddenly, a pair of bright eyes, glowing with a mysterious green light, snapped open, filled with boundless fury as they locked onto Zhang Liang. You dare, ah!" Witnessing the most terrifying scene imaginable shattered Zhang Liang's years of cultivated composure, leaving him utterly fragmented. As he watched Zhang Liang frantically bang his head against the wall, Chen Fan finally managed to rise, his hands outstretched, adorned with striking brown boxing gloves, glimmering with a thin layer of dark red sheen. Clang! The spent bullet casings clattered loudly to the ground, echoing like a bell. "Damn it! What a fat old fox!" Chen Fan gasped, relieved to have narrowly escaped a dire fate. Chen Fan gasped for breath, his eyes betraying a sense of fortunate relief. Reflecting on the perilous situation he had just endured, he realized how fortunate he truly was. Glancing down at the seemingly inconspicuous gloves he wore, he recognized them as the combat gloves from the League. It was these very gloves that had enabled him to deflect the life-threatening bullet. With great effort, he turned his body and slowly retrieved a yellow sandwich cookie from his pocket, laboriously consuming it. In an instant, a warm, green light enveloped Chen Fan, and before long, he found himself able to stand and move freely once again. The small hole in his leg, caused by the gunshot, had mysteriously vanished, healed by the radiant glow. As Chen Fan made his way back to school, Ren Xian, walking beside him, curiously inquired about the madness that had overtaken the police station. "Why do you think everyone there has gone insane?" she asked, her voice laced with intrigue. Yet Chen Fan's expression remained inscrutable. "Perhaps it's the consequence of their misdeeds. Perhaps the heavens have come to collect," he replied softly, unable to fathom that everyone in that room, including Officer He, had succumbed to madness. This was something Chen Fan could not bear. The thought of having acted so foolishly tormented him, although his fierce skill was indiscriminate in its attack. Officer He had still lost his sanity. Dear brother, you are a poet, Chen Fan lamented. Once, you dreamed of traversing the world with a sword in hand, to behold the splendor of existence. Chen Fan felt a tinge of agitation, though he could not quite articulate the reason. He firmly believed that one day he would undoubtedly be able to cure He Ge and restore his sanity. Turning to glance at the radiant Ren Xian, he nearly faltered, almost failing to protect her. Reflecting on the crisis he had faced, Chen Fan was resolute in his determination to avoid such mistakes in the future. Within a single day, he had made 2 grievous errors, one that had inflicted suffering upon a man, He Ge, who bore the scars of life's trials and had shown him kindness by offering his first cigarette. The other mistake, while not resulting in catastrophe, had been narrowly averted by his intervention. Yet, he pondered, what if he had failed to intercept that bullet? Chen Fan dared not to contemplate. He could not bear the thought. After his demise, being unjustly branded with the accusation of assaulting an officer, what would become of Ren Xian then? What dreadful acts would the rotund and slender ones, along with the corpulent Zhang Liang, unleash upon her in their fury? Suddenly, in the depths of Chen Fan's overwhelming self-reproach and guilt, the enchanting Ren Xian beside him erupted into a loud outcry, her adorable little head shaking incessantly, albeit in a rather peculiar direction. Chen Fan felt the incessant impact on his arm and couldn't help but chuckle. Oh dear, what seems to be troubling our enchanting beauty? He mused, gently placing his broad hand to steady her adorable, swaying head. I deeply regret it. Regret what? I'm hungry. My scallion lamb, my braised pig's trotters, and the large plate of chicken. I haven't finished any of it. Sister, you still wish to eat? Bewildered and perplexed, he stood there in confusion. Chen Fan gazed peculiarly at the girl who was persistently pressing her palm against her forehead, with a gentle smile illuminating his sunny countenance. He looked down at Ren Xian, who was sulking and throwing a minor tantrum. Let us go, he softly suggested, tenderly taking her delicate, alabaster hand in his own, disregarding whether she was willing, and simply led her forward. However, observing Ren Xian's charming and adorable demeanor, one could surmise that she had tacitly acquiesced. Her cheeks flushed a vibrant crimson as she felt the warmth radiating from his hand. Her heart, akin to a restless fawn, began to flutter with exuberance. Where was he taking her? How audacious of him! She hadn't even consented, yet he had taken her hand so freely. Should she pull away? But what if Chen Fan became displeased? Yet, he was even her boyfriend. Why should she allow him to hold her hand? Despite her mild resistance, she found herself yielding to him effortlessly. Oh dear, she was a girl after all. What if, hypothetically, Chen Fan were to turn around and confess his feelings for her right now? But they had only just met a day ago. Wasn't he that rather precipitous? Oh, how vexing this all was. Suddenly, as Chen Fan halted abruptly while holding Ren Xian's small hand, she collided gently with his back, the soft thud echoing with her thoughts still swirling chaotically. Ouch, that hurts. But this was no mere matter of discomfort. As she rubbed her head, a serious thought struck her. Was he finally going to confess his feelings? Would she say yes, or perhaps yes? Would her mother scold her? Maybe she could turn to her grandfather. He adored her most. I say, Ren, the beauty. Weren't you just complaining about being hungry? Chen Fan remarked, noticing her frown and lackluster demeanor now that they had arrived. Chen Fan gazed in frustration at the petite beauty beside him, initially expecting her to greet him with exuberant cheers upon their meeting. But he was met with a disheartening reality. Receiving a disdainful glance from the girl left Chen Fan utterly perplexed. After all, he had kindly invited her to dine. Yet she seemed to retaliate with a mental assault? Alas, he possessed no arcane techniques to shield his soul from such an attack. Casting a resentful glare at the bewildered Chen Fan, Ren Xian swiftly cast aside all her worries and plunged into the bustling snack street before them. Wow, grilled squid? That looks incredibly spicy. I want to eat it. I want to eat it. Oh my goodness. Spicy crayfish too? Oh dear, this is spicy as well. Lamb skewers. This is perfect. Spicy duck neck? Yes, indeed. In less than half an hour, Chen Fan found himself on the brink of disarray, swept away by an overwhelming force. Sister, aren't you tired? You have such a generous spirit. Can't you spare a thought for me? I'm nearly exhausted, dizzy and disoriented. Chen Fan could no longer bear the whirlwind of activity. It was no wonder that his dorm mates, Zhao Tian and Wang Changfe, were expressions of utter despair at the mere thought of being dragged shopping by Xiao Ting and Xin Ling. Accompanying a girl on a shopping spree was indeed more exhausting than engaging in battle. Sighing deeply, Chen Fan pondered what future outings with Ren Xin would entail, all while gazing at the radiant girl whose features blossomed like flowers. Suddenly, his long-dormant heart stirred with a jolt. Why was he contemplating future shopping trips with her? Wasn't that something only couples did? Yet, why did it feel so natural, without a hint of hesitation, to voice such thoughts? Could it be that he— Well, Chen Fan, come here quickly. At the sound of Ren Xin calling him, he exhaled a sigh of relief, though a tinge of wistfulness began to creep into his heart. What's the matter? Chen Fan inquired, curious about her urgency. However, with her adorably large eyes sparkling with eagerness and her lips pouting, Ren Xin gazed at him with an expression that suggested she would sulk if he refused. Chen Fan, this bridge rice noodle is so delicious. Well, if it's delicious, then eat it. I haven't stopped you. But it's such a large portion. I can't possibly finish it, Ren Xin said, feeling slightly embarrassed as she looked at the squid and meat skewers she held, her gaze fixed shyly on the boy before her. So, are you implying that I should eat it for you? Chen Fan distinctly perceived a palpable aura of hostility emanating from Ren Xian's gaze, a suggestion of incredulity, as if questioning his sanity. What do you mean by that? He inquired. Ren Xian, feeling a touch of embarrassment, glanced at Chen Fan and replied slowly. How about we share it equally? While I would love to assist you with your meal, just look at my belly, he remarked, extending his hand, of course. It was his own hand, as he firmly patted it, indicating his inability to consume any more. Just a little more, come on. You, a boy, cannot possibly eat less than I do. This over-the-bridge rice noodle is truly delicious. Just take a whiff. Can you detect the fragrance? Upon realizing Chen Fan's reluctance, Ren Xian grew anxious. She grasped his arm and shook it vigorously. When he remained unyielding, her frustration propelled her to take a bold action. With an arm as delicate and white as jade, she leaped up and wrapped it around Chen Fan's neck, pulling his head down to align with hers. But that was not all. She playfully rubbed his nose, signaling to him that the source of this enticing aroma was indeed the over-the-bridge rice noodle before them. Chen Fan was so frightened that he couldn't utter a word, not because Ren Xian's actions were particularly intense or forceful, but rather because the two of them were positioned in a manner that was exceedingly ambiguous. In broad daylight, how could a young lady brazenly wrap her arms around a young man's neck? While such behavior might be acceptable for a couple in the throes of romance, it left Chen Fan utterly distressed. Of course, this fellow was entirely oblivious to his own fortunate circumstances. Outwardly, he feigned an expression of extreme embarrassment and discomfort, yet inwardly, he was reveling in the moment. The warm and enchanting fragrance of Ren Xian wafted to his nostrils, and feeling the softness at his neck, Chen Fan found his mind completely blank, standing dazed and motionless, allowing Ren Xian to pull him along. He fervently hoped that no one he knew would witness this. Just then, a voice pierced through his thoughts. Xiao Fan, what are you doing here? Aren't you with that person? Oh no. The very occurrence he dreaded the most was, in a miraculous twist of fate, unfolding before him. Chen Fan was overwhelmed with the urge to strike himself vehemently for his ill-fated words. I am but a shadow. You do not know me. Nor can you see me. Truly, you do not recognize my presence. He muttered to himself, yet not as he had envisioned. Damn it. Xiao Fan, are you still pretending with us? Xiao Tian, is that not Chen Xiao Fan? Indeed, it is him, without a doubt. Good heavens. Initially, I thought it was only Wang Chang's voice, but to my astonishment, Xiao Tian is here as well. Chen Fan was utterly bewildered. Why were the two of you wandering the snack street together without a care? Best friends for life? At that moment, Ren Xian, who had been solely focused on the crossing bridge rice noodles, finally came to her senses. With a startled exclamation, she noticed the 5 individuals behind her casting ambiguous glances in her direction. Instantly flustered, she hurriedly freed Chen Fan's neck from her arm. The blush that had spread to her ears made Ren Xian lower her head and, in a flurry, darted behind Chen Fan, playfully resting her adorable little head against his back, resolutely refusing to lift it. The instigator had fled, seeking refuge behind her, while still maintaining that exceedingly suggestive posture. Chen Fan let out a bitter smile, preparing to greet his roommate with a casual hello. Whatever they thought, he decided to let it be, after all. His relationship with Ren Xian. Cough, cough. Even Chen Fan himself was unsure of his feelings towards Ren Xian. Having experienced the pangs of unrequited love during high school, he was now hesitant to open his heart to a girl he had only known for a single day. Despite the delightful impression she left on him. What a coincidence, you two. Why are you here as well? Chen Fan, who had raised his head to initiate a greeting, was momentarily stunned upon seeing the 5 individuals across from him. Goodness. He had thought it was only those two troublesome roommates of his, but unexpectedly, their girlfriends, Xiaoting and Xinling, were also present. To his surprise, he also spotted someone he hadn't anticipated, Lang Xuanning. She maintained her usual frosty demeanor, as if everyone owed her money, with an elongated, strikingly beautiful face. She must have been dragged along by Xinling for a shopping trip. Chen Fan greeted the two girls and his two roommates with a smile, awkwardly nodding at the Ice Queen. They weren't particularly familiar with each other, especially given her icy temperament. A simple nod seemed sufficient. It was merely an outing to accompany these two lovely ladies and enjoy some snacks, after all. Zhao Tian chuckled heartily before leaning closer to Chen Fan and whispered, honestly, we were forced into this. We just started our duo queue. It hasn't even been 2 minutes, and we haven't seen any minions yet when we were. He shrugged helplessly, a shared expression of resignation mirrored on the faces of Zhao Tian and Wang Chang. Their expressions were akin to Chen Fan's own. A popular saying circulated within the gaming community. What is more important, fish or bear's paw? Is it the girlfriend or the game? Haha. Naturally, the answer is to find a bear that can catch fish and, while at it, a girlfriend who can play games as well. At this thought, Chen Fan observed the woeful expressions on the faces of the two, particularly Zhao Tian, whose face twisted in anguish upon overhearing their hushed conversation. Chen Fan pretended not to notice the hand that Xinling had placed on Zhao Tian's waist, letting out a few dry laughs. It has been proven how crucial it is to have a girlfriend who excels in gaming, for then, all problems, would cease to exist. For instance, ahem. Meanwhile, Xinling, who had already made her boyfriend experience the pangs of pain, smiled at Chen Fan. Xiao Fan, it's been a while. That person behind you. However, before she could finish her sentence, the unexpected voice of Lang Xuanning, standing beside her, interjected, is that your girlfriend? Chen Fan's expression darkened. Sister, do you hold a grudge against me? Even Wang Chang and Zhao Tian, who were close to him, had yet to voice their questions. How could you be the first to speak up? The atmosphere abruptly turned awkward as everyone stared at Lang Xuanning with incredulous eyes. Is this truly the Ice Queen? Is she still the same taciturn figure who always wore a face as if everyone owed her a fortune? Even Xinling, Lang Xuanning's closest friend, gazed at her in disbelief. Is the Xiaoshui? Surely not. The girl who only ever spoke passively has miraculously found her voice today? And to Chen Fan, someone she had only met once. It would be acceptable to jest or tease if you were accompanied by friends or a girlfriend. But you? How could that be? Suddenly, as if struck by a realization, Xinling trembled slightly, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment as she silently observed her pale-faced friend. Xiaoshui? Surely not. Ice, ahem, Lang classmate, hello. This is Rin Xian, whom Xiao Chang and Xiao Tian have met. However, our relationship is not as you might think. She is my Chen Fan. Haha, don't listen to his nonsense. I am his girlfriend. Hello, Lang classmate, my name is Rin Xian. It is a pleasure to meet you. To everyone's surprise, Rin Xian, who had been hiding behind Chen Fan, stepped forward, refusing to be outdone. Furthermore, she unexpectedly walked over to shake hands with Lang Xuanning, and then began to greet the others. Chen Fan's roommates were no strangers to the class flower of their third class. After all, they had dined together just yesterday. Moreover, according to another single friend in their dorm, these two were supposed to go out for a meal and shopping today. The two initially skeptical friends were left astonished upon witnessing this scene unfold before their eyes. Could it possibly be that this all transpired so swiftly? They had only met yesterday, and yet this seemed to be moving at an astonishing pace. Casting a teasing glance at Chen Fan, they thought, this guy really knows how to keep his cards close to his chest. Chen Fan, I can't believe I actually have a girlfriend. What the? How was I unaware of this? And that icy figure across from me, what kind of gaze is that? Cold Snow's frosty eyes did not rest upon Rin Xian before her. Instead, they briefly glanced over and then fixated on the bewildered Chen Fan with an expression of profound complexity filled with resentment. Have I borrowed money from you? Why do you look at me like that? Chen Fan glanced at Zhao Tian, who shrugged in bewilderment, indicating he too was at a loss. Meanwhile, Rin Xian seemed to have noticed something amiss with Lang Xuanning. Her beautiful eyes narrowed, and her slender gaze fixed upon Chen Fan, positioning herself protectively in front of him. Thus, the two stunning women engaged in a silent standoff, their eyes locked in an intense exchange. Wang Chang and Zhao Tian could even perceive the palpable sparks flying between them, the atmosphere thick with tension. What on earth was happening? Were these two vying for the same affections? The sight of this fierce rivalry was almost comical. Chen Fan, caught in the midst of such turmoil, felt utterly bewildered. his head throbbing as he witnessed the animosity brewing between the two women. What in the world was going on? Chen Fan was not a fool. He could discern Ren Xian's affections for him. Moreover, it was impossible not to be captivated by this beautiful woman who not only possessed a penchant for gaming, but also had an insatiable appetite and a sharp tongue. To claim he was unmoved would be a deceitful self-illusion. However, this progression seemed rather abrupt, did it not? Chen Fan is a traditional individual. Despite his yearning for the romantic narratives portrayed in novels and television dramas, those serendipitous moments of love that seem to arise from nowhere, he often envies the enchanting encounters of love at first sight. However, he recognizes that such occurrences are confined to fiction and do not pertain to his own reality. No one understands him better than he understands himself, for it is often said that the most profound knowledge one can possess is self-knowledge. He is fond of playing video games and possesses a playful spirit, often indulging in merriment, singing, and dancing with his roommates. Although typically reserved and somewhat awkward, he harbors a sense of justice that is often unappreciated by society. He remains single, a virgin, and today marks the first time he has ever held a girl's hand. Unable to confront the affections directed towards him, he chooses to bury his feelings deep within, locked away in a chamber of solitude, the depths of which only he comprehends. This is Chen Fan, a man just like many others, ordinary and unremarkable, akin to his unassuming gloves. Within a bustling street of street food stalls, there lies a restaurant specializing in crossing the bridge rice noodles. In a private dining room, a round table of moderate size accommodates 7 individuals. From left to right, there are Wang Qian, Xiao Ting, Zhao Tian, and Shen Ling. Seated beside Shen Ling is her close friend, Lang Xuening, who happens to take a seat next to Chen Fan, while on Chen Fan's other side sits Ren Xian. The two girls, akin to a tactical formation, flank Chen Fan on either side. Chen Fan, even in silence, the mere fact that the two women could sit down for a meal together, rather than engaging in a fierce rivalry as they did earlier, is quite commendable. Chen Fan was immensely grateful to Zhao Tian for suggesting the dining outing. Although he felt the soft bulge of his belly, he deemed the experience worthwhile. At worst, he could simply eat less later. Soon, 7 steaming bowls of crossing the bridge rice noodles were presented before the group, exuding warmth and inviting aromas. As for the reason behind ordering 7 portions, why not opt for a single, larger serving? The owner had already been instructed, bring me a large bowl of crossing the bridge rice noodles, with extra spice. Upon entering, the mere mention of food caused Ren Xian to cast aside her earlier concerns about Lang Xuening, eagerly pulling Chen Fan's arm and shouting, "Boss, I want a large serving too." In response, Lang Xuening shot a cold glance at Ren Xian and also requested a large portion. Regardless of Shen Ling's attempts to persuade her, Lang Xuening remained steadfast in her desire for a sizable serving, impervious to all reasoning. The remaining members of the group, having indulged in a leisurely morning, found themselves in a predicament. While the girls could easily satisfy their cravings with snacks at any moment, the boys had endured a more arduous plight, having not eaten since morning and now feeling painfully famished. They had anticipated a delightful meal, only to encounter Chen Fan, leading to the current situation. "Chen Fan, I cannot consume this much," Ren Xian protested, pouting as she took 2 bites from her bowl of noodles. After glancing at her own belly, she reluctantly transferred half of her noodles to Chen Fan's bowl. Chen Fan sighed, feeling utterly unable to eat any longer. Frustrated, he pushed his bowl aside, only to be astonished to find that the small pot in front of him had mysteriously vanished. "Where's my pot? Where has it gone? Where's my pot?" he exclaimed in bewilderment. "Here you go." A cold voice emerged from his right. It was Lang Xuening, who was struggling to slide Chen Fan's pot back towards him. Within the pot, a steaming bowl of rice noodles awaited, elegantly presented before Chen Fan. "Chen Fan, everyone." Ren Xian, humph. Wang Chang, seated nearby, could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter, inadvertently spraying the rice noodles from his mouth, eliciting several exasperated glances from Xiao Ting, who nevertheless tenderly wiped his mouth with a napkin. At this moment, Wang Chang, along with Zhao Tian and another close roommate of Chen Fan, was laughing uproariously within their hearts. "Serves you right. This is retribution. Trying to juggle 2 at once? Huh. Look who's capsized now. Regretting your choices, are you? Acknowledging your errors, I see." Yet, beneath their outward disdain, both secretly envied the situation. Who is Lang Xuening? She is the belle of Dongshu University. As for Ren Xian, although not officially the campus beauty, she is nonetheless recognized in secret as the heartthrob among the boys. They scrutinized with keen eyes, yet it was indeed the familiar Chen Fan before them. How utterly unfair life can be. Evening. As the night descended gradually, The sunset painted the horizon in hues of crimson, and the group slowly emerged from the snack street, preparing to return to school. With a radiant smile, Ren Xian affectionately linked her arm with Chen Fan, clutching an abundance of snacks, barbecued delicacies, and assorted treats. On Chen Fan's other side, the aloof Leng Xuanning, maintaining her icy demeanor, surprisingly cradled an identical assortment of snacks and barbecues in her snow-white arms. However, from a vantage point unseen by others, her rosy lips subtly curved upwards, hinting at a rather pleasant mood. In stark contrast, the central figure, Chen Fan, bore a look of discontent, his head feeling heavy. Occasionally patting his abdomen, standing upright as if any slight bend could cause the contents of his stomach to spill forth. Alas, what sins have I committed? Not only am I forced to consume so much food, but I am also expected to purchase snacks and barbecues for my two esteemed ladies. Well then, I must hasten to sell these few gold coins tomorrow. Otherwise, my living expenses for the month will fall short. Chen Fan's family is not particularly affluent. Both of his parents are workers, and he has a younger sister in high school. Consequently, his monthly allowance is quite modest, especially when compared to the wealthier offspring of affluent families. Nevertheless, Chen Fan, who has always been frugal, manages to make ends meet each month. However, he believes he could manage just fine if it weren't for today's considerable expenditure. As he approached the school gate, Zhao Tian suddenly shared some news with Chen Fan. What events are you planning to enter for the athletics meet next week? Xiao Feng and I have decided on the 1,500-meter long run. The athletics meet? Next week? Chen Fan inquired, uncertainty evident in his voice. Zhao Tian retorted, you're always engrossed in gaming and chasing girls. How could you be unaware of such an important event? So, are you not participating, Chen Fan? Ren Xian asked playfully. No, I won't. It's scorching hot. I'd rather not exhaust myself and instead play a couple of games. Chen Fan was utterly disinclined to participate in the upcoming sports event. The summer in Dongsha City was akin to a furnace, unbearably scorching. The mere thought of frolicking and sprinting under such a blazing sun was daunting. Although, given his current physical condition, securing first place would be a breeze. He simply felt lethargic. Zhao Tian remarked, everyone else has signed up, and you wish to stand apart? I find it rather unappealing as well. In this heat, playing video games would be a far better choice. Let us continue duo queuing, shall we? Help me climb the ranks. Ren Xian, however, held a different perspective, viewing it as merely a sports event. If you wish to sign up, go ahead. If not, then let us not participate. What is the big deal? Suddenly, a notification chimed from the phones of Wang Chong, Zhao Tian, Shen Ling, and Chen Fan simultaneously. It seems someone has sent a message in the class group. Zhao Tian, puzzled, opened his phone, prompting the others to wait for him to decipher the news. As Zhao Tian's eyes widened in astonishment, it appeared he had stumbled upon something extraordinary, and he could not contain his laughter. Amidst the growing curiosity of the others, he exclaimed, Ha ha, Xiao Fan. Are you still pretending? Look here, your name is listed on the participant registration form for the sports event in the group file. You claimed you didn't want to sign up? How ridiculous. Chen Fan. Marathon? What on earth is this? Under the scrutinizing gaze of Ren Xian beside him, Chen Fan swiftly retrieved his phone and opened the document. Goodness gracious. Chen Fan, 30,000 meter marathon. Did you sign up for the marathon without telling anyone? How was I unaware of this? Well, little Fan, you sly one, sneaking off to register for a marathon? Impressive. My friend, but can your body endure the entire distance? Haha. Wang Chong, who had stolen a glance, was soon doubled over with laughter. How bold of Chen Fan to dare sign up for a marathon. It would be quite embarrassing to finish last. Laugh all you want. Take a closer look. It seems I'm not the only one registered for the marathon. Apparently, someone is going to join me. Chen Fan shot a disapproving glare at the ungrateful companion. Yet, as he continued reading, he suddenly felt a surge of joy. Wang Chong, 30,000 meter marathon. How could one describe Chen Fan's current emotions? Simply exhilarating. Upon returning to his dormitory, Chen Fan began contemplating a rather serious question. Why had he agreed to accompany someone who had never played League of Legends before? Was it because of her ethereal beauty? Perhaps. While escorting a few girls back to their dorms, during their farewell, the usually silent Leng Xuanning, with a slight smile, made a request to Chen Fan. Chen Fan, will you play a game with me? What game? I don't know. Chen Fan's expression darkened instantly. What the heck? You want me to play a game with you, and you don't even know what game it is? Leng Xuanning seemed to realize her words were misplaced. Embarrassed, She turned slightly, her ear directed towards Chen Fan's puzzled face. The one you play. League of Legends? Indeed. Rubbing his head in disbelief. Chen Fan looked at the stunning beauty before him. Could it be that Lang Xuanning also played this popular game? No way. How unexpected. This Ice Queen was engaging in such a widely played game? Shouldn't someone like her be indulging in casual games like Candy Crush or Angry Birds? How? What level are you? I don't know. Chen Fan suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Not knowing her level? What was going on? With skepticism, he pressed on. Which server do you play on? Server? Telecom server? At this point, Chen Fan's face turned a deep shade of despair. Telecom server? Do you think this is QQ racing? Lang Xuanning began to grasp the inappropriateness of her statement. Then I must be. The Netcom server? Please. Don't say that again, or we might end up in the education server. Don't scam me. Of course, I wouldn't dare. How could I? Opening his phone. He activated the scanning feature, and just like that, Chen Fan added Lang Xuanning as a friend. Whether or not she had League of Legends on her computer was truly not his concern. He needed to focus on how to guide a beautiful girl who had never played such a game before. First, she must enjoy herself. Second, enjoyment is paramount. Third, above all, she must have fun. However, as Chen Fan reflected on his own dismal and painful initial experiences with the game, he began to doubt the success of this evening's endeavor. Guiding a girl is thrilling for a moment, but the ongoing commitment can be quite taxing. Yet, with this particular girl, Chen Fan sensed that the thrill might be elusive. As Chen Fan waited quietly in the game, he found himself growing increasingly impatient, wondering when the beautiful Lang would finally message him. Is she online yet? Chen Fan opened WeChat and found the enchanting beauty, sending her a message. To his astonishment, she replied almost instantaneously. Downloading. I knew it. Yet, he remained uncertain about the quality of her internet connection, harboring little hope for the network speed at Dongshu University. However, to his surprise, within less than half an hour, the captivating beauty had successfully downloaded and installed the application. She was now ready to create an account and embark on their adventure. Ding. She sent a voice connection. Chen Fan. Should I answer or not? Hello? Hello. It's you, cold classmate. Just call me Xiao Xue. The faint voice of the beautiful cold echoed in the headphones, though a hint of nervousness was unmistakable. Sister, are you so familiar with me? I truly didn't see that coming. Xiao Xue. As succinct as ever, yet Chen Fan was accustomed to it. If the cold beauty were to speak at length, he would undoubtedly be taken aback. Under Chen Fan's guidance, she logged into WeGame, selected a server, created an account, and came up with a name. Step by step, Cold Xuanning resembled an inquisitive child, diligently following Chen Fan's instructions, filling him with immense satisfaction. Piltover. League of Legends, Electric 5 District, was also Chen Fan's main account, brimming with numerous heroes and skins, albeit frustratingly melted down. The ID of Chen Fan, Xue. The ID of the cold beauty, Xue. Truly, her name suits her demeanor perfectly. Gazing at the simple character Xue atop the Frost Queen's head through the screen, Chen Fan felt an icy chill, as if he were in a world of cold snow. Since he was to guide her in gaming, he aimed for enjoyment, thus taking on the role of support. Although they were merely battling against bots, as the cold beauty was only at level 1 and couldn't engage in matchmaking, Chen Fan led her in overpowering the AI opponents. He played a forceful support, the Steam Golem, Blitz. Why this champion, you might ask? Hee. It was certainly due to the swift kills. Only through repeatedly vanquishing foes could the cold beauty find joy and fall in love with the game. Admittedly, they were but bots. Nevertheless, was the thrill not palpable? The exhilaration of dominating bots was fleeting yet delightful, a continuous source of pleasure. Chen Fan couldn't help but recall a piece of news he had heard a few years back, a friend who ascended from rank 1 to 30, triumphing in every match against bots, exhibiting an unparalleled level of prowess. Each encounter was marked by his ability to dominate, leaving the opposing bots too intimidated to emerge from their fountain. This was a manifestation of a higher realm, the pinnacle of satisfaction that one could achieve while playing against artificial intelligence. Truly, a paragon for all of us who engage with bots. Yet, why did he desire for her to develop an affection for this game? Would it not align with his own wishes if she were to detest League of Legends? Chen Fan questioned himself, pondering whether he was destined to be a natural facilitator for others' enjoyment. Regardless, he had already made his choice. First, he would secure victory. Wait, Xiao Xue. You haven't purchased your items yet. What items? Just click on that Timo beside you, and your inventory will appear. Ugh, how unsightly. Since Chen Fan first encountered the alliance, it is indeed the first time he has heard someone claim that the spring water old man, allegedly Timo's father, is unattractive. Dear sister, your perspective on matters is truly peculiar. Did you click to see the recommended equipment? There lies a crimson-hued dagger, the Doran's blade. Simply double-click and it will be yours. Did you not see it? Oh, how could you not see it? Is it not there? Chen Fan felt a tinge of curiosity. Is it not obvious? Not at all. Oh, sister, are you truly this willful? Chen Fan began to understand why the icy beauty was reluctant to proceed. Wasn't it said that men are visual creatures? How could even a campus flower like her judge based on appearance? Timo, the old grandfather, had long since fainted by the fountain. Nevertheless, this was merely a trivial interlude that did not hinder Chen Fan's journey of companionship. The clunky robot marched resolutely behind the ample-chested ice sister, who chose to set forth. Chen Fan felt no need to correct her and followed closely behind. Opposite them stood the hand of Noxus and the Judgment Angel Kale, both mere computer characters. There was absolutely no pressure. However, suddenly, the usually composed and silent icy beauty became agitated. Her voice still low yet filled with urgency as she called out to Chen Fan. Hearing her plea, Chen Fan glanced at his side, where Sister Ash stood. She's right here, not going anywhere. But why? Your hero hasn't moved at all, nor has she disappeared. A tone of confusion came through the headset, followed by the icy beauty's slightly flustered and awkward voice. Well, perhaps I've gotten lost. Weren't you sitting comfortably on your bed playing the game? How could you possibly get lost? Chen Fan yearned to burst into the girl's dormitory at that very moment, to rush into the room of the aloof beauty, stand before her, and exclaim loudly, Aren't you right here? Where have you gone? Are you jesting with me? How could one lose someone while playing a game? However, Chen Fan gazed at his sister, Ai Shi, who stood motionless, fervently casting spells into thin air, and suddenly recalled a terrifying possibility. He inquired nonchalantly, What is displayed on your screen? A cliff. And there's another peak in the distance. Try pressing the space bar. The sound of a cold beauty furiously typing resonated through the headset, and a second later, Ai Shi resumed her normal movements. Sister, this vast summoner's rift can hardly contain you. Chen Fan, save me. He is attacking me. On the screen. Ai Shi was being chased down the street by a computer-controlled champion, Draven. Hey, watch my hook. Suddenly, a robot intervened. Its mechanical claw snatching Ai Shi away from Draven's grasp. It was the first time Chen Fan had witnessed someone escaping with such divine awareness. Thankfully, his hook was swift. Otherwise, the cold beauty would have fled under the enemy's tower. A powerful punch sent Draven flying, followed by an ignite spell. And now it was merely a matter of waiting for Ai Shi to reap the rewards. Yet, after a prolonged wait, Draven had returned to safety. While Ai Shi remained motionless, standing there quietly. Xiao Xue? Why aren't you attacking him? Chen Fan asked, perplexed. Drinking water. All right. Quite the rebellious one. Chen Fan. Who was that champion chasing me just now? The hand of Noxus? A violent old man wielding an axe. Noxus. Ascent that a car? That's Lexus. Oh. Upon returning home, Chen Fan casually glanced at Ai Shi's item build. Red crystal. Healing gem. The red crystal made sense. It could be useful for building a black cleaver. But what on earth was the healing gem? Xiaoxua, what is this healing gem for? Healing gem. What is that? You don't even know? It's that green, round thing. Oh, you mean the green orb. Ascent that mung bean? Oh, the dorm is so hot. I want some mung bean soup. Green orb? Mung bean? And mung bean soup? What on earth is this? Forget it. It's just the first game. What is wrong with a girl having a mung bean? So what? Another 10 minutes passed. And while Chen Fan was racking up kills, the cold beauty gradually understood the game mechanics and secured 4 kills herself, her economy skyrocketing. Before long, her first major item was completed. However, observing the sight of an AD Iceborn clad in a raiment of the Tempest was quite unsettling. What on earth is this raiment of the Tempest? Xiaoxue, what is this raiment about? You mean this green outfit evolved from the green orb? It looks quite nice, and I carefully read the description. It greatly increases health, so the enemy Lexus won't be able to kill me, hehe. After acquiring the raiment, the cold beauty appeared quite pleased, as she was now unassailable by Draven, even though she couldn't harm him either. Push the first tower. Hey, Chen Fan, this turret is attacking me. It hurts. Suddenly, the cold beauty exclaimed, as the high damage from the turret rained down upon her. Yet, it wasn't as painful as expected, thanks to the raiment. As a turret, it felt rather embarrassed. There are no minions. No one to absorb damage. So the turret is targeting you. For a girl who was playing a game for the first time, Chen Fan remained patient and attentive. Unlike some hot-headed boys who would immediately blame the girl in such situations. Oh, I see. Then Chen Fan, come help me tank the damage. I want revenge. Humph. How dare he attack me? The cold beauty's voice carried a hint of irritation. Tank damage? I might as well die trying to help you get your revenge. Chen Fan sighed deeply. Fine, I'll tank. Thus, the clumsy robot stood within the turret's range. Absorbing its damage while behind him, the Iceborne relentlessly attacked the tower. Before long, the robot fell, and she perished too, leaving the turret to slightly lose some health, out of respect for the two. Upon returning home, Chen Fan purchased a hat to increase his ability power. More damage, more kills, right? As for he had completely lost hope. A glance revealed that the Iceborne, adorned with the Sunfire Aegis, radiated an intensely fiery aura. She was truly committed to her path. If she ever learned that she would be played in such a manner, she would likely seek vengeance upon the Beast King. Having pushed to the second tower, the duo finally encountered two unexpected guests, the Night Hunter, Vayne, and the Fury of the North, Sejuani. A chaotic battle ensued. Whoosh. Before the fight had even begun, the Iceborne unexpectedly blinked into the enemy's encirclement. Shortly after, Chen Fan heard a flurry of chaotic typing through the headset. Arcane Shift, Frost Shot, Enchanted Crystal Arrow, and Volley. Thankfully, the Iceborne's Q ability required a trigger, otherwise, it would have been cast. After an incomprehensible flurry of actions, the Iceborne fell beneath the enemy turret. Sister, were you just mashing the keyboard? Such astonishing and peculiar gameplay was something Chen Fan had not encountered in many years. Chen Fan, come save me. This hideous monster is attacking me. I'm about to die. The cold beauty cried out urgently. Monster? You mean a jungle monster? It was only upon looking that he was startled. Their cold beauty was currently standing in the dragon pit, being mercilessly beaten by the Baron. Where did you run off to? The robot hurriedly positioned itself in front of the Baron, diverting its attention, allowing the Iceborne to escape. I don't know. Is this monster the Loch Ness Monster? How ugly. So annoying, it just stood there without moving, yet it started attacking me ferociously. It hurts so much. Why would it attack you when you approached it with the Sunfire Aegis? As for revenge, it was evidently impossible. Glancing at his own 800 ability power robot, it was utterly useless. All he could do was wait to exact revenge later, just wondering if it was really this dragon. It would be awkward if its relatives mistakenly targeted the wrong person. After 3 consecutive victories, the cold beauty leveled up to level 3 and was ready for matchmaking. Though there had been no rewards from the anticipated 3 matches, Chen Fan felt no disappointment, as he believed it was only natural. The system isn't foolish. If it allowed him to win a match against mere AI and immediately gifted him rewards, then, how could that be? Such a bug in the system would be impossible. Suddenly, a melodious notification chimed from the computer desk beside me. It was a WeChat message sent by Ren Xian. Chen Fan, what are you up to? Let's play League. Chen Fan. Ren Xian? Oh my, you two are coming to play League? Then, what about Lang Xuaning? This truly is quite a coincidence. From our meal together today to our subsequent shopping. Anyone with eyes could perceive the flickering animosity between the two ladies. However, what perplexes Chen Fan is the origin of this hostility. Given that the two have never met before, could it possibly be due to me? Haha, how could that be? Chen Fan did not share this sentiment. How could he possibly incite animosity between the two girls on his account? Besides, both were renowned beauties, akin to school flowers. As for himself, he chuckled softly. Yet, he was confronted with a monumental dilemma that required resolution. I'm currently playing a game, he replied slowly, while his mind was preoccupied with thoughts. Hey, I noticed you came online. Are you really playing against bots? Haha. This time, Ren Xian sent a voice message directly. And Chen Fan was certain that the cool beauty on the other end had heard, yet there was no response from her. What on earth did this mean? Was this a subtle way of forcing him to make a choice? Apologies, my friend, but can I accept everything? Upon exiting the game interface and returning to the lobby, Chen Fan promptly received an invitation message from Ren Xian. He hesitated, lingering in indecision. Come on, respond quickly, Chen Fan. Stop dawdling. All right, but this is entirely your doing. So don't blame me. He confirmed the invitation. In the matchmaking interface, another ID popped up, Xin Xian, the little fairy. However, Ren Xian suddenly fell silent, as she had not anticipated the presence of another individual in the room. Shue, could it be that she is a girl? Chen Fan recalled the ice-cold demeanor of the girl he had encountered earlier, who had regarded him with a gaze that was distinctly unusual, cold Schwinning. Ren Xian quickly made the connection. Goodness. Thank goodness I arrived in time. Otherwise, the child would have been left out. Another voice message from Ren Xian came through, and Chen Fan, trembling slightly, slowly clicked to confirm. So, Shui, is that you? Good evening. Ren, you're here to play the game too? Yes. It's too hot to sleep in the dorm, and it's still early for bed, so I thought I'd play to pass the time. I feel the same. It's sweltering here. Oh, by the way, I just saw mung beans in the game. I really want to drink some refreshing, sweet mung bean soup. Huh? Mung beans in the league? Mung bean soup? I've never seen that before, but I would love to have some. Chen Fan. Are these two really that close? Just this afternoon, they were at each other's throats. And are you two feeling hot? Clearly, you're just idling about. As a girl, and especially as two stunning beauties, what are you doing at this late hour? Playing games? Don't you know that computer radiation is quite harmful? Instead of doing face masks, taking baths, or caring for your skin, you choose to torture me. Painfully, Chen Fan silently screamed in his heart. Hello everyone. My name is Chen Fan. I am a professional top laner in the league, ahem. Professional support. However, my style of support is vastly different from that of others. Not for any particular reason, but simply because most of their ADs are burly, uncouth men. As for mine, haha, they are all sweet, soft, and fragrant little cuties. Yet, one cannot walk by the river without getting their shoes wet. Today, I nearly capsized, but it was all under control. While others would be elated with just one girl, I, as a support, have the privilege of two soft girls. Can you believe that? And they are both campus beauties. Although one of them is indeed a bit cold, but that is fine, I can handle it. However, the composition of our team is rather perplexing. Top lane Renekton. Jungle Rek'Sai, but no mid lane. ADC Caitlyn, a hero that Ren Xian adores, had previously showcased remarkable prowess when playing with me. Without hesitation, Ren Xian chose Caitlyn. And although it wasn't explicitly stated, it was evident that I, who had been supporting her, was on her side. The cold beauty, upon seeing Ren Xian's choice, paused for a moment before confirming her pick. Ashe, the Frost Archer. The game commenced, and the support Lulu was feeling rather exasperated as she glanced at her two ADCs. Feeling a slight twinge of frustration, Renekton, is Ashe mid or Caitlyn mid? Caitlyn, Ashe mid. Ashe, Caitlyn mid. Renekton? What on earth is this? Renekton's face darkened. Who S the mid and who S the ADC? Caitlyn, I'm ADC, she S mid. Ashe, she S mid, I'm ADC. Renekton's expression was one of utter disbelief. Are you two girls just here to joke around? Do you think I, Renekton, am not a person? Renekton, why don't you both just send one of you to top lane? I guarantee that I will lead you to glory, allowing you to experience the pinnacle of life. In a small internet CAF, a middle-aged man in his 30s was typing furiously, filled with excitement. Damn. How could such good fortune befall me? Ren Xian, the little fairy, and Shui, they are clearly two adorable girls. As long as I coax them and use my exceptional skills, I can easily lead them to victory. Adding each other on WeChat or QQ, and then gradually getting familiar. I assent this. Heh, am I about to reach the pinnacle of my life? However, reality dealt him a harsh blow. Caitlyn, no. I want to support together. Ashe, too ugly. I also want to be with the support in the bot lane. Renekton was furious. The middle-aged man felt as if he had been caught in the crossfire. Renekton might be ugly, but he certainly wasn't. Renekton, you're both going with the support? Caitlyn, yes. He is my boyfriend. Ashe, I want to be in the bot lane. Cold Shui, in the end, wasn't he as bold as Ren Xian? But she didn't hide it either. This startled Chen Fan, who was watching the spectacle. Ren Xian was understandable. He had already been shocked once this afternoon. But how could this cold beauty also be acting recklessly? However, Chen Fan's astonishment was likely surpassed by that of Renekton. 1 against 2? A double? Playing both sides? Goodness. This is a lawful society. I must report you. I will ensure that the scythe of judgment punishes you severely. The internet CAF echoed with the middle-aged man's envious and resentful curses. Both girls were quite willful, even though their dialogue was like this. Oh, Xiao Xian. Your last hits are impeccable, not a single one missed. Oh, Xiao Shui, you did well too. Didn't you just secure that last creep? To be so adept on your first game, Xiao Shui, you were truly clever. Chen Fan felt an inexplicable chill as he sensed a heavy scent of gunpowder lingering in the bottom lane. Were they being supplemented? Surely, they were not being robbed? With 2 ADCs and a support, none were willing to depart first, nor did they wish to venture to the mid lane. However, this indecision left the minions quite vexed. What a predicament! Could they not enjoy their game anymore? In previous encounters, he had faced his foes alone in the bottom lane, yet today, he was confronted by two adversaries. Did they truly underestimate the esteemed first minion of the canyon? Suddenly, a minion grumbling in discontent was met with a barrage of insults from its own siege minion. What are you even worth? Merely a cannon fodder. Do you know what it means to be a sacrificial pawn? I am the very one being sacrificed. This is utterly humiliating. It was not enough to be attacked by two. Now, three have come to assail me? Ouch. Enough already. The siege minion silently mourned for the fallen siege minion, then gazed up at the unchanging sky of the canyon, tilting its head at a 45-degree angle, filled with regret. It should never have rashly agreed to that fool's request to swap lanes. Otherwise, the minion's gaze drifted far off, as if it could already see the triumphant smile of that fool in the mid-lane, unbothered by any challengers. In a swift moment, an icy arrow claimed the life of the minion. How envious! The minion fell. Chen Fan gazed at the opposing team, where the fully leveled Callista, the Spear of Vengeance, stood alongside the equally formidable Thresh. He sighed inwardly, acknowledging that his support role at SAN level was inconsequential. With shields and speed boosts, he could manage. However, both the ADCs, Caitlyn and Ashe, were merely at level 4. How was one to navigate such a disparity? Dear sisters, might you grant this little brother a reprieve? All I desire is to enjoy the game. The realm of you seasoned players utterly confounds me. With a dismal gaming experience, Chen Fan lingered silently in the bushes, observing the two ADCs eagerly contesting the minions. What, I wonder, do you seek? A single minion yields a mere 15 to 30 gold. Is it truly worth such fervor? Come, Ashe, enlighten me. If you wish to farm, then farm, and I shan't say a word about your enchanted arrows. But what is the purpose of your hot shot? Can that possibly aid in farming? Thankfully, you haven't reached level 6. Otherwise, would you resort to using your crystal arrow to steal minions? Oh, no. Rather, to snatch them away. And you, Caitlyn, do not think I am overlooking you. Your performance is hardly commendable. The Peacekeeper may be excusable, yet your traps are perpetually laid beneath the minions. What is the meaning of that? Are you attempting to ensnare minions? I can only surmise that the opposing duo finds this utterly amusing, not to mention our own teammates. The jungler, Rek'Sai, seems to have taken residence in the mid lane, while the enemy jungler, Jarvan, frequently roams through our jungle. If one were to inquire about the shadow cast by our jungler, I dare say the revelation would be shocking. Yet, amidst this chaos, Chen Fan, hurry, grant me shields and speed. I feel I am on the brink of demise. Ah, Chen Fan, I too desire assistance. Chen Fan, I have always heard that the phrase most dreaded by men is a girl's insistence of I want, and I want more. Yet, Chen Fan has come to realize that the true horror lies not in that sentiment, but in the relentless repetition of I want. I also want. Goodness. This is indeed the most terrifying of all. How can one possibly contend with such demands? Thus, the support which stealthily made her way to the mid lane. Facing her was the tempestuous swordsman, the joyful wind warrior Yasuo. Hey, can we negotiate something here? You farm your minions, and I shall evade your winds. Alas, a fierce gale suddenly swept up Lulu, followed by a blue whirlwind rushing forth. With a flurry of 10 strikes from the wind blade, Chen Fan's health was halved in an instant. Why can't you comprehend human speech? If I weren't equipped with support gear, I would have dealt with you long ago. However, we have come to rescue you. Two melodious voices echoed, delightful and clear, as two exquisite figures promptly appeared in the mid lane. The magical crystal arrow. The icy champion unleashed her ultimate ability, striking Yasuo squarely in the face. Snap! Snap! Two traps were swiftly set by the marksman, lying in wait for Yasuo to fall into their snare. Alas, in utter despair, Yasuo was transformed into a sheep by Chen Fan before he could even deploy his wind wall, and was subsequently beaten to death. Though Chen Fan was grateful to have survived, he felt somewhat exasperated. Goddesses? Why have you veered off your lanes again? Watching the two resume their earlier endeavor of minion stealing in the mid lane, waves of headache washed over Chen Fan. Is there no end to this? Finally liberated, he took a moment to console his jungle companion Rek'Sai, who inquired, Are you all mid laners now? Marksman, indeed. I am the mid laner. She is the AD. Ice. I am the mid laner. You're the AD. Chen Fan, are you all joking with me? Rek'Sai, ha ha ha. Why not just have a real fight? Whoever wins can take the support. Ha ha. Ren Xian. Long Xuaning. Chen Fan. Lexi. Would you care to hear a story? Lexi, bewildered. What story? Is it amusing? If it's not funny, I'm not interested. Fear not. It is guaranteed to be utterly hilarious. Speak. Once upon a time, In the ancient land of Valoran, there existed a wandering merchant named Pantheon, who was markedly different from his fellow traders. Come, come, one and all. Behold, I present the most indestructible shield in all of Valoran, impervious to blades and firearms alike, capable of vanquishing foes up close and defending from afar. No weapon can pierce it. Do not miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to indulge in today's grand discount. Everything is half price for all. At this moment, Twisted Fate, holding 3 cards in hand, approached and informed Pantheon that he had no desire for the world's most resilient shield, but rather sought the sharpest spear. Everyone could see that Twisted Fate was clearly attempting to vex Pantheon, yet Pantheon was no ordinary merchant. After years of traversing the land, he promptly retrieved a gleaming, exceptionally sharp spear from his chest. Behold, the sharpest spear in existence, capable of piercing any shield, a quintessential item for home and travel. Pantheon began to boast about his spear. At that moment, Timo, who had been quietly observing Pantheon's sales from the sidelines, posed a piercing question that struck at the heart of the matter. Pantheon, you claim your shield is the hardest in the world, and your spear the sharpest. But what would happen if you were to stab your shield with your spear? Pantheon, glancing left and right, then looking down at the spear and shield in his hands, he suddenly bellowed, leaping onto Timo, who was spectating nearby, and impaled him with the spear. Chen Fan, do you know what Pantheon said after he pierced Timo? Rek'Sai, I am unaware. Chen Fan, you certainly talk too much. Lake Saitan was utterly disheartened. This farce ultimately concluded in failure. However, the conflict between the two women shows no signs of abating. As for how Chen Fan should position himself and confront the two women, that is no longer their concern. One knows one's own situation best. The journey ahead is still long and not determined by a single moment. As dawn broke, Chen Fan, reluctant to rise, still struggled to get out of bed. Despite the myriad of objections in his heart, standing on the balcony, gazing at the pale light of the sky in the distance, Chen Fan couldn't help but ponder what compelled him to wake so early on a weekend. The answer was simple: poverty. However, the pure and fair face of Chen Fan radiated a smile that was impossible to conceal. Feeling the weight in his pocket, he thought, perhaps today marks the beginning of his journey to wealth. But where could he find someone to buy gold? Chen Fan fell into deep contemplation. A bank? That seems unlikely. Exchanging currency might be feasible, but gold, a pawn shop? No, wait, it's referred to as a pawn business now. Surely they would accept it. However, I've heard that pawn shops typically acquire items at a fraction of their value. This is an item of the Alliance, pure gold coins. Gazing at the sky, Chen Fan lamented the possibility of having nowhere to sell it. If only one were in a good mood, then truly, life would be delightful. Whistling a cheerful tune, with a spring in his step, Chen Fan finally thought of a place, a jewelry store. If they refuse to buy gold there, I, Chen Fan, will immediately walk backwards from this spot. Chen Fan gazed cheerfully at the safety passage, traversed the pedestrian street, and finally arrived at the largest Joda jewelry store in Dongshu City. Wow, the crowd was immense, with a steady stream of people gathered at the entrance of Joda. However, the majority were elderly individuals, while the interior was filled with young couples, newlyweds, and of course, several middle-aged men clad in suits, proudly showcasing their protruding bellies, often accompanied by a beautiful young woman in their arms. Such decadence. Truly, the depths of depravity. Observing the insincere smiles of the rotund gentlemen and the equally hollow expressions of the young women, one could only catch a glimpse of genuine joy when they beheld the exquisite jewelry. Chen Fan suddenly felt a profound sense of dissonance at this scene. You walk with money, I walk with my dignity. Neither of us owes the other anything. If you cannot perform, it is but a clear day, is it not? Feeling the gold coins in his pocket, Chen Fan pondered whether he would also resemble this scene when he became wealthy. Embracing a beautiful woman, he would leisurely pull a card from his wallet, unflinching, completing the transaction while savoring the flattery from the staff, his lips curling into a smirk as he playfully patted the woman beside him before striding out. It is said that a man is at his most alluring when he swipes a card. Of course, we are not referring to a meal card. Alas. After recognizing the degradation of his thoughts, Chen Fan disdainfully glanced at his reflection in the window, reminding himself to first acquire wealth. However, embracing a beautiful woman was certainly an appealing prospect. Reflecting on the absurd dream he had the previous night, Chen Fan felt a tinge of embarrassment. How ridiculous. They say dreams leave no trace. Yet why must I change my underwear so early in the morning? To those who utter such words, I silently express my contempt for 30 seconds. Dingling. The melodious sound signified someone had pushed open the door to the gold shop. the female attendant. Brimming with hopes of a promotion and raise, widened her eyes, only to feel her enthusiasm dampen upon realizing that the newcomer was merely a modestly dressed student. His entire outfit not exceeding 300. With a dismissive glance, she returned to her seat. Undoubtedly, the most challenging clientele for a gold store comprises students, broke and prone to grandiose claims, attempting to impress girls while remaining destitute inside. Humph. Wasn't he that how I once was? Innocent and charming, gazing up at the boy beside me with sparkling eyes, I genuinely believed we would grow old together. Yet, the promised engagement ring ultimately went to another girl. How foolish I was in my youth. Zhangya let out a wry smile, lamenting her apparent aging as she found herself reminiscing about the past. Meanwhile, Chen Fan, who had been wandering aimlessly and ignored despite his inquiries, spotted a familiar face. To say they were intimately acquainted would be an exaggeration. She was his senior, the small shop owner of a dumpling house, one of the campus beauties at Dongshu University, and notably, the very Chinwei who had rescued him from a bully demanding protection fees. However, he was taken aback to see her here. Upon noticing Chinwei's gold shop uniform, realization dawned on him. She worked here. Why abandon a thriving dumpling shop for this? Moreover, Chen Fan couldn't help but chuckle at the apparent fate tying them together. Why was it that every time he encountered her, she was being bullied? The tormentors this time were the portly man he had seen through the window earlier, accompanied by a striking young woman. What's wrong with you? Don't you know not to touch others' belongings? Where's your manager? Call him over. The rotund man bellowed, aggressively pointing his chubby finger at Chinwei. Humph, darling. Someone with such sticky fingers should certainly have the police called. I can't believe they allow such people to work in a gold shop. The young woman, with her stunning beauty, wore an expression that starkly contrasted her allure, her delicate hands adorned with crimson nails, pointing menacingly at Chinwei's forehead, her demeanor exuding intimidation, inciting Chen Fan's ire. After all, he was a subordinate of Liu, so perhaps you should consider Liu's face. However, little May, do check if anything is missing from your bag. Don't allow those pretending to be pitiful to get away with it. As the rotund man spoke, his beady eyes fixated on Chinwei, as if implying that the certain someone he referred to was none other than her. Facing these two, fists clenched and a defiant look on her face, Chinwei struggled to hold back tears, her eyes reddened but still strikingly beautiful, her innocent face marred by a sense of grievance. Her petite nose quivered, and her body trembled, revealing the profound impact of their baseless accusations on her. Oh no, darling, the diamond ring you bought me yesterday is gone, the young woman exclaimed, her anxiety palpable as she rummaged through her expensive handbag, turning it inside out, yet finding nothing. Her expression of distress seemed genuine. No, look again. It might have slipped into a compartment. She whimpered. No, I've checked everywhere. It's definitely her. She is the only one who touched my LV bag. Yet, Chen Fan was astonished to observe that the portly man appeared to have anticipated this unfolding drama. His expression unchanged and devoid of the urgency exhibited by the young woman. He merely smiled with a hint of malice, gazing at Chinwei as if to say, "You are the thief. Stop pretending." How amusing. Chen Fan chuckled softly as he approached. "You are the one who stole it. It must be you, absolutely you." Lin Feier seethed, her red nails pointing accusingly at the utterly bewildered Chinwei, drawing the attention of more onlookers to the escalating commotion. Chinwei trembled, her stubborn countenance marred by an expression of grievance. She had merely picked up the beautiful handbag that had inadvertently fallen to the ground. Yet why did they choose to slander her? Such a young girl, and yet so misunderstood. It was quite ironic that she possessed such striking beauty. Truly, one can know a person's appearance but not their heart. Suddenly, someone in the crowd seized the opportunity to incite hysteria, urging everyone to check their bags and pockets lest they fall victim to theft. Upon hearing this, Chinwei's pale face drained further of color. The tears she had been valiantly suppressing cascaded down like a torrent unleashed from a dam. I didn't steal it. I'm being wronged. I only wanted to help her pick up her bag. The ring, I didn't take it. The sobbing Chinwei resembled a little girl bullied by the crowd, her nose quivering as she bowed her head, her long hair cascading down, oblivious to her surroundings, fervently trying to explain herself. Her plight was heart-wrenching, evoking sympathy from some bystanders who could not bear to see her in such distress. I'm certain this young lady did not steal anything. I agree, she seems innocent. Perhaps you simply left it at home? Without concrete evidence, how can one unjustly accuse another? Shall we search her? All right, I'll go first. Get lost. I suggested it first, of course. I'll go first. Upon hearing the suggestion of a search, panic gripped Chinwei's already ashen face, her body instinctively recoiling in fear. No. Random searches are illegal. Then what should we do? I refuse to believe such a beautiful woman would resort to theft. Slap. The boy who had just spoken was met with a harsh blow from his girlfriend. What? Just because she is pretty and distressed, your sympathy flares up? Go find someone else to bother. I'm leaving. At that moment, Chen Fan furiously pointed at those who had spoken, her once beautiful eyes now twisted with rage. A bunch of fools. Do you know how much my ring is worth? How many carats? If anyone dares to shout again, you will all be accomplices. And when the police arrive, you'll regret it. How dare this little wretch steal from me? She'll be eating prison food for life. Her piercing gaze swept the room, causing everyone to lower their heads in shame. Such blatant bullying. The onlookers, witnessing Chen Fan's frenzied outburst, wondered how such a stunning girl could behave so viciously. It wasn't me, I swear. But if the diamond ring was right there in my bag and now it's missing, it must be you. Look at you. Your entire outfit probably doesn't even cost 1,000. Do you have any idea how much my ring is worth? It could buy you. Hand it over. Or I'll call the police. With that, Chen Fan whipped out her iPhone 10 and dialed 110. Suddenly, a voice echoed from within the hall, halting her in her tracks. A middle-aged man, exuding an air of heavy calmness, was none other than Lu Ning, the store manager. What is going on? What are you calling the police for? What has happened? Lu Ning, bewildered by the commotion, rushed over only to witness Chen Fan's intention to report the incident. Quickly, he intervened and inquired about the situation. As he grasped the unfolding events, a sense of headache washed over him. How could this happen? Even the usually eloquent Lu Ning found himself at a loss for words. Chen Wei is a newly hired employee of Lu Ning, who is well acquainted with her background. A junior at Dongshu University, she had agreed to work only during her spare time so as not to interfere with her studies. Although this arrangement seemed rather presumptuous and difficult to accept, Lu Ning unhesitatingly acquiesced upon witnessing Chen Wei's breathtaking beauty. He believed that having such a stunning attendant would encourage customers visiting the jewelry store to showcase themselves, thereby enhancing the store's performance. However, just a few days later, an unexpected incident occurred. While the initial idea was commendable, fate often has its own designs. Lu Ning could easily surmise that Chen Wei had been wronged. It was ludicrous to think that a student from the most prestigious university in Dongshu, who had committed to such terms, could be anything but an exemplary student. With her beauty, talent, and strong academic record, supported by the formidable reputation of Dongshu University, why would she resort to stealing a diamond ring? Such an act would be a reckless destruction of her future. Surely, those who gain admission to Dongshu University are not fools. Nevertheless, despite understanding this, Lu Ning could not suppress a bitter smile. He noticed the rotund man, and beside him, Chen Fan, the area manager of the Juning Weiye group in Dongshu. The corpulent man was named Li Ju. Without delving into who was right or wrong in this situation, it was undeniable that it would cast a significant shadow over the store's reputation, affecting sales and jeopardizing Lu Ning's position as store manager. Perhaps it would be best to avoid the jewelry store, one voice echoed. Indeed, I have heard such things as well. Who would dare to shop there now? The authenticity of the jewelry is surely in question. Such sentiments would undoubtedly spread like wildfire. At that point, Lu Ning could only resign himself to the inevitable. Haha. Brother Lu, it has been far too long, Li Ju remarked with a sinister glint in his eye. Haha, Mr. Li, what are you saying? You are flourishing in business. Sought after from all directions, how could a mere individual like myself casually cross your path? Lu Ning forced a smile as he regarded the corpulent figure before him. Li Ju was a man to be reckoned with. It was wise to avoid provoking him. Lu Ning understood the ruthless tactics employed by this man, as well as the immense power he wielded. It would be all too easy for Li Ju to dispose of a minor store manager like himself, despite his internal turmoil. Recognizing Chen Wei's tear-streaked face filled with distress, Lu Ning resolved to sacrifice her for the sake of his own future and the store's reputation. Brother Lu, you are aware of the situation. Do what you deem necessary. Remember, I, Li Ju, tolerate no grain of sand in my eyes. It must be just and fair. Lu Ning understood that this was Li Ju's veiled warning. Cursing inwardly, he turned away reluctantly, casting a sympathetic glance at the weeping Chen Wei. Chen Wei, I must make this abundantly clear. Our store does not require someone of your dubious integrity. You are hereby terminated. Please gather your belongings and leave at once. The impact of Lu Ning's words struck Chen Wei like a bolt from the blue, solidifying the accusation against her. How can this be? Manager, you don't believe me? I am innocent. Chen Wei cried out, her face flushed with fear and disbelief. I told you she was the thief. Look, even the manager agrees. What a waste of such a pretty face. Indeed, one cannot judge solely by appearances in today's world. Nevertheless, the manager is commendable. I applaud him. Such individuals ought to be dismissed. Keeping them around is a disaster waiting to happen. As the crowd echoed their condemnation of Chen Wei and praised Lu Nong, he could no longer bear to witness the anger and heartbreak etched on her face. It was not that he lacked the courage to look, but rather that he felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Haha, you little wretch, can you still talk back? Quickly, hand over the diamond ring. For Manager Lu's sake. We'll let this slide without involving the authorities. Just leave, now. Chen Fan's sharp and arrogant voice undoubtedly pierced Chen Wei's heart once more, like a knife plunging into her chest. However, at that moment, Chen Wei ceased her tears, and her expression gradually softened. Disappointment. An endless abyss of disappointment. Disappointment in the store manager. Disappointment in those ignorant individuals who merely follow the crowd, led by others like puppets. Most of all, an overwhelming sense of disappointment with this world. Chen Weibing wore a cold expression, her eyes devoid of any emotion, gazing upon the crowd with a palpable indifference, as though they were inconsequential debris. Call the police. The crowd murmured in disbelief. Are you not the thief? How audacious to suggest such a thing. Is it true that thieves have become this brazen? Very well. Let us call the police. You insolent wretch. I shall relish the moment when the authorities arrive to see how you will extricate yourself from this predicament. Chen Fan was taken aback by Chen Wei's unexpected decision to call the police under such circumstances. In a fit of anger, she immediately reached for her phone to dial 110, and this time Lu Nong was unable to intervene. Meanwhile, the rotund Li Zhu slowly approached Chen Wei. Showing no sign of concern about the police call, his gaze fixated lasciviously on her chest, his body inching closer. Let me tell you, even if the police arrive, you won't escape. Just obediently spend the night with me. Do you see that woman's handbag? Quite exquisite, isn't it? Worth over 100,000, you know? However, if you come to your senses, you could have one too, Li Zhu whispered insidiously into Chen Wei's ear, oblivious to her despair and fury. She remained unaware of the lecherous pig's advance. Suddenly, a piercing scream from Chen Wei echoed throughout the hall. In an instant, a figure rushed forward, delivering a powerful kick to Li Zhu's chest. Bang! Li Zhu's hefty form was sent hurtling towards the marble pillar, much to the astonishment of onlookers. Bang! The marble pillar seemed to disdainfully glare at Li Zhu, as if to say, get lost. How utterly revolting. If I weren't immobile, I would crush you without hesitation. Ah, darling. Upon witnessing the rotund man being sent flying by the sudden appearance of a young boy, Chen Fan rushed toward Li Zhu in a frenzy, whether out of show or genuine affection. Yet, another figure was quicker. Chen Fan swiftly positioned himself before the hefty Li Zhu, viciously grasping his neck. Damn, greasy hands. Chen Fan grimaced, his hands tightening like a vice around Li Zhu's throat, rendering him breathless. Where's the diamond ring? What? The diamond ring? No. Isn't it with that little vixen? I don't know. Oomph, not talking, are we? Stubborn as a dead duck. Bang. With terror evident in Li Zhu's eyes, Chen Fan's left hand constricted his neck while his right hand rose high. In front of a captivated audience, terrified, Li Zhu shut his eyes tightly, only to hear a resounding crash, yet it did not strike him. Instead, a small, pristine, organic pit appeared on the floor mere centimeters from Li Zhu's cheek. Li Zhu's expression shifted as he glared at Chen Fan. Damn it, that's the floor. What are you playing at? I'll tell you. The moment he saw the raised fist again, fearing he would end up like the small pit beside his head, Li Zhu hastily acquiesced. Humph. I already know without your input. Chen Fan suddenly began to rummage through the inner pocket of Fat Pig Li's suit. Moments before, Fat Pig Li had discreetly taken an object from Chen Fan's bag and stealthily concealed it in his inner pocket. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Fan had inadvertently witnessed this act. Just seconds later, a dazzling and resplendent diamond ring appeared in Chen Fan's hand. Ah, my ring. Oh my goodness. It truly is the very ring I lost. Chen Fan aghast in astonishment, covering her mouth as she gazed in disbelief at the diamond ring in Chen Fan's hand. There was no doubt that it was indeed her own ring. However, how could it possibly have ended up in her husband's possession? Could it be? The thoughts of the onlookers mirrored Chen Fan's own, casting skeptical glances at the portly Li. Could it be that they were truly guilty of falsely accusing this young girl? Chen Wei gazed at the familiar figure, her eyes brimming with astonishment. It was him again. Remarkably, it was indeed him. The last time, he had rescued her and her mother from a group of ruffians, and now he had once more stepped forward to extricate her from peril. Why? Why must it be you again? Her beautiful eyes sparkled with a myriad of emotions, and her gaze towards Chen Fan transformed. He was the boy who frequently visited her family's Baozi shop for breakfast. He had already saved her on 2 occasions. Chen Wei has always been a staunch materialist. Her knowledge and insights have consistently led her to believe that everything in the world is tangible and that notions such as predestined fate or the mystical concept of destined encounters are mere illusions. Yet, in this moment, she finds herself wavering, gazing at the boy before her, who is grinning at her with an innocent smile. She is struck by the purity of his expression and the clarity of his eyes. Chen Wei acknowledged her downfall, much like the scenes depicted in numerous television dramas. Many scoff at the notion of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress, dismissing it as naive or foolish. However, have you ever encountered despair? Have you endured the harrowing experience of being vilified, with everyone questioning, accusing, and maligning you? It is in those moments when you are engulfed in profound hopelessness, when the weight of the world bears down upon you, and you teeter on the brink of an abyss. Suddenly, an individual emerges, extending a steadfast arm to gradually pull you from the depths, rekindling your faith in this world. At that juncture, how can one not lean upon the boy who shields you from the storm? Without despair, there can be no hope. It is only when you descend to the lowest depths that you truly comprehend what you need most. Chen Wei understood this truth, gazing at the boy opposite her, who was grinning foolishly. With a radiant smile, she finally unveiled her unparalleled beauty after enduring a profound sense of grievance and reaching the peak of her fury. In this life and the next, my joy, my laughter, my anger and sorrow belong solely to you. The onlookers were utterly captivated by her blooming smile, akin to a magnificent flower unfurling, enchanting all who beheld it. Chen Fan, you have arrived. Chen Wei's voice trembled with anxiety, betraying the turmoil within her heart. Countless words lingered on the tip of her tongue, yet remained unspoken. The senior is aware of my name? Chen Fan gazed at his senior with a hint of surprise, for he believed he had never exchanged a word with her. Fool! How could I possibly overlook you after our last encounter? You truly are daft. How am I to respond to this? A playful yet teasing glance was cast into Chen Fan's eyes. However, Chen Fan was not easily swayed. He sensed an unusual depth in her demeanor. I haven't even had the chance to express my gratitude for the last incident, and now you have come to my rescue once again. Chen Wei's captivating eyes were firmly fixed on Chen Fan, yet she shyly lowered her adorable little head, unable to meet his gaze. Oh, last time? It's nothing. It's all in the past, Chen Fan remarked nonchalantly, ruffling his hair and offering a broad smile. He then shifted his attention to the plump figure of Li, who was seated on the ground, incessantly questioning Chen Fan. This audacious swine was truly outrageous, brazenly accusing others while daring to harbor fantasies about his senior. Chen Fan gritted his teeth and spoke with fervor. However, before he could finish his sentence, a deep sigh of regret escaped his lips. Chen Wei was filled with curiosity about what had transpired. She felt a twinge of regret, pondering why she had chosen to strike the ground instead of landing that punch squarely on the pig-headed fellow. How delightful that would have been, as she observed Chen Fan, who was sighing heavily and expressing his remorse in an adorable manner. She could not help but burst into laughter. Her laughter was joyous and beautiful, captivating enough to leave Chen Fan utterly mesmerized. However, amidst this moment of levity, a harsh voice interrupted Chen Wei's mirth. Oh, come on, don't ask. Chen Fan turned around, seeking the source of such a foul-mouthed interruption, and found the defiant figure of the portly Li standing behind a pillar. How dare you still speak? How dare you insult me? Is it that I am unable to wield a knife, or have you become too arrogant? Chen Fan retorted. You pig. Try insulting me one more time. Li replied, if you can manage to put down that brick in your hand, I will certainly oblige. It's merely a brick, and I can still beat you without it. With that, Chen Fan tossed the brick aside, clenched his right fist, and presented it defiantly before the rotund Li. Speak now. If you retract your fist, I will certainly speak. Do you think I will always be at your beck and call? With a resounding thud, Li was sent crashing into the pillar once more, which was on the verge of shattering under the strain of the ongoing altercation. The pillar seemed to yearn to retaliate against the insufferable man beside it. You pig. I never would have guessed you could take such a beating. Perhaps your layers of fat cushioned the blows. Chen Fan shook his hand, feeling somewhat dissatisfied after the bout. For once his fist extended, it was as if it were ensnared by a layer of grease, rendering his strikes utterly feeble. Bang. Speak quickly. Why do you falsely accuse my senior? He proclaimed, pressing his foot firmly against the hefty figure's chest, feigning ferocity as he threatened. Youngster, let me enlighten you. There exist individuals in this world whom you could never provoke in your lifetime. Do you understand? Do not be deceived by my current position beneath your foot. Who knows? Perhaps shortly you will find yourself kneeling before me, begging for mercy. Do you believe that? Humph. The hefty figure emitted a muffled grunt, his eyes widening in shock as the pressure of Chen Fan's foot intensified, pushing him to his limits. Humph. Come on, continue speaking. Tell me how you plan to have me beneath your foot. He taunted. Oh, my apologies. I surmise you might be at a loss for words now. With a gentle pat on the greasy visage of the hefty figure, he continued, yet you can hardly articulate. So why the arrogance? The melodic sound of clinking coins echoed, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence as they beheld Chen Fan's hand brimming with gold coins. Such brilliance, such a delightful sound. Meanwhile, the store manager, Lu Neng, who had been observing with a detached demeanor, could no longer contain himself. He rushed over to inspect the coins, causing Chen Fan to hastily withdraw them in alarm. Are you attempting to rob me? Do you believe I... Brother. Young brother. Who are you calling young brother? Get away. Scram. Chen Fan dismissively waved off the store manager, Lu Neng. He regarded Lu Neng with a keen understanding. The struggle and determination flickering in Lu Neng's eyes did not escape Chen Fan's notice. Such a person, who, aware of his wrongdoing, would nonetheless resort to underhanded tactics for his own advancement, evoked not a shred of favor from Chen Fan. What a piece of gold. How exquisite. Oh my. Is this truly gold? Ascent gold, typically a dull yellow? Why does it shine so brilliantly? A stunning young woman incessantly nudged her bewildered husband standing beside her. Instantly, the entire jewelry store erupted into a frenzy, akin to ants on a hot skillet, as everyone yearned to approach and scrutinize the extraordinary gold that radiated such dazzling brilliance. However, recalling Lu Neng's previous actions and the boy's formidable fists, they hesitated to advance. Though their bodies were restrained, spirited discussions filled the air. The atmosphere in the jewelry store was lively and animated. Ahem, everyone, please quiet down, quiet down. Chen Fan abruptly halted the clamor of the crowd. And as their gazes converged upon him, he began to speak slowly. Behold, what is this? Goodness, it is gold. Who among you is unaware of that? Ah, indeed. It is gold, but have you ever encountered gold so brilliantly radiant? Chen Fan smirked disdainfully, looking down upon the crowd. Never seen this. Never even heard of it. Could this possibly be a mere imitation? Nonsense. Can an imitation shine so brilliantly? It's laughable. If you are ignorant, refrain from making baseless claims. This is evidently a naturally occurring phenomenon. The crowd erupted into a cacophony of voices, each contributing their thoughts. Silence. Chen Fan's voice, laced with anger, instantly hushed the gathering. All this gold belongs to me. Moreover, the lady you so carelessly slandered is a third-year student from Dongshu University and my senior. Let me ask you this. With all this gold in my possession, would my senior stoop to stealing a mere diamond ring? I believe anyone with a modicum of sense would comprehend this. In that moment, without Chen Fan's intervention, the crowd fell silent, as if even a falling needle would be heard. Indeed, how could a wealthy junior like him resort to theft? If I had such a gold coin, I wouldn't even glance at a trivial diamond ring. Exactly. What a joke. This girl is a student at Dongshu University. Would she risk her future for a tiny diamond ring? The earlier suspect, the overweight man, suddenly seemed more dubious, possibly the very thief crying out against theft. In no time, the tide turned, with all eyes now fixated on Fat Pigly and Chen Fei. Overwhelmed with anger and humiliation from her husband's betrayal, Chen Fei could hardly contain her fury, striking Fat Pigly's face before storming off. Faced with the disdainful gazes of the crowd, Li Zhu felt increasingly uncomfortable and departed in disgrace. Yet, as he exited, Chen Fan remained oblivious to the venomous glare directed his way. Chen Fan, where are you going? Chen Wei softly inquired, her head bowed, glancing at the boy beside her. After the two had left, Chen Fan completed his resignation paperwork and took his leave. Exchanging no further words, there was little left to say. Meanwhile, the shop owner, Lu Neng, persistently sought Chen Fan's favor, begging him to sell his gold coins in the store. A cold laugh escaped Chen Fan's lips, extinguishing Lu Neng's hopes. As the two departed with a flourish, Lu Neng was left alone, deep in thought, contemplating the morally questionable choices he had made for the sake of his future. He had believed himself to be in the right, only to realize that something better had always been within reach, yet he failed to seize the opportunity for short-term gain. The waitress, Leah, quietly observed Chen Fan's not particularly tall but commanding figure, sinking into her own reminiscences. In contrast, at a different gold shop, Chen Fan received an entirely different treatment. The owner practically revered him, nearly offering him a royal welcome. Ah, time to head back to the dorm, Chen Fan mused. Although the funds were in his bank account, he had witnessed an astronomical sum being directly credited to his balance. The sensation was utterly exhilarating. Back to the dorm? Oh, you blockhead. Truly a blockhead. Chen Wei suddenly became hesitant, as if she were grappling with an internal dilemma. Huh? What? What is the matter? Chen Fan inquired with curiosity. Oh, it's nothing, really. It's just that my mother suggested I invite you over for a meal. Meeting the parents? So soon. Still lost in his reverie, Chen Fan barely paid attention, only catching the gist of her words. His immediate response was, what? Meeting the parents already? Is it really that soon? Chen Fan, what are you talking about? It's merely a gesture of gratitude for what happened last time, just a simple home-cooked meal. Chen Fan found himself in an utterly embarrassing predicament. The situation had escalated to a level of sheer disgrace. Amidst the chaos, he blurted out words without thinking, oblivious to the fact that Chen Wei's delicate face had flushed a deep crimson, her eyes betraying a hint of shyness. Suddenly, the shrill ring of his phone pierced the air. It was Lin Feng calling. Hello? I'm at the school gate. You have 2 seconds to tell me what you want to eat, or I'm going in. Wait. I want to eat. I want to eat what? I want to eat your sister. Hurry to the Piltover Internet CAF. That gang from Class 3 is challenging us again. What? Hurry up. We've already lost 1 round. And this time they VE brought in a master player. The enemy's firepower is overwhelming. We can't hold on much longer. So it turns out my friends are merely fire extinguishers now. Damn it. Tell Xiao Fan to hurry. This is infuriating. Zhao Tian's anxious voice echoed through the receiver, indicating that they were indeed in dire straits. After hanging up, Chen Fan promptly bid farewell to Chen Wei, who, upon hearing the news, insisted on accompanying him. Little Lin isn't here today. No one knows where he went. After exchanging greetings with Sister Ming, Chen Fan proceeded towards the battleground. However, before he could reach the front, he spotted a handsome boy, his face radiant with the joy of victory, casting a disdainful glance at his opponents. Chen Fan was certain that he had never encountered this person before. He must be a master summoned by the 3rd class. At that moment, the boy across from him seemed to have noticed Chen Fan approaching. With a smile, he suddenly raised his middle finger and waved it at Chen Fan. Chen Fan, are you truly this arrogant? Hey, slap. As Chen Fan approached, he landed a sharp slap on the boy's head. Damn, why did you hit me? Chen Fan retorted, let me tell you, if you dare come at me today, I will make you weep. Slap. Dare to hit me again and see what happens? Is that a challenge I hear? Slap. The young man must have mistaken me for someone else. Let me remind you, one should not be overly presumptuous. Nor should one casually display a middle finger at others. Otherwise, slap. Another sharp slap to the head. Chen Fan feigned ferocity as he spoke to Himi, and then he departed. Chen Wei quietly observed Chen Fan's pretentious display, refraining from exposing him, merely suppressing her laughter with her hand. Meanwhile, Himi, seated and dazed from the slap, saw stars and could not shake the admonition that one should not be too arrogant. Oh, it turned out he had mistaken the identity. This was not that Chen Fan from Class 1, but who, in fact, was being so ostentatious. Is it customary to launch an attack without so much as a courteous exchange? This was hardly the expected protocol. However, half a minute later, as the match commenced, Himi's expression darkened upon noticing Chen Fan seated opposite him, alongside whispers from his companions. Xiao Fan, you're still playing top lane, right? Which champion do you want? I'll secure it for you. Lin Feng declared, as he was the first pick, while Chen Fan was the linchpin of the team. It was only natural to assist him in acquiring a formidable champion. No need. I'll play support this time. What? Surely not. What use is a support? If you play support, we'll definitely be at a disadvantage. We're counting on you to turn the tide, Xiao Fan. Lin Dong suddenly shouted. In the previous game, Lin Dong had played top lane, only to be toyed with by Himi's top champion, Qiang Gangying, resulting in their AD being overwhelmed in mere moments. Even with Zhao Tianlu's ultimate ability proving futile. It's fine, support isn't as weak as you think. Xiao Chang, you play bot lane. And I'll assist Xiao Tian in mid lane. Remember, focus on farming. It's acceptable to lose the lane, but we must secure victory in team fights. Alright, then I'll pick. With that, he selected the top champion, the lava beast, Malphite. Lin Feng assisted Lin Dong in claiming the stone golem. However, upon witnessing this, Chen Fan furrowed his brow. It was premature to choose a top laner at this stage. Champions like stone golem are typically not prioritized by the opposing team early on. And that master top laner was undoubtedly inclined to select a warrior-type carry champion. Choosing a stone golem, which may appear straightforward, actually relies heavily on the player's skill and awareness, yet Lin Dong. Chen Fan felt that he was already at a disadvantage from the very beginning of the selection process. Zhao Tian on the second floor, having transitioned from support to mid lane, opted for the enchanting champion Lulu. Indeed, Lulu is a remarkably versatile hero. She can fulfill the roles of a support, a mid laner, and even a top laner. Although her effectiveness as a jungler is somewhat lacking, once the first two picks were made, it was the opposing team's turn to select their champions. Suddenly, the announcement came, Nar, the missing tooth, had been chosen. A wave of unease washed over Chen Fan. The enemy team had selected Nar, a champion known for his long reach. As a Yordle, Nar possesses a diminutive stature that belies his true capabilities. However, there exists a timeless adage within the league. One must never trust a Noxian's health bar, nor underestimate a Yordle's seemingly insignificant appearance. When you presume victory and regard this little creature with disdain, you are committing a grave and potentially fatal error. Nar, in his amiable form, appears irresistibly adorable. His large eyes gazing at you with an innocent charm, creating an illusion of vulnerability. Yet, when you dare to provoke this seemingly harmless Yordle, he can suddenly transform, unleashing a wrath that can thrust you into the abyss of defeat. At that moment, the folly of your underestimation will become painfully evident. Nar becomes a relentless target, akin to a father overpowering a son, especially when facing champions like the Stone Golem, who either stand and take the hits or attempt to flee. Even a level 6 Stone Golem stands no chance against Nar in his colossal form, akin to a grandfather dominating a grandson. Following this, the opposing team selected Lee Sin, the blind monk, indicating that the lessons from their previous encounter had not sufficiently resonated with them. The team compositions were finalized. Our top laner was the Stone Golem, with the jungler being Nocturne and mid lane occupied by Lulu. The AD carry, Wang Chong, chose the flamboyant Ezreal. As for Chen Fan, he selected the familiar Thresh, the Chain Warden, whose skills he had been honing over the past few days. The opposing lineup consisted of Nar in the top lane, Lee Sin as the jungler, although Chen Fan perceived him merely as a blind man in the truest sense, Orianna in mid lane, and Jin as the AD carry, supported by Karma, the Enlightened One. The enemy Espo potential appeared formidable. Chen Fan scrutinized the opposing lineup, feeling an undeniable sense of urgency. This was truly a critical moment, as it was already the second life and death match. According to Lin Feng, there were even bets placed, which complicated matters further. Come on, Chen Fan. Suddenly, a sweet voice floated from behind him. Oh my, isn't that the campus bell, Senior Chen Wei? Lin Dong gasped in disbelief, as it seemed that the senior had just called out Chen Fan's name. How could this be? Not again. Wang Chong pondered, confused. Just yesterday, it was Ran Xian and Lang Xuaning, and now it appeared that all the beautiful seniors were gravitating towards him. Why would a senior cheer for Chen Fan? Lin Feng was equally baffled. They hailed from the same dormitory, so why did Chen Fan attract the admiration of several campus beauties? Was academic excellence no longer valued? Did the campus belles prefer a delicate-looking boy like Chen Fan instead? Meanwhile, Zhao Tian gazed helplessly at the beautiful senior who continually cheered for Chen Fan. Just this morning, he had received instructions from his girlfriend, Shen Ling, to subtly remind Long Xuanning of her presence. Yet, witnessing this seemingly surreal scene, Zhao Tian could only manage a wry smile. How had Chen Fan's charm with women surged so suddenly? It was more ferocious than his own. After assisting with the jungle and completing the red buff, Thresh and Ezreal proceeded to the lane. Chen Fan was acutely aware that his synergy with Thresh and Ezreal was far from ideal. Ezreal, with his emphasis on harassment and rapid development, becomes particularly formidable in the mid-game due to his swift itemization. However, Thresh's approach diverges significantly. He relies on establishing an early advantage and snowballing that momentum to secure victory. Yet, this strategy hinges entirely on having a strong AD carry. As for Ezreal, he could only do his utmost. Chen Fan held little hope for his lane, merely aiming to stabilize his development and seek advantages during team fights. Ding! With 3 bullets fired, only one enhanced critical shot remained for the marksman Jin. His revolver spinning incessantly, bullets poised for release. Easy, lurking behind Thresh, cautiously utilized his Q skill, only daring to approach when minions were low on health. Thus, Thresh, aligned with the minions, naturally became Jin's primary target. Humph! Chen Fan, today I shall avenge my previous defeat. As Jin approached Thresh, gun spinning, he aimed to unleash his final enhanced bullet upon the detestable Thresh. But would Chen Fan allow it? Pretending to be frightened, Thresh stepped back, with the furious Tian Su hot on his heels. Haha, Your mother wouldn't even recognize you now. Slap. Just as Thresh retreated desperately, he suddenly turned around, revealing a mocking grin at Jin. Death sentence. The chains of hell snared Jin from maximum distance, rendered immobile. Jin was struck by a mystic shot from a distance by Easy, followed by a basic attack. His health plummeted dramatically. Jin, disheveled and fleeing, dashed back behind his minions, too intimidated to advance, while an enraged Tian Su began to berate his support. Damn it! You see me getting hit, and you don't come to help? Can't you at least shield me? Support Karma wished she could firmly press Tian Su's head against her keyboard, urging him to open his eyes and see if she had a shield. Damn it! You're the one who made me level Q first to finish the blue buff. Now you're the one blaming me for not shielding. Support Karma glared at her AD, her frustration boiling within. Chen Fan, good hook. Hee. After the lesson learned at level 1, the bot lane began to develop peacefully. However, when both champions reached level 4, Thresh, while placing a ward, stumbled upon an unwelcome guest, limping along with a bald head, blindfolded. Indeed, it was the blind monk, clearly here to gank, and already at level 5. Yet, what could a level 5 blind monk accomplish? Chen Fan mused that if he were playing Lee Sin, he would certainly wait until level 6 before attempting a gank. Unless he had a red buff, he could at least slow his prey. The unencumbered blind monk boldly approached, even without a control ward, directly stepping into his own vision. It was right at the upper left corner of the bot lane's tri-brush. Hee. A normal player would immediately warn their AD to retreat, but Chen Fan did not. Understanding the blind monk's intentions, Chen Fan's excitement surged. This was not a gank. It was an opportunity for free gold. Just moments ago, he lamented the peaceful development in the bot lane, lacking any means to establish an advantage, and now fortune smiled upon him. Xiao Chang. Last hit minions. Move forward. Wang Chang. What? Can't you see the enemy blind monk is right there? You want me to approach and farm? Although he understood Chen Fan's intent to lure the enemy, he had witnessed supports and junglers baiting before. Yet never had he seen an AD willingly expose themselves to create openings. Recalling Chen Fan's typical gaming antics, Wang Chang firmly believed Chen Fan was attempting to sell him out for a kill. What a foolish idea, utterly ridiculous. Why don't you go in yourself? I'm not qualified. The blind monk wouldn't bother with me. Fine, I'll go. Watching Easy, oblivious and inching closer to farm, the blind monk, hidden beneath the brush, revealed a cruel smirk. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Haha, the two fools opposite clearly didn't even know to ward. The blind monk shouted joyfully. If Chen Fan had heard this, he would surely scoff in disbelief. We don't ward, and we're fools? But you, without a control ward or a true sight, aren't you even more foolish? Moreover, isn't there a fool standing in vision, thinking he is undetected? Charge. Let us crush them in a pincer attack. Jin shouted wildly. Humph. After being so brutally defeated last time, leaving him unable to lift his head before his classmates today, he would ensure their demise. If violence does not serve to kill, then it is utterly meaningless. Suddenly, a blind man adorned with a red scarf barged in, appearing behind Thresh and Easy. However, Chen Fan underestimated this blind monk, failing to immediately unleash his Q skill, instead approaching slowly, coincidentally encountering Thresh and Easy, who were retreating. Thunderbreak. Shatter and crush. Instantly, both were slowed. Whoosh. The slowed Thresh suddenly flashed out of the enemy's encirclement. Damn it. Chen Fan. If you don't save me, I swear I'll curse you to oblivion. Easy, under Chen Fan's orders to avoid using his arcane shift, found himself ensnared by Karma's unwavering chains. In mere moments, he would be trapped, succumbing to Jin's deadly flourish. At which point Wang Chang would no longer need to struggle, his hands could leave the keyboard. Sonic wave. A white pulse of light shot from the blind monk's hand, striking Easy, who had nowhere to escape. That little blonde is doomed. Humph. You were fortunate to escape, Jin coldly remarked, glancing at Thresh, who had returned beneath the tower. The blind monk bellowed again, triggering the resonating strike, aiming to kick Easy and claim his life. But, resonating strike. No response. Resonating strike? Still no response. Why couldn't he leap? What the hell? Is it bugged? The bewildered blind monk turned to look back, but this glance proved alarming. A long green chain had already ensnared his waist. He felt as if a struggle would tear him apart. Meanwhile, Thresh threw a ghostly green lantern toward Easy while simultaneously pulling the blind monk's body. Then, under the bemused gazes of the opposing team, Easy stepped onto the lantern, enveloped in a green shield, and flew back to his tower. Simultaneously, Thresh, having initiated death sentence, lunged toward the blind monk, drawing him back and into the turret's attack range. Whoosh. Mystic shot, basic attack, followed by a reinforced attack from W. Heal. I'm going to die. Heal me. Yet, the blind monk, ignited, barely managed a few steps before being incinerated, the ignite having his healing. This gank ended in failure for the enemy, with the blind monk perishing in the bot lane, even wasting a healing spell from the enemy AD, Chen. Yet. I knew it. Chen Fan, do you dare to be any more shameless? Selling out your teammates is one thing, but stealing their kills too. Chen Fan remarked, do you believe it was my igniting move that set everything in motion? Meanwhile, the opponent, blinded by rage, was seething. How could he have perished? The very kill was claimed by that same individual. The duo in the bottom lane remained silent, for they had scarcely contributed anything throughout the match, having squandered their healing resources. The jubilant Thresh, who had secured the kill, gleefully upgraded his equipment, watching his gold coins incrementally filled his coffers, his heart swelling with satisfaction. The intensity of the skirmishes escalated. In the blink of an eye, they reached level 6, and a glimmer of determination shone in Chen Fan's eyes. It was time to initiate a decisive play. Rest assured, I shall lead the charge this time. You can simply follow behind and reap the rewards. Chen Fan looked at Wang Chong, who stubbornly refused to sell, in silent resignation. Meanwhile, Chen Fan remained vigilant. At the moment when the opposing AD Jin had expended his last bullet, he swiftly flashed forward. With a swift motion, the Doomsday Pendulum was unleashed. As the hellish chains of Thresh struck back, pulling Jin toward himself and applying a slow effect. Boom. The ominous sound from the depths of hell resonated as the ghostly prison rose, causing Jin, who was desperately retreating, to lose half of his health. At that moment, Karma, who was frantically casting spells at Thresh, timely granted Jin a protective shield and provided a burst of speed. Counterattack. Eliminate that Thresh. The two had already devised a strategy to counter Thresh's move. Otherwise, how could Jin have been so reluctant to use his flash? Huh. Did you think I intended to eliminate you? A hint of mockery flickered across Thresh's cold, unfeeling visage. The long-awaited death sentence was suddenly cast, directed squarely at Jin. Huh. Did you think I was unaware of your intentions? What a jest. Ding. A flash of yellow light erupted around Jin's body, yet, as Jin sidestepped to the right, he found himself utterly bewildered. The opposing support Karma was equally perplexed. What the hell? Huh. For Thresh did not choose to hook the Jin, who was safely under the tower, but instead ensnared the constantly attacking support, Karma. Believing herself safe from becoming a target, Karma had remained static, never moving from her position. Even closer to Thresh than the tower, a sudden change of direction in the hook. Chen Fan executed a maneuver known as the Hook of Deception. As everyone knows, Thresh must face his target when casting the hook. However, there exists a skill range during this process, when the opposing AD assumed he was the target. Chen Fan swiftly redirected his aim, catching the unsuspecting support off guard. As for the opposing AD, Jin's flash, Chen Fan admitted he did not anticipate such timidity, considering it a pleasant surprise. Tremble like a fish. Thresh icy form propelled towards the immobile Karma after triggering his skill, delivering a fate pendulum to apply a slow effect. At that moment, Easy, who had been waiting for Thresh to act, finally made his move. This was purely a display of skill. The dashing little blonde rushed in, unleashing Mystic Shot, Arcane Shift, followed by Essence Flux on Karma, landing a basic attack. Duong. Without a shield, Karma quickly found herself in dire straits, while Jean, who had been under the tower with no ammunition, could only haphazardly cast skills without inflicting any substantial damage on the duo. With Ignite already activated on Thresh, he hesitated not for a moment. And with Chen Fan's swift hands, the Karma, having just used Flash, immediately saw a burning time bomb hovering above her head. Quick, heal me. I'm dying. Hearing this somewhat familiar plea, Jean hesitated briefly. However, in that instant, a precise shot sliced through the sky, traversing the entire Summoner's Rift, gently grazing Karma's frail form and her dwindling health. Jean stared blankly at the familiar scene. Damn. My healing. What a waste. Just moments later, Jean recalled how he had panically flashed away from Thresh's intimidating presence, and his expression darkened in dismay. This was not merely a suppression of skill. It was a crushing blow to his intelligence. The demise of the support Karma directly dictated the remaining health of the opposing bottom tower. With only Jean left and without Flash, he watched Thresh gradually regain health from consuming potions, even standing beneath the tower, too fearful to approach the minions. The threat posed by Thresh was simply overwhelming. As they feasted on the gold provided by the plating, Chen Fan also secured an assist. Upon returning home, he had fully equipped his Eye of Lizard, brought 2 control wards, and donned a pair of boots, setting Thresh back on the path of slaughtering the opposition. Easy had already acquired the Blade of the Ruined King and the Iceborne Gauntlet. His equipment was nothing short of luxurious. A mystic shot struck the opposing marksman Jane, effortlessly inflicting significant damage, even with Karma's shield still active. Wow, how can Easy deal such damage? Is he cheating? How did his economy grow so rapidly? Jean gazed in disbelief at Easy's inventory. What the hell? I struggled and toiled, just barely managing to procure a serrated dagger and a Caulfield's warhammer. And yet I see Easy flaunting the Blade of the Ruined King, Iceborne Gauntlet, and the Lich Bane. Although the Blade of the Ruined King isn't expensive, our attack power is nearly comparable, but that is still a significant item. Moreover, is Easy's damage calculated by attack? Just the Lich Bane alone is enough to send me to my doom. Why is this happening so quickly? Jean mumbled to himself, constantly doubting whether the enemy was cheating. Karma? Cheating. My foot. Look at you, moving like a fool, with no positioning at all, while Easy can hit you with his eyes closed. Not to mention Thresh's hook. Open your eyes and see what runes Easy is using. Sudden impact? You've just gifted him 700 or 800 gold on a silver platter, trembling like a dog, oblivious to how many plating layers are left on your tower. Meanwhile, he is swimming in riches. Is there anything strange about his equipment? Look at the runes he possesses, then glance at the plating on the defensive tower behind you. If you're scared, just let me handle the AD while you stand by and watch. Humph, calling him a cheater when you're the one playing like a bot. Jean, also known as Su, wore a sullen expression as he quietly farmed minions. He had initially been startled by Easy's damage, hence his lack of attention. However, after receiving a thorough reprimand from his support, he began to comprehend the situation. Gradually calming his mindset, he focused intently on farming. It must be said that despite Su's lack of character, his fundamental skills in League were commendable, as he was attentive to his positioning. By concentrating on farming, he quickly surpassed Easy in minion kills, with his economy steadily catching up, albeit still a considerable distance behind, yet progressing in a positive direction. Chen Fan, go place a ward. Damn, why don't you go? My ward has a skin. Well, mine does too. Huh? What skin? Did you draw it? No. It was a gift from the system. Season reward? Yes. Use Silver Scrub. Just tell me if you're going or not. If you give me the cannon minion, I'll go. Heh. My Ferrari cannot be casually lent to just anyone. Snap. With his passive, Thresh effortlessly secured 90 gold. Chen Fan, you truly are a despicable person. Haha, thanks for the compliment. However, once I receive payment, I must fulfill my duties. Thresh leisurely placed false wards in the Tribrush and the enemy river brush. Suddenly, a cacophony of miss erupted from the top lane. Top lane missing, Nar is gone and not at the tower. Be cautious in mid and bot. Lin Dong's anxious voice echoed as he was unable to push the minion wave against Nar, who had been continuously harassing him under the tower. I see him. Nar is fighting the crab. Damn, that crab has some serious footwork. Lin Feng's voice came from the jungle, revealing that he had spotted Nar demonstrating impressive movement against the river crab. Perhaps this crab was a relative of the one from the first district, or even a direct descendant. However, Lin Feng noticed something unusual, but did not share it with his teammates. He observed that Nar was not using any skills and was solely relying on basic attacks against the crab. Even as the crab danced around, Nar remained unfazed, persistently attacking without annoyance. Meanwhile, the mid lane also called miss. The opposing Oriana was missing. She must have just left. I suspect she is heading towards bot. Chen Fan. Xiao Chang, be careful. Zhao Tian had no intention of coming to assist, as he was being thoroughly suppressed by Oriana, leading to a dire economic situation. Although Lulu was versatile, the disparity in skill was akin to an insurmountable mountain, compounded by his support role, making him ill-suited for this one-on-one confrontation. Thus he felt extremely uncomfortable and needed to capitalize on Oriana's absence to farm effectively. The bottom duo, having received the miss alerts from both top and mid, turned and fled without looking back, retreating under the tower in disgrace. Chen Fan was certain that the adversaries before him were undoubtedly targeting him and his companion. Setting aside the previous encounter where they had suffered greatly, it was evident that the recent 2 waves would not afford the opposing team any opportunity to allow Ezreal to thrive. Otherwise, with the advantage of a red buff in the mid-game, Ezreal would undoubtedly become a formidable force, a veritable father to them, with approximately 40 cooldown reduction. Once the transformation from the Magic Trinity to the Magic Blade was completed, it would be insurmountable for the opposition. Thus, The two of them were in peril, facing at least a 4-on-2 situation. Just as Chen Fan contemplated this, the enemy Karma astonishingly relinquished her opportunity to enhance her Q for damage, opting instead to clear the minions. Subsequently, the Reaper of Fate executed a deft maneuver that wiped out the entire wave, forcing the minion line swiftly to the tower. Indeed, Chen Fan yearned to escape with ease, but Wang Chong detained him, gesturing toward their recently acquired summoner skills. Should they flee, the enemy would swiftly claim the first blood turret, followed closely by the crucial dragon, and then the Rift Herald, pressuring the mid-lane tower. Most importantly, with the clock striking 15 minutes, any disadvantage would spell disaster when the Baron spawns at 20 minutes. Would they engage or retreat? Moreover, Chen Fan was hardly intimidated by their ineptitude. With fervor igniting their spirits, Chen Fan and Wang Chang stood resolutely beneath the tower, silently clearing the minion wave. The scene was reminiscent of the melancholic verse, "The wind whispers cold by the river, a valiant warrior departs, never to return." Easy was akin to Jing Ke, advancing toward the tyrant Sheen, while Chen Fan resembled Gao Jianli, strumming a lute, gazing at a departing friend. What a tragic spectacle it was. Suddenly, a crimson whirlwind erupted from the brush behind them, revealing a Nar who had teleported in, leaving Chen Fan bewildered as to when the vision had been placed. If it were merely the usual adorable Nar, it would be one thing. However, the beast, brimming with rage and on the brink of rampage, was not what Chen Fan wished to encounter. "Nar has arrived. Xiao Chong, clear the minions," cried their support, Karma, as she advanced toward them. Nar Jin, and Karma herself became enveloped in a thick, green shield imbued with acceleration, swirling wildly around their forms. The enemy was already at the turret. Karma's binding chains had ensnared Easy, who was now absorbing turret damage while being gradually cornered. Chen Fan was entirely oblivious to the presence of others, disregarding the ongoing assault by Karma on the tower. His flash was ready, and he surmised that the opposing team was in a similar position. He speculated that Karma would either use her flash to escape just before her health dwindled or was merely sacrificing herself to evade Karma's binding chains. Ezreal would undoubtedly employ his mobility skill, and at that moment, it was unnecessary to ponder. The opposing AD, Jin, would surely anticipate Ezreal's landing position with his deadly flourish. If Ezreal dared to use his flash to flee, his rage would be at its zenith, and the monstrous Nar, equipped with 2 segments of mobility in his E-skill, would deliver a devastating strike, pushing both himself and Ezreal against the wall before securing the kill. The unfolding events indeed mirrored Chen Fan's expectations. To avoid being ensnared, Ezreal promptly utilized Arcane Shift, effortlessly breaking free from Karma's grasp. It must be said that capturing an ADC like Ezreal, who possessed dual mobility, rarely piqued the interest of most players unless victory was assured. The opposing team had gathered 4 members, while the whereabouts of the Clockwork Champion were unknown. Her arrival was inevitable. It was likely they were waiting for Nar to engage before sweeping in for the kill. As Ezreal evaded the chains, a flash of yellow light appeared on Karma's form. Reduced to a sliver of health from the turret's onslaught, support Karma had fulfilled her role, leaving the remainder to her teammates. A smirk of triumph crossed Tian Su's face as he readied his gun as Jin, his deadly flourish primed for action. Die. A crimson beam shot forth from Jin's weapon, tracing a long, lethal line aimed squarely at Ezreal's slender frame. In an instant, Ezreal flashed to the side of the tower, evading the attack, which ultimately missed its mark. Nonetheless, the smugness on Tian Su's face remained undiminished. Could it be that I possess a prophetic insight? Is it truly that simple to predict? He thought. Xiao Fan, engage them. Even if we perish, let us take one down with us. Wang Chong bellowed through the headset. At that moment, their teammates arrived en masse, save for the stone golem, who had been thoroughly suppressed. In a bid to avoid falling behind economically, the golem had faced significant losses, but at the very least, the gap could not widen further. With a teleportation to the battlefield, the opposing Nar had precisely chosen this moment to initiate a gank. Ha ha ha, they truly underestimate us. For against 2? The blind monk must be here too. The entire opposing team has mobilized, merely to eliminate us too. Xiao Chong, we must be quite the spectacle. Chen Fan, instead of expressing anger, broke into a hearty laugh. After a resonant chuckle, the brilliance of the keyboard reflected in his eyes, a particular gleam extraordinarily striking. We are not mere playthings for you to mold as you wish. A thunderous roar emerged from the depths of the jungle, the colossal beast, Nar, exuding a crimson hue, with a robust physique and formidable claws glimmering ominously, showcasing the terror of this giant creature. Nar's ability, Hop, allows him to leap to distant spots when in his miniature form, and if he lands upon an enemy, he continues to bounce. When Stomp is used to transform, Nar will persist in his bouncing. Himi, adept at controlling Nar, skillfully timed his moves, maintaining an anger threshold poised on the brink of transformation. Thus, when Easy expended his flash without any means of escape, Himi seized the moment. With a resounding roar that echoed throughout the summoner's rift, the seemingly adorable creature finally unleashed its wrath. Heh, Chen Fan, today you shall meet your demise. The mere thought of Chen Fan's earlier strike sent shivers of exhilaration through Himi. This tremor was not born of fear, but rather the thrill of impending vengeance. Boom. Nar sprang into action, leaping with unrestrained fury toward Thresh, disregarding him entirely, for his true target was the golden-haired, handsome Easy. With a mighty palm strike, he envisioned effortlessly dispatching Easy, confident that Thresh would soon follow. Hold your ultimate, Oriana. Just provide a shield to intimidate. The enemy mid-laner and jungler are almost upon us, and we must prepare for a second wave. With a thunderous shout, Himi transformed Nar into a fearsome beast. Yet, confusion struck him. Why had he not moved? Why did he not leap forward? Had he not already transformed? Thresh C ability, ominously dubbed Flay, proved to be a formidable counter. As the chain swept back, Nar's disdainful gaze met Thresh's, while Chen Fan's eyes sparkled with triumph, fingers dancing over the keyboard with fervor. Nar's anticipated leap was abruptly thwarted. Ensnared within the confines of Thresh's dark passage, his ascent was thwarted, crashing back down like a majestic eagle, poised to take flight but struck down by a slingshot. Left lamenting on the ground, the disparity was staggering. In a surprising turn, Chen Fan chose not to ensnare the nearby Nar, but instead directed his death sentence toward Easy. Is Thresh truly so foolish? Exclaimed a bewildered onlooker. This Thresh was so impressive moments ago. Could it be that he miscalculated? The League enthusiasts observing Chen Fan's stunning maneuver initially believed him a masterful strategist, only to realize he was, in fact, a novice. Is he attempting to hook thin air? Laughter erupted among the spectators as they mocked Chen Fan's apparent blunder. However, just as Tian Su guffawed, a red figure suddenly appeared ensnared by Thresh's hook. The laughter ceased, replaced by disbelief as an overwhelming sense of helplessness washed over him. Had Thresh merely guessed, or was he genuinely this skilled? Tian Su hoped for the former, yet deep down, he recognized that Chen Fan had executed a predictive hook, as if blinding all with brilliance. Chen Fan's seemingly erratic maneuver had even led his allies to suspect a mistake. Yet, reality delivered a resounding slap to the faces of all who had ridiculed him. Himi was left dumbfounded, feeling as though he had been struck, yet instead of anger, he felt elation, leaning in as if inviting another blow. It was commonplace to attempt again after a failed strike, but Thresh had seen through his every intention, bringing him down from midair. I concede your skill. Your speed is remarkable. Yet, how could you possess such awareness? One must understand that in League of Legends, mere speed and skill do not dictate supremacy. The essence lies in awareness. To instantly anticipate his next move and respond accordingly was something Himi, a master himself, could scarcely achieve. Chen Fan. Who is this extraordinary individual? Surely, he deserves a prominent position on the national leaderboard. My goodness, this is truly remarkable. His maneuvers and awareness are absolutely that of a master. Initially perceived as a mere king, it turns out he is indeed a grandmaster. The divine hook needs no explanation. Truly impressive. The Nar is left utterly bewildered, a portrait of confusion, before ultimately succumbing to an explosive demise. Upon initially descending, Nar quickly became the target of the turret due to his passive ability. Subsequently, with a preemptive hook from Chen Fan, Nar found himself immobilized, his health rapidly depleting. Meanwhile, Ezreal maintained his distance while continuously attacking Nar, reducing his health to half in the blink of an eye. After a couple of retreating maneuvers, Chen Fan refrained from launching himself forward, as he had already spotted his teammates. However, a red eye suddenly appeared between him and Ezreal, as a burly figure adorned with a magical orb charged into the fray. It was the enemy jungler, Lee Sin, accompanied by the ominous presence of the clockwork orb. It was evident that a significant assault was imminent. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Fan unleashed his flash, avoiding the pull of the shockwave. Witnessing Lee Sin's entrance, Wang Cheng realized the gravity of the situation and fled in a panic. Yet, without any mobility, he was swiftly drawn back by an immense shockwave. His health plummeted in an instant, but the liberated Ezreal promptly utilized a healing spell, his smile barely fading, only to be violently slammed against the wall by Nar. Wang Chong could only watch helplessly as his immobile Ezreal wore an expression of bitter resignation. Why do you not eliminate Chen Fan, given his despicable nature? Is it because he appears weak and easy to bully? How infuriating. In utter despair, Wang Chang closed his eyes, unable to bear the sight any longer. The blind one was doomed. He had exhausted all his skills. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed through the air as a vast, oppressive darkness descended upon the battlefield. Lin Feng had finally arrived. A shadowy voice floated ethereally, accompanied by an inexplicable force. The nightmare leapt across valleys, forests, and high walls, swiftly reaching the blind one's side. It was truly a sight to behold. The blind one was bewildered. Where was Easy? Had he perished? With Nar tanking the tower, the blind one felt an inexplicable sense of security, akin to someone else taking the blame while he reaped the rewards. An odd sense of comfort enveloped him. However, the ultimate ability of the nightmare was not absolute. The enemy's vision was not entirely obscured, and a minuscule area remained observable. Yet, despair once again filled the blind one's already sightless eyes. Easy, cloaked in a green shield and illuminated by a lantern, soared towards Thresh's side. He must die? Otherwise, their efforts would be in vain. The enemy's mid and jungle had arrived. Escape seemed impossible now. They could only take down one foe to mitigate losses. Remarkably, the blind one managed to land a kick on Easy despite the chaotic visibility. Elated, he thought he might at least secure a kill. Nar had fled, albeit with little health left, likely to encounter the approaching Lulu and meet his demise. Their AD, Jin, had the audacity to flaunt his diamond rank. What good was that in a dire situation? It all relied on one's own performance. Echo Wave. Your hook must still be on cooldown. Let us see how you attempt to catch me this time. The blind monk suddenly surged forward, targeting the nearly depleted Easy, a smile blossoming on his face. This kill was assured. Regardless of their losses, he was certain to profit. Bang! The blind one crashed into an invisible wall, plummeting to the ground. Thresh effortlessly retracted his hook, taunting him. Did he think he could slay in front of me without consulting your squid grandfather? The curse of the bell. Once again, the blind one was struck by this divine skill, face-palming in disbelief. He could only watch as the tower and Easy simultaneously attacked him, his health dwindling rapidly. In no time, the blind one had fallen. Damn, Chen Fan. That he was nothing short of miraculous. Wang Chang was ecstatic, witnessing such extraordinary maneuvers in a match of mediocre skill. Truly impressive. A master indeed. This was a live demonstration on how to utilize Thresh to humiliate opponents. Simply astounding. Even the blind one SQ could be blocked. If only I possessed such skill, I would have long since reached platinum. Platinum? Please, I would have attained diamond. Brother, you've chosen a narrow path. A bloodbath ignited by Chen Fan. Meanwhile, Chen Wei stood quietly behind Chen Fan, her gaze fixed on the boy before her. Upon hearing others praise Chen Fan, a radiant smile graced her face. She chose not to intrude or disrupt, merely observing in silence. Although she didn't fully comprehend the game, she relished the moment, admiring how cool he looked while playing. At this moment, Chen Fan remained oblivious to the girl's sentiments behind him. Engrossed in defeating his opponents, he had no time to ponder Chen Wei's thoughts. Charge. Leave no survivors. Wang Chang, rallying the troops, failed to notice his own dwindling health. Fueled by adrenaline, he dashed from the tower, fixated solely on those nearly defeated foes. Command, attack. Command, noise. A cold, mechanical voice echoed beside him. Easy's life was swiftly claimed, and Wang Chang paid dearly for his recklessness. Jin had retreated, remaining at the tower's edge, seemingly oblivious to the chaos unfolding. Meanwhile, Karma, having completed her task, fled without remorse. She had warned them against venturing to the bottom lane. After all, the nightmare possessed a half-map ultimate, and Lulu was a hero capable of rapid acceleration. Yet, they ignored her as a support, insisting on coming anyway. Nar had to join, yet he barely used any skills and then scampered away like a dog, ultimately being chased by Lulu across the jungle. Were you not a master? Could you not maneuver well? Why not demonstrate your escape skills? Because Lulu pursued Nar. The accelerated clockwork was caught by the nightmare's flash, bewildered at the extreme distance, but she too flashed away, narrowly escaping. The mid and jungle joined forces to assault the bottom lane, a 5-2 scenario, only to be countered by Chen Fan's miraculous turnaround. Thus, the opposing team's mid and jungle fell, countless summoner spells expended, merely to trade for Easy's demise. Meanwhile, the top lane's Malphite flourished, not only destroying the top tower but also single-handedly defeating the Rift Herald, with Lin Feng arriving just in time to claim the Infernal Dragon as well. Had it not been for Easy's death, they might have claimed the bottom tower too. What the hell, Tiansu, are you foolish? What use is your edge observation? While we fought fiercely, were you merely strolling around? Eating snacks? What are you doing? After the team battle, the blind monk was furious. What was that performance? We lost the fight, 5 against 2, only taking down one enemy while squandering a plethora of summoner spells, losing first blood, towers, and the dragon. Fine, we were outmatched. Your skill's superior, we concede. But what was our AD doing? Simply watching us perish? Not using abilities, not helping to tank the tower, and completely oblivious to the need for protection. While we faltered in battle, surely escape was possible. After the chaotic team fight, the rest were left severely injured, either dead or on the brink. Yet Jin remained unscathed, not even a drop of health lost. His blue mana barely diminished. What the hell? Enough. Support, go establish vision. It seems unlikely they will attempt the dragon, but a dragon fight is possible. Himi felt helpless, and to claim he harbored no resentment toward Tian Su would be a lie. Honestly, that team fight was poorly executed, and it could be deemed lacking. Of course, Thresh's precise maneuvers were a pivotal factor. As an AD, one could not tank the tower, and by then, defeat was inevitable. Yet, even Himi felt a lingering discomfort in his heart. However, the explorer Ezreal eliminated our support, Karma. Yet another piece of grim news, Karma, who went to place a ward and scout whether the enemy was engaging the dragon, met her untimely demise in a most bizarre manner. What are you doing? Do you think we are not at enough of a disadvantage? Teemo has gone over to feed as well. Karma, hearing the accusatory voice of the top laner Nar, felt a deep sense of injustice and had nowhere to voice her grievances. It was merely a matter of placing a ward. She thought with her shield and speed boost, she should be able to evade any enemies encountered. Thus, she confidently proceeded to the brush near the dragon pit without a second thought. No one around. After casting her Q ability as a precaution, she noticed no damage effect from her skill, so she felt assured as she stepped inside. Right at that moment, she swiftly placed a fake ward. Time to return. However, glancing back at the dragon, Karma suddenly veered towards the upper left of the canyon, where another brush awaited. Her intentions were noble. By placing more wards, she could provide her team with a buffer against potential dragon steals from the enemy, allowing for several opportunities to counteract their advances. As Karma prepared to retreat after warding, she spotted an explosive fruit and felt compelled to trigger it. Some individuals are quite obsessive, continuously giving themselves psychological cues at the sight of the flora and fruit scattered throughout the canyon. Clicking it. If they don't engage, they'll feel an overwhelming discomfort. Thus, Karma, too, began to feel agitated. I shall click it. A single auto attack landed lightly on the explosive fruit. Boom. With a thunderous sound, Karma was thrown into the air. Yet, she immediately plummeted back down, for at that very instant, a death chain had ensnared her. What was even more disconcerting for Karma was that Thresh was not merely approaching. He was desperately pulling her in. Once, twice. In utter terror, Karma found herself dragged into the dragon pit. Karma, can you believe I was pulled through a wall? Damn it. Having already used her flash in the previous team fight, Karma could only watch helplessly as Thresh and Ezreal beat her to death. She perished in the dragon pit, a true sight ward placed, and the rest of her team could no longer discern the happenings within the dragon pit. They are attacking the dragon. Tian Su had the foresight to switch his yellow trinket for a blue control ward early on. Instantly, Thresh and his companions were revealed before everyone's eyes. Although the initial ward was destroyed, the scene of the enemy converging upon the dragon pit was crystal clear. Hurry. They are engaging the dragon. We must not allow them to secure it, or this match is undoubtedly lost. Himi shouted loudly in the voice channel. As the enemy had already claimed the fire dragon, first blood tower, and the economy gap had widened too significantly. If they also capture the dragon, it would be game over. Yet, just as the trio of the third team approached the upper area of the dragon pit, a figure as solid as a rock appeared. A crimson body, exuding an indomitable and unstoppable force, surged towards the approaching members of the third team like a mighty torrent. Bang! Instantly, all four were sent soaring by the golem's ultimate. Following this, the skies darkened, and the haunting shadows of Nocturne's ultimate descended, striking down upon the AD, Jin, who was still airborne, subjecting him to the damage of Mordekaiser. The Path of Nightmares, coupled with the fearsome damage of the shadows, inflicted a series of auto attacks, culminating in a precise barrage that effortlessly took him down. Equally affected by the precise barrage was the mid laner, Orianna. As Orianna landed, she was utterly astonished. How could the enemy organize a counterattack so swiftly? Just moments ago, they were engaged in the dragon, and then, without warning, they shifted their firepower with such seamless execution. How could this be? Is this really the first team? Such execution, such decisiveness, such resolution. A chill swept over Oriana as dread began to take root in her heart. She feared they would undoubtedly lose this match. The underperforming bot lane stood in stark contrast, and there was no hope for a team fight in the mid-game. Oriana, what are you doing? Your ultimate. Your ultimate. The bewildered Oriana suddenly heard the urgent call from top laner Nar, reminding her that there was still a glimmer of hope for a comeback. That hope lay within her ultimate ability, Command, Shockwave. If she could catch 3 or more enemies with her ultimate, given her relatively well-developed items, a turnaround would surely be possible. Let's do this. The mid laner of the third team positioned his finger over the R key, yet no response came. The orb hovering above his head remained still, devoid of an ultimate or damage. Oriana, damn it, why aren't you casting it? Are you an idiot? What the hell? The furious shouts of her teammates rang in her ears, filled with blame and insults, leaving Oriana startled. Why couldn't she cast it? What was wrong? Was her keyboard malfunctioning? Her mouse? Damn it. My keyboard is broken. What? Pause. The keyboard is broken. Pause. The members of the third team shouted in unison. Equipment issues could drastically affect the outcome of a match, especially for a hero like Oriana, whose ultimate could change the tide of battle. A broken keyboard, unable to unleash her ultimate, is indeed a grave matter. Damn it. Stop the game. Our mid laner's keyboard is broken. Pause the match. No one move. Retreat to safety. This is unfair. Yes, unfair. Rematch. This is a scandal. A scandal. In an instant, the gaming CAF and Piltover erupted into chaos. A cacophony of noise. Damn it. What are you all babbling about? Look clearly before speaking. Oriana, are you blind? Can't you see the chain binding you? You fools. Truly a bunch of fools. The crowd fell silent. The members of the third team were speechless. Oriana? A green figure, resembling a squid face, loomed directly in front of Oriana, who trembled in fear at Thresh, unable to move or utter a word. At that moment, Ezreal suddenly leaped from the dragon pit with a brilliant arcane shift. Only then did the members of the third team realize that the opposing team had heroes who either possessed mobility or could forcibly displace them. Oh no. Initially, they thought they could retreat a few steps after dealing with the Golem and Nocturne, waiting for the enemies in the dragon pit to become unable to inflict damage before countering. However, Ezreal, Thresh, and Teemo were all capable of passing through walls. Thankfully, the opposing carry, Lulu, lacked such a skill. Yet, as Thresh extended his hand and tossed a green lantern into the dragon pit, everyone was left in a state of shock, frozen in place. In an instant, the 5 adversaries gathered, effortlessly slaughtering the 4 members of Class 3. Even the hastily arriving Karmer fell victim to Thresh's lethal hook. Ace. Total annihilation. Moments later, a chilling cry echoed from the Baron pit, revealing that the enemy had successfully slain the Baron. Surrender. With 5 votes in favor, the enemy consented to capitulate. Those wretches from Class 3 have finally conceded. Heh, what of diamonds? What of masters? Before our Xiao Fan, they are but mere novices. Xiao Fan is magnificent. Thresh is magnificent. Roar. The entire internet CAF erupted in jubilation. The humiliation of the previous match transformed into overwhelming triumph. At last, it was our class's turn to revel in glory. Today's challenge match attracted a multitude of spectators, not just from Class 3, but many from Class 1 as well. However, unlike their jubilant counterparts, the members of Class 3 remained silent. Their heads hung low like defeated warriors returning from battle. The cheers around them felt like the whispers of demons, haunting their ears. Though they had lost the match, spirits were not entirely dampened. Victory could be reclaimed. Confidence in their skills remained intact. After all, the enemy Chen Fan was merely playing support. How much impact could a support player truly have? This defeat stemmed from their own underestimation, particularly from the lackluster performance of the duo in the bot lane, compounded by their own dismal 5-against-2 engagement that had undeniably faltered, leading to a deficit in economy and the eventual loss. Yet, the blunder at Baron was undeniably a farcical display on their part. The Oriana had behaved foolishly, failing to notice Thresh's hook. More significant than the defeat was the embarrassment. Just glance at the expressions of their classmates behind them, and it was all too clear. Amidst the cheers of his classmates, Chen Fan silently gazed at his own shoes. They were a pair of shoes unlike any other, radiating with an extraordinary brilliance akin to the brightest star in the night sky. They resembled the morning star heralding dawn, emitting an enticing and dazzling glow. However, the hue of this radiance was somewhat awkward. Golden, or perhaps a shade of golden yellow. Ding. Do you wish to claim the Boots of Swiftness? Claim. Boots of Swiftness, 25 movement speed, 115 movement speed after disengaging from combat. What the heck? What the heck? What the heck? Chen Fan exclaimed in astonishment, his heart racing with turmoil as he uttered 3 exclamations of disbelief. To his utter amazement, he had drawn the coveted 5-speed shoes. What a divine artifact this was! Not only did it grant him extraordinary swiftness, but its dazzling radiance was truly blinding. The shoes were undeniably exceptional, their effects remarkable. However, the brilliant golden hue was far too ostentatious for Chen Fan's modest disposition. He found it utterly overwhelming. Chen Fan, akin to a stealthy thief, quietly picked up his shoes and placed them at his feet. Such dazzling footwear was perhaps better left untouched. The third and decisive match was underway. To start, the opposing team banned the impressive thresh, which Chen Fan had wielded with exceptional skill in the previous game. It seemed this group was genuinely intimidated by his thresh. A prudent choice indeed. The first team did not prioritize securing a strong support for Chen Fan. Instead, they opted for the electric rodent, Kinnan, after the bans. The lineup remained unchanged from the last match. Lin Dong as Kinnan in the top lane, Lin Feng jungling as Lee Sin, and Zhao Tian maintaining the mid lane with Lulu. Meanwhile, the bottom lane also retained their winning combination, with Wang Chen continuing to play as the dashing Ezreal. However, without Thresh, Chen Fan found himself in deep contemplation. After a prolonged moment, he finally confirmed his choice, the Blood Harbor Phantom, Pyke. Pyke was a warrior of tragic fate. Forsaken by his comrades and cast into an abyss surrounded by monstrous creatures, yet he did not succumb to eternal slumber. Years later, the spirit known as the Blood Harbor Phantom roamed the docks, striking names off an endless list. But wait, you seem familiar. On the opposing side, top lane Ohimi selected the duelist, Fiora. Lin Dong frowned upon seeing this. Why did this player favor such oppressive champions? In the face of Kinnan's renowned stun, Lauron's blade would surely counter him effectively. The opposing jungler selected the highly explosive Evelynn, draped in her crimson attire like a shadowy assassin. Encountering her was often the last thing one would see. The mid lane was claimed by the trickster, LeBlanc, a champion that demanded swift reflexes and nimble thinking. LeBlanc's ultimate could reset her previous ability, allowing for an array of inventive plays that often left her opponents bewildered. In the bottom lane, Tiansu chose the executioner, Draven. The brother of Darius, Draven wielded 2 spinning axes, farming, slaying, and accruing glory points that translated into gold with each kill. His support was Alistar, the bull-headed chief. Welcome to the Summoner's Rift. In this match, Chen Fan and his team began in the upper half of the map, prompting Lee Sin to forego the blue buff in favor of securing the red buff alongside Kinnan, just as the others were last-hitting minions. News of Lee Sin's demise echoed from the enemy blue buff jungle. The kill was claimed by the duelista, with assistance from the Widow. The blind monk had gifted the first blood, with Fiora claiming the bounty, leaving Lin Dong frustrated as his opponent reached level 2 before him while controlling the lane. This was not a fair fight. Initially, they were already at a disadvantage, and now the enemy enjoyed both a gold and level lead. Lin Dong hesitated, fearing that should he attempt to last hit, he would be swiftly punished by an empowered Fiora, not to mention the lurking shadow of Evelynn. Taking down a level 1 Kinnan would be as easy as slicing through vegetables. I'm at a loss. I intended to invade their jungle, but unexpectedly, both the Widow and Fiora arrived, and I couldn't escape. Lin Feng apologized. Yet, none blamed him, for his intentions were noble. Who could have predicted the enemy's keen awareness, anticipating Lee Sin's initial red buff attack and countering with a blue buff invasion? A 2-on-1 ambush resulted in first blood. However, Chen Fan found solace in the fact that Lee Sin had not expended his flash, while the enemy Fiora had used hers to secure the kill. Though lacking a flash, she was not a threat to the current Lee Sin, especially as Chen Fan sensed an impending aggressive assault on their jungle. The bottom lane remained stable, with Draven occasionally using his spinning axes to deal damage to both himself and Ezreal, who had yet to land a single Q on his opponent. Whenever Ezreal attempted to advance to pull Draven with his Q, the enemy Alistar would charge in, launching him far away. Gradually, the disparity in farm began to manifest. While not drastically significant, a gap of 7 or 8 minions was still apparent. Nevertheless, Chen Fan remained untroubled. The game was still in its early stages. Despite Draven's formidable damage and spinning axes, he remained an immobile AD carry. Once the opportunity arose, eliminating him would be a matter of moments. At that moment, Chen Fan finally caught sight of the Widow in his jungle, where the 3 wolves resided. Having returned home at level 2, Chen Fan sacrificed his item progression to purchase 2 control wards specifically to counter the widow. Lee Sin stayed back, merely observing the widow as she took down his wolves. A level 4 Lee Sin was no match for a level 5 widow, especially one bearing a red buff. But then, Chen Fan's attention shifted to his mid laner, Lulu, who was critically low on health and preparing to recall. With minions piled beneath the tower, none dared to confirm LeBlanc's whereabouts without vision. Yet, Chen Fan was almost certain she was lurking in the nearby bush by the wolves. Xiaofeng, do not engage the widow yet. Follow me closely, but keep your distance. I suspect LeBlanc is lying in wait for us in the brush. Although LeBlanc possessed no significant items at present, her damage potential was formidable. A combination of her Q passive and a quick WE burst could easily whittle down half of one's health, especially with the addition of Ignite and the widow's damage. Approaching recklessly could indeed lead to disaster. Now level 4, Pyke's W ability, Phantom Undertow, granted him 5 seconds of invisibility and a speed boost of 40. Uncertain of the enemy's vision placement, Pyke activated his stealth as he passed by the frog. Instantly, his vision was obscured, the sounds of water resonating around him. As if he were submerged, Pyke stealthily crept toward the bush by the wolves, closely followed by Lee Sin. LeBlanc, the blind monk is approaching. On the enemy's minimap, a false ward had been placed in the blue buff brush as the blind monk cautiously approached. However, he was not heading toward the widow at the wolves, but rather toward the bush where LeBlanc awaited. Widow, look at his positioning. Is he searching for me? LeBlanc, naturally. I'd do the same. First check for the invisible widow in the bush to prevent a surprise gank. Yet, he has miscalculated this time. The widow gazed seductively at the approaching blind monk, a primal urge surging within her, sensing her prey was within reach. However, LeBlanc suddenly furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss. She realized that, at some point, only Ezreal had been visible in the bottom lane. Where was Pyke? Why hadn't he the bottom lane called for a missing ping? Draven, I suspect that someone is lurking in the bushes down below, preparing to ambush me. This has happened several times before, but, heh, Alistar, rest assured. As long as I am here, close combat and stunning? Ridiculous. Draven, no need for the next wave. We will charge in and retaliate directly. I'll return home to buy a great sword and obliterate them. All right. Observing the confidence radiating from the bottom lane, LeBlanc chose to remain silent. Nowadays, support champions who accompany the junglers gain little experience or gold, making it unlikely for them to come assist. That would be a significant disadvantage. Moreover, with a lethal weapon like Draven, how could Pyke possibly leave Ezreal alone in the bottom lane? Yet, LeBlanc underestimated Chen Fan's cunning. Wang Chong, what can I do? I am just as helpless. Thankfully, Ezreal is a champion adept at farming. While he may not secure every last hit, his tears provide ample mana. And with the extraordinary range of Mystic Shot, even if Draven is controlling the lane, he won't fall too far behind. But ultimately, it all comes down to that wretched Chen Fan. Here they come. Here they come. LeBlanc was thrilled to see the blind monk approaching. He was practically a walking ATM. 300 gold is on its way. But suddenly, a true sight ward emanating a dark red glow, with 4 segments of health, was thrust right before her eyes. At that moment, a shadowy figure appeared before her, leaving a long afterimage as it swept past the bewildered LeBlanc. Phantom Surge. Pyke's only stunning ability, he lunges forward, leaving behind an illusion that, after a brief delay, returns to him, inflicting damage and stunning any enemies it passes through. And at this moment, LeBlanc was the target of Pyke's stun. Wait, Pyke? Why is he here? In a state of confusion, LeBlanc quickly realized after witnessing Pyke's skill activation, they are coming to kill her. How could that be possible? Shadow blink. In an instant, LeBlanc's body soared into the air, and the widow also witnessed this scene. LeBlanc, kill the blind monk. Come over here, let us take one down first. The widow incessantly gestured for LeBlanc to disregard Pyke for now. The blind monk was the primary target. All right. LeBlanc used Shadow Blink towards the approaching blind monk, at just the right angle to evade Pyke's stun. 300 gold. Here I come. Bang. A resounding impact struck LeBlanc's body, rendering her motionless. She looked on in panic at the blind monk, who was grinning menacingly at her. You flash? Just as LeBlanc activated her W, Shadow Blink, Chen Fan's Pyke also sprang into action. Originally headed to the lower right, Pyke suddenly blinked into LeBlanc's path, anticipating her arrival. LeBlanc had already committed to her movement. There was no turning back. She stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the looming black figure before her. Pyke, dare to challenge my wolves? Blind monk, no? They are my wolves. Huh. Sonic Wave. Pike unleashed a deadly ignite upon LeBlanc's head. Return. Return. LeBlanc, just freed from control effects, frantically pressed the W key, and in an instant, her body vanished from Pike and the blind monk's sight, reappearing in the bushes. Yet, with a heavy sigh, LeBlanc failed to notice that, the moment control ended, her dagger was poised to strike, already aimed at Pike's body, following her shadow blink. A massive eye loomed above her. Kill. A furious roar erupted from the depths of the abyss, filled with deep resentment and hatred for the world. The short blade in her hand surged forth, tracing a beautiful green line, aimed directly at LeBlanc's recently returned form. Swish. Struck directly by the incoming blade, LeBlanc was forcibly displaced forward by 2 steps. What the hell? Predictive cue? Is that you, Shio? E-flash aside, did you really react that swiftly? You must be joking. LeBlanc sighed in resignation. Although her widow was desperately trying to divert attention from Pike, relentlessly targeting him with her abilities. But Pike, must you follow me so tenaciously? Fine, I'll use my flash. With a flash of yellow light, LeBlanc used her summoner's spell to escape towards the river. Heh, I was waiting for your flash. Just as LeBlanc executed her flash, the blind monk swiftly placed a ward and then used his shield of Duran to rapidly position himself atop it. Resonating strike. LeBlanc did not anticipate that the blind monk's sonic wave could chase her down in that last fleeting moment. Bang! With a stylish maneuver, the blind monk lunged towards the fleeing LeBlanc, delivering a powerful kick with his perpetually unwashed foot right into her side. A scream of agony escaped LeBlanc as an irresistible force suddenly overwhelmed her, accompanied by an inexplicable, pungent odor. Bone-crushing strike. The blind monk slammed his palm down hard, obliterating the terrified LeBlanc. The blind monk has slain LeBlanc, with 300 gold secured. A sweet smile graced the blind monk's face as he hurried towards the battlefield on the other side. A support champion could hardly stand against a jungler, especially not a mere Pike. How could he possibly compete against a widow with a red buff? Initially, when Pike attempted to pull LeBlanc back with his Q, he had already been mercilessly attacked by her. Now, slowed by the red buff, he found himself in a dire situation, with his health dwindling dangerously low. Help me. I'm going to die. Chen Fan frantically called for help from the blind monk, who, having just vanquished the Demoness, had regained a portion of his vitality. The monk was now in splendid condition, although facing the widow proved somewhat challenging in a scenario where their levels were equal. The monk would not be at a disadvantage against the widow. Here I come. Here I come. Damn, why has your health dropped so swiftly? Damn. I've been tirelessly shielding you from the widow so that you could secure the kill. Chen Fan was utterly speechless. Truly a case of standing and speaking without feeling the pain. He possessed only a single sacred artifact, the shield, and just 2 true eyes, along with 2 vials of blood. And then, there was nothing more. With a meager health pool barely reaching hundreds, how could he withstand the assault of Widowmaker? Ultimately, having awaited the arrival of the blind monk to no avail, Pike realized that his skill, Phantom Surge, had finally cooled down and was ready for use. With a swift motion, a green afterimage sliced through the air, leaving a long shadow in its wake, while Widowmaker, in hot pursuit, was just grazed by the apparition. Yet, with a resounding clang, she activated her flash. The angle was expertly chosen, narrowly escaping the afterimage's grasp, yet she had already positioned herself behind Pike. Although the blind monk had spotted Pike in dire straits, he found himself powerless. His protective barrier could save him, but it had already been used in the skirmish against LeBlanc and was still on cooldown. Alas! A cry of despair echoed as Pike succumbed to Widowmaker's icy grip, delivering a mere 300 gold. Damn. If you can't finish her off, small phone, you might as well bring your head to me. With all skills exhausted and even a flash unavailable, if the blind monk couldn't eliminate her now, there was nothing more to say. Yet, suddenly, a ferocious roar erupted from behind the blind monk. Engaging in a tussle with the bull? You shall soon experience the taste of its horns. With a brutal charge, the ground shattered. A WU combo followed, a hallmark of the Alistair's skillful maneuvers, leaving not only Lin Feng but also Chen Fan, who had been observing the battle, utterly bewildered. When did this bull arrive? How did he come so swiftly? Why didn't Ezreal give any warning? I truly didn't know. Draven suddenly engaged me in a skill duel. Damn. I wonder why he was trading blows yet clinging to me, while Alistar remained concealed. It turned out he was merely diverting my attention. Wang Chang's voice emerged, filled with resignation. He too felt helpless, as facing Draven with Ezreal was exceedingly challenging. If only his skills were slightly more accurate. However, Wang Chang's erratic Q was painfully difficult to watch. With Alistair's sudden entrance, Widowmaker was now out of reach. Yet, unexpectedly, a layer of earthy yellow aura manifested around Alistar. It trembled rhythmically, signaling the activation of his soul's stunning ability, Trample. Alistar stomped the ground, ignoring unit collision, dealing damage to nearby foes for 5 seconds. Upon reaching 5 stacks, a stunning effect would ensue, and at this moment, the skill was heading straight for the blind monk. Not good. They actually intended to counterkill the blind monk. Small phone, flee. They aim to eliminate you. Alistar valiantly shielded the blind monk from all attacks, blocking every route, intent on stunning him, paving the way for Widowmaker to strike. Bam. 3 stacks. Bam. 4 stacks. Bam. Ding. Just as the 5th stack was about to trigger, the blind monk decisively flashed. The location of his flash was right behind Alistar, where Widowmaker stood. Huh. Is this an attempt to take someone down with him in his final moments? Such foolish delusion. Widowmaker scoffed disdainfully, her expression devoid of emotion as she regarded the blind monk, who had approached her with his soundwave ability. Huh. Bone-crushing impact. The ground shook, causing Widowmaker's health to plummet. Yet, it had no effect. Alistar had already turned around, sandwiching the blind monk between them, sealing his fate. However, the blind monk displayed no sign of resignation to his impending demise, remaining unfazed, even as death loomed, continuing his assault on Widowmaker, delivering blow after blow, heavy punches, and fierce kicks, a relentless barrage. Widowmaker's fury ignited. How dare he act so arrogantly even at death's door? If he had the courage, he should show his true insignia. Just as Widowmaker had thought, the blind monk heard her unspoken words, a grand smile materializing above his head. Yet, accompanying it was a thin layer of pink shield. Help me, Pix.